Good morning and welcome to CubeCon DMV featuring the DMV Legacy League Auto Show and Expo Fantastical. I am Jameson Helfrich, and joining me this morning is Brian Koval, aka Bosch and Roll. Brian, how are you doing today?
Pretty solid. I am really excited about the cars and the track that we're going to be on for this tournament today.
Yeah, I'm revved up. I'm ready to roll. So. Yeah, that's the talk of the town, and it's been the talk of the town for a few weeks. Is the new I don't want to call it a fantastic meta, but it's in one respect it is the new bane of our existence in the Legacy meta game, Fantastic Car. So you've been playing a lot of Legacy Online the last couple of weeks. What have you seen because it's only been legal for a couple of weeks? So
Right.
What have you seen in terms of it's been evolving rapidly? There's been a lot of people trying different stuff out.
Right. Yeah. A lot of people trying stuff. A lot of that stuff turns out isn't very good, and decks that we just think are dope, like Izzet Delver and blue-white Phelia. That's a deck that plays Consign and Stifle and a bunch of Force Wills in the main. There is hope on our horizons. It's not all car. We're going to be telling car jokes all day for sure. That's going to be part of the broadcast. Buckle up. But the reality is there are decks that can hang with this on fair normal axes, and then there are decks that are going to be trying to get in the car.
Yeah, I'm curious to see as well. I do wonder how much of the metagame is going to be informed by simple availability of the cards in paper. I think it's probably maybe a little bit more accessible to play it online. But as far as actually sourcing cards, we've had, our commentary other half. They loaned out cars this morning to some players locally here. Do you think that's going to play a role at all, or do you think it's just been?
I think it's been 2 weeks since you could buy these cars, and the people who want them will have them. And if you waited until a day and a half ago to determine, oh yeah, I should probably play card this weekend, that's on you, honestly. Like, we have the internet, the cards exist, so in a format defined by dual lands that cost $900, like, I think the people who wanted the cars could have got them by now.
That's fair. Yeah. Certainly in this format, resources are not generally an obstruction for folks. So I will be curious to see exactly how many different flavors of car we get, but also hopefully seeing some of these other archetypes. As you mentioned, a lot of the tempo style decks blue decks have answers to it. Consign to Memory has already been a really spectacular card in the metagame for a long time, at least out of the sideboard. And I've started to see some decks playing it in the main deck even to be able to counter opponents' card triggers and things like that. How do you feel? Do you think the metagame is capable, the card base and Legacy is capable of adjusting to car in the long term, or do you see it being really a problem persisting?
I hope this is not a long-term situation we're talking about, but here in the couple months where the car is definitely legal, there's a ban window in August and then another one in late September, I think. So there's two chances for this not to be what's going on in time for Eternal Weekend at the end of October. But right now, today, what we're working with, there are normal Legacy decks that can hang, and there are going to be games where it's like, well, there goes that 16 power. Yeah. And for now, that's what we're working with.
Yeah. I'm wondering, so I think that we are starting to see some decks adjusting to it. So my hope for today is that we start to see maybe somebody has brewed something that they have sort of figured out something that really works against the car decks. And none of them have really, certainly because there are such a broad variety of car archetypes, I think that's indicative that people haven't really fully solved the card yet. They haven't figured out the exact right configuration for it. So there's going to be some bumps on the road. Did not mean to do that one.
Own it. Never back down.
But I think those decks will have some difficulties. They'll have some rough patches where they're not perfectly tuned yet. And god damn, I keep doing that.
It's going to keep happening. Let's go.
I'm not even trying, folks. But I do wonder if something that is more so like your Izzet Delvers, or maybe the Otter Prowess that's sort of a bit slower. If those decks might have a better shot at being able to just be more consistent, play a smoother gameplay, and have that enough disruption to capitalize on what they expect to see, which is a lot of cars.
Yeah, and the existence of the Fantastic Art does not change the framework of Legacy. There's Oops All Spells, there's Goblin Charbelcher, the upper end of a good draw from the Epic Storm or Ad Nauseam Tendrils, Doomsday. You can lose on turn 1 in Legacy. That's just part of the range.
Yeah.
And it's really the question is not, has the Fantastic Art introduced the ability to lose on turn 1? Because you could always do that. It's, has it introduced redundancy where like now Doomsday decks have a second Dark Ritualable threat, and it's also one that doesn't require going all in on this other thing, and it doesn't get Flusterstormed, but Thassa's Oracle and Carr both get consigned. So like, has it added enough redundancy and resiliency to really break the things that we could do anyway? That's the real question.
All right, well, I'll be definitely curious to see how that plays out today. It's something I'm looking out for. You mentioned, you just kind of got something sparked in my head because Thassa's Oracle and Carr are both vulnerable to consign. So I wonder if that does kind of open up a sort of a window for combo decks that are not vulnerable to consign and perhaps are more vulnerable to a card like Flusterstorm to bust that one out for this metagame, because everybody's packing heat for cars, they're packing consigns and not Flusterstorms, and the window's a little wider open for you.
Right, and we'll see how that bears out. The online meta Sneak and Show was a top 3 deck 3 weeks ago, before Carr was printed, before the Candelabra of Tawnos ban. These are both things that coincided together, and Sneak and Show was very well positioned then. Sneak and Show is a deck that has to assemble A plus B to put 7 or 15 power into play, and then hope to get over the finish line with connecting with whichever creature 3, or in the case of Emrakul, functionally 1 time,
right?
Even though technically you got to go again, but the Annihilation should do it. And a deck like Sneak and Show is now competing with a deck that puts 16 haste into play on turn 1. So the idea, and this idea is always there. This is the idea that the Up the Beanstalk decks are based on too. It's like the format's kind of about turn 1 and 2, but what if I make it to turn 4?
Right.
I'll be ready and you won't.
Yeah.
And then the question becomes, how do you make it to turn 4 against these decks designed to get on the racetrack on turn 1?
Right. So, yeah, and consign still live against a deck like Sneak and Show, because you can consign an Atraxa trigger or an Annihilator trigger off of Emrakul, but you're still being attacked by a giant spaghetti monster.
Yeah, that's half the
really
problem.
help you a whole lot.
Yep.
Yeah. So that was something we were talking about in the Discord. Was consign does work against. It has value against those decks. It's non-zero utility, but it doesn't exactly solve the problem. So I was watching something earlier this week. I think it was actually just like yesterday, about exploring the design of Carr. And first of all, I want to note, like, as everybody has, why does this card cost 3? This card should cost 4. Come on, like, just from a flavor perspective, but also now from a balance perspective. But they were saying that the fact that the trigger, I hadn't even thought about this. There's another trigger on Carr that just basically crews it.
Yes.
If you cast a non-creature spell, it turns into a 4/4. But it's a you may, so you don't have to turn it into a creature. And if you did have to turn it into a creature, then that could have opened it up to being vulnerable to Swords to Plowshares, and
Snuff Out,
and Snuff Out, and similar cards like that. So the fact that that's a May trigger, that's something that I didn't even think about, but something that subtle that's the format that we talk about. That's the format we love with Legacy. Is small things like that can completely change whether a card takes over a format and drives all over it, or whether it's just sort of a nice new combo deck in the metagame. So sounds like our players are all seated, and I believe we're ready to go down to the feature match table. So we're going to take you all down there and check out round 1 of the Classic at CubeCon DMV. All right, and our opponents are Jesse Krieger and Roland Chang. Roland, of course, is on Izzet Delver.
Wow, what a surprise.
Yeah,
I'm
I know.
Genuinely
really zigged while everybody's zagging right now. And then Jesse's playing Reanimator. So this is, how do you feel about this matchup, Brian?
It's going to test what the Izzet Delver. Does Roland know what his opponent's up to? I imagine game 1 will be quite poor for Roland here. And then what's the sideboard configuration? How do those hands look? Because Reanimator is fast now. Like without Entomb, if this is just the black or black-red Reanimator build, where you see an unmask on the stack already, this is what are you cooking with? I'm going to jam something down your throat right now.
Yeah.
This is not a deck with Tameo or Tainted Indulgence or Psychic Frog is banned, but we saw that slower, grindier Reanimator deck that required 5 cards to be banned over the period of 12 years, and now it's back to just full speed is their strength.
Last time we were live on this channel, actually, it was Nathan Stoyer dominating both DMV Legacy League events with that deck. So, yeah. And so this Unmask is going to take a force of will from Roland's hand, which is his only interaction here. He has Flow State, 2 Baubles, Cutter, and another land. So he's going with he's got a Cutter draw. Jesse knows that the coast is clear for now, at least. I'm not sure if he has a way to get... I saw an Atraxa and a Reanimate in his hand, but I don't know if he has a way to get the Atraxa into his graveyard.
I think he has... I think I saw Cabal Therapy, which is allowed to target himself.
Okay. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is a Cabal Therapy. So Dark Ritual
it's already
first.
over. Yeah, Dark Ritual Therapy, Reanimate. This is the full... Or
Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Same thing. It'll do.
Yep. So Thoughtseize, target player reveals, and that's going to take Atraxa. Jesse loses 2 life, and then is going to lose a whole bunch more when this Reanimate resolves, but...
Oh no, I lost 10 of my life to my own cards. Right. What will I do about it? And I have no hand. How will I solve that problem?
Oh, wait, I have a 7/7 lifelink.
Yeah, that also is about to draw 5 cards.
Draw me, yeah.
Yeah, this welcome to Legacy, kids. And this is what I was talking about. There's not a car involved, and Roland is functionally dead on turn 1.
Yeah.
This is in the range of Legacy, and this is a deck, like I said, that has 5 cards on the ban list, and it's still doing this.
Yeah, and Jesse with just an absolutely brutal opening hand here, because Roland did have Force Protection, but not enough to get through multiple levels of discard.
Nope. And this Atraxa is going to be good for 5 cards.
If there's a Lotus Petal, some creatures. Is that 2 more Atraxas or no?
Oh, is that Kona World Eater?
Kona.
We're in the weird space.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's the one that makes 4 when it connects, right? Yeah. There's 2 comas.
With a gun to my head, I would not dare try to describe all of the words of that card, but I know it's really big. It makes more things when I believe it does combat damage. Maybe it's when it attacks. And it has either hexproof or some phenomenal ward number.
I believe it's ward 4.
Okay.
And trample, and it's combat it's a combat damage trigger to make 4 3/3s.
Oh, Roland's reading for us. Roland,
So,
what does that card say?
Yeah.
Also, can't be countered just in case we end up on turn 7 with a bunch of Lotus Petals.
Yeah. I don't know if we're going to be able to make double green, double blue in our mono black Reanimator deck, but
there's probably 4 Lotus Petals. We got this. We'll figure it out.
Oh, it's not mono black. There's definitely at least red. I think he picked up a Badlands.
Yeah, black-red is the normal range because Faithless Looting is a card you want. Stronghold Gambit is likely in this sideboard. But
Right, yeah.
red's not going to help cast Kona.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so Jesse, with an embarrassment of riches here, deciding on what he wants his next play to be, if he wants to play anything.
And we see, like, this is actually an interesting texture to the game. Roland has 2 copies of Mishra's Bauble in his hand that he could have fired off both of them. And he didn't because he has that Quarry Steel Cutter.
Yeah.
If he knew the matchup, he's probably cycling those off, trying to find additional interaction. Like if his hand had 2 Force of Wills in it, or a Force and a Daze, he's probably okay that turn, or at least buys himself a window. And I'm sure right now he'd love to just have 2 random cards instead of those. And he now recognizes that 2 damage from Quarry Steel Cutter doesn't matter. But in any matchup that's not about exactly this, he made the right play.
Yeah. So Jesse casting another Thoughtseize to get that Coma out of his hand, and then Roland cracking Fetch for the Scryland to see, I believe, main deck, most likely his only real out to Atraxa here is Brazen Borrower, right?
Yeah, there's a small range of spells, bounce spells played. Prismari Charm has replaced Brazen Borrower as the kind of fun of get a permanent out of play thing. I've seen Into the Flood Maw show up, just a 1-mana version of this, so you can bounce Car in response to a trigger on turn 1.
Okay.
Where Brazen Borrower is too slow or Prismari Charm is too slow. There's a small range of things that might be able to happen here.
Yeah.
But they better happen fast for Roland.
Yeah, for sure. So Roland's going to stay the course somewhat with Cutter into Bauble, make a Monk. But I believe, certainly he's already back against the wall here. So this looked like a pretty solid opening hand, and it was a pretty solid opening hand for Roland, but it kind of pales in the face of what Jesse put on the play. So,
and just a small side comment about the production here. I mean, there is some glare on Roland's cards, but it's the 3 Japanese foil cards that we can't see at all, and we can completely perfectly see that volcanic island that doesn't come in Japanese foil. So I'm going to blame Roland's deck actually, and not the lighting.
Curse you, Roland, if only you weren't so flashy with your collection.
Ballin' out of control. And he has to decide right now on that second Bauble, is he going to try to do something with these Monk tokens or churn and find those cards? And he has decided to hold the Bauble. He believes he can power through this Atraxa.
Okay. So his card was Force of Will.
Oh, he bobbled himself and saw the force there, and that made him believe he had time to maybe set up a second round with Cutter.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. But
so force pitching Flow State on the Shallow Grave here to stop that coma from coming in, because that would be a big problem.
And all that was face up. He knew all of those things were about to happen.
Mm-hmm. Right, and then so poke you for 7, because it's not really a poke, but more like an elbow to the face.
Yeah, a draining elbow. An elbow that I walk away with 3 elbows, and you only have 1. A vampire elbow.
Dragon's Rage Channeler is Roland's draw for the turn. So that's not what he needs, but the card selection here is going to be tremendously useful for trying to dig to whatever outs he might be able to have. And it is worth noting that Roland is building up somewhat of a little army of monks and has some ability to put damage through, but of course this Atraxa being vigilant, because it has every keyword, is able to block one, which kind of makes it very, very difficult to race.
Yep, and Roland, he probably has exactly 1 bounce spell in his main deck, like we talked about, and he's reached a point where if he finds it, he might be okay. Mm-hmm. Like, you can win a game from 4 life. And Dragon's Rage Channeler can block for a turn. He's got a couple more looks before he's all the way dead, and Jesse might just be out of stuff.
Yeah. So, all right. So Wasteland is the play for the turn. I believe he's surveilled to the top. So.
No, he surveilled days away, then he looked at his top
card.
Oh,
he surveilled days away. Okay, I missed the days. Yep. All right. Well, we'll draw, hit you again with the Atraxa, and we're down to our last strike here.
Yeah, just got a peek at Jesse's hand. It's Underground Sea Dark Ritual. If Roland finds whatever it is he's searching for in this world.
It looks like his hand is now Flooded Strand, Force of Will, so neither of those are going to allow him to dig to what he really needs. So, unfortunately, I think this Dragon's Rage Channeler has to attack, right? Yeah.
No, he's not Delirious either. It's land instant artifact.
Oh,
so it both couldn't block and would have had to attack.
Yeah.
The double whammy. That's not a useful card in that situation.
Yeah.
He would have had to draw an instant, pass the turn, or go to second main. I guess like going to second main, he could ponder and then give a flying second main before it had to attack. There was a small needle to be threaded there.
All right, so these players are going to go to sideboarding. So now Roland has the knowledge that his opponent is on this pretty much an all-in kind of combo strategy. Much more of a fast, like you mentioned, not the blue-black style that we've seen dominate Legacy up until Entomb's banning, but more of a tap out. My interaction is discard to try to clear the way and just try to get something going really quick. So now armed with that advantage, he's got a pretty diverse toolbox here. And so what do you see that Roland might be, what jumps out to you as something that he might be interested in bringing in here?
He's definitely bringing in 2 Serial Extraction and Grafdigger's Cage. also fully expect the 2 Force of Negations.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting one will be his 2 Pyroblasts, because it is common for this Rakdos Reanimator deck to sideboard Show and Tell, which Jesse does have. But Jesse, smartly, like I said at the end of last game, his hand was Underground Sea. He didn't play it out. He didn't show Roland that blue mana and put that thought in his head. So if Roland knows to bring in Pyroblast here, it will be based on his experience and his testing, not on anything he was able to read from that game 1.
Yeah. Do you think there's any value in bringing in Pyroblast because it can kill Atraxas and then always, as we see, Coma potentially?
Yes. I think that clearing an Atraxa, like we saw that game, Roland did grind to the spot where he had a bunch of power and toughness in play, and Jesse's hand was blank. If he could have removed that Atraxa in any capacity, he would have been playing the game. And a Pyroblast might be good enough on that front. If this was like the Pro Tour with open deck lists and I knew my opponent did not have Show and Tell, I don't think I would bring in Pyroblast versus pure Rakdos Reanimator. But knowing the way that this deck's constructed these days, in general, you should have those Pyroblasts in.
And moving over to Jesse's side, what do you think he's likely to be bringing? Do you think he would bring in those Show and Tells and maybe the Stronghold Gambits as well?
Show and Tell, definitely. The Stronghold Gambit's really interesting because for viewers at home who don't know that Magic the Gathering staple, this one, it's 1 and a red sorcery. Both players reveal a card from their hand, and the player who revealed the creature with the lowest mana value puts it into play.
Yeah.
Delver's a deck full of cheap creatures.
Right.
Even Murktide Regent costs less than Coma or whatever, or the same.
Yeah.
They would bounce.
I think it's the same as Atraxa.
Yeah. So like even his biggest creatures are smaller than, and we saw Grizzlebrand revealed off the Atraxa. Jesse's got some big stuff in this deck. So if Roland has a creature in his hand, he's going to win a Stronghold Gambit.
Right.
But this is a deck that is incentivized to play out its creatures to try to win. So a turn 1 Stronghold Gambit is bad. A turn 3 Stronghold Gambit might be clean sailing, especially if you can peek with Unmask. Like if you get to Unmask, take your Delver of Secrets, resolve a Stronghold Gambit. This might just be a full even, with an extra Coma and 8 Show and Tell effects here.
Yeah.
3 Collective Brutality. I don't think you'd bring in Snuff Out. That's probably for Containment Priest, not for like taking pressure off with a Delver. But I could honestly see 12 cards come in if Jesse has the posture of, I'm going to blank Grafdigger's Cage and blank Surgical Extraction, and I'm doing this now. And maybe a bunch of Reanimates are out of the deck because Delver is a deck that puts pressure on you.
Right.
If he gets hit for 6, reanimates an 8-drop, and then gets bolted, that's a sad way to go.
Right.
So there might be a posture here where Jesse is on some sort of full 12-card pivot.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I've always been curious why the Reanimator decks were... Yeah, I mean, just why and when they bring in these, because for Stronghold Gambit, that's something that Reanimator has been doing since the dawn of Legacy. Yes. And so I've always been curious, though, why and when it is appropriate to bring that in. And as you mentioned, it's for when you're expecting your opponent to have a lot of graveyard hate.
Right. Yep. Yeah. And I don't want to lose the sideboard before we mention Roland also has 2 Hydroblast, and Faithless Looting's definitely going to be in this deck, even if he's not totally aware of Show and Tell. But Roland is a strong enough and experienced enough player. I think he knows about Show and Tell.
Yeah. All right, so Jesse is on a mulligan to 6 here. We saw him put a card on the bottom of his library. So Roland, on the play now, after losing game 1, with 3 Volcanic Islands on the top of his library. Yeah, make sure you shuffle those up, Roland.
Yeah, shuffle good.
So the magic of fetch lands in helping to smooth out bumps like that.
That was like drawing 3 cards.
Right, yeah. Ancestral Recall, a.k.a. Flooded Strand.
The math dweebs are in the comments right now saying those lands are still just as likely to be drawn. And they're not wrong, but also, I don't know, shut up. It's too early in the morning for your pedantry.
All right, so another shiny card here, Roland, with opening with Ponder, always a favorite of yours, Island Ponder Go.
Yeah, we keep those hands.
Yeah.
The Ponder did come up with a Force of Negation. I haven't confirmed that Roland has a blue card, though. That looks like Corey Steelcutter, Dragon's Rage Channeler, and lands.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, there's
he's
the
set
blue
up
card.
with the Ponder, Force, and blue card. Not bad.
Yeah. Must be nice. All right.
What do you get for the
So-
man who has everything?
Jesse here with Unmask, a couple lands, the Lotus Petal. Yeah, Jesse's got a lot of lands in this opening hand, so much slower draw than the last time around. And rolling with another Dragon's Rage Channeler, and is that the Eternal Weekend one?
No, that is the retro one.
Using
And
the same artwork.
A
but-
playset of Eternal Weekend foil Dragon's Rage Channelers, of which there are only 24 on the Earth.
Right.
That's some baller stuff.
That-
But they
would
don't
you
come
put
in
it
Japanese.
past Roland?
If they came in Japanese,
Yeah,
it's
that's
possible,
true.
But
Yeah.
he has an aesthetic.
If only, the EW Asia was in Japan last year, so or that year. So if only they had made them in Japanese for that, he would have. I would not put it past Roland to have tried to assemble a place out of those.
That would be sick. And the European ones were in Czech.
Right.
Yeah, let's do it.
Host country is the language that the promos are printed in. Okay, so. And if EW North America is ever hosted in Canada, it just changes all the boots to
Yeah. Extra O's and U's.
Yeah.
The Queen's English.
All right, Jesse fetching for Surveil Land here. The Surveil Lands were a wonderful addition to Legacy, I think. That's the perfect. That was when I was really happy to see, because I saw those and I was like, fetchable Surveil Lands. I know that coming to play tapped lands are hard to make work, but that's a lot of utility to have in your mana base.
Yeah, and speaking of these Surveil Lands, someone should tell Jesse that Entomb is banned, because he just put Raph and Mikey directly in the graveyard
Oh, my
for free.
goodness.
And that's so annoying. I mean, it's
Yeah.
part of the deck. They play a large density of monsters. This is what they do. It's fine. But as being on the other side of that, when it's like fetch, you clench your cheeks for a second, it's like, damn. Because getting a monster in the deck in the graveyard is half the fight. Usually the wisdom is you fight over the enabler, you fight over the entomb, you fight over the faithless looting, because if they don't have a monster in the graveyard, all the reanimates are blank too.
Mm-hmm.
You get to counter their whole hand, and this is functionally an uncounterable action.
Yeah, I mean, you're never going to stifle it, right? So even if you had Stifle in the deck.
Right. Yeah, that's not where you put it.
Not going to
You
consign
probably
it.
would have stifled the fetch land,
Right,
not the
yeah.
surveil that it got.
So, and speaking of math nerds, though, I will say, so our good friend Jarvis has shifted my thinking on things like this, where he'll point out, well, that deck has, 12 to 15, Reanimator creatures, so, the odds that they're going to surveil one in on a random shuffle are, 1 in 4 or 5. It's not like a super long shot that they're going to be able to hit something.
Right.
So, that kind of assuaged some of my salt and feel bads over my opponents doing things like that. But it is still kind of a tough spot for Roland to be in here. He's definitely down a game here. Got to figure it out. So Brainstorm, choosing to Brainstorm instead of Force of Negation. He did have the Surveil. Does get the Surveil trigger off of Dragon's Rage
And he
Channeler.
found it.
Yeah.
He was about to die, and this Brainstorm just came up with second Force and second blue card.
Oh,
so
man.
A single discard spell, it can take one of the forces, but no matter what, he ends up with Force blue card still in the mix.
Yeah, that's an excellent Brainstorm for Roland here. And so putting some red cards back on top of the library and just holding all the disruption. Take a look at this. You can't stop me from stopping you.
Yep, and he hid Dragon's Rage Channeler on top of the deck, which is smart, because now Jesse has to decide, do I want to take pressure off by taking this Quarry Steel Cutter and buy myself time?
Mm-hmm.
You could take Brainstorm and try to lock Roland's hand into what it is right now, because taking Brainstorm is the same as taking one of these forces at this point, because you end up with Force blue card either way, but Brainstorm's a more useful card.
Mm-hmm.
But also, he's about to play his third land drop where Force of Negation is just negate. You can pay 3 mana for that one.
Right.
So there's a lot to consider here, and it's really, Jesse, I think, has...
Well, I think so. Does he have Shallow Grave? Because Shallow Grave is an instant, right?
Yes.
So he can. So Force of Negation can only be cast for free on Jesse's turn.
Right. So there is a window here. If Roland just plays his land and passes, he's fine because he can hardcast Force of Negation. But Shallow Grave exiles the creature in the next end step. So if Jesse end step Shallow Graves on Roland's turn, the next end step is Jesse's end step, which means Raph and Mikey gets a swing, which will poop out someone else, and it might be it. And Roland has a really hard decision right now to put the boots to him or hold up. And I would put the boots to him. I'm not going to lie.
So
I would fall for this 100% of the time.
Here's Core Steel Cutter. Get Surveil going, right? Because he knew that Unholy Heat was there too, so he didn't really want to draw that.
Yep.
And so we're going to Surveil that away. Yeah, the potential to put a real clock on Jesse here is, it's too good to pass up. And if he had perfect information, this is where the Delver players miss Gataxian and Probing in that format. But
and Roland is making a disciplined play. He did not just ram the second Dragon's Rage Channeler into play and make the biggest board? Or is that an Unholy Heat? That's not even okay, that makes sense. That's why you didn't do that, because that's not the card I thought it was the entire game. Sorry, I don't read Japanese. But once again, Roland has saved himself by finding Force of Will.
Wow. And he's also got a Surgical Extraction in that hand too.
My guy, he's rolled up. No cars in sight, but we're rolling.
Rolling with Roland. Sounds like a podcast he should start.
He should, yeah. Does NPR still run Car Talk? Have those guys retired yet?
Probably.
Roland could take their spot.
All right, and a crack in with Dragon's Rage Channeler. Start putting the screws to Jesse, and there's the end step Shallow Grave as we expected.
Yep, speaking of screws.
So Surgical on Raph and Mikey. Now, the good news for Jesse is, like, in days gone by, Surgical Extraction was a lot more devastating for Reanimator decks because they usually play one, maybe two Reanimator targets, and Surgical Extraction could exile them all, and now it's like you're going to have or all of one side at least. But now they're pretty diversified in terms of the number of threats, and Jesse in particular because he's got these comas in the deck. And we see he did bring in Show and Tell and Stronghold Gambit.
Yep, they're all there, and Roland can see it now. That's another value of Surgical Extraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the Tempo Reanimator run, it was one Archon, one Atraxa, and your options became severely limited if Surgical hit you.
Yeah.
And if both were exiled, your opponent just knew, now we're playing a game around Tamiyo or Baragoi for whatever the other thing is. And right after Entomb was banned, I started working on Reanimator, new Reanimator, post Entomb with a bunch of looting effects, and I had a match that week on Magic Online where my opponent exiled two of my monsters and then made no effort to play around the third because they needed to update their priors about how these decks are constructed. And Jesse can keep pushing here, but the hand is bad and he's under a lot of pressure. And Roland still has Force.
Yeah, Roland is definitely pressing his advantage here.
Yeah, he got bailed out a few times, and Dragon's Rage Channeler plus Brainstorm just sees so many cards.
He's gotten some very, very good Brainstorms in this game.
Yes.
Some excellent Brainstorms. Just perfect draws. And, all right, so Jesse with a fetch into a Surveil land. See if that is helpful, and it's a Shallow Grave. So not really particularly helpful. All right, pass back to Roland.
Do we know Jesse's hand right now? Is it a mana source? I don't know if I'm still up to date on what he's working with.
I don't know if we know. I know it might be a land. I think his hand was very full of lands at the start. I think he had 3 lands in his opener, and we see 3 lands in play, so I think he's drawn at least one.
Yeah, if he needs A and B here, he needs a monster in the graveyard or a monster in hand, and then the appropriate B. Okay, his hand is he has 3 cards in hand. I just saw Badlands, Reanimate, Stronghold Gambit.
Okay.
He could rip off the Stronghold Gambit to flush out the Force. Roland would probably have to go for that. You can't risk that, and finding ways to turn a dead card into him to Turok in a spot like this. I've cast a lot of Show and Tells in my life where I don't actually have anything to put in. And against an opponent with 7 cards in hand, just rip it off. You have to work through that hand somehow.
Yeah. Okay, there's Cabal Therapy. So that is somewhat helpful. Jesse does know about it. I mean, it's not really going to, not at all. Actually, that's not at all helpful because he needs to do something here. Roland can just fire off this Force of Negation. Trigger Surveil, sure. I mean, with lethal on the table, there's not a whole lot Jesse's going to be able to do here.
I think Jesse is just fishing for info here. He's going to play the Stronghold Gambit, the down and dirty. We know there's nothing there, but Jesse's just going to see, did you have it before I concede? And Roland's going to say, yeah, I did.
And Roland's going to force pitching days, trigger my cutters because this is my second spell this turn. Trigger Surveil.
I love an ops turn cutter trigger. That feels nice.
That's one of those where it's like, yeah, if I'm doing this, if I'm getting this off, like we are having a really good day. It's going to be hard for me to lose if I'm, especially two cutters. Triggering two cutters to my opponent's turn is so brutal. All right, so that's going to do it for game 2. Roland does take that one down with some exceptional brainstorms and some really well-timed counter magic and interaction. So we go to game 3 here, and now that Roland knows about Stronghold Gambit, and he did get to leaf through Jesse's deck, so he knows about the show and tells as well. We're probably going to see Pyroblast come in if it isn't already.
Yeah, one interesting thing is we saw at least 2 Unholy Heats go by in Roland's hand that game. At least that's what I remember. Maybe I saw one Unholy Heat multiple times with the brainstorms, but Unholy Heat was still in the deck, and that could be respect for a possible Dothy Voidwalker Barrogoyf juke, which is not what Jesse has. And you can reasonably deduce if you know what's going on and you're dialed in, you surgical your opponent, you see Stronghold Gambit and Show and Tell. That's 8 sideboard slots. There's not also 6 sideboard slots for Barrogoyfs and Dothy Voidwalkers. That's it. That's all we got. We don't have to think about that anymore.
So I'm just double checking. Okay, yeah. Coma World Eater is an 8/12. So we're not hitting that one with, well, we could hit that with 2 Unholy Heats, but we're going to have to deal with this word trigger. Yeah, I don't think Consign is good enough. Well, maybe. Do you think Consign is coming? Any temptation for Consign to memory here for Roland?
No, it's too fringe. When you're sideboarding, generally people over sideboard. I think sideboarding is one of the biggest gaps in a person who moves from casual play to competitive play. And a cynical person might say if sideboards weren't allowed, the average player would win more. And they really are the playground of people who really, really know what's going on. And consigned to memory, you can imagine a situation where it's like, I counter an Atraxa enters the battlefield trigger, and then I Pyroblast the Atraxa, and I'm out from under it. Or you could just have good cards in your deck and not have an Atraxa in play in the first place. I would board in Force, Cage, Surgical, Pyroblast, Hydroblast. 9 cards.
That's already so many cards.
Before I even think about Consign.
Yeah.
And another part, because I get questions like this all the time in my Legacy videos where it's like, was Consigned to Memory not a consideration? There's the Atraxa trigger. And it's like, well, you could consider that, but consider the opportunity cost of what's the 10th card you take out of your main deck. You've now boarded out 1/6 of the cards you chose to register for the deck that you actually want to play. What was that 10th card that you're like, you know what, this fringe use Consigned to Memory is better?
Right. I think that's a really important consideration is because once you're boarding, I mean, especially if Roland's bringing in 9 cards, once you're boarding in, especially that many cards, you get to a certain point, past probably like 6-ish cards, where you have to start taking out cards that are part of the sort of framework of your deck, like how your deck works. So, like, Delver is like, yeah, are you taking out Quarry Steel Cutters? Because then, like, now you're reducing your ability to put pressure on your opponent, and that could, you don't realize the downstream effects that even trimming just 1 Quarry Steel Cutter can have, and you. Where else are you going to find Rip, right? So,
right. Yeah, in a traditional Delver deck, I would probably, in this spot, my normal removal, my Lightning Bolts, now that I know my opponent's not on a Barrogoyf juke, you can cut your Unholy Heats as well. But that's 5 or 6 cards. We're still not even at the 9 cards we definitely want in. You could if you have 4 Quarry Steel Cutter, you could probably play with 3. At 2, now can I kill them if I create the window? Mishra's Bauble is always a card that's tempting to shave on, but That's your triggering Quarry Steel. That's your selection with Dragon's Rage Channeler. That's your Delirium to apply pressure with Dragon's Rage Channeler. The engine really starts to collapse at some point, and you can't just hack out all these cards.
Yeah, something else, again, going back to Jarvis, who has made me, just knowing that, man, has made me a much better Magic player. Something he has kind of framed it as is, if you're playing on that axis, you're losing, right? If your plan is to consign to memory an Atraxa trigger, like, not necessarily that's your plan, but if like that's why you're bringing it in, right? So, or I mean, a coma trigger, I suppose. You could consign the ward trigger, I suppose. Like, there's like a lot of different triggers you could counter, but if you're playing on that axis, you're playing super reactively, and you're also in none of those circumstances are you actually solving the problem. Like, sure, you can counter an Arcana Cruelty trigger, but there's still a giant creature, and it's going to trigger some more.
Right, and that's all predicated on having the secondary thing, the Pyroblast or the Unholy Heat plus Delirium, to deal with that Atraxa or deal with that Archon, the body. It's really, that's not how you should be thinking about Magic the Gathering, and I don't think that's how Roland's going to be thinking about it here.
Yeah. So, Thoughtseize from Jesse, just off of a basic swamp. So we get to see a nice peek at Roland's hand here. Lots of foils. Island, Scalding Tarn, Murktide, Daze, 2 Dazes, Force of Will, and Flow State. So lots of interaction, capped off with a Murktide at the end of it, but no early clock for Roland here.
I'm going to look up Stronghold Gambit real quick and see what happens on a tie. Because Murktide Regent costing 7, that's Atraxa, that's Raph and Mikey, that's Coma. That actually might matter.
If 2 or more creature cards are tied for lowest cost, those cards are put into play. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah,
so
you're
Murktide,
not worried about Murktide.
That's a functional loss. Okay.
Yeah. Because then it's just a 3/3. It's just it's just a Delver Secrets basically. But you also still get your giant thing.
Yes. Okay. So the Murktide does not rule out Stronghold Gambit entirely, but we did see at least one Grizzlebrand in this build.
There is a Stronghold Gambit and a Show and Tell in Jesse's hand. I don't see if he has a creature to put into play.
Yeah, he has Coma. I think that's what's going on over there. So this could be a Murktide versus Coma bully through Daze with the Lotus Petal. And as long as Roland didn't top deck Dragon's Rage Channeler here.
Oh, and there's an Unmask as well.
Oh, Prismari Charm. There it is. The card that would have saved him game 1. That's what he was digging for.
Ooh, okay.
Unfortunately, it won't save him versus Coma.
Unmask with no black pitch card for Jesse here, but he does have Gambit around a Daze if he wants it, but it does not look like he does.
Okay.
I think he wants to wait to see, probably wait to see if he can cast this Unmask.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because he paid the price last turn. He did the Thoughtseize. He knows what he's up against. Now he's going to have to beat double Daze, and he knows it.
Yeah.
But also drawing that Unmask that probably, half his deck is black cards. A lot of good draws here to get a good look. And would Roland have played Dragon's Rage Channeler if he drew it? Almost certainly, I think.
Right.
So unless Roland's, oh no, he just been to Dragon's Rage Channeler. He doesn't know what he's playing around. But I mean, that's totally valid. Like, that card is not what you know you want, but it would have been great for him there.
Right, so I see Brainstorm in Roland's hand. He just keeps picking those up. You see how much damage he's done with those already in this game.
Yep. And if you're going to spring for the Japanese foil Mercadian Mass Brainstorm, you might as well draw it all the time. I'd want to look at it too. I don't blame you.
Absolutely. Puzzling over his land drop here to see. I think he still has that basic island from his opening hand, but is considering not playing it.
Yeah, he's deciding if he wants to be able to shuffle this Brainstorm. Oh, wow. Just
fire it off.
Heads up.
Another Brainstorm, a Daze, and looks like a Mishra's Bauble. Yep.
Yep.
So it's 3 Dazes now.
Oh, that was his only land. That was the problem, and he was leaving up red.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 3 Dazes, but you can only cast 2 of them from this position.
So many Dazes, and our opponent has Lotus Petal and is 2 lands at least.
But that's it. Like,
yeah.
By Jesse waiting that last turn, he now doesn't have the 4th mana to try to play Show and Tell through Daze. He doesn't have the 4th mana to push Stronghold Gambit through Double Days, which he knew Roland had. And Roland has seen so many cards now. Like, obviously, when you can see both hands, and it's like, were you supposed to push there, or are you being too careful? This is what the combo player always has to navigate. Of, my opponent had one random draw step since I knew I could solve the problem. How scared of that one random draw step am I? Plus drawing that unmask, giving him that out of, oh, any black card now, I can know what I'm up against. But Roland has seen 5 cards since that unmask was drawn, and that Thoughtseize was cast. So it's a whole mix here. This is the challenge, and people talk to me all the time. Like, I'm known for playing big grindy control decks, and they say, oh, those decks are too hard for me. I think this is hard. Reanimator, yeah. Like, knowing what your risk is, like how bad the blowout is. I think control is easy compared to what these players have to do.
Yeah, it's a different set of challenges for sure, and especially if you're not used to stretching those muscles, it can be even more difficult. It looks like Jesse has found another mana source here, and is just going to try to power through the plethora of dazes in Roland's hand.
Yep, and Roland with the end-step Brainstorm, you can usually manage your Brainstorm better in the main phase. That's when you could find a fetch land. You don't have to redraw any of the cards, because in end-step Brainstorm, you put 2 cards back, you immediately untap, draw one of them. And that's a commitment here. Roland's is saying, I am probably going to spend all my mana on every upcoming turn. I'm going to just get this little bit of velocity right now in this end step, even though it's not necessarily the air quotes best or optimal time to brainstorm under clear conditions. But he knows the conditions aren't clear. He knows Atraxa or whoever is looming.
Yeah, and this is something we've talked about in a previous broadcast as well, is like, this is... there's always... It's so contentious to talk about the definition of tempo in Magic the Gathering, but what Roland has been able to do, like you mentioned, he's seen so many more cards than Jesse since the last time Jesse saw his hand. This is sort of part of that, right? Is that Roland has been able to cast like 4 spells and do 6 or 7 different things, while Jesse is just sort of making land drops and passing. The only thing I think he's cast this game is, besides Lotus Petal, is Thoughtseize. And so Roland has just been able to churn through, make much better use of his mana, and that's how these decks are designed. Is to spend these units of mana to refine the hand and set up a superior position.
Right. Tempo means time. Just literally, that's what that word means. And Magic the Gathering games are usually won by the player who has spent the most mana. And the tempo decks, they trade long-term resources like pitching cards to force or picking up lands to daze. They set themselves back in other ways to steal a mana. Like Force of Will is an effect that's worth 2 mana. That's Counterspell. Daze is an effect that's worth 1 mana. That's Force Spike. So you can burn these other resources to steal a mana here, steal 2 mana there. But if the game doesn't end and the other player survives that early onslaught, then starts actually tapping 3 lands, then 4 lands, then 5 lands a turn, they will overcome that early stolen mana advantage.
Yeah.
And the Reanimator deck does it in a really unique way, where Show and Tell is functionally a really jacked up Dark Ritual.
Yeah.
That's what Show and Tell is actually representing. It's, I spent 3 mana and I got a 7 or 8 mana thing. And Roland sneaking in that end step Brainstorm. Like, that's a mana spent in a spot where it might not be spent another way. But Jesse's deck is capable of just buying itself 8 mana all at once in a big burst and catching up.
And so, speaking of, here comes the Unmask. Looks like Jesse drew Unmask for the turn, which allows him to cast the other Unmask.
Yep.
To see how clear the coast is. Roland with a huge press forward in terms of pressure and building a clock. We've got a Delver of Secrets and a Murktide Regent with 3 counters on it. So we have a 6/6 Merc and a Delver, which I believe Roland knows his top card, so we should be able to flip this Delver next turn.
Yep.
And then a handful of Dazes.
Yep, and we are about to find out if Jesse's patience getting that Unmask is gonna work, because he drew that Unmask 3 turns ago when he knew the coast was otherwise clear and decided to play to this instead. And in that Unmask, speaking of tempo, he's basically stealing 1 mana here because Thoughtseize or Duress, that's a 1 mana effect, and he's burning this extra resource, a card in hand, to steal this 1 mana. And Roland's in a spot where he has triple days. And the fight here is over 1 mana. And that Unmask is going to buy that 1 extra spot to maybe win the fight.
Okay, so Roland fires off all 3 dazes on Jesse's Unmask. So Jesse, I believe, knows Roland's entire hand, or I think he does not know 1 card, so he's going to push through it, and here comes Stronghold Gambit.
Yep, and here is that
like,
Roland's decision to play out that Delver of Secrets. I mean, spend your mana while you can, get that tempo.
Right.
But it's going to end up spending that 1 mana is going to earn Jesse 6 mana, plus 6 mana on this Stronghold Gambit.
Yep. So Roland does have Prismari Charm, but with all 3 of his lands bounced to his hand, he set himself back to where he can't cast his Prismari Charm right away. So Jesse is going to get at least 1 attack in, probably, with this creature. And
here I am again, looking up Coma World Eater. Trample Ward. Reach. Not a word on that card. We are in a proper damage race.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that it was Coma was his creature. So Coma
Yeah.
has Ward 4, so the Prismari Charm is not a good answer to this. It doesn't really answer it at all. As long as Jesse doesn't as long as Jesse doesn't forget his trigger, that Coma is not going anywhere.
Yep. So 4 3/3 Serpents when it deals damage, and Jesse's at 15. I mean, if this Delver flips this turn or next turn, that's exactly 15 damage with the Murktide. Roland can take 8 once, and then he can't take the follow-up 20. Yeah, that's going to be a lot tougher. All right, Delver did not flip this turn, but Roland has a Surveil land to try to set up this Delver. If that's a spell, okay, we are flipping on the final turn. This is going to be a straight-up damage race.
All right, so yeah, this is it all comes down to this, folks. So is Jesse, yep, turn sideways. All right, and Roland's going to, yeah, it's trample, so I'm just going to take the 8. I'm not going to throw my Delver under this to prevent 1 damage.
Yep. There's no sub-game here.
Make 4 3/3s. This is where Ward is so Ward and Hexproof are so sweet. Is you put one of these creatures in and it's just like, yeah, nice Prismari Charm, man. Like you can't do anything about this.
Yeah, Ward was such a good mechanic for Wizards of the Coast to both figure out like this is design space we have, and then mostly replace Hexproof with it. Hexproof, there was a couple of years where it's like, can I kill any creature?
Yeah.
Is removal part of the game anymore? What are we doing? But Ward, even a big Ward like 4, if Jesse waits too long, if Roland hadn't picked up all his lands to daze, paying Ward 4 might be possible.
Yeah.
But like you can eventually overcome that, unlike Hexproof.
Yeah, Ward is, it's safe to say, Ward is my favorite design that Wizards has done in the past, I don't know, 15 years, something like that. It's maybe of all time. It's so much space. You can do all kinds of different word costs, not just mana costs, but also like interesting things, like discarding cards, sacrificing a specific creature type, paying a specific color of mana that makes it way more tough.
Oh, what a monster!
Oh man, and show and tell in Grizzlebrand.
But Roland does have Prismari Charm.
He does.
You can bounce Grizzlebrand. This has not actually changed the game. Here we go. A spell still gets it. My man.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
okay, let's see it.
So
this was such an awesome final turn.
Jesse's at 9.
Roland's smiling. He knows what he's got.
Grizzlebrand. Yep. Bounce Grizzlebrand and attack you in the air for 9 for exactly lethal. And Roland Chang wins in the face of infinite giant serpents.
Yeah, and there it is. That's the tempo conversation we were having. Roland spent that mana early, and then on just from nowhere, Unmask stole a mana. Stronghold Gambit stole 6 mana. Show and Tell stole another 5 mana immediately on the following turn. But Roland was enough ahead and won that coin flip at the end. That was actually a really thrilling game.
Yep. And another one of those situations where you go, okay, well, yeah, he did get there. But also he had 2 looks at it. He really had 3 because he had the Surveil land as well. So, and the deck is built to flip Delver Secrets to some extent. I think these days it's maybe a little bit less because there's so many more, because you have Mishra's Baubles, but you also have Dragon's Rage Channeler Surveils and things like that. So the deck is still something like 40% spells that flip Delver of Secrets. And so when you have 3 looks at that, it's a pretty good probability you're going to flip it.
And Roland has been a Delver of Secrets ride or die, even when the Delver shell leans all the way into Corey Steelcutter, or it plays some other threat, Delver not actually in the Delver deck. You'll notice on MTG Goldfish, the deck's called Izzet Tempo. It's not called Izzet Delver anymore, but Roland specifically holds on to Delver of Secrets, even if it's like a 2-of. He wants that card in the deck. He wants that critical mass of 1-drops, Dragon's Rage Channeler. It's not going to lift the whole boat by itself, and Delver of Secrets, that one little extra body, was the difference there.
Yeah, no, I absolutely respect it. When I was a Delver main myself, I always loved knowing that mastery of like that Roland clearly possesses, of being able to know when to flip it from like playing the sort of the disruptive tempo game plan of which he normally is in that role against these like combo Reanimator decks where he has to be more reactive and ready with shields. And then flipping on the switch of like, okay, now it's a race. And then we just flip it over and we're just going. And Atraxa makes that so much harder these days, but Roland was able to flip it over and turn sideways at exactly the right moment and get exactly lethal and was able to take it down. So we have Roland here in the studio to interview with our man on the street, Jordan Barenhouse. So we are going to be kicking it over to them in a minute when they are ready for us, and we'll get Roland's thoughts on that matchup. It was really fun to watch. That was that match was really kind of exemplifies what I love about Legacy.
That was high octane Legacy. These are both decks that could have existed 10 years ago, and they still exist now, and no cars to be seen.
No cars to be seen, at least not yet.
But they were still trucking.
Yeah, and very back and forth, and really quite literally down to the wire to find a result there for the match. All right. So they're still getting ready over there. Yep, they're still getting set up over there. So the no surprise, Roland 1-0 in the event. We'll probably see him X-0 later into the day as well, or maybe at least X-1 as he usually is at events like this.
Always rooting for the champ.
Down here, down from New York, representing his home territory, trying to get his qualification to the Invitational later this year. And alongside our partners in the New York City Pauper League, who are having Pauper Genesis tomorrow. So there's a lot going on down here. And CubeCon DMV, of course, going on all weekend. So lots of side events and an awesome prize wall. And this whole weekend is to benefit 3 different charities. Our charity is World Central Kitchen. So if you go to DMVLL.com, you can check out the charity fundraiser progress tracker. We're doing a bit of a competition here. So CubeCon is supporting, I believe CubeCon is supporting National Immigration Law Center, and then New York City Pauper League is supporting. I can't quite see that. We have a little teleprompter on our screen that's in the way. American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So 3 wonderful charities that we're very proud to support and very happy to present them this weekend. All right, so we're going to kick it over to Jordan and get an interview in with Roland.
Hello, it's Jordan from the floor of the of the DMV. Yeah, of course. And they let me out of my cage to conduct some interviews, and so here I am. Roland, what a game 3! Holy crap! Can you just tell us the first days, the second days, and then the third days? Can you just roll us through what you were thinking?
I was thinking that I probably should have sided out at least one of those days, but yeah, that was I would have preferred to have seen Graveyard Hate, either a surgical or perhaps like a Force of Negation, Force of Will instead. But it worked out. The third days I was really trying to push them out from the show and tell that I kind of read that was in his hand, but he didn't have it. Or he did have it, right?
Yeah,
he did have
stronghold.
that, and I was hoping that he was going to do that as opposed to, get the that coma thing in play. Yeah, that was
Yeah, whatever that was. Yeah, it's pretty rare when a player gets us with tokens we don't have in the token box. We're pretty well covered. However, sometimes it happens, and that was certainly a card that we were not expecting. You were not expecting it, obviously. And it was really awkward too when I saw that Prismari charm in your hand, and I'm like, well, if you bounce that doesn't do anything now. It made a bunch of tokens. But when you're sitting there waiting on that Delver to flip, what's going through your head? Like,
So obviously with the coma having ward 4, I was like, all right, I can't do that. It's going to get countered. But anything that he put down, including a Grizzlebrand, should be fine. I was just hoping that he would just pass the turn and it's going to be a flip of the Delver, maybe a 50-50 type of thing situation, because I already saw the life totals go down to a reasonable thing. If it was a bolt on top, even better. But fortunately, the show and tell actually let me put in a surveil land, which was clutch there to be able to do the wasteland off the top surveil that into the yard, and then the immediate card right underneath was a Force of Will, which flipped the Delver, and that was just pure elation right there, because I thought I needed all that to happen, otherwise I probably wouldn't have flipped Delver, right? So
yeah. It's Delver is one of those decks where it's the minute details and the tiny things that end up cobbling together a victory. And there, the steady beat of the 6/6 and whittling down the life total until finally the moment where the Delver can finally flip. Boy, do I know that feeling. Yeah, it's. But I'm sorry, what was that?
That was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and it's always great to see you. Thank you for coming down, and I think we'll be throwing back to. Oh yeah, please.
Thank you to the DMV and also CubeCon, everybody putting this together. This is awesome. So I can't wait to play Pauper tomorrow as well.
Roland, you are always an absolute pleasure to have with us, and appreciate you coming down. So I think we'll be throwing to the booth. Back to you in the booth.
All right, thanks, Jordan and Roland. And so, yeah, as Roland mentioned, so we're here all weekend. There will be Legacy side events tomorrow as well. So if you aren't able to make it down today, if you still want to play some Legacy, you can come down and play in some side events. We have an awesome prize wall full of really cool prizes, as well as a charity raffle full of really cool prizes. And we're very excited to bring all of those to you. But for now, we're going to sign off, and we're going to take you all to a quick break, and then we're going to come back for round 2. And Brian and I are going to switch out for our other commentator team with Harain and Jarvis. So stay tuned, stick around, and we will see you on the other side.
And we are back on the showroom floor, ready to visit our favorite dealership. Jarvis, you have a car in mind that you're looking at right now?
Yeah, Pontiac Firebird.
Oh, a Pontiac Firebird. That's an old classic, man. I was not expecting that from you. See, I've been keeping my eye on a nice little, I could go for a nice Subaru Outback, something kind of like an everyday driver. If I want something a little spicier, maybe a nice like Audi RS5. Really got to dial in on that German engineering. You feel me?
Yeah, to clarify, the car in the room, the fantastic car, making waves in Legacy and Vintage. That's what's going on here with everyone's talk of his favorite car and such nonsense.
Oh, those aren't my favorite cars, though, bro. My favorite car, of course, the Aston Martin DB11.
Okay.
But no, we're happy to be here. Really excited to watch some Legacy. We've got a really exciting vehicular game of Magic the Gathering that's about to happen. Let's what are we looking at? So we've got Dimir car, a nice Audi RS5 versus my favorite car keys. I think we could call that one. It's a colorless car. What's your favorite colorless car?
My favorite colorless car in all of Magic?
No, just like in general. Is silver a color?
Depends on who you ask.
Because like when I think of like a silver car, right, I'm not really thinking it's colored, right? It's kind of just like the plain car, but we'll see what happens. But we've got blue-black car featuring Tamio and Dorothy Boydwalker versus colorless cars. Curious to see what the exact build is going to be, but kind of what are your initial thoughts on this matchup, Jarvis?
So I think it's pretty interesting. It depends on the exact specifics of the colorless car deck, but I know a lot of them have started playing Trinisphere because their deck sort of revolves around, casting Grim Monolith, using with either Tezzeret or Keys or other zeros. But basically, the car in that deck is you can cast a bunch of things, then cast a Trinisphere afterwards as like your follow-up.
Yeah.
Or you can use Keys to, sort of ramp it out. Trinisphere really puts a hurt on the Dimir or the blue style car decks,
Right. And it's interesting because it could also kind of like hurt you a little bit too with such a large quantity of 1-drops and 0-drops and such. But I'm curious to see what our mana base is looking like. But it looks like we're about to head into the automobile, the
F1 race.
The F1 race right now, and I'm very excited to see how Ferrari versus Aston Martin goes in 2026 here at Circuit Baltimore.
Reisterstown, but close enough.
Close enough. All right. So we have James Pogue on Dimir Carr versus Shay. I don't know how to pronounce his last name, with her car keys.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got. It looks like we've kept 7 on both sides, but maybe I'm not very good at counting. I don't block much, unfortunately. But we've got a polluted Delta fetch, so pretty. I think this will be a pretty obvious tell. Yep, the Underground Sea. So Shay should have a pretty good idea that her opponent is on blue-black. Unsure if she knows it's going to be the automobile mirror, but we'll have to find out. So right off the bat, we're starting gates open quickly with this Tameo Inquisitive Student. So, Jarvis, when you see Underground Sea Tameo, is your first thought they're on cars?
My actual first thought would be Dimir Tempo, probably, because most of the card decks of the Dimir style don't actually play that many Tameos, if any.
Yeah.
They mostly play Murktide Regents, the Dark Ritual Lotus Petal, the Fantastic Card itself. So it's hard to tell here.
Right.
But you do know there will be days, Forcible, and maybe Wasteland.
Yeah, for sure. And so we're starting off with an Ancient Tomb, so I think we've already got a pretty good idea of kind of what this matchup is looking at. At least the players, I think, have a pretty good idea of what this matchup is looking like. But we're going to see really quickly how this actually pans out. So we're playing the Lotus Petal, respecting days, slam down this Grim Monolith. Does it resolve? It looks like it resolves. Unsure if James had any counter magic in hand, but I guess we'll find out, and boom. Oh, okay. All right, so we're thinking about if this Monolith resolves. Unfortunately, now James does have a little bit more information to know if he wants to counter the Grim Monolith, but hopefully it doesn't change anything too much. Yup, and there is the 3-ball.
Yeah, that one must eat a Forcible.
Yeah, 100%. If
Again,
you don't force this, you're never forcing again.
Yeah, all of the cards James has played are in Dimir Tempo, so there's no reason to believe he has a car in the deck.
Right.
Unless, just people in general want to try the new busted thing, though, so.
Yeah. I mean, because it's interesting because a lot of these blue-black card decks that I've seen have been pretty much on the Otter package. They've been, running their automobiles through the streets. But I haven't really seen too much of the Tameo. I know in the showcase, I did see a few Tameo carless, kind of a throwback to the old Reanimator decks that just had the combo plus Tameo. So this is a very similar in that vein, but the car package does take up a notably much larger amount of your deck than the old Reanimate package did. So looks like we're casting this Ponder. Unfortunately, we cannot see what...
It was Dark Ritual Underground Sea Dothy Voidwalker.
Dark Ritual Underground Sea Dothy Voidwalker. Okay. So I wonder... Okay, so he's keeping it on top, which makes me think most likely is the Dark Ritual, because I can't imagine you'd want the Dothy Voidwalker in this matchup, but I can imagine you'd want the Dark Ritual.
Actually, the flip side to that is if you expect your opponent to have some giant Planeswalker in the deck, and you go Ritual, Dothy, Thoughtseize, it's actually really powerful to steal an
that's a good
Ugin.
point. Yeah.
Pro Tour Lord of the Rings was decided this way. Do you remember the Ulamog?
Yes.
So,
Dothy, Thoughtseize, Ulamog, caster Ulamog, and kind of like flings it across the table.
So
that was so funny.
So just the Dothy Voidwalker, if there's like a huge expensive spell in Shay's deck, that's an excellent card to take.
Yeah, yeah. And I imagine Shay has some number of Karn in the deck, which would be pretty good to take out of her hand and put on your field.
Now, Glaring Fleshraker, not so much.
Glaring Fleshraker, very much not so much. And very powerful card here. Do we have main deck removal on the side of James?
See, that's a point of debate in these card decks of how much interaction you actually want to play that's not a counterspell base.
Right.
Because every like non-proactive card you put in your deck makes it harder to trigger the card, you know?
Right. So we're untapping. We can now start cracking these clues. Notably, there was no follow-up from the Fleshraker, even though we had an extra 2 mana. So I don't know whether that means, but to be fair, a lot of Shay's deck is going to be 2 mana, so I don't know if she's still respecting days. This is kind of one of those things where once you respect days from turn 1, you're kind of priced into respecting it the rest of the game.
Right.
So I do appreciate this. I also, maybe she just doesn't have anything, and she just has kind of the bangers after this, the One Rings, the Forges, the cards, etc. So I guess we'll find out. So we're getting this fetch. We did draw 2 cards off this Ponder, and we had the choice to not, I believe, right? Because I believe we're in James's main phase right now.
Well, there was a delta, so we could have chosen to draw just one of the cards.
Right. So we chose to draw 2. Okay, flow state. Is this turned on? This is turned on.
Yep.
All right, so we see Daze, Car, and Misty Rainforest. And we know we do have the Dark Ritual, because I highly doubt we didn't keep that Dark Ritual if you were keeping that Ponder.
Yeah. So my suspicion was the cards that were kept from that were Ritual, Voidwalker, if you're going to keep 2. The other thing you could justify maybe is keeping Ritual, Underground Sea if you don't have your third land lined up.
We'd probably run Lotus Petal, right?
Yeah, there are 4 Lotus Petal in this deck, but
Okay.
it's unclear if James has one. About the One Ring thing, I think if Shay had the One Ring, she would play it last turn because it goes through days already.
Right.
So I think basically you can deduce there's no One Ring in hand. There might be a Kozilek's command in hand. You can wait a turn on that because it actually gets more powerful the longer you wait.
So I wonder if Shay resolves a Car here, if she's got it, and just goes full on, not respecting the opponent's potential Car. Because I think we're pretty certain that James can jam his Car next turn.
Hold on. There's no reason to respect James as a Car because we were already at 14. Right. So if Car could go off, that would just be lethal damage.
No, I'm saying is if you knew he was on Car, you could hold one of the Cars back.
I don't think that works because you have to tap 2 Ancient Tombs. So if you hold one back, you still get hit for 12.
Right.
So either you would leave 2 back, or you would leave... Basically, I think you have to leave at least 2 back if you really want to respect that. But I probably just wouldn't respect it at all.
And also this Fleshraker, that is going to be lethal because that's, 5 damage just from the Car alone. And then obviously you have all the trick. Oh, but we already attacked with the Fleshraker this turn.
Yeah. So basically, I don't know how many cards are in Shay's hand. Doesn't look like it's that many.
Could we live if we Kozilek's command and block one of the tokens? No. We would still die.
Well, yeah. No. You would be at 10. Block. You would be at 2 afterwards.
2. But you have to tap Ancient Tomb.
And also, that's sacrificing your card to trade with one of the 4/4s. So I don't think it ends up.
I mean, but you die if you don't, right?
Yeah.
All right. So we're untapping. How many cards are in James' hand? We know he has Car.
A lot. The answer is a lot.
And I know we saw Wasteland, I believe, but maybe I'm missing.
No, there's no Wasteland.
Darkrit, Dothy, Car.
So the Writ and
Cameo.
Dothy were kept off of that first Ponder.
So if we go, we could activate. No, we can't.
No,
right?
we can, right?
We only have Days,
3.
Days, Darkrit, Car. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Do we have Thoughtseize? No, it's just Days, Darkrit, Car.
No,
we can't actually
and
activate
creatures
Car.
don't trigger Fantastic Car.
Yep.
So
I think he was really hoping to see any spell here to be able to go off with this Car, but unfortunately for James,
if you're feeling feisty, you could crack a clue and hope to draw another Days.
that's true.
So for those of you who don't know, this is how it works. You can go basically Writ. Oh no, it wouldn't
work because the Car would be the 4th spell.
Yeah.
The Car would be the 4th
that
spell.
sucks.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
So it needs to be Lotus Field.
It needs to be Lotus Petal.
Or yeah, Lotus Petal.
What format is Lotus Field, Jarvis?
Only Pioneer and Legacy.
Wait, really? I thought it was good in Modern.
It's banned in Modern, bro.
Wait, since when?
You do not pay attention to ban list updates.
I play Legacy. I don't play Magic. Okay, there's a difference there. I asked in a Modern stream earlier, is Ragavan a good card in Modern?
The answer to that is depends on who you ask.
That's why I think it was a funny question. Regardless, it looks like our dealership going on here, it looks like there hasn't been a sale of any vehicles for a while because right now it's a pretty barren dealership.
So, James is not dead to the opposing car because you just trump with the Tameo.
Right. Well, no, because the Flush Raker probably triggers, right?
Oh, wait.
'Cause
No,
that would
then,
be 4 triggers.
then what's the point of playing another Tameo out? I guess it blocks the Flush Raker.
They may have forgotten.
No. James wouldn't forget. It's just a question of what you're trying to play around.
Yeah.
But I think basically we can't beat the car being split into 4, but we can block Flush Raker with a excess Tameo. And his hand was just all Tameos anyways. So
It's kind of... But would you rather just have the Tameo in hand as a blue pitch? If you draw 4 so they can't go off?
one force is gone already, so I don't
Yeah.
think that. I think it's just saving 2 damages worth more.
All right, so we block here. What is in Shay's hand where we...
Probably lands, maybe an extra car.
Another Ancient Tomb. Oh, no. Is that 3 Ancient Tombs?
It's Tomb, Urza's Tower.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now let's see if James is able to get the gases. There it is.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
And the engines are revved.
Okay, so another Dark Ritual is drawn, which is sufficient.
Yep.
Okay.
Dark
So-
Ritual, and then Dark Ritual Daze trigger
Yeah,
the car.
and now Daze is good for whatever you want to. You can even pick up the Undercity Sewers if you want.
Yep. Although
some
I
free
think
value.
this is just lethal here, regardless.
Yeah. But we didn't.
Daze?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, and then they just Daze. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. I was like, the Daze needed to be cast at some point.
Yes.
And Shay picks it up. Yeah, I mean, when you play against a colorless deck, you know there's not going to be too much interaction for your
Right.
things. The interaction is all going to be not really interactive. It's going to be like permanence in play.
Right. And it looks like our sideboard. Do you bring in Mindbreak Trap? If you're Shay.
Not versus Dimir. Versus like the Epic Storm, obviously I would because
Yeah,
it's excellent
yeah.
there. But I think in this matchup, it's sort of that's like a fool's errand to do that. I think.
Yeah, but it's so funny when it works.
Yeah, you are content-minded, aren't you?
Oh, I mean, listen.
See, some of us come to streams to learn stuff and watch people win.
Listen.
And other people go to streams to watch you hate on Ponder.
Okay, look, Ponder deserves to be hated on. 1 mana Shuffle Your Library is not a very good card.
Okay, how about we discuss what's actually happening
All
in
right,
this
all
match?
right, so we don't bring in the Mindbreak Traps. What do we bring in on Shay's side?
I think Dismember can be justified. Disruptor
Yeah.
Flute seems relatively good to me. With the intention of naming Dark Ritual, actually.
Oh, I like that, actually.
Because you can't name Fantastic Card because that's
It messes
symmetrical.
you up,
so
too,
you
yep.
need to... Basically, your flutes have to be one-sided, and naming Dark Ritual is obviously... It
It
makes a
just
lot of
blanks
sense.
the card. Yeah.
You could also maybe justify Portable Hole to go after the Tameos,
Yep.
and maybe the Dothy Woodwalker if you're worried about it.
Yep.
I'm not sure how concerned I would be about Dothy Woodwalker. I think maybe it's not actually an issue.
I kind of agree. On the side of James, I think we're obviously bringing in Consigns. We're obviously probably bringing in this Echoing Truth. It's just kind of a good catch-all answer to card. It is a little slow, especially on the draw, but I think it's probably better than the average card in your deck. Do you bring in the EE? Most likely, right?
If I knew Shay's deck had Urza Saga, I would say definitely.
Yeah.
But it's unclear if Urza Saga is in the deck. I think it probably is, but you're not 100% sure.
Okay.
Yes, Consign. Yes, Echoing Truth. You could make a case for Force of Negation as well because you saw Trinisphere. So
Yep.
that's
No,
is
actually,
something to
that's-
think about.
Yep. The Force Negations for sure. I don't think you bring in Fatal Push for Flush Raker. It is
Well,
kind of a
it's-
disaster, but I don't think it's worth bringing in, right?
Yeah, I don't think it really lines up the way you want it to a lot of the time because you need a way to trigger Revolt. So you need to
Right.
save a fetch land. Your fetch lands are already at a premium.
Right.
The other way you can do it is you can crack a Lotus Petal or a Clue. But all of those ways, I think in
Bauble
general,
even?
yeah, I think in general I would just have the Consigns, the Echoing Truth, and the Fawns, and then you still have to figure out what you want to sideboard out as well, which is not particularly clear.
Right. And I think, like, do you keep your Dothies?
I don't think I would.
I don't think I would. either.
It is. it's difficult to know if you should or not, because if you Dothy avoid the One Ring, that's obviously really, really, really powerful, right?
Right.
And you have to think, because of the Grim Monolith stuff, that Shay is very likely to have the One Ring in her deck, if not the more expensive things like, Ugin, the Eye of the Storms or whatever, which actually, now that I think about it, I think all of the Planeswalkers have been hated out of those decks because of Card just being able to one-shot them. So that's why you don't actually see a lot of those Planeswalkers. So
Right.
in my mind, if I'm in James's seat, I would believe that there are One Rings that the Dothis can go after, and that's really powerful. But in general, I would probably not even bother with that.
Yeah, it's like I see what you're saying, right? Like the high roll is obviously there, but the downside is so low that the upside of bringing, obviously Consign is going to be better in the matchup, and so on and so forth. So I actually talked to Shay about her deck a little bit before the event, so I do know she's on the traditional Tron mana base here. I'm unsure the exact composition of James's list.
So does that include Urza Saga or not?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I believe 2 when I spoke to her, but maybe I
Urza
might
Saga,
be.
huh.
I don't know the exact. I know the exact composition of her mana base. I actually don't know how many sagas.
Yeah, it's funny because Saga's obviously really, really powerful.
Right.
But it is a land that doesn't tap for mana. Apparently there are 4 Urza Sagas in the deck.
Yep, that makes sense. All right, it looks like we're off to game 2. Shay is most likely being on the play. I see a land of hands and spells based on knowledge.
You mean your eyesight?
Yeah, which
Okay,
is not
great.
very good if you were to ask my optometrist. But, it got me to where I am today, so God bless. And on James's side, I do see a fist of hands and spells, although, generally speaking, these tempo decks, is that good enough? Probably not.
So the real issue is your deck is way more proactive than this on normal. This is exactly 5 lands, Force of Will, Ponder.
Oh my God, it is. 3 Underground Sea, Swamp,
And Island.
Island, Ponder, Force.
I actually agree with the
I
mulligan.
agree with this, too.
Well, so here's what's going to happen if you keep this hand, most likely, is you get force checked, have to force, and then you just have 5 lands. I think in the modern era of Magic, that's very unlikely to win.
Yeah, it's one of those things where exactly how you said, right? Shay comes out the gate roaring. She just revved up her engine. She's going 95 and a 60 and just slams that Trinisphere down. And you've got to use up the rest of your gasoline to try to stop her. And the next thing you know, you're on the side of the road, and Shay is 40 miles ahead of you, almost in New Orleans at this point. Like, what are you going to do?
Look for a better hand. That's what I would do.
Hand.
Would note, if that one of those lands was a second Ponder, I would keep that hand.
I agree.
Even with your hatred of Ponder, you would keep?
Well, you're a combo deck, right? Ultimately,
Yes.
So Ponder gets you to your combo pieces. I think Ponder is very good in combo decks for obvious reasons, because if you're good at the game, it's Demonic Tutor. Unfortunately, I'm not good at the game, so my Ponders are shuffle, draw a card.
So you're saying it's a skill issue?
I mean, listen, you're not going to hear me say that more than once, but I will say I've seen some. The best players are defined by how often they keep their Ponders. Some would say it's a player deck building issue, but I don't make mistakes in deck building.
Defense grid. That's
Defense grid, right out
that
the
is a
gates.
force check for sure.
That is a force check for sure, and it looks like I don't know what that blue card
It's
on
Echoing
the very
Truth.
left is.
It's Echoing Truth and Force of Will.
How do you see that?
Because he was shuffling his hand around.
Oh, okay, yep, I see it now. All right, fair enough. Underground Sea off the top, not exactly what you're looking for. Oh, is this a? Oh yeah, I guess you could Dark Rate Car, and then you have another free spell.
It's
to
Bauble Force your own thing.
Yeah, Bauble Force. And we're out the gates.
Yes. So this
And
is my
beep,
point.
beep.
I think this card is
Say the line, Jarvis.
beep beep. I'm a Jeep.
Beep beep on the Jeep.
Wow, that
And
was a
Shay
massacre.
Scoops it up. Looks like the dealership just made their final sale.
So I think Dimir car is closer to a Honda Civic than whatever you said it was.
It's called Dimir car goes to a Honda Civic.
Yeah, it's just good old reliable.
They just emptied the whole gas tank to do
yes,
that play.
you can go 95 with a Honda Civic. It's not recommended.
I mean, if you're going 95 in a Honda Civic, like, there's some question. Like, if you're going 95 in like a Ferrari, it's like expected, right? Like, I would say that's That's expected.
All right, I think we have another match to watch because that one was honestly a massacre.
That one was going 110 and a 60 right there. All right, looks like we've got the current showcase champion, Harry Hackett, versus Anderson Leclerc on Izzet Tempo. Wait, is it Tempo or is it not Tempo, Jarvis?
I would say this is probably closer to Izzet Prowess because I know
Okay.
Anderson's playing the Otters package, which actually I think is really,
this-
really good in the Izzet style deck.
And this isn't automobiles, right?
No, there are no mobiles.
There's no. This is a pedestrian game.
Pedestrian game. Let's see. There's Filigrease Helix with 1 counter, Agatha's Soul Cauldron with Emery underneath it, I think. Chromatic Star. Welder swaps Opal for Cam. Oh, it's infinite.
This is infinite combo.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chat, if you guys are wondering how this works, so Goblin Welder. You can tap it to basically swap an artifact in play and your graveyard. The reason this combo is so powerful is because Sewer Valence Cam, introduced in the Ninja Turtle set, has a trigger on both enter and when it leaves. Very notably, that makes it so you can untap or tap a creature. So essentially, you need Goblin Welder, 1 Sewer Cam, and basically a swappable artifact, maybe a mana source like a Mox Opal, and you can essentially just go infinite, because eventually you get to a point where you make infinite mana, and then you can start drawing infinite cards, and then eventually you can do whatever your heart desires.
Usually these lists play 1 Legion Extruder to cast Shock over and over, targeting the opponent. If necessary, like even if the Extruder gets like Surgical Extraction or something, that's not a big deal. If you have Skateboard, you can just tap all of their lands every upkeep as well. Like, it really doesn't matter. Once you have Welder, Cam, plus something else, usually your opponent's dead. Like, that's what I would say. So Anderson's goal in the sideboarded games would be to keep Welder off the table at all costs, keep Soul Cauldron off the table at all costs, because that basically is a proxy Welder, and try to kill Harry before he escapes all of the disruption.
Right. And notably, I actually played this deck with Harry recently, and we were kind of going through like what this deck is weak to, and it's very weak to like permanent-based hate. So I'm talking things like Clarion Conqueror, Null Rod, the one that stops creature abilities. I forget the name.
Which one?
It's
Linvala, Keeper of Silence?
No, it's like the Null Rod for creatures. What was it called again?
Cursed Totem.
Cursed Totem. So no one's really playing Cursed Totem, but obviously people play Null Rods. If you're playing against a white deck with Clarion Conqueror, it is just lights out. Notably, though, Izzet Prowess, these blue-red decks typically don't play cards like Null Rod, maybe one or two of, and usually specific hate.
It's funny you mentioned that, because the last time I played this Prowess deck, I actually did splash white for Clarion Conqueror in my
Did you really?
for this reason, but I didn't queue into any Welder Cam decks. So, I mean, there is a price of doing business. I do think it makes sense. Okay, we do see Pyrokinesis, which I think is good. Hydroblast is obviously good. Meltdown's pretty good. Consign's okay, not great, is what I would say. Unable to Scream is interesting. That's like an extra removal spell. It removes all abilities from a creature. So it actually, in some senses, it's actually better than removing the Welder because of Soul Cauldron.
Right. Now, notably, though, all of this is hate that Harry can beat. So this is definitely the type of matchup that Harry wants to see. Are these like kind of low to the ground decks that aren't going to dedicate a ton of space for these big, like kind of slam dunk cards? Every card right now, I think Harry could reasonably have good game against. Meltdown is obviously the one that has the biggest chance of a blowout, especially if Harry's on like an aggressive Saga start. But I'm sure he has to know that that's got to be on the radar. And on Harry's side, it doesn't look like there's actually too much we'd want to bring in. Like, obviously, there's a lot that you could make an argument for, but all of it is just kind of like middling. Like, what would you bring in on Harry's side, Jarvis?
So I think a better question is, what do you think you can sideboard out without disrupting the engine too much? So this is a lesson that you learn if you play combo decks or engine decks in general, which is you don't want to sideboard in or out too many cards because it fundamentally makes your deck worse at doing its real thing.
Right.
So in my mind, you could justify almost any of the removal spells. Like, even Haywire Might could be justified. The question is, how many cards do you actually want to take out of your deck? And that's something I can't answer off the top of my head.
Right.
Basically, I think all of the cards you think you can shave from the main deck, you can board in some removal, and you probably do improve your matchup some by that many cards.
Right. I think so the deck that Harry and I played a few days ago, maybe a week ago. Yeah, about a week ago. I believe we had like a Ratchet Bomb main. Honestly,
I think the Filigree Silex is in the main deck. Yeah. And there's
yeah.
a Ratchet Bomb on the sideboard. Most importantly, do you know why you should actually split them? And it's not Pithing Needle. The Filigree Silex is legendary.
What's the flavor text on Filigree Silex again? It's when you have a legendary in play.
No, the Filigree Silex itself is legendary.
Yeah, I know, but doesn't have
No,
a legendary.
you can like charge it up to have a bunch of oil counters and like dome everything for 10.
I see. That's right. And Ratchet Bomb is just basically that effect of you tap it once per turn, as opposed to like but it's all permanents, right? Non-land permanents for Ratchet Bomb.
Correct.
Right.
They fixed it. Powder Keg does not say non-land on it, so it actually does kill artifact
Yes,
lands.
but it doesn't kill enchantments and it doesn't kill planeswalkers.
Well, back then there were no planeswalkers, so they weren't going to mention that.
Fair enough. But okay, enchantments. You know what Powder Keg is?
Yes.
Yep, exactly.
I know it's expensive.
I was going to say, it's surprisingly so. Pre-Modern has done a number on card prices, I tell you. All right, so we've got right off the gates, we've got Volcanic Island into Dragon's Rage Channeler. Pretty standard start coming out of Delver. I see Lotus Petal on Harry's side.
0 Delvers in this deck.
Okay, Delver adjacent. Fair enough.
I would actually say this is more of a mid-range deck than anything else. The reason the Storm Chaser's talent gives you like an unbeatable late game versus other decks.
If you can actually get the third mode.
I think the scaling factor of the Izzet Prowess deck is what makes it a mid-range deck in my mind rather than a pure tempo deck, and that's why I actually think it's really powerful.
Do you think Dimir mid-range is a tempo deck?
Well, you just said mid-range.
Exactly. So people will say it's tempo.
I think it's very... The word tempo is misused often, is what I'm going to say, and I'm going to leave it at that.
What is tempo, Jarvis?
Is double DRC tempo? Most people would say yes, and I would also say yes to that.
Is Sphere of Resistance tempo, Jarvis?
We're not going to answer that.
I believe that's a Mishra's Bauble based on the fact that it's a 0-mana spell.
No, another one was tapped.
Oh,
was
I didn't
Stormchaser's
see that. I
talent.
didn't see that.
And I think that's Pyroblast, probably.
Oh, it is. Yep. Is that Pyroblast?
It's one of the Strixhaven Mystical Archive Pyroblast, I think. Or something in that vein.
Yeah. Well, it's... Yeah. Or Hydroblast, right? This is blue?
Oh, it could be Spell Pierce, but who knows?
Oh, that is Spell Pierce. I just bought this art, I think. I think that is Spell Pierce. Anyway, Bobble U, we play the Cauldron with Dave's backup because of the Lotus Petal. Notably, don't have any creatures in the yard, but this Cauldron will do a pretty good job of keeping these DRCs from getting delirious, keeping them sane. So that's really not what Anderson wants to see. It's kind of a defensive Cauldron at this point, but being able to keep these DRCs from going insane is definitely going to save you a ton of health.
Like I said, I think in general, Harry's goal is to not be dead.
Yeah.
As long as Harry gets to implement his combo at some point through all this hate, that's a Graph Digger's Cage, by the way.
Right.
If we manage to do that, it'll probably favor him, especially with the Saga tokens, you know?
Can Graph Digger's Cage, I know creatures from graveyard
So
to library.
spells cannot be
cast, and creatures cannot be entered from graveyard or library, right?
That sounds correct to me, yes.
Because so artifacts can still enter the battlefield from Graph Digger's Cage, right?
That sounds... Yeah, I believe Welder ignores it.
That's
what
it.
you're
Welder
asking.
ignores it. I'm looking it up. I'm pretty sure artifacts can still ETB. Creature cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield. Yep, it's just creature cards. So the Welder... So how much does this Graph Digger's Cage actually do then?
Well, the real reason to have in my mind is Emery, Lurker of the Lock.
Right.
And there's only one cage in the sideboard, so it's sort of low cost.
Mm-hmm.
I think I wouldn't be surprised to see some number of Boomerang Basics exit the deck.
Right.
That's almost certainly what happened here.
It looks like we're getting a construct token. Beautiful. And make another one. Exile one of the lands. Yep. And then main phase, take up the Saga. activate, make another construct, search our library for 1 or 0 costed artifact. What is this Saga art from?
Yeah, that sounds right. Secret Lair, I believe, is correct.
Oh, that makes sense.
Maybe you should use that one so you don't get confused with Path to the Exile again.
Too soon, Executus. Too soon.
It's been like 8 months. How's that too soon?
It has only. Has it really only been 8 months?
Only? That's like infinite time.
I mean, chat, what Jarvis referencing is I actually participated in the Classic last year. I top baited that event and was able to qualify for the Invitational where this mishap happened. All I'm going to say is look up the textless version of both Urza's Saga and Path to Exile and tell me when they're both foil and under a blaring light they don't look similar. Anywho, looks like we get the skateboard out of the Urza's Saga, tapping down one of the lands, and this is how much damage right now? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts and a Seat of the Synod, so 6. So coming in for 7 plus 6.
That's 13.
What happened? What's 6, 7? When you add 6, 7 together, Jarvis?
Bad Zoomer meme is what I've been told.
No. It's 6, 7. It's 6, 7, right? On the constructs? What does that mean? 13. Right. Fantastic.
Yeah.
So it looks like we're getting for quite a bit here.
So if Anderson doesn't have Meltdown right away, I think this is going to just end up poorly for him. We really need a Meltdown. Harry obviously aware of the fact that Meltdown could be a thing. If we get Meltdown for 2 that destroys the cage, the Sea of the Synod, Harry's left with Urza Saga and a land only.
Because the graph, yeah, but that also does mean that this DRC is likely delirious because you get sorcery, artifact, and 3 triggers.
Did I shot it?
I mean, Harry is not happy about this. But notably though, we do have a backup Saga if we can actually hit our land drop, which will be pretty disastrous. But it looks like this DRC is definitely getting delirious if Harry does not activate the cauldron right now.
Well, the cauldron will be activated. The issue is you still have delirium, because the cage will hit the graveyard and there will be a sorcery as well.
Oh, right. So it doesn't matter. Yeah. So exile. Yep. Hit the DRC. I use Lotus Petal. Everything dies. 1 mana floating.
The real issue is Harry is at 17. 9 times 2 is 18, so it's just lethal. So Harry needs something really special on the next turn cycle to not be dead.
We have a Surukam in hand. And we did lose our ability to gain haste.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to tap down one of the guys with
Sure.
Yep, that makes sense.
Obviously, we're still getting it for 6 because the DRC must attack.
Right. It looks like we drew a Volcanic Island, so we will be able to make constructs. Notably, though, these DRCs are flying. But also, if Anderson doesn't have another threat, I believe he'll have 5 artifacts, right? Because he'll have 3 artifacts, 4, and if he has any artifact in hand, he does have lethal with 1 attacking construct next turn.
Okay, so Volk, activate, that's
Yep.
up to 2.
The 2 constructs
Activate
plus
again,
sewer,
that's
so he needs
that's
1 more
3.
artifact.
Yeah.
So he'll have 4 artifacts, and if he gets, and there is a sewer cam in hand.
Well, the problem is that eats up 1 of your mana.
It does eat- yep,
so if
yep.
you would need an extra mana source as well.
We have Mox Opal, right, in the deck? I'm pretty sure there's a Mox Opal in the deck. And then Mox Opal,
Okay.
get Mox Opal, sewer
Sure.
cam, and then you win, yeah. Assuming no removal spell. And this would be out of bolt range, so Anderson would need to bolt it while it was boltable, which would be on end step, or in response to the trigger of creating the second construct token.
Yeah, notably, this line actually does lose to Pyroblast, but it's probably worth taking the risk.
I think you have to at this point,
Yeah.
right? Like, you don't really have much else going on. And on Anderson's side, he's got a
Oh,
Wasteland.
that should be
Oh.
sufficient.
So we make a construct, 2/2 construct, Wasteland. So what would Harry need here? We do have an Engineer in hand,
So Mishra's Bubble is being played.
and I
think.
know, yeah, and I know Harry has.
Well, Anderson left a card on top in this scenario. That cannot be good for your health.
That cannot be good for your health. And also, I think the only option that Harry would have at this point is if he were to get Arena of Glory, haste out the Engineer, and then get something that could stabilize. Okay, so Bauble draws, kept it, and has not bolted yet. So it's not a bolt. Otherwise, I think you snap bolt here before they get to their draw.
Oh, there are no Snapcaster Mages in Anderson's
Sorry.
deck.
You know what I mean. Not, damn it. I've been got.
You activate my trap card yet again.
Oh my. All right, looks like we're going to game 3.
That was actually kind of close. I mean, without the Meltdown, it's not particularly close, but the Meltdown did actually make it close.
Mm-hmm. And the Wasteland off the top was exactly what Anderson needed to claw back into that.
Notably, Anderson did not play many cantrips that game.
No.
It was only like Mishra's Baubles, but with 3 DRCs out, that's almost like cantripping.
Yeah, every spell is basically a DIY Thought Scour.
That's not the card you're looking for.
Wait, what?
Well, oh, you're saying Mishra's Baubles a Thought Scour?
Yeah.
But you can't mill your opponent with your Surveil triggers.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, how often are you Thought Scouring targeting your opponent?
You ever play against Enlightened Tutored Miracles?
That's an oldie for sure. But yes, I do know that. Yep. All right, fair enough. Also against Doomsday.
Yeah. Well, the card I'm actually thinking of is Mystic Speculation, which is
What
a
is
real.
this card?
It's from
Googling.
Future Sight.
Mystic Speculation.
I'll let you look it up.
All right, I'm. Hang on, I got this. All right, there we are. Card missing. Buyback 2, Scry 3.
See, Mystic Speculation over and over, bro.
Wow, I get to mystically speculate every time I cast a spell. Do we do any changes, though? Play versus draw for either of these decks?
So maybe Anderson can shave a days or two if
Right.
he hasn't already cut it all of the days anyway. I think days in general versus the Lotus Petal strategies that look like this is less good. I wouldn't cut it versus like the Epic Storm or something like that. But in
Right.
this matchup, it definitely seems worse to me because Harry's mana curve is actually really, really low, which is one of the things I really like about the Welder deck. Basically, all of the cards cost 1 or 2, so you actually have a deck that can go into the late game, but most of your stuff is cheap. It makes it easier for you to play the games to maneuver cards around if you don't have clunky cards cluttering up your hand.
Yeah, I agree with that. And also notably, like right into the day's argument is that Harry doesn't run Ancient Tomb, which is kind of odd when you think about this deck. That it would obviously when you like sit down and look at it, you understand why it doesn't run Ancient Tomb. But if you're not like super tuned into the meta and you see a deck with Urza Sagas and such, you kind of instinctually go to them having Ancient Tomb. So you might undervalue your days there as a result.
Yeah, but I think Days is really not that great versus Harry, especially the way he plays as well.
Very cautiously, always. That Lotus Petal is very much respected.
The thing is, sometimes if you play too cautiously, you're losing out on all of the times that they don't have days.
Yeah.
Like, notionally,
Thalia.
in poker terms or in game theoretic terms, there are times where you're actually supposed to play into days because you're giving up equity all the times you don't play into it and they don't have it.
Right. It's one of those things, too, where it's like, if you play around days early game, you're kind of priced into it, but if you play into days early, you can eventually ignore it.
So Harry takes a quick mulligan. I think Anderson has a hand that is a bunch of zeros, including Tormod's Crypt, no actual proactive plan, but his land is a surveil land. So I think this hand, more than any other one, really exemplifies the fact that this Izzet Prowess deck is actually a mid-range deck.
Right. All right, looks like we're off to the races. So we're drawing to 6 now. 3 Emerys is not where you want to be.
Yeah, the interesting thing about the Welder deck is I think it can recoup cards pretty efficiently if its engines are left undisrupted. We know how strong Emery plus Mishra's Bauble is from all formats. That's just an obscene engine. Goblin Welder plus Chromatic Star is like another fake engine. But also, Welder Cam is basically worth infinite cards because your opponent dies.
Killing your opponent is my favorite form of card advantage. So we have a Mox Opal and Urza Saga Volcanic Island. And Spell Pierce is that one on the right? The Amon Ket Invocation?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a Welder. Engineer.
Yeah, that's Goblin Engineer. Yeah.
A double saga? Is that what I'm seeing right?
I think so. I think you should switch to the sagas. You'll never get confused.
I do want to sell my color full art sagas. They have appreciated a little too much for my liking. Urza's saga, off the bat. Let's go. Looks like we do have the Unable to Scream on the side of Anderson, which I do like this card a lot. Essentially a permanent dress down for 1 unit. Okay, Bauble.
Do you say 1 unit? What game are we playing?
I've been playing a lot of StarCraft recently, Jarvis.
Okay.
I'm about to dress down this Dragoon. All right, we mill over the volcanic island with our Thundering Falls. And we pass.
So that was an interesting sequencing decision. So Anderson had actually drawn a Scalding Tarn.
Yep.
But the issue with playing Tarn this turn is you will have a tap land the rest of your turns to play. So I think he played the Thundering Falls to just get it out of the way. But he bobbled first to see if it was a good or bad card to surveil away. If it was a good card, you maybe just justify playing the Tarn. Yep. I guess what I'm saying is Mishra's Bobble actually has a lot of ways it can be used and is sort of complicated to play with.
No, I agree. And also, like, it's one of those cards where once you bobble a few times, like, you could actually start getting a pretty good read of what the other cards in your opponent's hand are, too. Mm-hmm. Like, 1 or 2 bobbles, especially early on, especially when Harry mulled. I mean, in this case, Harry mulled the 5, but he didn't bobble him. But you could actually start really piecing together the whole story with just a couple bobbles. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't always realize.
You mean your opponent's hand by bobbling them twice?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's really not good to do very often.
No, what I'm saying is, like, but just adding on to, like, the skill to the card. There's a lot, like, that you can do with it.
Well,
right, so
in any case, I think Anderson actually has a lightning bolt for the engineer, which keeps a lot of the comeback mechanisms offline for Harry.
Yeah. And the engineer gets the dragon engine, and we do have Unable to Scream to kind of tap this down, quote unquote. But notably because we don't have Ancient Tomb, the chance of us actually getting this dragon engine into play sooner rather than later is going to be pretty
Unholy
low.
Heat.
But it looks like we're just going to Unholy Heat it instead. I don't know if I would have Unholy Heated that just because I like having the instant speed later. Would you have Unholy Heated that? Or would you just
I think
set
the bolt's still in hand. Because a Brainstorm was cast, so the heat was drawn from...
Right.
So I think this is fine to do. The reason to keep the Unable to Scream is it's actually the cleanest answer to Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Right. So the construct just means 1 mana floating, right? That's not actually a construct?
Correct. That says colorless on it, so it's 1 colorless floating.
That makes sense. Do we get a chance to see what else is in Harry's hand? Do we have a play here?
I remember there's a second saga. It wasn't
Yeah.
played right away. Harry's trying to map out what's going to happen. Skateboard happens. Tapping the crypt. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay.
I don't know if we're going to be able to do anything with this, though, but it's kind of nice.
So the thing is, if Harry has Welder, he goes Welder Equip, and then gets to swap out something. So I think actually the crypt might be used here, and that's what Anderson's thinking about, because obviously crypt is, you want to keep it around for as long as possible.
Yep.
But the issue is forced here. I also think Harry might be saying, okay, I probably need to force the Tormod's crypt activation at some point, so maybe I can semi-bluff and do this as well. It might be it might be half bluff, but it might also, you actually don't know which way it goes. Because it makes sense for him to do this every time.
It makes sense, because if you've got the Welder, this is an insane play. And if you don't have the Welder, but it's also like, what else are you getting here? So this is either a show of weakness, because you don't have much else to get, you'd rather get it. But also you have to think about it. Okay, so we tap it down. Do we have the Welder? It does not look like we do. 1 mana is still floating. Okay, 1 red.
So this is like half bluff because there is a pedal. So you equip Skateboard, play pedal, swap Skateboard into Phyrexian Dragon Engine, refill your hand.
Yep.
So this is actually going to work out well for Harry. And this is what I mean. All of these Welder effects are so powerful in this deck, especially in combination with the Dragon Engine.
Right.
Draw
Curious to
3.
see-
Draw 3. Discard 1.
Draw 3. What's the last card in Harry's hand?
It,
the Lotus
it's something not good, I think.
Okay. All right, we're gonna see what gets here. Yep, sewer cam. I guess you have 4, so you're fine eventually with it getting cryptid later. But because what else are you getting? But obviously, you can assume that that's not the sewer cam that's gonna like combo you into the victory. All right. Yep. Lotus petal. Equip. Sack. Swap. Buy back dragon engine. Draw 3. Is that a cauldron in hand?
Well, we'll find out real soon. It
Yeah.
does. It does look like a Soul Cauldron.
Yep. Draw 3. And Chromatic Star, Fetch Land, Emery?
Interesting.
Chromatic Star. I believe I saw a Fetch Land, which I believe was a Windswept Heath. But that doesn't make any sense. Wooded Foothills. Oh, Bloodstained Marbles. Regardless. Red Fetch.
Yeah. I assume all of the fetches are
Emery,
red.
Fetch, Chromatic Star. Notably, though, we don't have haste anymore, although I'm unsure how much that matters at this point. We would like to obviously give our Emery haste, but that onboard Tormod's Crypt does kind of put a wrench in the plan for sure.
I think basically the same thing's going to happen again, where Harry's going to force out the issue
Yep.
at some point. Probably not with the engineer, because now sacrificing artifact is a real cost. With Welder, it's less of a cost because the exchange doesn't happen if not both targets are legal. Like, both things
Yes.
have to be in the correct zones
Yes.
for it to actually happen.
Oh, that's also a Russian foil Goblin Engineer. That is
Nice.
that's. See,
It can't
Harry
scream.
and I, we don't like to read our cards. All right. Cannot scream anymore. Let's see what we get here. There is the Bloodstained Mire. I think we're just on the construct plane at this point.
So I think one thing about Unable to Scream is I don't believe it removes the actual type artifact.
It does not.
So you can still weld it away,
Yeah.
which is not ideal, is what I would say.
Right. But we do know that Anderson has a. Oh, and there's the Wasteland. There's the Construct. It is a 2/2. Notably still dies to Bolt. And it looks like we're going to Flow State.
It's turned on with Ponder and Lightning Bolt in the graveyard, as well
That's
as.
the best use case for Ponder in these decks.
All right, calm down. It's a Corey Steelcutter deck. Ponder is obviously quite good.
Also, Basic Mountain. I know you're a fan of Basic Mountain in these decks.
I've explained it to you. It's Price of Progress plus Wasteland.
I mean, all right, I'll trust. I'll trust.
However, one thing I'll say is probably in this matchup, you actually can cut the mountain because your mana's
Yeah,
under
I mean,
attack.
they're never attacking your man.
Yeah,
and
so
they're not
it is
off.
basically the most awkward it can be.
So we do have Hydroblast, Lightning Bolt, Brainstorm, Fetch Land, which is kind of where you want to be with Anderson in terms of your reactive suite. But unfortunately, none of them really line up that well into what's happening here. So, yep, here we're going to see the Welder come down, eat a Hydroblast, kind of where you want to be. But this construct it's not an insignificant amount of damage. It's just a Delver at this point. And we've all seen a 3-power creature go the way more often than not.
I would call it Wild Nikado personally, but you do you.
Oh, okay. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. You know what? You are right. There's no flying.
But now
And there is
Emery.
Emery.
Yeah.
So I don't think this Emery is going to untap for obvious reasons, but I also do not believe that Harry's going to be too upset with this.
There's a
outcome.
Steel Cutter,
There is a
so
Steel
we can
Cutter.
make progress.
Yep. Yep. Cut, bolt, trigger, swing for 2.
So you actually don't need to bolt it right away because of the Tormod script, right?
Right. But do you want to use the Tormod script now? I kind of feel like I like saving the crypt. We still have a land drop, right, for this Brainstorm? So we can
Yeah.
still bolt? Yep, cool.
Ideally, we'd have a fetch to shuffle away 2 bad cards.
Yep. So we'll see if the bolt comes down now, or if we want to commit the crypt, or do we just give him just a random artifact? Because notably, once the Emery is triggered, you can still cast it once the Emery dies, right? Like,
If you
Yeah,
wait
but
until upkeep or something.
right. I mean, if you bolt, you should bolt now.
Yes.
I think he probably will end up bolting. Oh, we're bolting the contract. Interesting. So
Interesting.
we are going to crypt when Emery is activated, probably.
And notably, can Unable to Scream says creature can't block?
No, it's an O2 that can block.
I'm surprised we don't block here.
Yeah,
Just get it in the
actually,
yard.
that's a little bit of a misstep, I think. Oh, no, if you block, it gets crypted. That's the reason not to block right away.
Right.
So,
So, yep, Crypt is gone. Activate the Chromatic Star. We have a Bauble. Bauble me, and then now we can decide if we want to fetch or not. And now, though, we're getting close to being able to just block with the Dragon Engine, hard cast it, and
Yeah.
recall off it.
well, unearth for... Oh, no, wait, so... I guess it does enter from... No, it goes to the stack first, so you wouldn't actually draw cards.
If you unearth it?
No, you said cast it.
Sorry, I meant unearth it. my
Okay,
bad.
sure.
Yeah.
So this is a close game. Remember, Harry went to 5 this game, but it feels like he's gotten a bunch of good exchanges.
What we still haven't blocked with the Dragon Engine, I think is interesting.
I think once we draw the 5th land, we should just block with the Dragon Engine.
Yeah, 100%. Bauble. I wonder if... Let me read Unable to Screen to make sure that you can still block with this.
You can block.
Okay.
I'm 100% certain of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain too, but Harry hasn't blocked, so I wonder if he's missing it.
Well, that Unable to Scream appears to be in English, so we can read it.
I mean, even then, sometimes I have trouble reading Jarvis. There
Okay.
we go. Yep, there's the block.
I really don't think Harry's going to miss the fact that you can block with your O2.
No, but I could see, like, kind of being in the heat of the moment, not, like, thinking, because
Sure.
a lot of these effects in Days Past have said, have said
Most
can't
of the
attack or
blue
block.
ones don't disable blocking, though.
That's
It's like the
that's
white
fair.
ones usually do.
Yeah. Good point. All right, so now we can hardcast the Unearth. And also this Ratchet Bomb is kind of keeping this Cutter in check, too, because if you start going too wide, that thing just goes sideways and
Well,
no more monks.
the thing is, the way you would normally go wide with Cutter results, like, it's usually flow state based, right?
Right.
So just a nice little Tidings, or not Tidings, Concentrate.
And there's the Mox Opal. And we can cast this Emery.
Yeah,
Oh,
this is nice.
this is a very nice turn for Harry right now. Yep, filling up our yard again. What is that Strixhaven card on the right? Is that the Hydroblast? It looks like it.
Could be. Those alt arts are so hard to tell.
Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Equip.
Very delirious currently. Getting in for 4 and with the land in hand. Yep. And now we do have the Hydroblast to answer the Darcy as well.
Or we could just pump the Ratchet Bomb up to 1.
Yep.
What you can actually do is crack the bomb right away, use Emery, target Ratchet Bomb, put on 0, and then you will basically take no damage.
So we could wipe the board here fully. Assuming that is a Hydroblast in hand. I can't tell.
Or
from
you
this
don't
one.
need the Hydroblast, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The question is it better to get a Mishra's Bauble or kill the Monk / your Mox Opal?
Because the last card in Anderson's hand is a fetch land, right?
I really wonder what would have happened this game if that one turn Anderson had crypted. I think he would have been a lot better off, actually.
Yeah, because this was a
Yeah.
Multi 5, and it was the Dragon Engine that really just like kind of slowly clawed Harry back into the game to the point where now Harry's got such a dominant board state and more cards in hand and an online memory. With I believe there's a Chromatic Star.
Yeah.
I think there's a Bauble too, and it's just now the engine is online, and now at this point like a Saga can bring it home. You could honestly just start getting there with just like small beats as well. Like there's you know, I mean, obviously not small beats right now, but eventually for sure, just like start getting in there for a few points a turn because
So-
Anderson's really running out of cards.
So we got Surveillance Cam.
Yep.
It's not quite infinite with Emery
Yeah.
because it costs mana to cast it every time really.
But you can draw, what, 3 cards here, basically, per blue mana?
So we do that. I wonder what we're going to recast with Emery. You could cast Bauble or Star. Star sets you up to have material for the Engineer next turn. If you get back Cam, what does that do?
The Cam, just because you get the double untap state, right? You'd be able to draw a card for each Cam activation, essentially. Because you activate Cam, untap your Emery.
Yeah, I guess that is good.
Yep. And then now you can, use it again. And then you can swap it with the Engineer.
Well, he actually cast Ratchet Bomb instead, which is interesting.
So playing the defensive approach here,
Well,
I
the
mean, I
thing is-
understand.
Well, his late game will be so dominating. Anderson
Yeah.
has only 1 card in hand. I think we're actually saving Hydroblast for burn spells to our face. Because I feel like that is
I
the
agree.
most likely way we lose the game
Right.
now.
So drawing another DRC, very delirious still. We can blast it on the stack, which I think we most... Actually, no, not on the stack. You probably wait until the equip, right?
Yeah, I would wait until beginning of combat to blast it, or even after it attacks. It's fine either way.
Right.
Is it not a? I guess it's not Hydroblast. I don't feel like we would take the damage very often if that was a Hydroblast.
I don't think we would either. Because
this is
now
sort
we're
of
dead to like double bolt off the top.
No, we're dead to. We're already dead to Bolt now.
Well, assuming we're
Yeah.
assuming we're using the Ratchet, I mean, assuming
Sure.
that is a Hydroblast in hand. Cam. So now we can tap the DRC down before
Yeah.
combat.
I guess what we could have done was wait until opponent's turn to get the Cam back, right?
Right.
You do sacrifice the ability to get an extra card back, but maybe the life is worth it.
That's a good point because you can still cast it instant speed from the graveyard. Another
Interesting.
Cam. And we could weld out the Cam too to get something.
Yeah, I don't think Anderson will allow, or Harry will allow himself to
Oh,
get
that's
hit
a
down.
Loki.
Okay, so the pieces are really falling into place. We're just getting infinite card engines,
Yep. So
card
now-
advantage engines into place.
And Loki is once per turn, so if you were to Cam on the opponent's turn by like doing the with Engineer, then you could also draw another card too.
Yep.
So we're looking at drawing up to like 3 cards a turn at this point. Or 3 cards on our turn, 2 cards on their turn with the amount of mana we currently have.
So it looks like he announced returning Chromatic Star.
Yep.
Untap the Engineer, which triggers Loki, draw a card.
Yep. And there's a Legion Extruder too.
It's very close to lethal, honestly.
Yeah.
It's not outright lethal, of course, because we don't have the Welder, but I think Harry might just cobble enough together to not be dead, and while, like, jittering a bunch of stuff, right?
Right. And I still have to assume that's a Hydroblast in hand. He's just
I
being
don't think
very
so.
patient with it.
I think going to 2 is too risky because you lose to 1 bolt instead of 2 then.
Is that a Spell Pierce maybe?
Maybe, but if that's the case, that's useless by this point.
Yeah. I believe they're in turns, turn 2 right now.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to go to actual
Yeah, I don't think
draw
so
out
either.
time because I think someone will be dead.
Yeah.
Huh. It's funny. This reminds me of Pod in a lot of ways, actually. A lot of stuff going on. You have a mid-range plan. Stuff is leaving and entering zones. You ever play Pod?
This was, I played, did you play Fair Pod or did you play like the Revelark Pod? Because I've seen
I played a
both
lot of
versions.
Kiki Pod, if
The
that's
Kiki
what you're
Pod, okay, yeah.
But I
yeah.
also did play Pod as well with Revelark.
Yep.
It does have this feel to it. I think this deck is obviously a lot more powerful, but there's a lot of things that can happen. A lot of
Right.
moving parts. Actually, a lot more agency than you might imagine for a deck that looks like it's all like derpy cards, right?
Yeah, I mean, these are all basically draft bangers if you think about it, right?
I don't think Surveillance Cam was that good.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really play this draft format.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Limited.
Yeah, I did not play it.
I played very little of it, but I played enough to think that it wasn't a great format.
Yeah, I mean, I always just figured like cards that drew cards in limited that also did other things were generally going to be fine.
Yeah, Loki's good. Engineer was not good, actually, in general. Extruder was good, but that was actually on the weird bonus sheet for Outlaws of Thunder
Oh,
and
that's
Junction.
right, because that was like the set that was going to be a set, and they decided to just bake it into the main set.
Yeah. Well, it was going to be like March of the Machine
Right.
Aftermath.
Yep.
And then they just put it on the bonus sheet, and which probably did improve the limited format by a little bit. I think we made a 3/3 Golem off the Extruder. I believe it makes golems, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the same as Blade Splicer. Well, it's hard to imagine that Harry won't defied this game, right? Just
Yeah.
look at how much material is moving between zones, and he's getting like value out of everything moving.
Yeah. So wait, so I'm. Where is our? How are we welding the? How are we camming right now? Oh,
It
we
was
have
off
a ratchet bomb
engineer.
at 1. We have a ratchet
And we also
bomb.
have a ratchet bomb at 1. We had an engineer.
Oh, and interestingly too, when you ratchet bomb, you lose the cam, which means you can then untap the Emery
And trigger Loki
and
again.
trigger. Yep,
Although I
trigger
think Bobble happened this turn, so Loki won't trigger again. It kind of looks like Anderson doesn't have anything.
And it looks like, yeah, I think the. Yep, ratchet bomb. Kill the cam, trigger cam, untap engineer. We have the Mox Opal.
We already drew from Loki, so he can't draw again because it's gated.
Yeah.
It's
Wipe the
gated in the best way
plateau.
possible.
There's another land in hand. Can we do anything with this welder right now? 'Cause we
Yeah.
can- yeah, weld out. Yep, weld that out, and then you could buy it back next turn. Deal
I think you could get
2.
skateboard, probably.
Yep, I agree. And then when you, and then you cast back the guy, skateboard, make another 3/3, and then that's lethal. So yeah, I think this is lethal now.
Well, I think it works in a lot of different ways. Well, drawing 2 lands on Mox Opal probably doesn't make it easier, but I think it should be fine if we get the skateboard back with one of the activations.
Yep.
Remember, we can do maybe some of these things twice because of the cam.
Yep. Because right now we have 6 damage. So we could, in theory...
Well, then Extruder deals 2. That would
Yep.
put... So you only need to get 1 more,
Yep.
probably.
And then the... So if we sewer cam now, untap the Emery, trigger... And I believe that's Arena of Glory, that doesn't really do much right now.
Yeah, we played our land first.
I think we have lethal. I think last turn if we welded out the, because we're going to weld the thing back in, the Legion Extruder,
Yep.
deal 2, and then we can weld out the Legion. We can activate it. We can activate the Legion Extruder, weld out the Legion Extruder, make a dude, give it haste, and then that's it.
Or I guess what happens here every time is you activate you can just tap red to get back both cam and extruder. So every
Yes.
red is a shock.
Yes.
So
But
that was impressive.
That was this deck is crazy, man. This deck is crazy.
I've been wanting to try the deck. I haven't had time to. And every time Harry plays it, he just seems like he wins a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
I think this comes back to my point. Notice the mana curve of Harry's deck. It's really low. So
Yeah.
that allows you to do like a million things even when you get flooded because all of your things cost 0, 1, or 2.
Yeah.
But you can use all of your mana like looping them in and out.
it's interesting because you just have so much card advantage in this deck, and it's kind of like you don't really think about this as a card advantage deck when you look at it. Emery, Engineer, Loki, like all of a sudden this just becomes like, oh, this card's your 2, which means then now I got another card that draws me 2, and then all of a sudden you realize they've just drawn 8 more cards than you, and it was just kind of just like this slow build up into this inevitability, and then you can combo, you can saga, you can do whatever you want. The world is your oyster for sure. But I think that's going to be it for this round. We had a nice little dealership standoff to start it off, and then we had some Welder cam shenanigans versus some unsuspecting otters. So really good stuff from round 2. I think that's going to be it for us for this round, but stick around. We've got more of the DMV Legacy Classic. Time to get your driver's license.
All right, welcome back to the Classic here at CubeCon DMV. rejoining you here for round 3. So some very fun. So I think we both had a chance to go out on the floor and check out what's going on in the tournament today. So what did you observe from some of the top performing decks so far?
Reanimator seems to be out in force. That round 1 was not a fluke. Reanimator has been creeping up the charts. Even before Fantastic Art, before the Tron ban, Reanimator was already low-key doing a lot. And it does appear to be in the hands of a lot of people like Paul Lynch, who is one of the staples of the DMV scene. I got to bird Paul Lynch versus Kevin King, 2 DMV legends battling it out. And Kevin was on Simic Omni Show. It seems like people want to go fast today.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm seeing a lot of that. But I also, and relevant to what we're about to watch here in round 3, I've seen I've heard tell of some of the blue decks that we discussed at the top that are playing a more reactive strategy and able to kind of attack the cars and the Reanimator decks with some main deck disruption. So Chris Cornwell in particular, and we're about to watch him here in round 3, he told me 2-0 and 4-0, so undefeated in games with his blue-white Phelia deck that he has been playing for several months now, for a long time. And he's had some sick plays where he got to kick a consign to memory for value, countering his warp trigger and his opponent's or the return trigger on Phelia at the same time. So having a really good time so far here today. So he's going to be paired up against Dan Scott, who is playing Universes Beyond Tribal, historic. I think it's like 4-color. So all kinds of interesting. I think we heard 26 creatures in the main deck. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. I'm not sure how I feel about this one for Chris.
Anyone playing 26 creatures, especially, I think this deck's going to end up on the screen for all of our sanity.
Yeah.
We can really break it down and know what's going on, but just some of the words that were shouted at me were Delighted Halfling, King T'Challa, Aang.
Yeah.
So this is
Basim
probably...
Ibn Ishaq.
Yeah, Basim. If this is a 4-color deck full of interlocking legendary hate bear value engines, this is the type of deck that could fall apart if Chris swords to plowshares the turn 1 Delighted Halfling.
That's true.
We may see this deck do nothing at all. But if 3 different distinct legendary creatures that all squeeze the game in some way do appear, we'll see. Also, any Phelia deck's going to have Caracas in it. So
True.
you spend 3 or 4 mana on some legend and it's gone. So we'll see what like the real legacy deck. No offense to Scud here, but like the traditionally constructed legacy deck with the efficient tools that you have versus this pile of stuff.
Yeah, and I believe Chris. I know he's playing 4 Stifles in the main deck, and also has some number of Wastelands. I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4. Yep. So that can be very disruptive to a multicolor strategy, and so we might see that happen as well. So I believe we're ready to head down to the table and watch this match play out, and I'm very curious to see who comes out the victor here. So let's head down there, and oh, okay, so it's actually going to be Bobby and Vivi is going to be our feature match. So we're going to see Bobby on Stiflenought, so we are going to get to see some Stifles here played, and Vivi's on Vroomsday, so our first chance to see yours and my first chance to see cars on the broadcast.
Yes, and the other match we were describing is the backup match, and I imagine this match will probably go fast.
Yeah.
And
So Chris and Scott are the backup match, so we're anticipating that match might go a little bit longer, and with the cars and Stiflenoughts of this matchup, this one might be going a little bit faster. So we're going to give you guys this one first.
And this is a pattern, the Stiflenought or the Phelia Blink decks. Like, these are decks that get to play Stifle and, more importantly, Consign to Memory in the main. And Stifle is joked about as a bad card. A few years ago, 5-6 years ago, there became this deck naming pattern of NBC Delver, no bad cards Delver.
Okay.
And what that meant is they cut the Stifles, they cut the conditional cards. It's like all of these cards I'm happy to draw all of the time.
Yeah.
And Stifle is one of these things where if your opponent doesn't just hang out a fetch land on turn 1, how good is Stifle actually? But if you are a deck that has a Phyrexian Dreadnought, or a Phelia or a Quantum Riddler, something to proactively sink a Stifle into. You're not just waiting for your opponent to play into your potentially obvious trap.
Yeah, absolutely. I've played Stifle Delver in the past. It actually was the greatest tournament success I had was playing Stifle Delver. It's good in the metagame when it has broad applications in the metagame, or if your deck can do other stuff with it. And so, yeah, stifling a Dreadnought trigger, stifling a Warp trigger, things of that nature, absolutely in that category. But if you're just trying to stifle fetch lands, it's never been good enough for just doing that. So we see here Bobby with fetching for a Surveil land and then casting a Brainstorm, putting a fetch on top. Vivi fetching for a Surveil land as well. So both players just sculpting hands, trying to set up to have before they set up, go for the kill, so to speak.
Yeah, Vivi is all dressed up with nowhere to go here. Dark Ritual, Double Force, lots of mana, Bauble. A couple of Brainstorms to find some action, but currently lacking action.
Yep. So Brainstorm to try to hopefully find some. We see Petal, Ritual, Brainstorm, some more cantrips, and still no action.
Yeah, she's locked and loaded. That hand is terrifying if it ever finds something to do.
Yeah. So multiple Dark Rituals potentially. I don't think she has a fetch land right now, so we are Brainstorm locked with this.
Yep, this is turn 2. She has already chosen to play around Daze by playing Underground Sea before casting Brainstorm, and unpunished because didn't draw a fetch land anyway. But yeah, this is going to be a lock. We might see Mistress Bauble used to push through the lock a turn earlier. Or she could just lean on these Brainstorms to find some action.
So she will have both of these Dark Rituals. It's probably a card that you would want to shuffle away in normal circumstances, but without the ability to shuffle it away. So that sort of the downside of having to pop your Bauble is that's one less non-creature spell to trigger your cards or to cast your Doomsday, but that's all fine here because she needs to get something to actually an impactful spell.
Yep. Yeah, she has so much mana too. Like using a Bauble to cycle back into your second Dark Ritual, you've got a spell. That's a spell either way, and the burst of mana here, she has plenty of spells and mana to draw a card and break the card immediately, even with force backup, or protect a Doomsday, then cast Brainstorm. And there are Doomsday piles, standard Doomsday piles, where if Doomsday resolves and you cast Brainstorm, now you win. You can stack the Lion's Eye Diamond, the Deep Analysis, like that sort of stuff, and win from 0 mana. And she'll have a land drop available next turn, so pretty trivial Doomsday win if she can find the Doomsday.
All right, so Bobby here fetching, I believe fetched on end step, and then leading with Tamiyo and then Brainstorm. Trying to flip this Tamiyo right away. So
yeah,
we'll
I nicknamed this play pattern Entomb Reanimate. This Tamiyo plus Brainstorm. This is a thing that decks can do, and it immediately changes the entire dynamic of everything that's going on. And this is a tough call from Vivi here. You don't want to force a will a random Brainstorm, but the Vivi makes it, or the Tamiyo makes it so it's not random. This creates this object, but if you find yourself in the position where you have to do that, boy, do you wish you just forced the Tamiyo.
For sure, and her deck is not one that is particularly capable of pressuring a Planeswalker, so it really forces the hand there. But she has
surprise.
Brainstormed into one of her Doomsdays. A nice one.
Yeah, the
too.
Future Sight foil Doomsday.
Yeah, that's really good looking.
That's a good one.
I don't think I've seen that one in foil yet. That is a really good treatment of it. So we have action and we have protection. I think she still has. Still has two forces of will? 2
forces, 1 blue card to pitch though, and is that Flow State? What is that card? It's a newer Strixhaven Archive card.
I think it's a Strixhaven Archive card. I'm not sure which one that is.
Flow State would make sense, but I'm not sure if Flow State was in the archive of the set that it was in.
I don't think
did
so.
Did they do it that quick? I don't know your life. Strixhaven.
All right, so here we go. She's going for it. Here's Doomsday. Holding up Brainstorm and Double Force. Or no, whatever that blue card is, and Double Force.
Yep. Force can pitch Force, and then we have whatever this blue card is to consider to continue moving forward.
Oh, it's days. Okay.
Days. Okay. All right. Well, that's much worse than any of the cards that I thought it might
Yeah.
be. Like any cantrip here gets things running, and so this is going to be a pass pile into a deck that plays Stifle, and these are all things that Vivi's going to have to navigate. However, she is going to have Force of Will in her hand because the Doomsday just resolved. You can go with some amount of confidence from that situation.
So taking a look here, this is Vivi's deck laid out for us, and so we see she is playing 3 copies of Flow State. We also have 3 copies of Days. So, yeah, but that one we know is Days. 4 Brainstorms, we have a Consider in there, classic Edge of Autumn and Lion's Eye Diamond. Pretty standard Doomsday package. Just also has 4 copies of the Fantastic card because this deck is more than capable of casting 4 non-creature spells in a turn.
Yep. And we've seen Vivi's physical deck, and we know it doesn't look like this. This is just the MTG Goldfish or whatever, or MTG Melee generated thing. But the Doctor Doom Dark Ritual and the Doctor Doom Doomsday with the Fantastic card, I don't hate it.
Yeah, that is pretty good combination of flavor cards there. That's the one pass I'll give the Doctor Doom Doomsday and Dark Ritual with the Fantastic card. That's the one time you're allowed to use the Universes Beyond.
Yeah, I think if Fantastic card does end up on the ban list, you can't use those arts anymore. It's serious company.
All right. So it looks like she has finished resolving her Doomsday, and Bobby is taking a look at the cards that she's exiled.
Yeah, this is my favorite part of the Doomsday game, where you pick up their 53 other cards and you look at them, you ask, what is this mystical archive card? The same question we've been asking for the past several minutes. And
that's the silver foil treatment. That is pretty good.
That is dope.
Card.
Yeah, I mean, Vivi has some beautiful cards in this deck. This exercise of grip 50-something cards, try to process it in the time that you get to make a processing decision like this. You spend 60 seconds on this. It's reasonable to the judge to say you need to make a play. You don't get a lot of time to make the pile as the player, and you don't get a lot of time to digest the pile as the opponent.
That's one advantage.
Skill testers.
I think that's a huge advantage that the Doomsday decks have in paper, because online you can just kind of screenshot and just like refer to it throughout the rest of the match. But in paper, you kind of get a limited amount of time, a reasonable amount of time to look through the exile pile, but then you just kind of have to move forward.
Yeah, you can pick it up and look at it again. Nobody's stopping you from doing that, but trying to process it all at once. And this is a great deck for Magic Online because you get 25 minutes to finish your match, a chess clock.
Yeah.
And if you're a budding Doomsday player or a would-be Doomsday player, that's a place to go. And you get to, if it takes you 18 minutes to make the pile, you're entitled to that. And then you've figured it out, you've built the pathway, and then build the fluency, and then you could do it in real life under real time pressure.
Yeah, all right. So Bobby attacking with Tamiyo to get the clue, and then resolving a flow state.
I believe that was a
land drop here.
1-card flow state.
I think so. Makes sense. Her opponent just resolved Doomsday, so we know we're under some kind of a clock here. She didn't go for an instant kill, so we know we have some amount of time, but not infinite time for sure.
Oh, look at that Tundra. I believe I am one of the signatures on that Tundra.
You?
Yeah. I have interacted with that card before. I've just recognized it as it appeared on the screen.
I believe so. That was the lore on that is that was Bobby's first dual land, so he's had people sign it as he's gone around.
Yep, I definitely have heard that story, and I'm on there. And I think this is going to be a quick and painless days on this Doorkeeper Thrall, and then Vivi will work her way through this Doomsday pile. Easy peasy.
Yeah, all right, so there it is. There's the days. Taking care of that Doorkeeper Thrall.
Yep, and this is a bummer from the Stiflenought side. As the Stiflenought player, you are a deck, everything that puts Phyrexian Dreadnought into play also stops Thassa's Oracle from working. It's the same game mechanic. Your entire deck is built to do this, and it's like, I'm going to lose the Thassa's Oracle. It's happening. Like, I am, of all people in the room, so ready for this. But the power of a fast combo backed by free counter magic.
Absolutely.
Sit down and shut up. What are you going to do?
All right, so Consider here and surveilling Street Wraith into the graveyard, and there comes Cavern of Souls.
Oh, that's That's interesting. That feels like, I don't know if Vivi built a slow pile on purpose, but considering to dump Street Wraith doesn't make sense. If you were trying to get through the pile the fastest, you would put something between those cards, or even the Street Wraith on top, cycle the Wraith, pick up the Consider rips a card, now Thassa's Oracle's your card.
Yeah.
That feels like either a pile that was built very cautiously, or maybe a stacking error. And I don't know. I'm not the Doomsday expert, but
Yeah.
I thought for sure with Daze plus Force in hand, this would just be a quick
Just shove.
shred the deck, here's Oracle, stack. Because every turn you
well.
give this Stifle deck is a problem.
Yeah, here comes a second ponder from Bobby. So he's digging deep to try to find some answers here. Does find a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, that won't find a home. Like Vivi's hand is Force, Cavern of Souls right now. The action is not there.
Yeah. Now it can help him, if he's got some kind of a stifle or something like that, taking care of those, clearing out the Force of Will wall for Vivi is something that he will have to do at some point, but
Right.
it doesn't actually answer the Thoracle, so we do need to get there. So here's flipping Tameo off of, because we second ponder resolved and we drew our third card for the turn, and then here comes Thoughtseize. So Bobby's probably able to figure out that there are 2 Forces of Will in Vivi's hand because he saw the Exile pile, and you don't generally play 3 Forces of Will and saw only 2. So,
right, and this creates another subgame where there are 2 cards left in Vivi's deck. If she draws Thassa's Oracle right now, it will resolve because she's got Cavern. Okay, a free cycler, so she's clean, but she can't beat a Stifle here. But she can't beat a Stifle on any other turn either, so we're just going to see this end here, and it is going to work.
Yeah. So, all right, so Cavern here to make the Thoracle uncounterable. And then it's just deciding how exactly she wants to handle this. But yeah, probably float blue, and then cycle Edge of Autumn. And then blue for Thassa's Oracle. Resolves, and Bobby has no interaction with that. So Vivi takes game 1 here with an unexpectedly kind of a slower game 1 than maybe, well, certainly than is possible with these 2 decks, but able to make a kind of a slower Doomsday pile and get there in the end.
Yeah, it was a slower pile than I expected, and almost no resistance. I mean, if that Doorkeeper Thrall had resolved, Bobby would have won that game. The pile and the hand could not remove that card from play once it was there.
Yeah.
And Bobby played like Vivi made a fast pile. If Bobby just didn't play Thrall, or even just held onto it for, it has flash, you could wait and see what happens and run it out. But he played around the top card of the deck, which if that's the answer to Thrall, you want to play it up front.
Yeah.
But if he had just held back, Vivi spends that sculpting turn, Bobby finds Thoughtseize, checks the Force of Will, and then Doorkeeper Thrall might get in.
It also has some extra mana to play around, so it doesn't get dazed. The Thrall getting dazed is kind of brutal for Bobby.
Yeah, I guess in that sequence, the daze doesn't get used the previous turn, so even through the Thoughtseize, for the second Force can pitch the daze, so he still doesn't win there. I think what he needed to do was, I don't know, cantrip better. And I mean that in like the tongue-in-cheek, like, did you think about drawing Consigned to Memory?
Yeah.
Not like in the he cantripped poorly, but in the when you look at 3 cards.
No, I mean he saw a lot of cards. He resolved some ponders and had a Tameo going, and had some clue tokens, but was not able to find the cards in his deck that really. Well, he found one of the cards in his deck that cleanly answers Thassa's Oracle, but not any of the others that cleanly answer Thassa's Oracle.
Right, he couldn't back it up and didn't have a second one.
Right, so we see Bobby's deck here. We have 1 Consigned to Memory in the main deck, and no Stifles, even though it's called Stiflenought. So Doorkeeper Thrall is really the plan here for Bobby. He's told me that he has been having a lot of success with leaning less on the combo side of the deck and more on the sort of playing it as more of a controlling build. So he's only got 2 Phyrexian Dreadnoughts. You only really kind of need 1, and Urza Saga cranks those out pretty well. So now that he'll be on the play again in game 2, what do you expect Bobby to bring in from the sideboard against Vroomsday.
The other 2 Consigned to Memories, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 Force of Negations, that's for sure. And the extra Thoughtseize. I think those are the cards that are going to come in, and the cards that are going to come out are going to be nonsense like Erode, Prismatic Ending, Swords to Plowshares.
Mm-hmm.
He got a good look at Vivi's deck. Did Vivi have... I was busy talking about the Doctor Doom art. Did Vivi have Tamios or
I don't think
any?
she did, no.
No, because the car filled up all those slots that
Yeah.
Tempo Doomsday used to occupy. Okay, yep, that checks. So the Swords to Plowshares, the Erode, the Prismatic Ending. I guess you could ending a car if you can get it stuck in play. He has a 3-color deck.
He has
but
2 copies of Deafening Silence, so that I imagine that's probably a concession to the car meta. Do you think that's something he would bring in
Yeah,
here?
like Deafening Silence is an interesting one because Doomsday can beat Deafening Silence. Like Deafening Silence creates this, it breaks, it kind of empties your opponent's hand in a way of like, if your opponent has Dark Ritual Doomsday Force, they can't Dark Ritual Doomsday anymore. They have to actually have 3 lands. That's
Yeah.
a hurdle. They can't Force to Protect, which means you win every counter war.
Mm-hmm.
But if they do resolve Doomsday, they can make piles that beat Deafening Silence with 1 spell. And now you're in a position where you can't like ponder into brainstorm into find the way to fight back because you are under your own Deafening Silence. Deafening Silence is great versus Car. They will probably come in, but Car has this annoying mode where it's also just a 4/4.
So it's just a 4/4, yeah.
Yeah, so Deafening Silence, opponent plays Car, and then it's just like ponder for you.
Yeah.
Go. Thoughtseize you, for you, go. Like, and you're just dead in a few chunks. It should come in. It does cover enough angles, and there is enough removal and big chunkers like Barrogoyf that aren't. That's not really what this is about.
Right. So, all right. So Vivi is on a mold of 6 here, offset somewhat by being on the draw, but still not really the spot you want to be in.
Yeah, and I just want to shout out the concept of Bobby's deck here. 2 years ago, Mystic Forge combo won Eternal Weekend in the U.S. It also won last year, but I'm talking about 2 years ago, the 2024 tournament. And Harain, one of the other casters on the other team, was working on Blue-Black Dreadnought at the time. And I was like, tongue-in-cheek, after Mystic Forge won the tournament, is it a good time to main deck a bunch of Consigned to Memories? Like, is there a deck out there that does that? And then I workshopped Dimir Dreadnought with Harain that I took to Eternal Weekend Prague, and I made top 8. And I was on a lot of Consigned to Memories in the main. I was on only 2 Dreadnoughts. That's the number Bobby has. I had a Boron Oculus as a backup threat. Bobby has that.
Yep.
Like, this is kind of exactly the deck Harain and I built 2 years ago to solve a very similar metagame.
Yeah.
And all of this passes my sniff test, at least on paper.
So Vivi here is unfortunately mulling down to 5 and does not look like she got a good 5. I think this has 1 mana source.
Yeah, it's an Undercity Sewers is what she's working with. There
Yeah.
is, and
Street Wraith is the only cantrip, and looks like flow states, but she can't cast those.
yeah, and Street Wraith is such an awkward card because it's not a cantrip in the terms of Ponder or Brainstorm where
Yeah.
you get any decision. It's just like I've chosen to keep this random card in my hand at random. It's just like whatever the top card of my deck is, that's functionally in my hand, and my life is less. Where you could put that on the bottom and keep Flow State in your hand and hope a mana source arrives.
It's one of the downs. It's like same as the downside of playing Mishra's Bauble is it screws up your mulliganing decisions because Mishra's Bauble could be anything. It could even be a Mishra's Bauble, right? Like, so.
Yeah, I love those hands where it's like 1 land, 3 baubles, and it's like nobody knows what this hand does, not even me.
All right, so she has kept the 5, and Bobby is going to lead off with a turn 1 Tameo, and that could serve him well. But Vivi here is drawing a Brainstorm, so that could be a tremendously helpful card, but also could not be because the Surveil land is gone, so that we don't have that method of clearing cards. She has no way to clear brainstorms. Yep, there's a second brainstorm. So, but hey, that deck's full of lands because none of them are in her hand.
Right. Yeah, and if I'm Bobby here trying to make sense, because your opponent is always telling you things, whether they like it or not, and dumping a brainstorm off of a surveil on turn 1 after a mull to 5. This tells me this player either desperately needs a land, like literally anything that wasn't a land was going to go to the graveyard.
Right.
If they need a land that bad, why would they bin brainstorm that fast? They probably already have one, or some similar effect. If Vivi did not draw brainstorm for that turn, she would have kept that brainstorm on top.
Right.
This is, or the other possibility is this is the nut mull to 5, and she's just looking for one more piece.
Right.
And that's kind of true. Like if she just draws Dark Ritual here, Ritual, Doomsday, Force Backup, Cycle, Street Wraith were off.
Right.
It
could
is that
turn
close.
quickly, yeah.
Yeah.
So Bobby is going to resolve Brainstorm. Vivi thought about countering it, but decided not to. Bobby's going to resolve this and then flip his Tamiyo. And we'll see what he drew looks like. I see Force of Negation, Ponder, Brainstorm, Land, and another blue card. I think it's another Ponder.
Yeah, and we noticed the difference here where game 1, Vivi forced the Brainstorm that would flip the Tamiyo, and it felt bad at the time, I'm sure, but she did win that game.
Right.
And Tamiyo did not have time to break its clues. It didn't have time to be a Planeswalker. But this game...
Excellent draw here from
yes,
Vivi.
yeah, exactly what you wanted. This game, Tamiyo, Vivi says, this is what my hand does. All I can do is send. I don't have time to protect myself.
All right, Daze Ponder LED is the Brainstorm here with a Polluted Delta as the draw for the turn. So she is very well set up, and Bobby's hand is really just all air right now. It's just all cantrips.
Yeah.
He's got lots of them, and he's got a flipped Tamiyo, but he doesn't have. He's got Force of Negation, but that's the only shield he has up. He can Brainstorm into something else, but doesn't have a whole lot to protect himself here.
Yeah, there is a big baller all-in move here that I don't recommend, and it looks like Vivi's not going for it. She could play Lion's Eye Diamond, stack Doomsday on top, cycle Street Wraith in response, sack LED for black, cast Doomsday off the top of the deck.
Oh, yeah.
But that is deranged into the amount of interaction that Bobby's deck both represents and his handful of cards. Like, I don't recommend it,
Yeah.
but I do want to point out, if the situation were more dire than it currently is, there was a way to send.
Yeah.
And sometimes
Her
if
hand has
your back's
gotten a
against the
lot
wall,
better.
Yeah. If your back's against the wall, sometimes you just have to do stuff you're not happy about.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
there-
Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize,
Jeez.
Doomsday. Just drawing just excellent cards off the top for Vivi. Just exactly what she wants to see here.
Yeah, that's the Yugi's grandpa heart of the cards moment. She doesn't really need another Doomsday, but Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize. If I were stacking my deck, those were the two cards I would have put there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I believe she took Thoughtseize. So, yeah, that's the keep.
Yep.
Bobby draws for turn into Urza's Saga. It's a great card to grind out some value, but Vivi is threatening to potentially go off with this Doomsday very quickly. So Bobby's needs to get set up with some more disruption here, I think.
Yeah, this is a Dark Ritual, Thoughtseize, Doomsday, Force and Daze backup. You're dead next turn, and I've shredded your hand.
Yeah.
But Tamiyo is not a reasonable Magic card, so the Thoughtseize is kind of... It gets the Doomsday to resolve, but Bobby can pick up whatever card was Thoughtseized. If there is a Stifle or a Consign in the mix, that's not actually off the table here.
Yeah, so Dark Ritual here, always the classic conundrum as the blue player. When you only have really one counter spell, do you counter the Dark Ritual? Like, you really can't. But then the Dark Ritual resolves, and now we have enough mana to Thoughtseize and Doomsday. And I think here, if Bobby had Force of Negation to the Dark Ritual, it actually would have disrupted Vivi pretty well. I don't think she would have had enough mana for Doomsday after that.
Oh, the trick is that Vivi is mostly all in on this line, no matter what.
Yeah.
So she probably would have forced on the Force on the Dark Ritual, and the turn is the same.
All right, so hard cast on Force of Negation, paying the full price.
This is so slick
For Bobby.
under most situations, but Vivi has freaking days.
Yeah.
And she still has her land drop. That tapping out for that Force of Negation rather than pitch casting it may have actually killed him here.
Yeah. Oh, he does have Force of Will. Okay, so
No, he doesn't.
yeah. So yeah, not anymore, but he did have Force of Will.
Right. Yeah, and that's one of those spots, like, as a control player, you'd rather not spend 2 cards, but not spending 2 cards cost you days, where in a combo matchup, 2 cards might kill you.
Yeah. That's the thing is you're trading 2 cards. You have turned their Dazes on into becoming an actual Magic card. Like, with 3 mana up, Daze is not really a Magic card, but yeah. So you traded the pitch card for the Daze, and unfortunately, Vivi had enough disruption to protect this Doomsday. So now this will resolve, and we'll be curious to see how she sets up her pile. So again, we're gonna take a look at her deck now, and we've already talked about her main decks, but looking at her sideboard. Is there anything that jumps out to you as something that she would have brought in here? I feel like I maybe saw Jace Wielder of Mysteries in her Mold of 6 hand.
Yeah, Jace Wielder is specifically in these decks because it does not get consigned or stifled. And this is a deck fundamentally designed around consign and stifle.
Right.
So Jace Wielder of Mysteries is going to be in, and I suspect it will be part of the plan here. But that card costs 4 instead of 2. And Vivi has been struggling on low resources all around. A lot of the time, Lion's Eye Diamond is involved in Jace Wielder of Mysteries piles. And you do the stack tricks where it's like Brainstorm, get Lion's Eye Diamond, and Edge of Autumn, play Edge of Autumn, cycle while the cycle's on the stack, crack for 3 blue, draw Street Wraith, cycle Street Wraith, then cast Jace. Like, that's kind of what these lines look like. And Lion's Eye Diamond essentially empties your hand, and Force Backup is what Vivi has right now. But if she goes for this LED line, she will lose the Force of Will.
Right.
And there's a Tameo on board and a Force of Will face up at Bobby's graveyard. Right. So she's going to know she has to beat Force of Will next turn. And she's going to know Lion's Eye Diamond lines don't do it. So this might be a slow pile, or it might be some other masterful thing. Or she could also just bet on a standard Doomsday pile that works its way through without discarding its hand, plays Thassa's Oracle, and she gets to keep the Force of Will in her hand. And she's going to hope that Brainstorm plus Ponder plus Tameo minus doesn't roll Bobby up, which there's a good chance it will.
Yeah.
Oh, I can actually see the pile. We've got Consider, Wraith, Cavern, Land Cycler, and Oracle. So this is the speed pile. She is betting on that Force of Will in her hand, and Bobby's going to brick.
Right.
I think that is the way to do it. Like, if you make a slow pile, the Tameo gets to pick up Force of Will and Force of Negation, and like the Saga pops at some point. Also her life total's 8. There's a lot of things to consider, and I don't think this game is getting better. Sometimes you just gotta hope.
Yeah. So you can see Bobby here is sorting through and finding all the counter spells. So he saw 3 Forces of Will and 2 Dazes. So he can figure out from that there's likely at least 1 Force of Will in Vivi's hand, and likely well, we saw the Daze already. So
is it Daze or is it Flow State as her blue card?
I think her blue card is Flow State.
Okay.
So yeah, so he might put her on Daze, because I believe he saw 2 Dazes in game 1, and then she had another one in her hand. So I think she might have cut 1 in sideboarding, which makes sense since she's on the draw.
Yep. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Is that Thoughtseize? That pokes Vivi's Force out of her hand, and then Tameo picks up Force. But the Cavern of Souls is in the pile, and the Street Wraith and the Edge of Autumn are not spells. So Bobby would have to be heads up enough to counter the Consider that's on top of the pile.
Okay.
And then he'd have to have another way to beat Thassa's Oracle on the following turn.
Okay.
Yeah, this is serious business. This is a resilient pile despite its speed. And Doomsday's a sorcery and considers an instant. Flow
Yeah.
State is the other card in hand. If Thoughtseize takes Force of Will, then Flow State, you cast that, you got a handful of cards.
Right.
But I don't know that that improves Vivi's position, really, because her pile is built on having all the cards anyway.
All right, so Ponder into Shuffle, and then draw Urza's Saga.
That's not the one.
That's not what he wants. All right, so Brainstorm here. Keep digging, try to find something more useful. And I see Brainstorm. I think I saw that's a Thrall, and I couldn't quite see the other card.
I think he's color screwed. Like, he used his Black Source on Ponder, which is probably why he had to get rid of the Thoughtseize. And the land he's found since cantripping is Urza Saga. So I think Vivi's bet here, or is that another duel?
There's another
All the way
duel
to
in
the
his
left?
hand, but I think it's a scrub land.
Yeah, that would have worked on the Thoughtseize. I mean,
Yeah.
but Bobby, I mean, it's like I always say, it's easy, the bird's eye view from the booth when we see both hands.
Yeah.
But Bobby last game bet on a Thoughtseize and died instantly.
Did he
'cause
have a
it didn't
Thoughtseize?
matter.
I think it was.
There was a black card in the Ponder that he shuffled.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. So elected not to go for the Thoughtseize. And then, okay, so here's Consider on Vivi. Looks like it's probably she went with the same pile that she went with in game 1.
Yeah, this pile, it might be the same pile. Yeah, I guess it is. Like, ripping through the Street Wraith, it is the same thing.
So considering her options for whether she wants to cast this.
Yeah, that Scrubland does another really important thing, though, which is it does not represent Consign or Stifle.
True.
It does represent Thrall.
Thrall, yeah.
But, I mean, she built a speed pile with force backup, and the bet was Bobby will whiff. And guess what he did? Oh, wow.
Okay, so
A pass
she
back.
has just passed the turn back to Bobby. Bobby's going to crack a clue trigger, or clue token, excuse me. Draw an extra card. Urza Saga goes to 3. Bobby's going to float a colorless mana and search out a cheap artifact.
He's going to consult the Doomsday pile to try to make a decision here.
I don't think so. We can maybe hop over to Bobby's deck list to see what his choices are here. I don't know that there's anything for 1 or 0 mana that disrupts Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah. I mean, Pithing Needle can name any of the cyclers, Street Wraith or Edge of Autumn.
It's true.
Vivi did keep that Consider. So if she had ripped off Consider, milled Street Wraith, drawn a card, then Pithing Needle can name Edge of Autumn, get the other cycler. That's the thing that can be done. If Pithing Needle's even in the deck anymore, I would probably board it out. We might just see.
Oh,
Okay,
there
all
it
right,
is.
Pithing
It's
Needle
Needle.
is in. That is the best choice here. I was just not sure if it would be in the deck.
So that's naming Street Wraith.
Okay. Good bet, but the Consider will clear that.
Yeah.
Oh, split up. Okay, so Bobby is prepared for the juke. And Vivi does have a sideboard that contains Barrogoyf and Authy Voidwalker. Though she's either not on that plan right now, or, like, obviously this game did not go that way.
Yeah.
Bobby just fanned through the Doomsday pile, so he'll know if there's a game 3, if she was on that or not for game 2.
Yeah.
But
Not interested in Thoughtseize here for Bobby. So he saw Flow State Thoughtseize, and I couldn't see the third card, but he is shuffling that pretty quickly.
yeah, that's really interesting to me. After, well, I guess, you know, if you board in 3 Consigned to Memories and you have all these other things that
Right.
look better, Doorkeeper Thrall, there we go.
Another Doorkeeper Thrall. Here's another Urza Saga to provide us some colorless mana to cast it.
Okay. He found phase 2 of the plan. I think he's okay now.
Yeah. All right. So cash in Tameo to pick up Force of Negation. All right, and he's in good shape. Now this Urza Saga is... Vivi is on a clock of Bobby getting a Dreadnought, I suppose, but she's also on a clock of not having any cards left in her library. So that's
yeah,
really where this
I
matchup
promise
is going to hinge.
Bobby is not worried about Phyrexian Dreadnought at this point. Bobby is going to run his opponent out of ways to win the game.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's boarded a copy of. He's down to 1 copy of Dreadnought post board because there's not a whole lot that Vivi is probably threatening to do against it, and he doesn't want to draw it very often.
I could even entertain 0. The way Bobby's built, that's not. I mean, like, you have this many Urza Sagas, maybe you're converting one into a win. But if I have a Thrall or a Consign, I'd kind of rather just get Thassa's Oracle or Car with it most of the time.
All right, so this is main phase. Here comes Thassa's Oracle, and here comes Doorkeeper Thrall. That's going to be responded to with a Force of Will, but Bobby with Force of Negation and a blue card to pitch is going to take care of that problem. That will wrap up this game. So Bobby is able to. Bobby has the answer this time. Doorkeeper Thrall is a fantastic Magic card when your opponent's on Thassa's Oracle. So it feels really good to have that card in your pocket.
Yeah, and we saw the interesting the depth of Magic the Gathering happening because game 1, Bobby bet on Thoughtseize, a powerful interactive spell that turned out to not save him, and he died. But this game, Vivi built a pile that could go off now and just bet that my force beats yours, and then decided to go slow, which actually gave Bobby the cards he needed to win. And it just like they call it the fear, capital T, capital F, the fear of, well, my opponent has something, and then you're paralyzed from action. And Bobby had Cantrip, Ponder, Brainstorm, minus Tameo, pick up Force of Will. He had a really big turn in between when Vivi saw his hand and when she started working through her pile, and the fear got in.
Yeah. So we talked about Bobby's sideboard last time, but this time let's take a look at Vivi's. So she's got some fair pivots. You can get Baragoyf, Kaito, Orcish Bowmasters. See a lot of considerations for car tokens with Echoing Truth, Engineered Explosives. Echoing Truth making a return to the Legacy metagame to take care of the car tokens.
A classic.
So what do you think her focus is going to be here to attack Bobby? Force of Negation, probably?
Yeah, this build is really interesting with the... Did the image just change? I thought I saw Bowmasters on...
Oh, that's the wrong sideboard.
Okay,
we
all
have the
right.
wrong sideboard for Vivi. So this is the actual sideboard for
Okay,
Vivi.
it was not Bowmasters, it's Murktide Regent. But so there are 8 Juke monsters here. Like, she could go all the way into I'm a creature deck now. 80% capacity Dimir tempo is how I like to describe these Reanimator or Doomsday decks that can become a Force Daze deck with these powerful threats. She could do that, but do you want to engage in combat with an Esper control deck?
Right.
The bet there, like against Bobby's main deck, I absolutely do not want any of these sideboard monsters in. I want my main deck versus his main deck.
Yeah.
But against his sideboard, how many Swords of Plowshares? How many Erodes? How many of those left? And will a Baragoyf sticking on the board actually go coast to coast uncontested? Especially turn 1 if you Dark Ritual it out.
In particular, after you just showed him your whole library in game 2 and you were still in the combo configuration,
right?
Juking into the main the fair deck in game 3 gets even more unexpected for him, perhaps.
Yep, that is the sub game, and we have these lists open, but they don't. And importantly, Bobby saw the deck exiled twice. Both times involved not Baragoyf.
Yeah.
And now here we are, game 3 with Baragoyf.
Yeah.
A card he has not seen yet.
All right, so turn 1, Dark Ritual into Baragoyf, and force Bobby with a Force of Will to take care of it. Luckily for him, Vivi had Lotus Petal, and her hand is 2 Brainstorms, a Ponder, and a Lotus Petal, and she could have put that Lotus Petal out, and that might have been able to dig her into something to protect the Baragoyf, but chose not to. So Force of Will takes care of Baragoyf, and now Bobby with a Deafening Silence will kind of shut off the car for now. Vivi could have. We saw that she has some methods of taking care of non-creature permanents, but for now at least, the car is in the garage. And
Yep. And Bobby pitched a consign to that Force of Will when he had Tameo and it looks like Force of Negation also in hand.
And Flow State, I think.
Yeah,
is
and
the
Flow
other
State.
one.
So pitching that consign, I think, was a heads-up decision of Barrowglyphs in your deck now? I saw your deck twice. It wasn't there. Now it is. I'm not on consign.
Yeah.
If you're on Goyfs, I don't need this consign. And that decision you mentioned of not playing the Lotus Petal on turn 1. Are we? All right. Okay. All right. Oops. Forgot about Damping Sphere or Deafening Silence.
Yep.
The decision not to play the Petal on turn 1. I mean, regardless of like brainstorming for additional protection, that Lotus Petal is now a spell for this Deafening Silence for the rest of the game. And that's just 1 mana Vivi's going to have to play without or take a whole turn to develop it.
Yeah. That's very. That's tough. Lotus Petal looks so bad in the face of a Deafening Silence. I'll say that.
It really does.
As somebody who has played 8 cast before, yeah, it's not fun. So, all right. So flow state here for, I think that's the 1 card flow state.
Yep.
And that establishes the sorcery, though, so future flow states will be a lot more juiced up.
The Anticipate buyout.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Vivi found a threat. I don't know that it will race a pair of constructs.
Yeah.
Especially if they're backed by, if there is still a Dreadnought in the deck, Bobby can get it next turn.
Yeah.
If he can enable it. A lot of ifs here, but Vivi has presented something that represents racing. Oh, well, there's
wow.
Big Barrow
She's
Goof.
drawn lots of her threats here. Voidwalker is a really excellent card to draw, and like, so she had the capability to put that Lotus Petal into play without really disrupting her flow. So she was able to cast it without it really hindering her too much. So here's Voidwalker crashing for 3. Here's Barrowgoyf. Bobby's like, no, that's too many threats.
Yep. And her hand is Ponder Brainstorm. Playing that Lotus Petal last turn did absolutely hinder her flow here. But not to say it is. I mean, she did it right because what are your outs here? A 3-mana spell, whether it's Doomsday, whether it's Barrowgoyf. You need to do something for 3 mana, and taking that turn to develop rather than a cantrip makes sense.
Oh, okay. So it's interesting here. Okay, so first of all, Vivi properly noted that the Force of Will does get exiled with a Void counter on it, which could become relevant because now Dauthi Voidwalker can be sacrificed to be a counter spell.
Right.
Bobby's draw for turn before Urza Saga went off was a Phyrexian Dreadnought. So if he has only 1 copy of that card in his deck, he can't go get that now. Now, he doesn't have any particular way of stopping it from stopping the entry of the battlefield trigger, so maybe Retrofitter Foundry is the one that he actively wants. But that is the card that he's going to go ahead and get. So we have Construct bashing in here for, I believe that should be 3 damage, 3 artifacts in play. So we are now in a damage race with the Doomsday deck, just as Garfield drew it up.
And the question now is, Vivi, did you board in your Engineered Explosives? You got 2 of them. It's not actually really for this matchup, but it is exactly the tool that she would need to be back in this game.
Yep. So Ponder here into a shuffle. I saw Consider an Edge of Autumn and I think a land, so not really any help. I think that's a Barrowgoyf.
It is. And she's done a great job drawing Barrowgoyf this game. This is the 3rd one out of 4 copies played, but Force of Will, the mantra of force the 3-drop is serving Bobby well. Whatever it is, any card that costs 3, I'm not interested in.
Force of Will is in here for your Doomsdays and your cards, but if you're going to put a Barrowgoyf on the stack, it'll do for that as well.
No, thank you.
All right, so Tamiyo coming in, and Bobby is very quickly presenting a serious clock here. Vivi's going to have to do something probably like right now, because Tamiyo can make artifacts and Retrofitter Foundry can make artifacts. We have another Urza Saga on 2. We can crank out more constructs. This is very quickly, I believe it's lethal right now.
Yes. Bobby could have pushed 2 extra damage by making the construct before combat damage, but it doesn't change the clock. Leaving your mana up here is perfectly fine.
And the downside of Voidwalker's Shadow, which is good for when you're aggressive, is that Voidwalker is not capable of blocking here. So she's going to crash in for 3. We drew a 3rd land, so we do have Barrowgoyf mana. This one's got to resolve it. It's got to be able to block.
Yep.
That lifelink is really, really helpful.
Lifelink and Death Touch.
Yeah.
Both clutch here. I see instant sorcery, artifact land.
There should be creatures because we had Barrowgoyfs countered.
Yes, creature.
By Force of Will.
Yeah, that's 5/6.
It's a beefy Barrowgoyf.
3.
We'll have a die from our spotters. We'll have a
yeah.
we have a Charm
I think the constructs are going to be just large enough. Oh wow, interesting. We're making a 1/1 servo rather than
no. I think we're
5/5 construct.
Urza's Saga.
Yeah, he's activating Retrofitter Foundry rather than activating Urza's Saga.
Interesting.
Protecting something here, leaving up that mana
Wants
for
a
something.
flyer.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh,
I'm not sure
he
what
might
that
be
was.
planning to
Oh,
because you can sacrifice a servo with damage on the
Yeah,
stack
he wants
to block
to
the
fizzle the
Barrowgoyf.
lifelink if this ends up
Yeah.
being a damage race, but he has a forced block on the Barrowgoyf anyway, so
Right.
like the Barrowgoyf would just be dead.
All right, so Needle on Voidwalker.
Okay.
So that is no longer a force of will. Not that that was going to help VV too much at this point because we have to solve this board state.
Right, and popping that force out of the deafening, out of the Voidwalker still is impacted by Deafening Silence. You're still casting the spell.
True.
So had Bobby made a construct last turn, if that servo was construct, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that would be 3 6/6s attacking, and you have to block one of them. You gain 5. All right, it's not a lethal attack pushing through. It would still take another turn.
Yeah. There's 6/6s right now, but Tamio makes a clue.
Oh, right,
So it would be 7/7s.
14. So, yeah, Bobby actually had lethal with a 4th construct here instead of a servo.
It should be lethal anyway, right? Because VV blocks a construct, a servo, and two 7/7 constructs get in, and so she gains 5 off of Barrowgoyf.
One of these constructs has Summoning Sickness. It was made in the upkeep.
True. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I mean, Bobby is certainly going to win this game.
Yeah.
But I think that might have gotten his own head about the servo situation.
So I think he's just attacking with Tamio since he can't present lethal, and he knows he's got lethal next turn, which gives Vivi a window to rip something like Engineered Explosives, although she does not. Not off the top anyway. She does have some cantrips,
Yeah,
but she can't.
Deafening
but
Silence doing its job.
Yeah. Dark Ritual, Fetch Land, not what we need.
Yeah, it's funny the Shadow conversation on Dathi Voidwalker not being able to block, because that was a running joke for years of Shadow's a balanced mechanic because they can't block either, as is standard and block construct and everything. We're just overrun by creatures that were unblockable out of every aggro deck for years. I had no intention of blocking with this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so Voidwalker crashing in for 3 because it has no other value on the board, can't activate, can't block. So, yep, might as well attack for 3.
Yep. And this is just going to be a big old smush of damage that will overcome 5 points of lifelink pretty cleanly.
So here comes a servo, and yeah, Vivi extending the hand. Bobby takes it down in what we kind of expected might have been a quicker match, but wound up taking almost the whole round timer.
Yeah.
2-1 Bobby Westcott takes it down with his latest brew of Esper Stifle? Not Consign Knot?
Consign Knot.
Thrall Knot?
Thrall Knot.
Thrall Control?
That sounds like a word we shouldn't say.
Yeah, I don't want to say that ever again. No cars. No cars yet for you and I on stream.
Not on screen. We saw
Yeah.
Vivi bottom 1 on her mulligan in game 2.
Yeah.
And then I suspect they were probably out of the deck when the 8 creatures come in. And if the 8 creatures come in, maybe the Fatal Push and the Long Goodbye come too. If she's trying to play Dimir tempo on that pivot plan, I think Car is just not in the deck anymore.
Yeah.
We haven't seen a Car in play yet.
Yeah, surprising to me, but I wouldn't be surprised to see more of them as the tournament carries on. I think it was interesting, the Deafening Silence there was very interesting because she had pivoted out of the Doomsday Car plan into the Fair plan, but it still was like mega disruptive to the specific hand that she had because she had a hand full of cantrips, but you can only play 1 per turn. You have a Lotus Petal, but like that uses up the quota.
Right.
So if that wasn't for that Deafening Silence, she might have been able to sculpt her hand into something a lot more competitive and be able to carry that game on a little bit longer. But because Deafening Silence, it's just like, okay, ponder and go. I can't do anything else now.
Yeah, and the opportunity cost is just so cool thinking about how deep Magic and games of Legacy are. Like, you called out playing the Lotus Petal alongside the Dark Ritual Barrowgoyf game 1. Maybe we rip off Lotus Petal, brainstorm into Daze, protect the Barrowgoyf, and ride it to victory.
Mm-hmm.
And that line was potentially available, but also Lotus Petal hints like I am aware, or it's like it hides what you're capable of like,
Right.
surprise, I have 3 mana on a later turn versus this Lotus Petal sitting in play and your opponent can plan around it the whole time if you don't end up needing to brainstorm there. But then Deafening Silence really rubbed it in, and that turn she had to develop the Petal was a turn she didn't cast Ponder, and how many cards away from actually winning is Engineered Explosives in the deck? Was that a full Ponder's worth of answers to that board that she was not able to find because that one Lotus Petal wasn't played on turn 1? It's just really cool.
Yeah, and because she was so slowed down by the Deafening Silence, it brought the Urza Saga construct plan back into play for Bobby, which was not something he was really capable of bringing in games 1 or 2 where Vivi was able to combo out. And those games moved far too fast. They just got into a state where it's like, yeah, 6/6 constructs that aren't even going to be able to attack before my opponent runs out of cards. Not particularly helpful to this board state.
Yep.
But in that game, they really did come into play, and I was wondering if Vivi might do the juke in Game 3. I think that's pretty sweet. Unfortunately, it did not work out because Bobby had all the right answers. He had the counter spells, but I don't think he had answers to it on the board. I think if any of those, the last Baragoyf did resolve, but it was too late by that point. If either of the first 2 had resolved, I think they probably go away with the game easily.
Yep.
All right, so that is going to do it here for us in round 3. We are going to take a quick break and come back to you with Harain and Jarvis for round 4. And while we're on break, go ahead and check out DMVLegacyLeague.com, DMVLL.com. You can check out all the various cool prizes that we have available here. You can donate online as well. And our merch store, which we just launched, you can check that out. We have links to that. You can buy T-shirts, hats, hoodies. We're very excited about the launch of that. Yeah, we're cycling. Sorry, I'm making the production cycle through every single slide deck that we have. Very excited about this. I know you guys have been requesting this for years at this point, and thrilled to launch it this weekend. We have the OG edition. That's a limited edition. It's going to be a limited print run. Well, not a limited print run, but it's printed demand. But it will only be up for a limited period of time. So pick that up. It's like sort of a first edition kind of thing. Pick that up if you'd like to get that. And other than that, that's going to do it for us. And we will see you all back. Don't go anywhere. Stick around. We'll be right back with round 4.
We're back to the dealership. And boy, are we looking for some nice Honda Civics today. In fact, I think we might be taking some pictures at the dealership in this round, Jarvis. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe a picture with a surveillance cam.
Maybe with our surveillance. And what are we taking a picture of, Jarvis?
Goblin Welder.
I mean, I guess we could. Yeah, that's true. We can take a picture of Goblin World. I think we're going to take a picture of some Doomsdays, some cars, taking a lot of pictures in general. So I'm excited to head over to the gallery, the automobile gallery, if you will, for this next matchup. But we do have Harry Hackett on Welder Cam versus Vroomsday. If you guys don't know what Vroomsday is,
It's not Vroomsday. It's
Was
Death
not
and Taxes.
I thought I saw Vroomsday. I lied. It's actually, we're taking some pictures with our man Benjamin Franklin, apparently. I got that wrong. Look, listen. Reading's not my strong suit.
We know.
Whoa. Okay. Look, listen.
Wait, math is for walkers. Reading isn't your strong suit.
I
What
put-
are you good at?
I put triangles in the square space and I make it fit. That's my power.
Not great.
I mean, if
Okay.
it fits, it fits.
No, that's not how engineering works. But let's get to the match.
All right. Here we've got. Wait, is it Welder Cam or is it not Welder Cam?
It is Welder Cam. It's also
That joke's never going to
Yorion Death and Taxes. The Yorion Sky Nomad being companion, really, there's not many things it could be, right?
I mean, I think if you basic planes, Yorion, you already kind of know what's happening here. There's 80 cards in that deck. And it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup because the Welder Cam deck, even though it is a combo deck, is a creature combo deck. And Death and Taxes has a lot of ways to get rid of creatures. So this is definitely the type of combo deck, if you're going to play a combo deck, that you want to see as the Death and Taxes player for sure. But so far kind of a slow start for both. We see the Saga on turn 2 with the Goblin Engineer to follow it up. Curious to see if we've got removal for it. But I imagine along the lines of Source of Plowshares, Solitude, the 3-drop that exiles something, CMC4 or less. I'm blanking on the name right now. Skyclave Apparition. So there's a lot of ways. So it looks like we're going to see a plow. As on the side of Welder Cam, I imagine you're not too concerned about it. But, ooh, we have the White Orchid Phantom hitting this Saga most likely. Who do you think is favored in this matchup, Jarvis?
It's interesting. I think it's more complicated than that. I think it's more imagining what happens if the game elongates to 15 turns on both sides.
Right.
If that happens, I actually think Welder Cam probably is in good shape because it's going to assemble its combo over and over again and grind out advantages with Emery or whatnot. However, on the flip side is if you manage to contain a bunch of the creatures early without giving up too many 2-for-1s by having to use Solitude, then Death and Taxes deck is probably in good shape.
Yeah. And even though the Phantom is pretty good against the Saga, right? Like, generally I feel like on turn 2 with this deck, like, you kind of want to be getting your Phelias online. You want to get some kind of engine going. But, you're not too upset about wiping out the Saga because that really can just run away with the game.
Interesting note, did you notice the Flaxlands of Chokair on Air Farmer side?
Oh, so does this imply it's mono white?
Not necessarily. You can play it in an Orzhov deck, but it does mean that there's probably a lot of White Orchid Phantoms in the deck. Probably at least 3, if I had to guess.
It's a good shout. It looks like the Stoneforge Mystic gets the Meteor Sword, which makes sense. There isn't too much removal on the side of Harry, so I imagine we might actually see this come down, because usually when I see this, I'm not too worried because that Stoneforge Mystic definitely has a target on its back. But in this case, I imagine we're going to see some destruction of permanents. But notably, we do have the Engineer in the bin. They do have a Meteor Sword to answer the...
The Engineer's exiled to Source of Plowshares.
Oh, it's in Source... That's what you're right, you're right. What do we have? Oh, it's a Saga, a Dragon Engine, land. Oh, Loki and a Construct.
So you could exile your own Dragon Engine, put a counter on your Construct, trigger Loki.
Right.
I am not sure that's the best use of things because I think maybe welding the engine into play is better off. Also, one other thing. Farmer missed his 3rd land drop on turn 3. This is turn 4, so he's down 1 land.
That's an Ether Vial. I imagine that means it's surveilled if it's there?
Correct. I mean, I don't think you really want to draw the vial by this point.
No, but if you're stuck on 3 lands, it can kind of... It's just too late.
I think it's too slow for that. I actually agree with going after the Saga because I think the issue for Farmer is he's going to have to deal with all of his constructs, and the Saga represents a construct plus another piece of cardboard.
Right. And and like, while you do have removal, a lot of it is spot removal, and just sending a ton of spot removal in the constructs is definitely not generally a winning strategy against this type of deck. So it looks like we have a Filigree Silex and a Welder in hand. Nothing to really do with the Welder currently, and no way to really trigger this Loki.
So, actually, interestingly enough, you could have gone for a super aggressive play of... Wait, did we have Metalcraft? We did. You could have tapped all of your lands and Opal, unearth Dragon Engine, discard the Welder,
exile the Welder,
put it under Cauldron, which is actually maybe safer than actually having it in play versus
that's
the all Path and Solitude deck. However, the downside is if your Cauldron gets dealt with, you are worse off versus like a Skyclave Apparition. So there are upsides and downsides to both plans of attack, I guess.
And what's interesting too is this Filigree Silex is not really what you want. Like, it's weird because usually you'd kind of like this against the creature decks. You can start ticking it up to 2 to actually wipe out their board. It would kill your own Cauldron and your Loki. So it's kind of like a weird spot with the Silex about what you want to do here. So we're going to see the Recruiter. There's a lot you could get here. We're just going to go for the Solitude. We want to play it safe. I think that makes sense. And we're not too far away from actually to this Yorion either. We're at 4 lands, so I imagine we might see a buyback Yorion here in a little bit. Because right now, even though Harry has a pretty dominating board state, there really isn't that much going on.
That's pitching Thalia, Garden of Thraben makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Harry's is a combo deck, but it's not really a combo deck that's affected very much by Thalia.
Yeah. So I'm curious to see. So this is really going to be off the top of the deck for Harry. Like, you really want to see something like even an Emery wouldn't be good because of this Caracas. It would kind of stonewall them having to Caracas. The Emery does slow down the Yorion coming down, but in general, I think really honestly just getting like a bauble here. Yep.
So
there's the Caracas and the
heads up
Loki.
play. Harry went to activate Agatha's Soul Cauldron. However, the +1/+1 counter isn't put on the stack until the Agatha's ability resolves. So you
Yeah.
can respond by Croxing Loki, so Loki won't trigger. So that's what happened right there.
Right. So let's see what happens here. So we have the Loki in hand. The Caracas is tapped down. Did we see what Harry drew?
I did not, but it's probably. Oh,
We're going to see right now. Another Opal.
okay, interesting.
So I think we're sending the Dragon Engine now.
Yeah, I don't think it's great to keep playing the Loki into the Caracas. I think you should just probably
Right.
give up on it. So you discard the Loki, draw 3.
Skateboard Cam
Oh, Loki.
and
It's another
is
Loki.
it Loki or is it Cam? Oh, it's Loki. It's Loki. And also Pinnacle Emissary. Which, honestly, like, you can kind of go wide with it. But all right, so we're going to see the Skateboard. What are we tapping down? We don't have a mana to equip this turn. I mean, unless we have... No, we do not have a mana to equip this turn, so we can't attack with the... Oh, the Dragon Edge was unearthed.
Yeah,
actually.
so
Yeah.
at end of turn, the Dragon Engine is going to be exiled, so blocking
Yep.
one doesn't make a lot of sense, unless if you just want to save life points. But the construct's actually bigger, so the only block that would make any sense is jumping with the Recruiter. I think probably either that's
Yep.
going to happen, or you don't just take it all and set up for a big Yorion turn at some point.
We have the Mox Opals and the Lance. That's another artifact. So we have, what, 1, 2, 3, 6 artifacts right now.
Yeah, so it's a 7/7 because
Yep.
of the +1/+1 counter from the Soul Cauldron.
We're going to exile the Loki.
So we're just dealing 6 to our opponent. Interesting. Remember, that Dragon Engine's not going to be in play after the end of
Yeah.
the turn cycle.
All right, so pretty aggressive, like, kind of creature-focused start from Harry, really just putting the beats down. Death and Taxes on Eric Farmer's side kind of stumbled a little bit in the early game, but we're starting to get our mana under us. Once we can start blinking everything with the Yorion, I think this is going to look like a very different game, but we're still at least 2 turn cycles away, assuming we even buy back this turn. Ooh, so we're going to see the Skyclave Apparition. What are we going to eat here? Eat the Filigree Silex, that makes sense.
And we just drew an Aether Vial, looks like.
Yep.
It's funny, we did Surveil away at Aether Vial earlier, but I think this one might actually end up being good at some point because Farmer's stuck on land still.
So we do draw the Emery here, although it's a little awkward, but we do have the Skateboard, actually.
Yeah.
All right, so there's the Emery Trigger, Saga Bauble Petal, Wooded Foothills, or just random fetch land. So we can equip, give haste. What are you looking to buy back here, Jarvis?
Probably Mishra's Bauble, if I had to guess.
Yeah. I can't see anything, so we're going to play, yep, that makes sense, Loki. And no, we're going to draw a ton of cards here, huh?
Yeah. So, depending on what we do, equip triggers Loki, so it's 1 on this turn.
Yep.
Emery buys back Bauble. We can activate it on Farmer's turn, so that'd be another.
Hit the Bauble. Trigger.
So yeah, specifically in this matchup, what the dynamic here is Harry's just trying to run Farmer out of removal.
Yeah.
So basically, any way to generate objects so that Farmer has to kill literally everything, it's going to make it so much harder for Farmer. There's not going to be something like Wrath of the Skies in Game 1, but they often do play it in their sideboard.
Right. And so we're going to see the Chump out of the Stoneforge Mystic. That makes sense. Who do you Caracas here as Farmer?
The problem is if you Caracas anything right now, the skateboard just lets it like
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. What is?
I think he's trying to find a space to
Oh,
put it.
yeah. There's no official warp token. That would make it clearer, but you know, it is what it is.
Do you own Warp Tokens?
There's no official warp token.
Oh, in general? I thought you were
Yes,
saying,
I
like,
just
in
said
here.
that.
Oh, I did not know that. I mean, you could just use an adventure token, man. It's the same thing.
It's not really.
Oh
but
my. All right.
all right,
Fire enough.
Another recruiter,
Of the guard. Yep. What are we getting here? We have no. Oh, we do have one card in hand. So I imagine if we have a white card, but even Solitude, like it's okay. I guess if you get Solitude, then you can then Caracas the other legend and kind of chump this construct while you try to get this Yorion online. It's not a great plan, but it kind of buys you some. Oh, Canoptic Scarab Swarm.
So
interesting.
that's
There's our
to-
official warp token, Jarvis.
That just says warped. That's not. I mean, that's a marker, not a token.
Listen. It's official in our hearts today.
Okay. Okay, there, buddy.
All right, so we're going to get rid of the Stoneforge. Now our drone token can actually activate to flash in an artifact from our hand. Very cool.
And this time, Farmer didn't Caracas the Loki because it's pointless. If he did, then Harry could just respond with a bauble and still get the Loki trigger anyways.
Right. So, looking pretty good for Harry. Now, the thing with Death and Taxes, though, is out of nowhere, if this Yorion comes down and there's a good sequence of draws, like, you can just start blow up, like, Plow, Exile, Skyclave, whatever, Solitude, and then next thing you know, there's just this insurmountable board state. So while this does look pretty favored for Harry, I would argue from this spot, if that Yorion ever does come down, it's going to spell a very different story very quickly. But we'll see if that we even get to that point either. We do have an engineer and we have haste.
So the issue here is for Yorion to come down, it would take a minimum of 2 turns. I think before that happens, Harry can probably present a fast enough clock. And this all comes back to Farmer missing land drop 3 on turn 3. There wasn't really much he could do about it.
It's just one of those things where it's like you're kind of priced into keeping a hand,
Yeah.
right? Like if it was a good hand, it's a good hand. Like we've all been in those spots where one land makes his hand good, one whatever makes his hand good, and you have to keep those. And sometimes the 40% or the 30% or whatever, like you get hit. All right, so Harry's counting, which generally doesn't mean good news for the opponent in this case. There is Cam, there is no Welder, so we can't go infinite just yet. But we are one Welder away from just running away with this game.
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is Harry's probably just going to develop enough resources over the next 2 turn cycles that winning, even via like the drone beatdown, will be a very real thing.
Right.
Notably, White Orchid Phantom has flying and first strike, so for the damage route to be worthwhile, you need to get a lot of drones, or you need 1/3/3 drone.
Let's just see if we even get to that point. So we're playing another engineer trigger. And we have no cards in hand on Farmer's side currently, right?
No, it's a Thalian Scarab Swarm revealed.
I see. So, but no, effectively no cards in hand right now.
Right. No instance.
No interaction.
There's Legion Extruder.
So we can. Wait, is this lethal if we just start wiping out the creatures?
It's not exactly lethal, but I think Farmer is in such a bad spot that if Shock is cast like 5 times, he would lose the game.
Yes. So there's the haste. So now we're going to swap what for what?
You can even convert your drones
Sewer
to that, or you could just go this route.
Yep. Tap that down.
Interesting. So we're just going
Meld
for
out the sewer cam. Tap another thing. Buy the extruder. Kill another thing. Is that lethal after that? Yeah, that
yes. Yeah, the contracts are big enough that I guess I should have counted, but Farmer was just in the hole the entire game because of the missed land drop. I think in general, the Death and Taxes deck needs to hit all of its lands, have enough removal, and also have like an aggressive game plan after that. For Wrath of the Skies, though,
That's a statement.
I think a road is also good, and Containment Priest can be good.
Yeah.
Only versus the like moving the Dragon Engine in and out of play, though.
It's. Yeah, what about Disruptor Flute? I think you have to bring in Disruptor Flute too.
Well, again, the question is, what do you want to take out of your main deck? The Thalias, I think, are going to go quite easily.
I
They
think
seem
Disruptor Flute
really,
seems like
really, really bad. I'm not up to date on all of the Death and Taxes lists. It does look like Farmer is probably mono white from what we've seen. I did see a shadowy backstreet, but that can just be a surveil land
Yeah.
off of Flaxen's Trocaire.
I agree. I didn't see, because what? We didn't see an Overlord. All right, we actually have the list. So looking at this, 4 main deck Deafening Silence is crazy work here. Very
That's
much
funny.
wanting to play the pedestrian game and not wanting to run into some cars.
Or get run over by cars.
Or get run over by
Yeah.
cars.
So interesting. We are really a full-on Flaxens of Trocaire deck with the
Yep.
Ghost Quarters. This probably predates you, but I remember ghost courting my own Flaxstones of Trocaire to get a Plains and a Godless Shrine.
That does predate me. That definitely does predate me. It's interesting to see like kind of what mono, because mono white D&T has always been this deck that's kind of been around forever, but obviously from the early days of like the Marangara of Karandor, it's generally like how people build this is very kind of personal in a way. It's almost like Doomsday in that you have like this core like 80% of the deck, and then the last 20% is really dealer's choice. So here we're
Well,
seeing Thalia and Deafening Silence.
I think it's more of a nod to what you expect to play against and not
Yeah.
personal. It's more that with Fantastic card in the metagame, Thalia makes more sense. If you expect less Bowmasters because of that, Thalia becomes a little bit less of a liability.
Right.
And also the White Orchid Phantoms, there's probably just not a lot of basic lands that, or not enough basic lands for people to go fetch off of the Phantom that he feels that Phantom is good to use.
Yeah. And the Canoptic Scarab Swarm, what do we think that, obviously it's there to target Reanimator, but it's really slow.
Well, I don't think it's for a Reanimator for that reason.
No,
Like,
no. Sorry, it's
because
like graveyard strategies.
I think it's actually more for Welder Cam than anything else.
Think
If
so?
I had to get,
I can see that.
it says artifact or land card. You get the insects based on artifacts or lands.
Right. But I'm thinking, like, why would they play that over, I'm blanking on the name now, the 2-mana one that has the creature, too.
You mean Lion Sash,
Lion
which is
Sash,
also
yeah.
in the deck right there?
Yeah. So why the split, though?
Well-
It's like, what do you gain? Because
Because sometimes you just want to use it right away, I think, is
Yeah.
reality. It's also better with Yorion to have the Scarab Swarm at certain points.
Right. So you like the flexibility of the split as opposed to just running 2 or...
Oh, you have 4 Recruiter of the Guard, so it's really 5 of each in a certain sense.
That's a good point.
I think people often look at decks and they say, like, why is there one of this thing, one of this thing? But if you actually view it as an extension of something else, it tends to make more sense.
Right. No, I didn't even think about it. You could get Scarab Swarm off of Recruiter, but 100% that makes sense.
We need to make you play Death and Taxes at some point.
I have a few trophies on D&T.
A few?
I have I actually have
How many attempts?
not that many. I think I top aided. No, it was I won a prelim on D&T once actually.
Ooh, a prelim, 4 rounds.
I played
Ooh.
against Eureka on Storm, and then the next week I also played Eureka on River, and I won both times. That's all I'm gonna say. I'll leave it at that.
Underground River?
Underground River.
River of Tears? Was he crying after he lost?
Oh, always. How did I lose to Thalia?
Probably easily, honestly.
That's true.
All right, let's see. So Harry has gone to 5 instantly. This is one thing that I find really interesting about the younger players in the game. They mulligan really aggressively, always looking for the nuts. It's kind of terrifying, honestly.
Whenever a combo deck mulligans and then they hit, like they go mulligan, they'll look at the hand and go keep. I have the fear of God in me. Like if they insta keep that, fear of God in me. The turn 1 kill from this deck needs many cards though, so I wouldn't be worried about that. Like you need a really specific set of cards to go for a turn 1. Looks like leading up on the turn 1 Caracas, making that Emery draw look a lot
I don't
worse
think the
for
turn
sure.
1 beats a Swords to Plowshares either.
No, it does not. It definitely does not.
I don't think this is a matchup where you're looking to go fast because I think there's too much.
No. I
Interesting. The Thalia stayed in.
I could see it, right? Like it's still like fine. Like it's not a slam dunk like you're playing against like Ant or something. But it's like I could see it just being like fine. So respecting the Thalia, just slamming down the sewer cam, no targets
Well,
really.
Like to that point, Thalia makes your Wrath of the Skies worse, so it does
That's
seem
true.
a little bit strange to me. And I think Wrath of the Skies is much better than Thalia if you draw both in your opener that you would probably just be willing to play to the Wrath of the Skies instead.
Right. And it's one of those things where it's like, I understand, like, it does make it worse. Oh.
Channel Twin Shot Sniper. And you
That's
have to channel it
nice.
now because of the Caracas.
Right. All right, so we're pretty much Wasteland. Do you like hitting the volcanic island here? Would you have hit the artifact?
Well, because
island?
of Wrath of the Skies, I would probably tend to kill the land that doesn't die to Wrath of the Skies instead.
Right. So I guess if you're Harry, do you think that means they have Wrath of the Skies?
No,
do
it
you
doesn't
think
mean
that's
that.
just
It was also
always
the only blue source there
Right,
as well.
I guess since I know the deck list, there's very few artifact lands and a lot of volcanic islands, but that might not be like super common knowledge either. All right, so we're gonna see the engineer. Because what's important too is you need the artifact land to go infinite with Welder from this spot. If you're not worried about that, then I understand. But technically, like, that is infinite mana. It's just only infinite red mana in this case. There's Phelia.
Or we're going to see Plains White Orchid Phantom go after both lands.
I do not believe Harry has. I think he has one basic, but I'd have to confirm. Because White Orchid Phantom is you get a basic land, not
It's a
basic
literal
land
basic
effect.
land,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
One mountain. But we're flickering Aether Vial. This is a tough way to do it. This is not really generating anything, unfortunately. It generates a +1/+1 counter on Phelia, but that's it.
So there is Bobble U. What do we see? I couldn't tell.
Yeah,
Marking wall.
it's hard to know.
All right, so sewer, meld it out, weld it out, buy back the engine, trigger, draw 3, bin Emery.
Emery's not so good versus the Crocus, that's why
Definitely
we were willing to let it go.
And then draw from the baubles.
Wow, we just went from like 1 card to 5 cards in hand. That's crazy.
That is the power of the Phyrexian Dragon engine. So we do have a land drop, although honestly it didn't seem like too impressive of a draw. We do have Metalcraft notably because we still have this Great Furnace, so this Mox Opal is live. Although I didn't get a good look to see what we're able to do with this Mox Opal either. Also, what is that, a 4 and white border volcanic island, or is that unlimited?
That's revised.
No,
Or
the
you mean to the left of
darker
it?
one.
That's unlimited, yeah.
That's unlimited? Okay. So there's the Welder. I do not believe we have the skateboard in hand, so we can't just pop off here.
No, but we can generate a bunch of stuff.
Bobble U.
I think the Dragon Engine came into
Caracas.
play off of
The engineer, right?
the Goblin Engineer,
Yeah.
so it will stay in play, so we can just
Yes.
use it to trade and try to trade with the Phelia. It will be a trade because Phelia is a 3/3 versus a 2/2 double
Right.
strike.
So we know Farmer has a backup Caracas, which really isn't what you want to see against a field of non-legendaries. 3 unknown cards in hand. If we have a Plow, we basically have to ship it now. Otherwise, they're like, Harry quite literally has lethal now.
Yes.
If this Welder gets to untap, and I believe it instant speed as well. So there isn't any, you can't like do any
Right.
cheeky upkeep stuff. Tapping
This looks like
4 here.
No, which
Enchanter.
That's not sufficient though.
That is, what do we kill here? Like the Opal? It doesn't really make sense to kill the engine because we can also weld it out too.
And also notably, Farmer is usually a painter player, so he knows most of these tricks as
Right.
well. But he knows he's cooked.
Yep.
If you don't kill the Welder there, it's literally
It's
just
game over.
It's yeah. I think we just saw a problem with the Death and Taxes deck there, that there wasn't game 1. Harry ground out through like a bunch of removal, but realistically, Farmer didn't get off the ground aggressively enough in either of
Right.
the games.
Yeah. And kind of talking about what your point is, right? Like, even though we hit our land drops, having the backup Caracas, that's brutal because there is no brainstorm in this deck. You can't just ship away your bad cards. Like, once you draw that, you are dead to rights with that card in your hand. and it's one of the drawbacks, right, of having such a powerful card. And obviously, there's a lot more that could have happened, but even if Farmer had like 1 or 2 more removal spells there, it was looking pretty grim, because once you start getting those first few untaps, this deck just exponentially scales out of control. And as we saw there, like at that point, there was very little outside of a
I don't think it's exponential. I think it's probably quadratic.
What's the difference?
So exponential growth is growth that's proportional to itself.
Yeah, so
It's
X2,
not-
X2, X2.
Yet multiplying by 2 every time. That's
Yeah,
your claim.
two-
I don't
no,
think
not
that's
by
how the
two,
deck.
it's multiplied by itself.
I don't think it does that really. I think it grows linearly, really, and then if you have a few more pieces, then you keep adding more linear turns, and then that becomes quadratic.
Okay, it's quadratic, not exponential.
That's still a good rate of growth.
Fair enough. The ROI on our investment is quite high in this case. We're looking at a 4x return. Very nice.
Yeah, it was just. I still think if Farmer ever drew Wrath of the Skies in Game 2, it would have been
Yes.
pretty devastating,
100%.
basically at all points. But really, Harry just cannot do anything about that. He basically is like, yeah, I know this deck has 4 Wrath of the Skies. What's the best thing for me to do? Probably just draw a bunch of cards and hope it works out. And it did work out.
An 80-card deck, too, like, one of the biggest things that I hear from people that don't like playing 80-card D&T, which I don't think is correct personally, but is that when you play the 60-card, you're more likely to see your sideboard cards. Obviously, Wrath of the Skies is pretty much the only thing that Farmer could have there to bring him back in. And unfortunately, all we had was a Witch Enchanter. Witch Enchanter, Jarvis?
Disenchant.
This, wow.
So, actually, I was thinking about it. It sort of makes sense for this deck to play Clarion Conqueror, right?
Yes, I agree, actually.
Yeah.
Because what do you hit, right? You hit your Vial.
yeah.
You hit your Stoneforge. Do you hit anything else?
It depends on the list. Lion Sash,
Lion Sash, yeah.
sometimes. But in both those games, the Conqueror would have been really devastating
Yes.
as well.
I mean, I played this deck with Harry, and he basically straight up told me if my opponent resolves a Clarion Conqueror, I am dead. Which
Yeah,
I
mean,
do
fair
love
enough.
Clarion
That's
Conqueror.
why there's a Lightning Bolt in the sideboard, I think, and
Yes.
then a Braid.
Yep.
I think just having the spot removal spells, it looks kind of random that he has one of each, but I think it's okay to diversify the
I
effects.
agree.
You draw a lot of cards. You have some card selection with Mishra's Bubble, fetch lands. You know,
Yeah.
it's just valuable to have answers sometimes.
And Clarion Conqueror is interesting because it actually, like, due to the rise of these Blink Dog decks, right, that have been coming
Yeah.
up to try to beat the card decks, like, those decks can very reasonably run Clarion Conqueror.
Oh, it seems excellent in them to me, like because they're also Stifle Days Wasteland
Yes.
decks, so you can like also slow down their mana development
Yep.
that way. The Conqueror is more likely to go unanswered.
Right.
I think in general the Azorious Phelia deck seems kind of well positioned to me. The issue I actually have with that deck is just, like low power level, and if the metagame's not exactly what you expect, then you run into issues. Like,
Right.
say you play against Allosaurus Shepherd, Natural Order for, Progenitus. Well, what are we doing? We're just dying then, right?
My opponent, Natural Earth for Progenitus against me in the Year of Our Lord and Savior 2026.
I'm just giving an example.
I'm
Just something
scooping to
off.
I'm scooping to the Mog value. I'm getting mogged.
You're getting Natural Order mogged.
I'm actually getting Natural Order mogged, 100%, if they're putting Progenitus to the play. But it looks like we actually have an interview with the boy wonder himself, Mr. Harry Hackett.
Harry 1, 2, 3, 2 on MTGO.
I thought you were talking about our money match record.
Oh yeah, I am 123 and 2 versus you.
That's just not true. Listen, 2, Harry, I'm going to say Harry cheated in those money matches. There's no way I could lose 0-4 like that. No way.
No way.
No way. No way. All right. We'll move on to our interview with Mr. Hackett.
Hello, Jordan here from the ground floor. Step this way. Hello, Jordan here from the ground floor. I just heard some smack talk from Jarvis. Do you have anything you'd want to say to respond?
No comment.
No comment. Wow, that's much more respectful than Jarvis, I will say. Which, I mean, Jarvis, known smack talker, you know. So you picked up the blue-red Sewer Valence deck. How have you been liking it? What's been driving it? How do you feel like it is in this new Vroom Vroom meta?
I think it's at a great spot right now. I've been playing it for the last few months. When I started, it was very under the radar deck, so people don't know how to play against it. But Oops and Tron were around back then, which were abysmal matchups. And Oops got banned, and then Tron got nerfed, and then the card got printed. So Tron's basically dead now, which means the deck no longer has its two worst matchups. The card decks are a little tricky because they can just turn 1 you, but if you get a turn or two to develop, it's pretty easy to manage. So I think the deck's in a great spot right now, and it's still kind of under the radar because people don't play it online. I guess it's a lot of clicks, but it's not really at the top of the metagame, so people don't have too much hate for it, and especially the car has made it so that people need faster hate versus more impactful hate like Clarion Conquerors or things like that.
So you think the more grindy approach to the artifact deck is the place to be right now?
I think so, and it can be grindy. It can grind out games, or it can just kill them on turn 2.
And I got a little spicier question for you. How do you feel about Universes Beyond infiltrating Legacy as much as it has?
Well, I'm a big fan of the Sewer Valence cam. I might not love the aesthetics, but I do like the cards, so.
Yeah, that's the general vibe I've gotten from a lot of Legacy players. Boy, these cards are good. And I think we'll throw it back to the booth after this and get on there.
We're back. It's been a long time, chat. Good to see you all. Jarvis, what do you think about that match?
It was a good one. I think like things didn't quite go Eric's way, obviously.
Yeah.
But we really did show the grinding power of the Welder Cam deck.
Right.
Just all of the engine cards let you get a bunch of 2-for-1s, and really the cascade of card advantage really led to victory in both of those games eventually.
Right. And one thing, too, that I really do like about these types of, like, kind of combo decks, too, is that there is so much play to it. Like, it's not like it's not a deck that I would feel comfortable handing to someone and being, like, go nuts. Like, if I hand Dimir mid-range to someone who's, like, played Standard before, like, they'd probably kind of get the gist of it pretty quickly. But something like Welder Cam, there's so many interactions in the deck that are kind of unintuitive. Like, I remember the first time I played the deck, I had a Seat of the Synod and a Welder and a Cam, and it took me a second to like really think about it because obviously
it's infinite blue mana, right?
Yeah, infinite blue mana, and then you have the Cam, so you can also start drawing cards because it randomly has pay 4 mana, draw 2 cards. Like, it's just like that. Obviously, that's a kind of a bare bones combo, but then you have all these kind of like mini combos that you can do, especially with like Engineer and like what's like an Engineer kind of combo going without the Welder before you're really popping off. Like, there's a lot of play to it. There's so many cute things you can do with Welder. For instance, in one of the games I remember, someone had to Lotus Pedal out their car, and I was able to weld out the car for their Lotus Pedal before they could get the trigger.
With the trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's worded in such a way that you must sacrifice it to actually get the cars, correct?
Yes.
So you can just wait for them to go all in, weld it out, and then they completely get screwed.
Yes.
In those spots, I think what they're supposed to do is try to avoid getting the Lotus Bone in the graveyard, of course.
Yeah, 100%. They probably could have had a series where they did that, but obviously it's like for instance, I play a lot of Dreadnought, right? And I've had my Dreadnought welded out for Dreadnoughts before, which is not a great experience.
Yes, of course, because then you have to sacrifice a new Dreadnought.
Which I do not have. But no, it's a really fun card to play with. It's kind of like a spiritual successor to Painter in a way. It's kind of got a lot of the same kind of play to it, except instead of like the Painter Grindstone shenanigans, you've got Cam and like whatever else you have in your deck shenanigans.
So it's funny that Harry mentioned Tron being a bad matchup. Reminds me of the fact that a few years ago, Ari and I were talking, Ari Wax and I, who he moved away sadly, otherwise he would have been at this event this weekend. But Ari and I were discussing Painter for Eternal Weekend, which he did top 8, but he said Mystic Fortune was a bad matchup. So he was sideboarding Null Rod in his Painter deck, which is hilarious to think about for a lot of reasons, because he's like, well, if I can make the game about creatures, I can beat them down at least with my Saga tokens. I suspect a similar sort of thing is going on for Harry here, that the Tron deck just goes so far over the top, like removing off the stuff with like Ugins, maybe Karn, stuff like that, that it was a problematic matchup for him.
Yeah, 100%. All right, so what are your predictions for the top 8 of this event?
Welder Cam,
Okay.
second Welder Cam,
Okay, 2 other cams.
Dimir Carr,
Okay. What flavor of Dimir Carr?
probably. I'm going to guess it's actually James Pogue who top 8s.
Okay.
The person
okay.
we saw play
so the
earlier.
Tamiya version.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 3.
Let's go with a wild dark horse, Mono Green Lands.
Okay. I did see some Lance players in the
So
field.
I think one thing about that, I was thinking about this too. If you just put 4 Boseijus into your deck and play some flutes and maybe sideboard Force of Vigor, it actually sounds sort of appealing to me. One other thing, I wouldn't skimp on the Tabernacles right now. I think Tabernacle is really important. Sometimes people have not played in the past. I think mostly due to budget reasons. Obviously, it is an expensive card. I just think that card is probably excellent right now.
I agree. Because honestly, like, you get hit for 16, but if they only have 1 mana, like, you could maybe mount a counteroffensive by wiping out 3 of them. Or
And then having
sometimes-
Mazavith. Yeah.
have a Mazavith. Like, there's a few things you can do, right? Like, even, like, you can play the thing, play the Tabernacle, wipe out 3 of them, and sometimes, like, they don't even have a land. Like, I've seen games where it was just, like, Lotus Petal, Dark Rit, Car, Bauble. Like, they're keeping that hand without a land, 100%, but they have no mana in play.
This reminds me of when people used to empty the Warrens versus me as the Epic Storm, but they only had 1 land out. So I would just carp rotate for Tabernacle, wipe out 15 tokens. 1 Goblin is certainly not going to get the job done versus me. But if you're really concerned about the car as lands as well, you can play Glacial Chasm, which fogs the car.
Oh, that's a good point, too, yeah.
And I don't want to explain all of the Chasm stage loops because there is a little bit tricky. Chasm plus stage is a fog lock versus a lot of decks.
Yeah.
They used to be more necessary when you played against a lot of Price of Progress in the
Right.
old days. And you would have to punishing fire them out while maintaining the lock.
Wait, how does the because Punishing Fire is...
It deals 2 to your opponent.
Oh, I
So,
see.
but then it's 1 life and 1 mana to rebuy it.
Right,
So it's
exactly.
a very, very slow way. If you're playing against literally burn and you know you're dead, if you have to let the Chasm go, you can't make the Lage because Chasm says you can't attack.
Yes.
So you have to punching fire them 20 times. It's very doable. If you want to play Chasm, you should read up on that stuff.
I used to play the Chasm Lock was a pretty big part of Cloud Post back in the day, which was one of the very first Legacy decks I ever picked up.
Well, I don't think Cloud Post has a way to accelerate land drops, right?
No,
so you couldn't
it was
actually
a
get the
very natural.
But in
yeah.
lands, you actually can because
Yes.
exploration helps. And actually, the most efficient way to do it is to play stage. Use stage to copy the Chasm.
Yep.
And then during your, like, you can basically loop stage Chasm instead of having to replay the Chasm to sacrifice a land every time.
Right. So we got 4 decks. Lands, blue-black, car.
And 2
Yeah.
welder cams.
What's the other 4?
2 welder cams.
Yeah, 2 other cams. There's 4.
Okay. What are the other 4?
Do we think
I'm feeling Vroomsday. I think a
Okay,
Vroomsday
we
is
got
going
a
to sneak in.
Vroomsday. Okay, I agree. Do we think there's going to be a cheeky mud gamer?
Like the colorless.
Any colorless deck.
Uh,
yeah.
That's like, I think there's like a 1/3 chance of that, so I'm not going to put it in.
Okay,
Or
okay.
no, maybe we can put 1 in.
Okay.
Okay. 1 colorless deck of sorts, probably with the car.
I agree.
All
And
right.
we got 2 more.
2 more.
Any Delver gamers? Like blue-red tempo?
Yeah, I think 1 Izzet Prowess will make top 8,
Okay, we got 1 blue-red.
and I think 1 Azorious Phelia will make top 8.
1 Blink Dogs.
Yeah.
I think I'd be pretty similar. I think I'd put 2 Blink Dogs.
No, I think Welder Cam is doing better currently when I was walking around the top tables last round. And the Azorious Phelia gamers were a little bit lower. I do think the Azorious Phelia deck is like well positioned because of all the cards running around.
100%. I do think it's a very powerful consign deck. You can actually make use of like a lot of cool tricks with it. Like there's just a lot of cool stuff you can do with the deck. In general, it's very reminiscent of like the old kind of like the old Rug Delver days in a way, but albeit you have a much larger end game than you do in those days.
It does not really remind me of Temur Delver whatsoever.
I'm
Like,
kind of thinking it from the Wasteland Stifle angle, man.
I guess, but like
What is Quantum Riddler if not Tarmogoyf?
it's
Don't
Murktide
answer that
Regent.
question. Don't answer
It's
that.
Murktide Regent.
Okay. Okay, fine. Tarmogoyf is Murktide region. Fair enough. The But yeah, what do you? Okay. Flow State was obviously the big card before card came out. What do you think about Flow State today? Do you think it's going to make a big splash? Like, has it made a big splash in these decks? Do you think it's truly better than EI, worse than EI?
Well, for me, that's not even a question. I think it's significantly better than Flow State, and I think most people, or significantly better than Expressive Iteration. I don't think it's close, and I think the data has really shown that because you can just put it into more decks. Like, the casting cost of Expressive Iteration is a huge issue, and also the time dependency of having to use one of the cards right away is also a huge issue with Expressive Iteration. With Flow State, you can just put 2 Forcibles in your hand and it's fine. Like it does the thing. And also, typically in the shells that Expressive Iteration was best in, they all played 4 Wasteland usually.
Yeah.
It's very castable off Wasteland.
Yeah, no, I mean 100%. 1 colorless, 1 blue. Flow State. It was one of those cards that's like obviously people thought it was going to get like EI'd. In that it was going to get banned. But obviously, I don't think anyone is calling for a Flow State ban at this point, which is interesting because I definitely thought there would be some kind of dialogue about it, just because it is so similar to EI. But it's interesting for you to say that you think it's much better than EI.
I do, but I think also the cards have gotten a lot better since original Strixhaven came out. And to think about that, that was 4 or 5 years ago when first Strixhaven first came out. There's been a lot of cards printed since then. So the fact of the matter is, it's possible that Expressive Iteration nowadays wouldn't need to be banned either, you know?
I think there's a lot of cards on the ban list today that probably don't need to be banned. It's like, all right, Troll of Khazad-dûm, that can come off. That can come off. Give me my Troll back. I needed it in Bug.
You need it? Why do you need it?
Because that's how I get my basic swamp under Blood Moon against Moonstompy. Hello.
Why didn't we just fetch? Then why didn't we just fetch for the basic swamp to begin with?
Why would I do that? That seems like no. I don't fetch basics.
Do you plan ahead ever?
I like to live in the moment, Jarvis.
Okay.
That's why I'm so happy all the time. I live in the moment. Planning ahead, nah. That's why I don't have a 401k. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Aren't you a finance bro?
I'm not a finance bro.
Oh, I thought you were a finance bro. That's what I heard.
I'm just not. I'm cool and hip. I have art friends.
You have car friends.
I do have car friends. Actually, a lot of my friends in this room today are car friends.
Yeah, they're all driving the Fantastic car to work.
They're all splitting it a 4.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds painful.
Yeah. Have you seen Severance?
No. Should I?
Do they split into 4 and 7? I don't know. I've actually never seen. I just heard about like splitting people or something.
You asked me about if I've seen a show that you've never seen.
Well, it's called a layup, man. Have you seen some basketball before? It's called an
yes. Alley-oop.
Well, it's a kind of. Anyway.
Anyway.
All right. I think we can wrap that up. We've got a little bit for our next round, so don't go anywhere. Jarvis and I have to go get sustenance, and we'll be back with more Magic at the DMV. So come get your license, and let's drive.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Classic at CubeCon DMV. Rejoining you again, myself and Brian. Daddy Bosch, as apparently he's being referred to in the chat. Some awesome matches. We've certainly had the pleasure of covering some excellent matches of Magic today.
We have.
I haven't had the chance to watch what Harain and Jarvis have had to cover, but it seems like there's been some really fun stuff going on. And we have some spice coming up this round, and I'm really excited about.
I like that in the spread of the Fantastic Car, Reanimator, Show and Tell, Sewer Valence Camp combo. The spice is a Grizzly Bears with extra text mirror match. We've got Merfolk versus Cradle Control, which is the spiritual successor of Elves in Legacy. This is a Richard Garfield intended creature type versus creature type, typal, kindred battle.
Absolutely. What year is it is what we've been saying here. I can't believe that we're going to get the pleasure of covering these decks on camera. But we're very excited to see this. And we were talking about this a little bit. So I wonder, so why do you think that, I mean, variance is always a factor, but do you think that there's a particular reason why Merfolk might be performing well today?
I have not been shown the list yet, but there are a number of new Merfolk and Marvel superheroes. Namor, the Submariner,
That's
one
true,
of the
yeah.
earliest Marvel heroes, in fact, the Deep Lore. That guy, he's got some cool text. He brought some other Merfolk with him. He's got a whole city of Atlantis full of people that he could bring with him. And here we go. Is any of that actually here? Okay, Namor is here as a 3 of. It's on the screen now. This is a star 4 flying for 3. Power equal to the number of Merfolk you control, which counts itself. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell with 1 or more blue mana symbols in its mana cost, make that many blue Merfolk tokens. This is Army in a Can. This is Master of Waves updated for 2026. And this card's really strong.
Yeah, and we even have a singleton Flare of Denial in this deck, which is Merfolk is generally like the one deck that gets to actually play that card. And here with Namor in play, that can make a bunch of dudes. We also have 2 True Name Nemesis. Again, truly, like what year is it? We have 2 True Name Nemesis, 3 Harbinger of the Seas. That's probably helping out a lot, having the Blue Moon effect. So I see some Tishana's Tidebinders in the sideboard, so probably that's a consideration for cars. But yeah, I gotta love Merfolk, right? I can't wait to see how this deck is stacking up in the 2026 metagame. So we're ready to go down to the table, so we're gonna head down there and watch this match play out. So Daniel Fitzgibbons is on Cradle Control. Sort of technically 4-color, but I believe it's just 4-color for Atraxa. So
it's a Golgari deck.
Yeah.
With Natural Order.
And he is going to be on the play here, leading off with Once Upon a Time. So the one time in this game that it's going to be free. And we see some lands. I saw a Craterhoof. I saw an Ignoble Hierarch, and is it Birds of Paradise.
Birds of Paradise, yeah.
And that's the pick.
Yeah, the Cradle Control deck, kind of a silly name in the era where we name decks after what they do.
Yeah.
Like Blue, White, Blink, Dimir, Car. Cradle Control has snuck through. This was a joke where over time, the Elf combo deck, the Heritage Druid Glimpse of Nature deck, just slowly became Golgari Maverick.
Yeah.
And but the defining factor of it was that it still played for Gaia's Cradle at the core. And so this Cradle Control deck, it wants to be on board with a Mana Dork on 1, and then it wants to do something, set up an engine on 2, and then on 3, they want to be in a spot where a single removal spell or a single Wasteland or a single counter spell no longer can stop their gears from turning.
All right, and Ben getting into the spirit of the car metagame with that Aether Drift gold foil treatment behind the steering wheel island as his land drop for turn 1.
Smells like R. Kelly's sheets.
All right, so his hand is, as you'd expect, full of Merfolk, and I think I saw Force of Negation, or was that Flare of Denial? I couldn't quite tell.
I'm not sure. I did get a glimpse at Ben. Clearly seems to be an invested Merfolk gamer. This deck is foiled. We've got the throwback retrofoil Tide Shaper. We've got some Amonkhet masterpieces in there. I think Spell Pierce or Force of Will. I think that's Spell Pierce, but who could say? I could look directly at that card and not tell you what it was. That's a feature of that printing.
All right, so White of the Reliquary for Daniel here.
Yep, there's the engine creature. That's phase 2.
So getting online with no clock on Ben's side yet, but it is mostly Grizzly Bears. So 2 drops is where we're going to start getting some creatures into play. And so here is our second island. It looks like potentially all of his islands are that specific island. So that's a...
I would hope so. I mean, the alternative is they're mismatched, and he chose that one for one of them. I would commit to this life. Oh, yeah. There's the third one.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Yep,
so
we're just swimming in piss.
Silvergill revealing. Revealing Harbinger to Silvergill Adept to draw a card.
I do like the discipline for Ben to get the cantrip online, find the next card, because Merfolk ultimately, this is a pack rat strategy. Anyone who's played with or against the card pack rat, where every turn after you resolve pack rat, you discard and you make another pack rat, which makes your pack rats bigger. That's the exact same experience of Lord of Atlantis, Master of the Pearl Trident, Lord up, unblockable. My 2/2s become 2/3/3s. Then I have 4/4/4s. It's pack rat. And you need a flow of rats to keep on packing. And if his hand was not ready to play the game, even though these scary engines are coming online, taking the turn to draw a card there, I like it. He could have played more defensively, I guess. Though if Flare of Denial is the card in the hand, the Silver Grail Adept is the one you want to just sacrifice to that because you've already drawn
For
a card.
sure. Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great fodder for Flare of Denial. So True Name Nemesis is Ben's play for the turn, choosing Daniel, of course, and Daniel cracking a fetch. Now True Name Nemesis, obviously has fallen out of a lot of favor in the current metagame, but as a result, nobody's packing Marsh Casualties anymore. So this card is capable of blocking. These Whites of the Reliquary can get quite large, but True Name can block them all day.
Funny enough, I was an Elves main in the early 2010s. I foiled the deck out in like 2011, 2012. I still own traditional combo Elves in foil, and Marsh Casualties is a card I keep in my Elves Maybe binder. That's literally a card that I used to have because True Name Nemesis or a board full of a question used to be like, how do I beat a board if someone has like Containment Priest and Gadok Teague and Mother of Runes? How do I break that up? Marsh Casualties, baby.
Hell yeah. All right, so White of the Reliquary is going to go get a Gaia's Cradle here with cashing in a Birds of Paradise for a Gaia's Cradle. So we're going to get a lot of big mana boost here. There's 4 so far. Well, nope. Reconsidering. There's 3 into Grist.
And this, we're now playing chicken, because Daniel has Natural Order in hand. We know that. It was in the opening hand. He could cast it. He could cast it now. He could cast it after Grist, because Gaia's Cradle is just freaking Gaia's Cradle. It goes nuts. That's what it does. And the chicken game here, and this is a big part of the Cradle control movement and playing this deck well, is the White of the Reliquary. There's 2 of them. They're slowly getting bigger. Grist provides food every turn to build out your lands toolbox. You can do that basically forever. Or I guess for the next 6 turns before True Name Nemesis deals 18 to you. So you've got 5 turns of doing that. These are big creatures with vigilance. They can push into the True Name. One of them will bounce off it, and the other will get some damage through. So Natural Order, Crater Hoof here is just lethal if it resolves. But why even risk it? Why risk getting 2 for 1 by a counterspell?
Yeah, so Ben can sit back. He's torn between, the tension here is that he has to protect himself from Natural Order just ending the game suddenly, but while he sits back and keeps that shield up, Daniel can just continue to build up this nasty board. So Wasteland here taking care of Gaia's Cradle. That takes care of one of them, but we have 2 active Whites of the Reliquary that can crank one more out. So
Cradle will be back. I think it's actually reasonable to wait until the upkeep to rip off that Wasteland. That might have been a little pushy, because in White of the Reliquary puts the land into play tapped. And going in the upkeep, that does deny Cradle for a turn, where now you can just grab one off of that pass token and be done with it.
So that is the comic book treatment of Namor. That is like the OG, like what is that, Silver Age or Bronze Age artwork of Namor the Submariner. So that is the card we were talking about before, and unfortunately, very difficult to read. Not that we could read it from this camera distance anyway.
Yep. Luckily, we've read it already. And for anyone who's interested, a friend of mine, Joe Steet, who works for David Adams' card shop, he did a YouTube short series on my channel where he found the source material, the issue, page, and year of every single one of these source material Magic cards. And in many of the things, he's actually holding up the book because he's a huge comic nerd himself. Like he'll like, this is Amazing Spider-Man #1, which happens to be in this necklace around my neck right now. And that was a fun series.
That's awesome. All right, so we have Grist turning over some more cards here, and there's a Wasteland for Daniel for turn. We have another Cradle into play. Yeah.
The Wasteland could kick in because the Merfolk endgame is my squad has Island Walk, and I give you an island, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
And we know he has Tide Shaper in his hand. That was in the opening hand. And unfortunately for Daniel, he does control a basic forest, which could be turned into an island, but the wasteland myself to knock the island out of play could be an option for him.
Yeah. Well, Ben could get around that with Harbinger, but I think he would have probably cast Harbinger if he actually had Harbinger. So I don't know. Maybe I missed.
Yeah, I feel like Harbinger would have happened by now. I see
see his
Master
hand
of the
properly.
Pearl Trident, whatever that Amonkhet Invocation is, which I think is Spell Pierce.
All right, so it's Sink into Stupor.
Flare of Denial.
Master of the Pearl Trident.
And
I
this is
think he
where
drew
it could
another
get kind of
true name.
stupid. This is my first experience seeing Namor the Submariner in play. And cast a spell, get some Merfolk. Cast a counterspell, get some more Merfolk. Next turn, Master of the Pearl Trident. The 1 to 5 Merfolk I've made on the past turn cycle are now 2/2s, and in they come. And they all buff Namor as well.
Yeah. All right, so Tide Shaper is going to come in and turn Gaia's Cradle into an island and Sink into Stupor as a tap land here. Namor is now juiced up to 4 power. Tide Shaper turns it into an island, so I believe the name changes as well. So it is just named Island right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to look up Namor real quick. Does Namor say non-creature spells, or?
Yeah, I believe it's
Okay.
non-creature
Okay.
spell specifically. All right, so White of the Reliquary, sacking Birds of Paradise, let's add another land to this board here. Continuing to build out our mana base.
And the choice here
There's
to
Bossing Say.
go after Gaia's Cradle, like turning that into an island turns it off from being Gaia's Cradle, but it does make it a wastable target for Daniel to take himself off of an island, so the creatures can be blockable next turn. Bossing Say is so messed up, though. If you haven't seen this in action, Bossing Say, animating a land, sack that land to White of the Reliquary because now it's a creature. The land comes back, brings another land. Animating Wasteland, you get to Wasteland. The Wasteland comes back into play. This is a way to turn the Cradle back into a Cradle, animate that Island Cradle, and now you have the option to sack it at will to your
Yeah.
White of the Reliquaries, and it comes back as Gaia's Cradle instead of Island. This card is so powerful.
Yeah, Bossing Say is really strong here. Ben does have a second True Name Nemesis in his hand, and that could be very helpful because then he's got 2 guys to bounce off of Whites of the Reliquary.
Yep. Then a Trampler will be required to
Yeah.
finish it off here.
So we're going to put Ignoble into the graveyard for White of the Reliquary and get another land here.
These decks usually play some number of Talon Gates of Madara, which is another way to make all the creatures suddenly blockable if they phase out a Lord of Atlantis mid-combat. I don't think the surprise my squad is unblockable trick is going to work in a variety of directions here in this particular game we're watching.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Dryad Arbor with the first white, and we're going to sacrifice that one to the other white. And we're going to get another land. Looks like just Bayou. Yeah, just Bayou. Building up the graveyard, making these whites very large.
White gets bigger for creatures in the graveyard. Yeah, so that one +2. This is also thinning a lot of lands out of the deck. The idea of mana thinning, like fetch to thin, is generally not significant, and in a deck with cantrips, it's usually better to have a fetch land around in case you draw Ponder or Brainstorm.
Right.
But this is not a deck with cantrips, and he's doing a lot of thinning.
Right.
So, like, it is actually significant here.
It becomes a thing when you are repeatedly doing it turn after turn.
Oh,
Especially
was
multiple times a
Grist
turn.
ready to pop? That's what was happening. He was just yeeting a bunch of creatures into the graveyard
yeah,
and then
yeah.
minus Grist. GG. Yeah.
Yep, that was it. All right,
Yep.
so that's going to take care of game 1 for Daniel Fitzgibbons. So he takes that one down, and we proceed into game 2 with sideboarding. So let's take a look at these sideboarding cards. So Ben will be on the play here, down a game. It looks like I don't know if he's going to have a whole lot here for the Cradle Control deck. What do you see? I mean, maybe Dismember, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough. especially not
Dismember is
against
definitely
White of the
coming in.
Reliquary.
It's going to be Dismember and Tashana's Tidebinder, I think, are the cards
Yeah.
that are useful here. Brazen Borrower, it's probably necessary. It depends on how much you're cutting out. But for me, Dismember is a slam dunk. Like I said, the script for Cradle Control is Accelerate on 1, Engine on 2, Redundant Engine on 3. By turn 4, a single spell can't mess you up anymore. And that's exactly the script that was followed. 2 White of the Reliquaries, a Grist, had Natural Order in the opening hand, never even needed to cast it.
Never needed
like
it.
That's, it still had all these.
Still had all
That was perfectly to script. But if you can collapse their House of Cards, if you could dismember that White on turn 2, and then they're untapping to turn 3 without an engine running yet, you can actually get over, especially as an aggressive deck that needs to attack to win.
And we talked about, over sideboarding in the previous matchups, but Tormod's Crypt here can shrink these Whites of the Reliquary down, but it's not, strictly speaking, a graveyard-based deck. It doesn't have like reanimation spells or things like that. Do you have any temptation to bring those in, or do you think those stay in the board?
No, that's a 0 for me. If my deck has some incidental thing like Endurance, which might be a useful combat body that also makes their creature smaller, I might want one of those around, but I'm not bringing in a Surgical Extraction, a Tormod's Crypt, a Rest in Peace. That's not actually the axis this game is fought on.
All right, and moving over to Daniel's side of the board, we have some snuff outs here. I would imagine those come in.
For sure.
Abrupt Decay, probably another really good one to bring in.
Yep.
Takes care of the Merfolk Lords. Anything else that you think might be worth bringing in?
The Alpha Deathclaw is really interesting. I assume that is specifically for show and tell, and for everyone reaching for Scryfall right now. That's a 6-drop that when it enters or becomes monstrous, destroy target permanent. And that is the type of mid-range booty that if you're expecting Spell Pierces and Force Negations and stuff, and you don't want to expose yourself to Natural Order, you could just put that in your Zenith package, your mid-size Zenith target. If you draw it, it's going to be castable in the mid-game and killing 2 Merfolk while getting the biggest body on the board. I could see a conversation about that. That, again, depends on the conversation we've been having all day of, do you have 5 cards to cut? Because I want Snuff Out, I want Abrupt Decay, and if I have a 5th card that's not that good, maybe Deathclaw makes it in.
Yeah. All right. So players are shuffling up and ready to proceed with Game 2. Looks like Ben is already down on a mull to 6, so that's going to be extra painful considering he is on the play here.
Yep. But he's trying to just come out swinging. He wants to pack rat him out. That's the job. I don't think Ben wants to take a posture of control because, in the name of the deck, Cradle Control. An aggro deck should not try to meet a control deck in a control game. Ben would love a hand with 5 creatures and the mana to cast them. That's what he wants to do here. Just curve out, try to get over.
And he's got...
I assume that's
Aether
Vial.
Vial. Yeah, for sure.
That's a crazy printing. I've not seen that. That's got to be a secret layer.
It's a secret layer, yeah. And I was like, that's the only way this hand is capable because his only mana source is this basic island. So,
right.
And he pretty quickly kept it. So yeah, we have Master of the Pearl Trident and Dismember in the opening hand as well. So with Aether Vial, that sets him up pretty well to be able to try to keep pace with Daniel's ability to produce mana.
Yeah, and this is one of those hands. Merfolk was a top-tier deck, or at least actively competitive deck when I was first getting into Legacy in like 2008. And I spent my time in the Merfolk streets, and you have to keep hands like this. And that second draw step, you sweat it hard, and it's like, is it a blue source? Am I doing it all, or am I kind of treading water and hoping to whatever god you believe in that Aether Vial stays in play forever?
Yeah, truly. I mean, against the green-black deck, you can expect that the Aether Vial will not necessarily be long for the world. But for now, it's hanging around as Daniel opens with just a Birds of Paradise. Well, just a Birds of Paradise.
Yep.
We saw how that turned out last game.
Yeah, and I actually like this decision. The only decision Ben had to make that turn was, do I dismember the Birds of Paradise? And the answer, I don't know about this, but he chose not, because Birds of Paradise is not an engine. This deck has a lot of ramp.
Yeah.
But getting the engines rolling is what actually matters. And the Dismember after the Nantuko, because Nantuko still comes into play here,
right?
And the bugs still happen. Daniel is many turns away from starting to copy Birds of Paradise with the landfall triggers. So I think I probably would have been Diamond Hands on that Dismember until you show me a White of the Reliquary or a Fiend Artisan if it's in the deck. One of these things that's really going to get the ball rolling.
Either bolt the bird before it untaps, or you're holding out hope for to kill a hero.
Yeah, because Bestow specifically, like if that was Blanchwood Armor or Rancor, that
Right.
would have been an insane exchange. But Bestow, the Bestow creature just falls into play instead of fizzling.
Yeah.
All right, drew the mana though, which it might be a saving grace because now his hand is full of stuff he wants to spend mana on, and he may not have been able to spend the Dismember any other time.
Right.
Still might not be a great spot, but
Okay.
the option was
so
there.
That is I forget what the name of it
That
is.
is
The Drowner
Drowner.
from Duskmorn.
Yeah, Flood Pit's Drowner. Dr.
Flood
Owner.
Pit's Drowner.
Yep.
Dr. Owner.
Yeah, Flood Pit's Drowner is a surprising hit from Duskmorn. It's a core piece of the blue-black tempo deck that's existed. Drowner and Kaito were printed in the same set. They've coexisted the whole time. And I've seen this thing show up in Modern, Legacy, and Vintage. It's fringe in the higher power formats, and it was a staple in Standard until the Izzet critical mass reached, and nobody could really hang with that anymore. But yeah, the Floodpit's Drowner, really cool tempo card.
All right, so Aether Vial takes up to 3 here and is going to put Harbinger of the Tides into play. So that is going to turn that bayou into an island, but Daniel has a basic forest and a Birds of Paradise, which was stunned.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it shouldn't have a stun count on it anymore. Right?
Yeah,
Because
he
it's
stunned
main
it,
phase.
tapped and stunned it in the upkeep, which is after the
Oh,
untap step.
because it has flash. Right. So
Yep.
he cast that. Got it. Okay,
And
well, now it's
importantly,
not stunned.
Harbinger of the Seas making things islands. It doesn't just turn off black; it turns on Lord of Atlantis.
True. All
We're
right,
in the
so
tempo game.
Tapping our 1 green source here, Sylvan Safekeeper.
Oh, sick! Can opt out of islands at any time now. Oh, this deck is so annoying.
So Ben's hand is an Aether Vial and I think it's another Merfolk. I can't quite
yeah,
see which. I think it's
Tidebinder.
Tidebinder. Yeah. And then Wasteland now is the draw for the turn. All right, so we're going to attack here. Keeping up
make it-
Flood Pit's Drowner, so we still have access to doing that whenever we want.
Yeah,
Somewhat of a
and
good news
sacking
here.
the land is the cost of Sylvan Safekeeper. So
Yeah.
even having Tishana's Tidebinder up, like having played the Wasteland pre-combat or vialing it in, it doesn't actually stop this from happening.
Yeah. So I think it's been Daniel has been missing land drops. I think at least one. So with the Spring Heart not cranking out even more insects than it already has, that has given Ben a window to stay in this game. I think that if it was
Okay.
Okay.
This is a sweet move. The land is gone. That is a cost. But Tishana's Tidebinder turns off the Sylvan Safekeeper for as long as Tidebinder's in play, which means if Daniel would ever like another land in play, it will be an island, and it will be in play. Except that now this is just going to trade with this eat this Harbinger of Seas in combat,
yeah.
and now the islands are not islands anymore. It's so wiggly.
Okay, so here comes Guy's Cradle.
Yeah, the attack with the Harbinger makes me think that Ben maybe didn't see that interaction. I like the Flood Pit's Drowner attack. Like that either eats the Bayou and then dies to the white, but the island game gets to continue.
Right.
But sending in the thing that's making the islands to die in combat when it can die on board and your interaction doesn't stop it. Like either there was a misunderstanding about how Tishana's Tidebinder interacts with Safekeeper, or it was just missed entirely.
He also maybe wanted his Harbinger to, maybe the line he actively wanted it to die so that he could waste the Guy's Cradle here, and but which he does do. But I actually somewhat expected the White of the Reliquary to go away, because now it's up again and we can sack an insect here to go get
Yeah,
A land.
you wouldn't need to wasteland Gaia's Cradle if it was an island, and it would be making your creatures unblockable. So there's no way that was intentional.
Yeah.
the plan. It's where we ended up. I don't think it's where we wanted to be.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So a fetch land here for Daniel makes an insect token, and another one once it's cracked.
I just got a peek at Daniel's hand, though. He is holding Craterhoof Behemoth and Natural Order.
Oh my.
The good news for Daniel is that Gaia's Cradle will just cast that thing next turn. We've
Right.
made a bug every turn of this game.
Could we do it now if we use white to get a Cradle? Oh no, because it comes in tap.
Yep, enters tapped. It's not quite
Yeah.
crop rotation. Luckily, the
Yeah,
card's
thank
already
God.
messed up. Yeah, Wizards of the Coast, it has done a really good job in the past 5 to 8 years or so of things like this ability triggers once per turn, enters tapped,
Yeah.
first strike when attacking. Like
Right.
they've really put some dampers on mechanics that used to be fully busted, and they're still cool. Or activate as a sorcery, or activate only on your turn. These nice limiting factors outside of Nadu, of
Yeah,
course.
they've been making Magic cards for like 35 years now, so they're starting to get into the places where, like, doing it that way, it gives them a lot more design space to make cards be specifically good at exactly what they want that card to do, and not just like, oops, accidentally, this card is actually awesome at this other thing that we didn't anticipate. So like Skull Clamp, where they were like, we're going to nerf Skull Clamp by making the creature get smaller in toughness, and it's like, but that just turns it into a draw engine.
Right. Oops. All right, we see the hooks coming in here. Daniel is executing the plan that Ben wanted to do, which is like piece by piece get to a point where now I have a lethal attack, and Daniel basically has all of the hooks in. A massive board. White of the Reliquary can get Gaia's Cradle. Allosaurus Shepherd makes the Craterhoof uncounterable.
Yep.
This is just tick, 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 tick. Not a lot that
A
can go
handful of
wrong.
cards,
Yep.
while Ben is stuck on 2 lands with... he does have an Aether Vial on 3, but another Aether Vial in hand, and he has a Merfolk in hand. I'm not sure which Merfolk it is, but things are not going according to plan right now.
Right. Yeah, so if only Drowner had attacked last turn and Harbinger wasn't lost, that Cradle would have been a non-factor, this Bayou in play would be an island, and Ben would be smushing for 7 damage this turn with an opponent on 11. There might have been a way to tempo through this board full of blockers with different sequencing, but that's the elves, even going back to combo elves, the
Right.
onboard tricks, the Wirewood Symbiotes, the Quarian Rangers, the later innovations, Elvish Reclaimers, which morphed up into White of the Reliquary. There's so many onboard tricks with this deck, and as a former elves player, I loved just sitting there with 5 different things I could do without even looking at the cards in my hand, and daring my opponent, okay, lightning bolt something, see what happens.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not going to go how you want.
It was so frustrating that getting that like Trinity Matrix of Dryad Arbor and all the elves that bounce all this stuff. And yep, so here's Gaia's Cradle for 1 billion mana. Here's Craterhoof Behemoth. You can't counter it with Allosaurus Shepherd, and that's gonna be all she wrote for Merfolk. So
Yep.
an unfortunate end for our folk hero Ben Kunkel
Yep.
on Merfolk.
And historically in the Legacy format, in the tribal warfare domain, Elves is favored. It has historically been favored versus Merfolk, versus Goblins, versus Humans, versus Soldiers. If your deck is named after a creature type, you're probably not in good shape versus Elves.
Right. So that's all she wrote for that match. 2-0 for the Cradle Control deck there. All right, cool. So we are going to go to our backup match now, and we're kicking over to, we're slightly time shifted. We're going to kick over to the start of game 3 here for the backup match and see how this one plays out. And I believe our backup match is a player that we saw the last time we were up on camera, Bobby, and his Esper Dreadnought Thrall control deck. against Chris Cornwell, who we promised you a couple rounds ago on a blue-white Phelia, a archetype he has been pioneering and piloting to a lot of success online. So we're going to kick over to that match now and head down to the table.
Yep, these players have taken the same idea and implemented it differently. Like Quantum Riddler, Phelia, these are things you could point a consign to memory at. Dreadnought, something you could point a consign to memory at. You could also consign your opponent's cars and Thassa's Oracles, like we talked about in the previous round. And this is actually a really interesting dynamic because consign to memory does not, from Bobby, consign to memory does not stop Chris's Phelia or Quantum Riddler from arriving. But you can consign to memory Dreadnought on the stack.
Right.
So at an engine level, Chris is kind of favored here, but also a 12-12 is bigger than a 2-2. But also, if that 2-2 gets into combat and flickers the 12-12,
right,
we need another Stifle to keep it. But Bobby's particular build with the Doorkeeper Thrall, that makes some of the Phelia tricks less volatile. This is actually really cool.
And we see, so the opening of this game is Chris is going to stifle Bobby's fetch to kind of catch him with a sinkhole here. And that's one of the advantages Chris has. And he told me he has 4 copies of Stifle in his main deck. He has a lot of utility for Stifle, but it can always just be a wasteland or a sinkhole effect. And so he's, gotten a lot. You can get a lot of equity by sneak a lot of non-games in by stifling fetches, and I'm told that he has done that at least once or twice already today.
Yep.
But Bobby with another fetch land here, so not totally deprived of mana. And he's going to get the Surveil land as well and see if he can control hit the top of his library.
I see them yucking it up on camera, and I assume the joke there was, would you like to stifle my Surveil trigger?
Right.
So that surveilling Polluted Delta to the graveyard is probably disappointing to Chris.
Yeah.
Because like we talked about earlier, Stifle is air quotes bad. Like
Right.
if Stifle doesn't end the game, what have you really done?
Yeah.
And got you 1 mana sinkhole, skadoosh. But then on the very next turn, you mill a Polluted Delta because you're good on lands.
Right.
That's disappointing to see if you're Chris.
You're like, well, all right. Well, so much for that game plan.
Yeah, you functionally took the play. You're up a card because you were on the draw, and then now you have 2 mana first. So now you're kind of up a card and you're on the play for resource development purposes, but you've clearly not created a non-game.
Yes. So Bobby with Brainstorm putting 2 cards on top and then electing not to put a fetch land in, putting Tundra in instead. Just demonstrating some strength on mana base here, considering whether or not to play something else and just elects not to. So Chris is going to have, I believe this is an end step fetch, and he could be getting a Surveil land here, but he could also have an end step play. He's got some flash spells in the deck.
Phelia is the one that is. Yep.
Looks like that's what he's going to be going for. And that's where, Stifle really also, an early game Stifle, if it's not backed up by some kind of pressure or clock, it really starts to look very bad because you have no clock and you're just cantripping and your opponent just gets to draw out of it. So you really have to back it up with pressure. And it looks like that's what Chris has some, but we'll see if it's enough to put stress on Bobby's mana base with only 2 lands in play. Well, having not missed a land drop so far.
Yeah, and Phelia is such a cool, dynamic game piece. This one slid under my radar a little bit, I'll admit. When Modern Horizons 3 came out and we were talking about Nadu and Glaring Fleshraker and all these really messed up things, Phelia just quietly immediately went into Death and Taxes, worked its way into Esper Blink decks in Modern, which made it way into when Quantum Riddler was printed a little bit later, it immediately became an archetype. Overlord of the Baelmark plus Phelia is a whole thing in multiple formats. This card is messed up, and every time I have it in play, it's like flicker out a blocker just to push damage. Cast a Planeswalker, use the Planeswalker ability, flicker Planeswalker out, it arrives with fresh loyalty. Stifle the return trigger to keep your opponent's stuff permanently exiled when you flicker it with Phelia. There's so much movement on this little doggo.
Yeah, just an incredible value engine without working very hard to make it one. And so looks like we have Riddler. So speaking of the devil.
Yep, it has happened.
Here we go. So Phelia attack, blink out Riddler, and crack in for some damage. And then Riddler is going to come back on the end step. And Bobby does have some interaction on whether or not that returns, but it doesn't look like he has any right now, or at least is not willing to cast any right now.
Yeah,
so
this is not where Bobby wanted to be. Versus all the Phelia decks, on that turn 2, it's like, can I make it to turn 3 without my opponent drawing multiple extra cards and having a dragon in play?
Right.
And in this case, the answer was no.
Yeah.
And now you have a lot of cleanup to do, where otherwise you could settle back into the draw-go, Esper, and mid-range war that you signed up for. But now you're under real pressure.
Yeah, for sure. So he does take care of Phelia with Prismatic Ending there, and it's worth noting that like he had that in hand for like a decent amount of time, but Chris just flashed in Phelia and then did the Riddler, and there was no window for Bobby to cast the Sorcery pending until Phelia had already done the thing with Riddler. So it does take care of Phelia, and she's not able to generate even more value, but damage. A lot of the damage has been done, and so I think that's a Prismatic Ending. A fellow Prismatic Ending to take care of your Tameo, and a Wasteland on your Black Source. Crash in with Quantum Riddler. Chris showing a hand full of, I think are those Force of Wills.
Chris has Force, Ponder, and maybe Wrath of the Skies. It's a crazy full art version of something.
Yeah.
But I definitely see Force, Ponder, which means he could have protected Phelia and said, I'm good.
Yeah. And just,
yeah. No thanks. I got this.
All right. So brainstorm here from Bobby. So Wasteland backing up the Stifle now is starting to feel, Bobby's starting to feel some of the pressure here, especially, again, really with this clock. The Quantum Riddler is really what's doing it here. That we have to find an answer to that, and we only have so much mana to work with to dig to answers.
Yep. To his credit, Bobby has not missed a land drop this game. He has been set back against his will, multiple lands, but still gaming, still hitting them, still casting spells. But will the life total hold up long enough for it to turn the quarter? Something like a Barrogoyf, which we know Bobby has multiple copies of, that can race the Quantum Riddler. The life link matters a lot.
Absolutely. Chris also with the Tameo last turn, so he also has that route, and with some cantrip help, he can get that online. I mean, we know he has Ponder, and with a Clue token and a Ponder, he could flip it next turn.
Yep.
If he wanted to. So, yeah, this could go very, and with the Force of Wills, like with a Quantum Riddler in play, you almost kind of hope that you're priced into casting him, because then you could get the Riddler active, and you get
make
to draw
me
a whole
do
bunch
it.
more
Oh
cards.
no! Twist my arm. Get my hand down to one card.
I think that is a Barrogoyf in Bobby's hand, and it looks like he is. Well, he's not casting that. Looks like Source of Plowshares here on
Wow,
Tameo.
respect. Okay, so Bobby, by choosing that target with the Swords to Plowshares, said, I can handle this 4-power creature.
Yeah.
I'm at 11. This hits me 3 more times. I'm dead. I will deal with it in one way or another before the 3rd hit.
Yeah.
Like, that's my plan. Tameo attacks for 0, but it is worth, theoretically infinite cards, given infinite time, a clue every turn. That is not what Bobby wants. That's not the game Bobby wants to play, even though he could have bought more time. But recognizing where you're strong and where you're weak, what your deck can do and what it can't, it can't come back from behind on cards. It can come back from behind on life total.
Yeah. So here is the Barrogoyf now, and Chris with a choice now to make. Again, Chris letting Swords of Plowshares resolve, just choosing to hold the Force of Wills in his hand, and not wanting to commit those to any of Bobby's spells. But now we find this is a bridge too far.
I thought for a second, Chris picked up his graveyard and was just double checking it. I guess they were doing a Barrogoyf count. I thought for a second what was happening on camera was Chris was just revealing his handful of busted spells and being like, shrug, you want to keep playing.
And the Mr. Krabs Days is the card that Chris exiles to Force of Will. So this is a real troll deck, isn't it?
It is.
The Ponder Turtle.
and this is clearly a full commitment to Madness, because Chris is one of the DMV League staples. Like, I've seen Chris around for close to 20 years now playing Legacy in this general region. He could have Lorwyn Ponders if he wanted, but he chooses to have the MagicCon Chicago turtle eating a hot dog ponder. That's a choice.
Yeah. And Mystic Sanctuary here. So Mystic Sanctuary, one of those cards that lets these blue-white decks just turn into grinders. And in the way that this game is playing out, I think that's going to be really beneficial to him. Bobby is about to untap with his Urza Saga. It didn't make a construct, though, and I wouldn't be surprised, given that he's playing against a Phelia deck, if the Dreadnoughts are no longer in the deck. I would actually probably expect them to be gone. So that's not going to... I mean, Retrofitter Foundry is a card he can get.
I think Retrofitter was in his hand at one point this game. He's cast a couple Brainstorms.
Oh, no, that's Wrath of the Skies. That takes care of the Urza Saga.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. This is big flex mode of casting the Ponder. The hand was already force blue card with your opponent dead on board.
Yeah.
But can't resist casting Ponder, going down to one card in hand, and drawing 2 cards out to Ponder.
Yeah.
We'll just bet that there's a blue card in there somewhere. And
so
converted
it's
just fine.
Stifle. I think it's Stifle Daze and Force is Chris's hand right now.
This is
just absolute position of power. Here's Force of Will, pitching Stifle, and that's going to do it. So Chris takes it down. I will say that is the first game, to my knowledge, that Chris has lost all day so far. So he is now 5-0 and 9 or 10 and 1. 5-0, 10 and 1.
I bet he's furious about that game
So he
loss.
probably is pretty mad.
Nobody
about
makes me
losing
bleed
that
my
game.
own
Nobody
blood.
makes me bleed my own blood. Yes. So Bobby, I think both of these decks are. I mean, they're both playing really well. They both seem to be performing very well, and I think they're really well positioned in the metagame. And surprisingly, again, still no cars now. Now, part of that is that we saw some crazy spice at the X1 bracket. We were like, no, put that on camera. But yeah, I think that they're in a really good spot to where if the top 8 shapes out and the later rounds shape out to be full of cars, then they're in a really good spot to take this one down.
Yeah, it's a deck with good, efficient interaction for the expected metagame. It's a deck that can grind. They have these late game strategies, the Urza Sagas or hard casting Riddlers, and they both have a scam as well. Stifle Dreadnought or Phelia Riddler. They can turn the corner, they can fend off, and they can go long. I love these decks personally, and I'm not surprised to see 2 of them at the top of the standings playing against each other in round 5 in a tournament like this one.
Yeah. So Chris stays in the XO bracket. Bobby drops down to the X1 bracket, but I frankly, I expect to see Bobby playing Magic late into this tournament, probably into the top 8. And so, yeah, I'm really excited. This has been, honestly, I was a little nervous about today. I mean, I introduced this at the top of the show with welcome to the Baltimore car show. But this has been, we've gotten some really great matches of Magic today.
Yes. Yeah. Partially due to selection, but also it's Legacy. People play what they have and what they like. And we just featured someone with a foiled out Merfolk deck.
Yeah.
And that's not a person who 3 days ago was like, I think Merfolk lines up well against this fantastic card meta. This is a person who has spent clearly years building Merfolk and tuning it to a spot where they like to play it. And there's a Merfolk guy, there's a lands guy, there's always just like a person in your scene who's going to bring the deck they have or the deck they like, and that's part of the beauty of Paper Legacy. And you look at the Magic Online meta, and really the only thing in Magic Online, especially challenges, is how do I win the challenge? How do I get some ticks in my Moto account to pay for the next challenge? And that's a totally different vibe than showing up in Paper.
Yeah, and really, honestly, that also describes Bobby. And Bobby's just like, yeah, I'm going to make Phyrexian Dreadnought work in the metagame however it best works in the metagame. But like, I want to play Phyrexian Dreadnought. And of course, as soon as he got into pre-modern, the first deck he built was Phyrexian Dreadnought. He's like, oh, wait, there's a format where the top deck is a mono blue Phyrexian Dreadnought deck? Heck yeah, I'm playing that format. So, and speaking of, we do have some pre-modern winner boxes. So, side events on demand. So if you come on down here, you can play those. So we're going to go to break here and come back for the next round. Harane and Jarvis are going to rejoin you all for round 6. And so I'm really excited to see what we've got in store. I can't wait to get into round 7 and then into the elimination rounds and see how this tournament shapes up. It's been a great one so far. I'm really having a good time. So yeah, we're going to go to break real quick. Don't go anywhere. While we're on break, feel free to peruse the various prizes on the prize wall for the charity raffle. And if you can, come on down. We're at the Doubletree in Pikesville. You can come on down. There's a bunch of vendors here. They've got all kinds of cool stuff and for sale. And you can, if you've got some cards you want to trade into them, they're more than happy to take those off your hands. And yeah, we hope to see you guys down here. But if you can't make it, we're glad you tuned in. And we're going to go to break real quick, and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back. It's your boy, Rain, with Jarvis. Unfortunately, it looks like we might be leaving the dealership soon. There's been a large amount of car crashes with cars amongst themselves. And as a result, we've seen less cars on the road. It's unfortunate. But that does mean we have some non-car gaming for you. Right now, on the docket, we have the Boy Wonder, Harry Hackett, versus Universes Beyond Shitpile, is what I'm calling it at least. So here we have Mr. Hackett's Welder Cam. We've seen this tried and true. Recently won the showcase with it. Is the reason I am playing Pre-Modern and Team Trios tomorrow. Definitely earned us keeping that legacy seat. But, we've seen this deck. The Pinnacle Emissaries, I think, aren't really something we've talked too much about. But what do you think about them in this deck in general?
I think it's just a backup win con in the games where you don't necessarily are able to stick a welder. It's just to generate a big board and try to beat them down. I think it's necessary to have some number of that type of card, maybe 1 or 2. He landed on 2, and it seems completely reasonable to me.
No, I agree. And it's just it's just kind of like a generically powerful card when you're playing this many 0 drops, right? So I think it's cool. I can see why you wouldn't run 4, but I definitely like the 2 for sure. And now we have Universes Beyond 4 Color Legends. But come on, when you have Aang, Basim, Jennifer Walters, King T'Challa, Delighted Halfling, and Spider Woman, this is Zoomer magic, if you will.
I'm actually surprised there's no Plaza of Heroes in this deck.
I talked to him about this, why there is no Plaza. Even Cavern of Souls, there's a huge amount of humans in this deck. But he said it was to support Leyland Binding specifically, which makes sense to me.
Makes sense. I also wish there could be a copy of Caracas. It's really good in these decks.
I agree. I think this basic island might be trolling a little bit personally, and same with this basic plains, but again, I'm a bit of a basics hater. But looking at this deck, though, 3 Lavinia definitely respecting the kind of the fast card meta we're in. The Basim is kind of your value engine. King T'Challa, I don't actually know what the backside of this card does.
So I just had that in my Marvel Superhero Seal deck. The backside is a 4 white blue 3/3 double strike with flash. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to it, and when it hits a player, you draw a card.
Okay, so another value engine, and it's kind of got the Fairy Mastermind text on it as well.
I think the front side is better than the back side, if I had to guess, in Legacy.
Yeah, for sure. And then Jennifer Walters. Who's Jennifer Walters?
That's She-Hulk. You aren't a Marvel fan, are you?
I've seen the movies.
Then how did you not know Jennifer Walters is She-Hulk?
Like after Endgame, I don't really know if those count as movies.
But I don't think it's going to be flipped to the backside very often in this deck. I think it's mostly a defense grid.
That makes sense. And it's very much like, there's been a few of these effects. Like, there was the Boromir, classic. And then Teferi, obviously, has
and
had
Dosen the Falling Leaf. 1 GG, 2/2 from Kamigawa. Each player can only cast spells during their own turn.
Remind me to never play Mental Magic against you, Jarvis.
That card doesn't seem very good in Mental Magic. It seems fine.
No, but if you know these random cards, there's no shot I'm ever winning a game of Mental Magic against
That's
you.
probably true.
All right, well, let's get right into our game. Beautiful. Mr. Harry Hackett versus Daniel Scott. We have Welder Cam on Harry's side, opening up Volcanic Island Goblin Welder. Strong start coming out of Harry. On Daniel's side, let's see what we've got. Fetch the Flooded Strand, Delighted Halfling. This is really scary if you're Daniel, because if Harry has any velocity in this hand, this game could just be over right now.
So there's a Lotus Petal, a Pinnacle Emissary. So if we have a cam,
Okay. So no cam is what I kind of am getting from this. So Lotus Petal, Saga, Trigger, Chromatic Star,
Trigger. And Emery, I think, is the last card to be played.
And there's a Great Furnace, I believe, too, right?
Yeah, that's Great Furnace,
Yep.
Chromatic Star. I think the card in between is Emery, Worker of the Lock.
I think that, yep, that looks... No, it's Loki.
Oh, so we're just casting Loki. Interesting.
Trigger. Yep. Weld out, get the pedal, trigger Loki. Does this not trigger? Yeah, yep.
It does
trigger
because
Loki.
you're targeting a permanent you control
Oh,
with an
and this
ability.
bauble is insane because now you bauble, wait for their turn, bauble them, draw 2 cards.
It's hard to believe that this is turn 2.
This is indeed, this is just this is as good as you can get with this deck on turn 2 without winning the game, I feel like.
I wonder if Lavinia is on Harry's mind. He might have seen this deck being played a little bit just walking around. And we'll just revealed to them Urza's Bauble, Lavinia Azorious Renegade.
Now, a lot of damage has already been done. That this Lavinia, I'm unsure, is going to be able to make that much of a difference because Goblin Welder notably does not cast. It is an activated ability.
Did Harry miss the Urza's Bauble trigger during the upkeep?
Oh, I think he did.
That is a missable trigger, obviously unfortunate for Harry, but I still think he's in a really good spot. It's probably going to be fine.
Yep, because now Chromatic Star notably draws a card when it goes to the graveyard. It's not part of the ability.
And then you also draw a card from the Loki trigger, so it's really, we're really doing it.
And there is a Emery and a Skateboard. Oh, looks like we're going straight to attacks. All right. So I do wonder if we're going to play this Emery. Oh, no, because our Welder is tapped out. So we can't really do... Oh, if we play it and we get a cam, we could equip the Emery.
I think
No,
it's
but
just,
we only
I think
both
it's
blue
just
mana.
Construct Beatdown this game, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I could see that. Because also, I think we're kind of stranded on blue mana right now. To be able to cast Emery and get a Welder. And be able... Actually, is there a line here? If you cast Emery, you equip it, and then you give it haste, you can buy back the pedal, and then...
That is Basim.
Yep.
Blue, black, 2/2. When you cast a historic spell, you may draw a card
Once per turn.
once per turn.
Yes.
That was.
And it gains +1/+1, and this creature can't be blocked.
I used to say that was the Aspiring Spike Invitational card because you love that card.
I hope that card does very well very soon. Not because I have 40 copies of said card. Definitely not at all.
Do you have 40 copies of that card?
Listen, they were 50
Wait,
cents each.
you are a finance bro? Then.
I'm not a finance bro. I'm just an intelligent investor. Well,
Wouldn't most
intelligent if it pays out.
Hold on, wouldn't most finance bros say that they're intelligent investors?
When everything is a meme stock, Jarvis, can someone truly be an intelligent investor?
Anyways, we only have one contract. The other contract actually got anged, so savored.
So that just bounces it, right?
Well, it technically puts
Yes.
it to airbent, but it since it's a token, it doesn't
Yes.
go anywhere.
Oh yeah, not bounce. It's because when it's airbent, the opponent can pay 2 to recast it, right?
Yes.
How does that work with X costing spells, like Causelix?
You'll get it for 0, so not well for you.
Okay, that's right.
You can still cycle the Cosmos command for
Right.
2, but you really don't want to do that.
Right. So here is I believe we're going to see, what did we get off the Saga? We got this
Mox
Opal.
Opal,
Yep.
yeah, which makes sense.
That does make sense. And we have, so here comes the Emery. Emery trigger, mill 4. Saga, Volk, Welder, Bauble. So no cam yet. But I also don't know if we need to get the cam because we do have such a dominant board state. And I don't believe Daniel has any kind of recovery tool for this in the main.
No, like a card that would actually serve Daniel the best is like Urza's Ruinous Blast, but that's a hard card to include in your deck.
What is Urza's Ruinous Blast?
Oh, you should have played more Dominator Limited. It's 4 and a white legendary sorcery, so you can only cast if you control a legendary planeswalker or a creature. Exile all non-legendary permanents, or all non-land legendary, non-legendary permanents.
So we do have the skateboard. We tap down the Aang. I don't think that's going to be super relevant here. We don't have a sewer cam to just tap down everything every turn yet. So
No.
we're getting in for 3. Why are we leaving the construct back?
That is no, because it's summoning sick. That was the saga.
Oh, that was
that was a
this most
token
recent
made.
saga.
The previous construct had been anged, so there's only one.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
All right, but it looks like that's going to wrap it up. Harry just had such a even without the combo, just this kind of like quadratic
Growth.
card advantage
Yeah.
that one could achieve was able to push through.
Yeah, I think the problem for Scott, from Scott's side, is all of his cards are like sort of, disrupt your opponent, make things annoying to play the game. Harry just plowed through all of that very easily.
Right.
The Lavinia was too late, really there. We have access to Wrath of the Skies and Swords to Plowshares, both of which I imagine are coming in. Probably Force of Vigor as well. You could make a case for Endurance if there's enough green cards. So I think viewing this deck, looking at the sideboard more, this is probably a base Sultai deck splashing white.
Yes, and notably the primary, like the main removal smell really is these Leyline Bindings, which
Yeah.
are very powerful, and against Harry especially, who's not able to attack a mana base, they're very powerful.
Yep.
But I imagine we're going to see a lot of these cards brought in. I imagine we'll see the Fobs, the Force of Vigors, the Swords to Plowshares, the Wrath of the Skies, and maybe the Endurance. Do you bring Endurance here?
Interesting question. My question would be twofold. How many green sources do you actually have in your mana base to be able to hardcast it, because it's preferred to do that? And secondly, how many green cards do you have to pitch to it as well, just in case? I don't think you want to go with the pitch plan versus Harry, because you saw how good Harry is playing at the 1-for-1, grind them out game. If you end up down too many cards, it might be problematic. Of course, with Force of Vigor, we're okay with that exchange every time because it's 0 mana, trade 2 for 2. Usually your opponent has invested some mana into the cards that are in play, so that's just a great exchange. I think from Harry's side, I would have a Braid, Lightning Bolt, and maybe Pyroblast, and maybe Twin Shot Sniper.
Yeah, the Twin Shot Sniper being able to be a gotcha against Lavinia, if that's relevant, I think is very important. Did you say Portable Hole, or do you not like Portable Hole here?
I don't think Portable Hole is actually going to do enough.
Okay.
So that's why, like, it's going to tag Lavinia, and I
Right.
guess it's going to tag Basim. I don't think that's the type of game Harry is really interested in playing.
I agree, because it's also interesting because like the Portable Hole is also kind of not that easy to cast either,
Right.
because there aren't that many white sources, so it has to be really good to justify it. Do you like the consigned memories here?
No, I don't think that.
For Leyline Binding?
Well, Harry hasn't seen the Leyline Binding yet.
Oh,
Given
that's
the
a good point.
cards that you've seen from Scud, it doesn't. It's really hard to know that Scud would have Leyline Binding in his deck.
Right.
Like you
I
saw
agree.
a bunch of Legends Delighted Halfling. You didn't. If you saw Xander's Lounge, that would actually be a bigger giveaway, but we didn't see that land.
Right. I'm most surprised Daniel could probably afford Mox Amber in this list too to speed up, but I'm surprised we don't see
It would be better if there were more one-drop Legends, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. So, all right, we're going to game 2. Daniel will be on the play, which is very good, especially when you have cards like Lavinia in your deck. So we're going to see what happens there. The overall, though, I think Harry's probably slightly favored because Daniel just seems like this overwhelming card advantage engine deck that wants to play on the stack, and Harry does not care about the stack that much. So we're going to see Trop Halfling. Makes sense. So
Some
let's-
real Nadu vibes, right?
some real Nadu vibes right now. You know, Nadu would, I think, be good in this deck. I wonder why Daniel's not playing it.
I wonder why we're not playing Skull Clamp in our Skull Clamp deck.
Yeah, really good question, actually. Really good question. Really unsure why we wouldn't be. You know, I saw there was this card that was printed a while ago called Ancestral Recall.
Yeah, why aren't we playing that one?
Yeah, I'm really surprised we're not seeing more of it. Anyway,
interesting.
we're going to see Welder into Bauble, into Lotus Petal, Storm 3, Storm 4 even.
Wow, this is incredible. So I think Harry thinks Daniel doesn't have any sweepers, and That's sort of correct. Like, the only sweeper is Wrath of the Skies.
Yeah.
But that's so far off from this board
Yes.
state, right?
And especially the Emery is like 5 mana for Wrath of the Skies to get this Emery off the board is a lot of mana. Notably, if we have Scrubland, we could actually Leyline Binding here, which I think...
There was a Scrubland in hand,
Yes.
yeah.
Do you hit Emery or Welder?
So on this board state, I would probably hit Emery Lurker of the Lock because that with Bobble just draws you 2 cards per turn.
And you can assume that that if there was a Cam,
Yeah.
there's a reason why you wouldn't play Cam here actually because your Welder doesn't have haste. But I could see an argument for hitting the Welder
So
too.
I think the actual best card for Daniel to have here is Leovold because it shuts
Yes.
down all of the Bobble shenanigans.
Yes.
You can draw 1 extra card on your opponent's turn if you bobble yourself. You really don't want to bobble your opponent with Leovold out. But that's just an endurance instead. However, like, this is not even a big deal because the bobble's in play.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have maybe been a little less trigger happy on that endurance.
I think I would wait for Emery to target the Mishra's Bobble
Yes,
and
I
then
agree.
cast the endurance.
Urza's Saga, which looks like a scripture out of the Holy Cathedral. And then we have Twin Shot Sniper. I'm sorry, not scripture. What are the
voice
thing-
scripture. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, okay. So Bobble U. CA, I don't know what we saw there.
Yeah, it was hard to see.
I was going to say a Primeval Titan, but that does not make sense.
Well, we know there are 0 Primeval Titans on the deck list, so if that was a Primeval Titan, there are going to be a lot of issues.
That's true. But also very much based. So buy back the Bauble.
Based on what? I really don't get it. Based on what?
Jarvis, we're gonna have to have like a lesson in what it means to be a human being in 2026.
Seems like I'm doing fine there.
That was pretty based. I'm not gonna lie.
Again, based on what? All right, we got to let it go now.
All right, let's see what we're doing here. Tapping this volcano. I imagine we're gonna see the engineer. Yep, there he is in his full glory. Goblin Engineer. What do we fetch? We do have this bubble, and I believe that's lethal. No, it's not, because we have no way to actually generate mana with this.
So, yeah, you can't actually do anything, but
Yes.
it's very close to being good enough, is what I
Yes.
would say.
So if the saga is basically, once the saga gets the opal, then I think it's lights out.
Well, you need. Oh no, you can just start drawing cards
Yes.
with the camp, and
You just start drawing from the camp. You just
So you
need
just float
any
in.
artifact, man.
You
That-
float basically infinite blue, infinite red, then
Yes.
start drawing 2. But again, Leovold is good versus a lot of this. That
Yep.
looks like a Force of Vigor to me, though. So Force of Vigor can take out Urza Saga and Mishra's Bobble, which.
I think you are you forced into it here?
Well, the problem with that is, what'll actually happen is if you target both of those, the Bobble gets sacrificed, the Saga dies, so it's only a 1-for-1. It doesn't even seem that good to me. I think you have to wait. Like, killing the Saga now doesn't
Right.
do that much.
So Saga's on 2. I believe there's another Welder in hand, but I'm unsure. Okay, there's a Twin Shot Sniper casting it, hit the halfling. I think do you think this forces a reaction out of the Force of Vigor, or do you think we're happy just pitching it?
I don't know if Scud has another green card in hand. That's the real
Yes.
question to ask. It's not a guarantee by any stretch of the imagination.
So we float here.
The awkward part is now, even if you Force a Vigor targeting the Bobble, Harry could actually go off and deal you infinite damage with the Sniper, right?
Right. Right, actually.
So,
This Sniper
like, we're
can-
actually in a really awkward situation. And I think if Scud taps out for it, it's all face up, by the way, because both the cards are in
Yes.
the graveyard.
Yes.
So Scud cannot cast the Force of Vigor, otherwise you just die.
Yeah, at instant speed.
Yeah, smartly doesn't go for it. Harry
Well,
does
that-
get to initiate. Okay, another endurance prevents the
Ooh.
death.
That's very nice to have that second endurance for Scud. Do you want to pick the order of my 2 cards?
Yeah, it's really not worth it.
No, it is not.
All right, coming in with the endurance, our 3-4 Delver gets in there into the red zone. Xander's Lounge. This should be putting alarms in Harry's head that there is Leyline Binding present in the deck. We do draw for Bauble, draw for turn. We see an Emery, we see a Sewer Cam, and we do get a Saga Fetch here. So if we are able to... So, notably, the Mox Opal currently is not online to generate mana. Which is very relevant here.
Let's see, what can you do instead? Yeah, you can just go this route instead,
Yep,
right?
yep.
And draw.
And draw your whole deck. Because you just weld out Cam and Chromatic Star.
It's funny that this card is just so much better than Chromatic Sphere in these decks.
Yeah.
Because it's when it leaves the battle, I guess when it dies, quote unquote.
Yeah, when it
trigger.
goes to the graveyard.
Yeah.
So, all right, here's the camera. Snap, snap. Click, click. Kodak moment, here we go.
And there's how many cards for Scud? 1 or 2?
I believe 2, because I do see a little divot at the bottom left of the cards on the table.
So I think Harry initiated by filtering the color lists into
Yes.
blue, probably. Drawing
Yes.
card off Sphere. Leading
Sewer
with the cam.
And then now he's going to explain the infinite loop.
I guess he's casting a Bauble first. Yo, so with the Emery untap on the stack from Cam, we did this.
Yep.
And now we're kind of just doing everything. Force of Vigor doesn't do anything here, funnily enough.
Yeah, because you can...
Yeah.
Well, if you do it in response to... So, yeah, draw my deck. And then what are we looking for now? We just need enough fast mana to cast a Legion Extruder in the game. And we haven't played a land
I just
drop
had a
yet.
thought. Is Harry's deck actually Nadu 2.0?
It kind of is.
Yeah.
It's obviously a lot more susceptible to hate than Nadu was.
Yes.
Like a Rest in Peace obviously would shut down this whole combo very quickly.
Yeah.
While the Nadu combo, there was really no way to shut it down outside of like literally Clarion Conquer, and even then it was like kind of dicey.
The Conquer ended up not being great versus Nadu
Yeah.
in general in
Yeah,
my
yeah.
experience. So
I mean, I still like when I in that matchup, I would still play it because it was like fine
Yeah.
enough, but it wasn't a slam dunk win the game. Right? Yep, Petal, Mox Opal, generate infinite mana. Here is my Legion Extruder. Here is the lethal kill. Arena
Arena of Glory, so you can get another Welder into play if
Yep.
you want to.
Yep.
You can vote 2 red. You can even play 2 Welders, which gives you all of the backup you would ever need.
Yep,
I think
exactly.
it should be clear by this point that Scud really doesn't have anything that interacts with this, though.
Yeah. So there's the Welder. And Hasted Welder, notably. Arena of Glory does not untap on the next untap step. I also do not believe there will be a next untap step.
No, this is very... All right, 3 Welders, all able to
Hasted.
be activated, so it's pretty safe to go for it now, I think.
Yep, I think this game is over for Daniel Scott. He tried his hardest. He brought his Universes Beyond cards. Alas, they could not hold up to our glorious cards from the 1990s.
I heard there was a Linkin Park song about that.
There was. Rest in peace, King.
Do you want to sing the song for us?
We tried so hard and got so far.
What? This is not singing. What is this?
But
Like
in the end-
poetry jam?
It doesn't even matter.
Anyways, I believe this puts Harry as a lock for a top 8.
I believe it
being
does. He can
5-1.
split in. Unless he gets a pair down, then he might have to play, but I'm not good at breaker math, so please never ask me about breaker math ever.
Yeah, that was a tough one for Scott. I think this is probably not a fantastic matchup for him. It seems that way to me. Of course, it obviously improves post-board, but you saw how ineffectual the Force of Vigor was right there.
Yes. The Force of Vigor in general, it's one of those, it's so awkward. So this is what I was talking about the Welder Cam deck earlier, was you're so good into like single instance hate. So things like Force of Vigor, Consign, etc. But you're so weak. Like if Daniel were to have just jammed a Clarion Conqueror there on turn 3, the game was over. Like it would be nigh impossible for him to remove a Clarion Conqueror.
Yeah, I wonder if there's other legends that you can play that are hateful enough besides Leovold.
I mean, Lavinia is the big one.
Yeah, Lavinia, well, the problem is you can never actually get Harry zeros with it, right? Because they'll all end up in play before the Lavinia.
Yeah. If you resolve the Platinum Angel, could Harry win? How would Harry win?
Yeah, you just start extruding the Platinum Angel instead. You just
I
shoot
thought
it
was
twice.
Indestructible.
Platinum Angel is not indestructible. Neither is Platinum Impure. Wow.
Is it not? I
No,
don't know. After
it's
Pro
7
Tour
mana
Honolulu,
for-
I was told it was indestructible.
No, that was a troll
No, it
tournament report
wasn't.
by a
Are you
kid.
telling me the helicopter and the FBI didn't fly over Honolulu to try
Yes.
to remove this Platinum Angel
Yes,
off the table?
I
Are you
am.
telling me that was a
I'm
lie,
telling-
Jarvis?
I am telling you
Are
that's
you
a
telling
lie.
me Santa Claus isn't real now, too?
Yes.
Unlucky.
Unlucky.
All right, looks like we're going to our backup game. GG's, Mr. Hackett. Daniel, valiant effort with your brew. Unfortunately, the 2026 has lost to 1996. All right, looks like we've got Welder Cam again against Mr. Roland Chang on Trusty D. Mr. Izzet Delver.
Yeah, so the question for Rowan here is do you Force of Will this Emery? Turn 1 Emery. And I think with the bauble shown, I agree with this decision for sure.
I agree. Like, if you don't have an answer for it, this card far generates more than the one card you're going down with this Force of Will.
Emery having affinity for artifacts is so funny to me. It's just like...
Oh, yeah, they recently errated it, right? So it actually had the text affinity on
I
it?
think it... Yeah, you're right. Throne of Eldraine did not refer to affinity for
Yes.
artifacts. So.
Yes. All right, so it looks like we have a Darcy and a Surgical Extraction and a Wasteland. So
And a
there's-
Ponder.
And a Ponder, which is the worst card in the hand for sure.
No, it's very important here because we don't really have a good follow-up.
I do. Do you like Wastelanding here?
No.
You don't?
It,
Okay.
In this matchup, from the Delver side, I don't know if you've played these types of matchups a bunch. The scariest card is Urza Saga by far because the constructs can
Right.
definitely beat you.
Right. And especially without like something like a Meltdown in hand, I definitely respect it.
So what did Rowan draw from the... Oh, no, it wasn't a bauble, right. I was confused for a second. No baubles here. Only baubles on the other side.
So we play the Darcy. We have the Seat of the Synod. Fetch Scalding Tarn. Get Volcanic Island.
This is interesting.
What do
Are
we-
Rowan and Kemper both 5-0? I'm kind of
Yes.
surprised they didn't draw, but I guess maybe someone wanted to play for seeding. Huh.
That's interesting, yeah, because I imagine 502. Although I'm unsure exactly how many people are in the tournament to like do the math.
There were 68 people, which is 3 over the cutoff. So
Okay.
502 will generally be around 4th to 5th seed, barring maybe in 3rd to 4th seed. It depends on how many unintentional draws there are.
Right. So Bauble you see a Murktide Regent, trigger Bauble, draw a card, go to untap, upkeep main phase. We have another Volcanic Island. We have a Wasteland. We are very far from this Murktide. This isn't a terrible place to just rip Ponder here. Yeah, hit Ponder. Surveil 1. Do you surveil this DRC? Because
Yeah, I think so.
It hypers you to Delirium.
Yeah, I think I just want Delirium from my current DRC.
Yeah.
I don't think we need another DRC in this game. Now, a second Ponder is very welcome here because of the Murktide region, especially. Kemper is actually 4-1, so this obviously makes sense that they're playing it out.
Right.
And Wasteland gives you Delirium if you want it. With the second Waste, I'm more inclined to use it targeting the Seat of the Synod this turn, so it can't be welded into Bauble next turn.
Right. And notably, we have Surgical Extraction as well to be able to stop the Welder Cam combo as it's happening if there is Welder Cam available to Kemper.
I think in general, the Delver style decks aren't that bad in this matchup. It really depends on how much cheap spot removal they have. So I'm thinking even like Pyrokinesis can actually be quite powerful.
So now we can actually take the seat back by sacrificing the Mox Opal.
Well, it's an upgrade, right? Because
It's an
Mox Opal
upgrade.
has no Metalcraft.
Has no
It's almost like a rampant growth.
It's a rampant growth. It's also it's Storm 1. That's very relevant in the Fantastic
Wait.
meta.
Welding
Ponder.
our Opal into the seat itself is not Storm 1.
No, but you play the...
I understand.
I'm glad you understand, Mr. U. Mr. Me. Ponder, we see Brainstorm, Polluted Delta, was it Brainstorm polluted Delta days.
Yeah.
I don't imagine we want. We took the days.
So I think
Oh,
this is
that
okay to
makes
do
sense. That makes
because
sense,
we
actually.
can surveil away. So we draw the brainstorm next turn. We brainstorm to surveil away the land, and then it's like a queen brainstorm, right?
Yes.
So this actually does make sense. DRC is showing its worth every time. It's just one obscene card, right?
Do we like him keeping the days here, though?
If you're planning on wasting the Volk, I think this is coherent.
Yeah.
If you weren't planning on wasting the Volk, it would be less good to me.
Yeah. That makes sense to me, especially because I mean they technically do have 2 uncounterable mana with the Seat of the Synod in the yard and the unsummoning sick Goblin Welder. Yep, we're gonna weld it out. Take the bauble. That makes sense, too, because you can
Interesting.
bauble yourself and get a little surveil action going.
I wonder if you should even surgical here. Huh.
I
That's
would
interesting.
not. Yeah, I would not.
Well, he's thinking about it. The thing is, you wouldn't even get value from the surveil because you know your top card's good as well.
Interesting. We just
Yeah.
hit the bauble.
We know our top card's brainstorming, and we don't really want to surveil it. That's the other reason I would be more inclined not to do it, I think.
Yeah. Do you like, even knowing that you need the delirium value, interesting that he does not spell pierce this.
I am not convinced this matters very much, actually. That's why he's not spell piercing it.
But it's also one of those things where it's like, you get your card, and then the
Well, it's just a different card, right? Like, you're
Yeah,
trading
yeah.
Mishra's... You're trading Mox Opal basically for a random card,
well,
right?
it's that, but it's also, do you have any other draw engine in the yard right now? Because it theoretically represents even more draws. Because if you
Does
do
it?
it, yeah, because you do it now, you get the bauble. Oh, we don't have another artifact. though.
Yeah,
You're right.
that's
You're
like
right. You're
that's why
right.
I'm confused. I'm not convinced this actually does much. And now, I think welding in the seed of the Synod for Opal might even be more important if we draw anything that
Yes.
does something.
Yeah, because if we lose the Mopal, then we can't actually weld out to keep buying back the bauble. So we did draw Loki here, I believe, but Loki does not do much. We have nothing to
That's not
target
true.
with.
You
Oh,
weld
the-
the Opal into
Is
seed
it
and
all
actually draw a
permanents or
card.
creatures?
It's when an ability you control targets a player or permanent.
Oh, it's
Trigger
player
this
or
only once per
permanent.
turn.
It's permanent. I
Yeah.
thought it was player or creature.
Bro, we need to get you booster drafting. It will improve so many of your fundamentals.
Oh my goodness. I barely have time to play Magic as is these days. You know, the arena calls and not the Magic arena. All right, there's Loki. Listen, even Roland, king of the game, doesn't know what Loki does. Okay, I have
Well,
an
that
excuse.
card, if you don't draft a lot, you probably haven't seen that card. Or if you don't play Modern. It is dazeable here, which no, it's not. It can't
is
even
not,
daze it.
because you can
If you
weld out the
daze it,
local.
what happens is you deny a draw from the Loki, but I'm not convinced that's very good to do. So you probably just have to let it go. But here, Pyrokinesis would be great.
Is this days getting better though?
I think I want to shuffle the days away to the Brainstorm at some point.
Yeah.
If that's possible. Like, we're not guaranteed because a bunch of our fetches are gone. Yeah,
I like this because I think we just want to jam Murktide next turn and say
Yes.
you have a one-turn clock.
will it be a one-turn clock?
DRC attacks, puts them to 9, then you make an 8/8 Murktide.
But then you can block the DRC most likely, right?
Most likely. I don't know exactly how if we
Yeah.
can keep Delirium or not.
The most interesting part of all of this to me is the Welder Cam deck doesn't actually play something like Ensnaring Bridge. So a big Murktide is probably one of the best ways to punish it.
We have Force, Darcy, Surgical Ponder. So we can make it... We could, in theory, keep Creature Land. I think there's a bauble in there, but...
I think there's just a case for not casting the Murk this turn, really.
Yeah, I just think I want to see if I can get a 2-turn clock going, but maybe there's no way. Like this turn and then the next turn is lethal.
But, like, why? Like, what do you accomplish by doing that?
Because don't you just lose the game as soon as they draw camp?
From this board...
Yeah, because the Seat of the Snot makes infinite mana.
Well, we have the Surgical... Oh, no, we burned
use
this...
the Surgical.
Yeah. So we have a Price of Progress, so it actually is a turn 2 clock without having to use the Merc.
Yes.
So the Delver also seems not relevant to me. So it looks like we're going to play our Volksay Go. If we daze, we can surveil away the Delver.
Yes, but notably, too, you can meld out.
Or
the
sorry, we
seat
we
for a
surveil
Merfolk.
away the Merc,
Yes.
I guess is the plan.
And then we can meld out the seat of the Synod as well. In order to, is that a Goblin Engineer in hand? Am I missing something?
Well, if it's an engineer, that looks awfully close to lethal. Oh wait, no, we can draw a bunch of cards, right? Wait,
Yeah,
will we have
draw infinite
Metalcraft?
cards.
We have one artifact. I think we're short an artifact.
And I believe that's game over here, right?
No, we're short an artifact, right?
No, because you just meld seat of the Synod with Sewer Cam.
Oh,
And it's infinite mana, infinite draw.
yes. Okay, then it seems good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it really got a little bit away from Rowan by using the Surgical on the Bauble there. Because imagine if you had Surgical this turn for the Surveillance Cam.
That's why I really didn't like surgicaling the Bauble. But I understand why that was the value engine and he wanted to shut
And
down the value
also,
engine.
Kemper knows he's safe because he has the Spell Pierce in his hand as well.
Yes. And let's see. Trigger Loki, meld out seat.
So you can float infinite blue, and then
Yep.
on the upcoming iterations, you can start drawing 2 per.
Yep, exactly.
So
So notably, once you crack the sewer cam, though, you actually need an artifact. So if you're swapping these two out, you won't have another artifact. So I think you can make infinite blue mana. I don't know if you can draw more than 2 though without another artifact.
is that the case? You end up with.
Yeah, because he would need another artifact.
I
to
see.
Yeah. So he can draw
Okay.
2 here.
But we found another artifact.
So we have infinite mana, and now the game is over. Because now you meld out.
So,
Wait, why do we? Oh, we need the red.
yeah.
Yep, and then this is lethal.
Yeah, the deck is really impressive. Like, I guess Rowan didn't have a lot of disruption. In fact, none of the Welders got killed by any red removal.
None of the
so that
welders
was the
got
issue.
killed, and the surgical is used very early on the block.
So, this is very close to Harry's deck, which is not surprising because I think Harry says what's stock,
Yes.
realistically. We have an Echoing Truth in our sideboard, which probably did not come in, but that is a nice one to have versus cars as well. We have
Yep.
a Report and a Portable Hull. I'm much more into those in this matchup because really the name of the game is not being dead while building up to our combo.
Yes, and also there's a lot of ways to stall out the game as well, right? Like this is a match with a Pinnacle Emissary, just making a ton of 1/1s can
Yes.
really stall out the game and just kind of stop that early aggression. We are on the play on Delver's side. We just go Flooded Screen Pass. Kemper hits us with an Arid Mesa Fetch. Get Volcanic Island. Let's see what we rip coming out of this. I imagine it's going to be a Welder, which I don't know what other 1-drops we could have here.
Could be some trinket.
Oh, I think we're going to see an Emery now.
Ooh, an Emery around Days is pretty nice.
An Emery around Days is very nice. What do we have?
There's a Pyroblast
You have
and a
black.
Meltdown and a Lightning Bolt.
Ooh.
And
I
the
mean-
Surgical Extraction again. So the question is if you Power Blast before or after the trigger. Like, so you
think-
can Power Blast with the spell in the stack.
I kind of like surveilling here because we need another land and then just Pyroblasting on main phase. And just getting more draws out of it. It looks like we're just going to do it on the stack. Do we have the Pierce? We do not, but there is an Engineer in hand. Do you like this?
I think it's okay to do this, yeah.
All right, and we do have Volcanic Island. We could, in theory, Meltdown to kill this Lotus Petal and then Wasteland them and just keep them off all their mana, but that seems a little gung-ho. But I don't know. What are your thoughts?
I don't want to do that. I just want to save our waste for Saga, really.
Yeah.
I don't want to be forced into using our cards in an awkward sort of way,
Especially with no aggression.
right? Well, another Wasteland might change the equation a little bit.
Yeah. I don't hate Wastelanding here since you have nothing else going on. I mean, what else are you going to do? You're going to play Wasteland Pass, right?
I think it's okay to use this waste. Mostly because we have the other waste for Saga.
Yeah. Interesting. We are going for the Meltdown.
So it basically trades for Lotus Petal.
Yeah, basically trades for a Lotus Petal.
So the top card was Quarry Steelcutter, interestingly enough.
I have to imagine if you're doing this play, you're also wasting here.
Yeah.
Play Sewer Cam, sure. Doesn't do anything. Currently a Texas card.
Yeah, I think this was cast off of the floating Lotus Petal mana.
Yes. Wasteland, the Volcanic Island, past the turn. There is an Engineer in hand. Unsure if there's any other mana sources. There is a Great Furnace and a Mishra's Bauble.
And a Goblin Engineer, I think, is the last card, right? So the interesting, we didn't even play out the furnace. What does that mean?
Are we afraid of another? Do we think the aggressive early Meltdown? Kemper thinks the only reason he would do that is because
There's a second
Second meltdown.
Yeah, that would be a reasonable
second
thing.
Siege Rhino.
Well, Siege Rhinos always travel in packs.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm not sure. That's kind of interesting. I guess Kemper bobbled and realized there wasn't another land, so there's no reason to play the furnace out. If you bobble and don't see another land, then you know that playing the
Yes.
furnace out doesn't really get you anywhere.
Yes. So Furnace, Welder, Engineer. So
Interesting.
we do have the extraction for the camera.
But again, we used it already. I don't know what we targeted. It looks like Mishra's Bauble.
Because there is no cam in the yard.
Right. Oh, we surgical Volcanic Island. This is interesting.
Interesting.
This is an ancient play. If people used to love to wasteland plus surgical the lands to try to cut people off of colored sources. I wonder if that's going to work out here.
Seeing the plateau. So what are the blue sources left? It's
Mox Opal and Lotus Petal.
and Seed of the Synod.
Right. So not many left. And
Not
all
many left.
the
but
fetches are all dead now.
yes.
Like,
well,
they
there's
can only
one
get a
plateau.
mountain.
There's a plateau.
Yeah,
too.
it can get plateau and mountain, but they can't get blue sources. So
And we know there's a great for. There's Saga.
the extra waste makes the Saga less scary.
We didn't play the Great Furnace last turn. We, I guess, didn't want to expose it to a potential meltdown. And then the Urza Saga, I feel like you'd rather, like, interesting that, I like this actually, bait out the Wasteland with the Saga because you need your red source.
Yeah, because then the welder can maybe stick. I think Kemper's trying to play the welder through a daze, and that's why the waiting is occurring.
I can see that, for sure.
Okay, DRC is an excellent draw here for Roland. It's another way to get aggression going while using your wasteland.
Yep. Yep, play the DRC, and I believe we are Delirious. We have instant land sorcery. Okay, so we're not Delirious just yet. We need an artifact or a creature.
Mm-hmm.
And then I imagine we'll see a Wasteland on this Saga.
Is he thinking about waiting one turn on the waste?
I think
Interesting.
so. So Saga goes up to 2. Can make constructs now. Great Furnace. There is a Mox Opal, but no path to Metalcraft
Right.
through this Wasteland. Nor can he make constructs currently either. There's Opal.
It is metal crafted, right?
Oh, Sewer Cam.
Furnace,
Yeah,
Sewer
Sewer
Cam,
Cam is an
Opal.
artifact. Yeah.
So that's actually good for Kemper if he wants to try to make constructs, which seems appealing from Kemper's side, obviously.
Yeah. We just pass here.
I wonder if the no Wasteland's going to come back to haunt Roland here.
Because this is going to be a 2-2 construct
No, it will be a 4-4.
if we Wasteland.
What?
Would you wasteland the Furnace? I honestly think you might consider wasting the Furnace if you've already committed to surgicaling
I see.
the Volcanic Islands.
Well, what are we going to do about Mox Opal then? And the Saga searching for something.
Yeah, because then the Mox Opal is on. I don't know. It's kind of a hard spot. Not wasting there was kind of brutal. But this Mox Opal would be online regardless. Okay, so we're just going to surveil here. I think we're looking to get Delirious.
Yeah, we're looking for Delirium. If you miss here, you can always use the Bolt aggressively. Like, you can attack. Well, no. I guess you wouldn't attack.
But we know there's a Welder in hand, right?
Yeah, so you can't really use the Bolt.
Yeah.
That looks like another land. So we don't have Delirium still. It's instant, sorcery, land. So what do you do?
And the hand is what? Fetch land, force bolt?
Mm-hmm.
It's not great for the roll. Kemper is looking kind of spicy right now with this Welder and the Engineer. There is a removal spell, and I believe that Lightning Bolt is face up from early ball. So they both kind of know what's happening. The Wasteland hitting the Saga would stop the construction of a construct. Would stop the second construct. But that still leaves a 3/3 beater that can perpetually block the Monk token. We can't trigger the Cutter again. We could, in theory, next turn activate the Cutter on Tamia, on DRC, assuming we get Delirious, but even then, it's like kind of dicey.
Yeah, I think
Wasteland
Rowan would have just been
Saga.
in a much stronger place if he had just wasted the Saga right away.
Yes, because there would be not this, and we'd be swinging in 4 or 5 here, or I guess 3, because we're still not.
So
Delirious.
it's a 4/4, but you can't even attack now, right?
Yes, because none of your creatures are flying.
And if I'm in Rowan's spot, I don't really want this game to go on. Another Saga, that's so problematic.
That is very problematic. And there's Engineer.
Doesn't matter how you tap.
We
Not
get
really.
here, we get Dragon Engine most likely, because there's already a camera.
You can get Dragon Engine. Yeah, probably Dragon Engine's the pick. Yeah, so now I wonder what we can do with this lightning bolt. It's starting to become Agatha's Soul Cauldron was the card that Kemper got. And
That
actually
makes
this is
sense.
smart. What this forces is even if Rowan bolts the Welder, if the Cauldron enters play via the Goblin Engineer, which is left behind, then we can just combo that way instead.
Right.
And I think this is why the adding the one Soul Cauldron to this deck was very, 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 very good. So,
I remember at one point Harry actually had Carr in here, and he was kind of 50-50 on including it in the showcase. All right, so
so yeah, this bolt, where is it going now? It's going after the Engineer. We been another land. Wow.
Damn, that is a lot of lands.
Yeah, this is not. Oh, it's looking like Rowan's dying.
Yeah.
But fortunately for him, Rowan is 5-0.
So he
has
might
one.
even be able to draw in.
I think it's very likely he'll be able to draw in. But
At
of course, when you get
5-1-1.
paired down, you would rather win. But
yeah.
I have talked to Rowan a fair amount over the years. He still tries his hardest in these spots, of course. That's not what's going on here. But it is nice to know that even if you lose here, you're still in good shape.
Right. So Roland's a lefty? I just realized that he just wrote this left hand like cross his arm to like write on the paper. That's crazy work. I've never seen that before.
That is weird to me because most people put their deck
Yeah.
on the side where their
Yeah.
hand is.
That's what he was like crossing his
Interesting.
arms when he was writing. I was like, what? is-
So Brainstorm happened. He left on top because I believe it was another Brainstorm. But now we still have... No, we can get Delirium by brainstorming away the Delver of Secrets, right?
Yes.
Or, sorry, putting it on top, then brainstorming, milling it, and then what happens? The problem is Kemper's at a really high life total, and the Saga's on 2. So we might just lose this race straight up to the Contract Beatdown, as often happens with this deck. Like,
Very often.
Saga is just the best card versus an opponent who's full of disruption, as long as they're not Wastelands.
Right. And the other thing, too, is that if Camper wanted, he could go for the skateboard.
Yeah.
And Goblin Welder can ride the skateboard and do a kickflip into the wind.
Yeah, there's a lot of issues here. That is why Rowan actually bolted the Engineer, because I think he foresaw that he had to kill the Engineer and he had to kill the Welder as well, right? Like, you just have to kill all of them to prevent the Soul Cauldron from entering play. Interesting. So we go with this. What's our plan then?
Brainstorm. Trigger.
Yep. So we're milling the Force then, I guess, is what's happening here.
I have to imagine. I mean, there is a Welder in hand, but I have to imagine you're just scared of the Construct Beatdown plan at this point.
Right. So Island was milled. That makes sense.
Yeah,
Yep.
Roland has gotten a lot of lands this game.
Is that a Prismari Charm? It looks like it to me, right?
I don't know what that card is.
Don't know what to tell you. It's been in a lot of the 5-0 Delver decks.
Prismari Command?
Prismari Charm.
It's too new for me, Jarvis.
It's blue-red. It has 3 different modes, and you choose one. One is Surveil to draw 1.
Okay.
One is Bounce, target non-land permanent. And the last mode is you may deal 1 damage to any target, then you may deal 1 damage to any other target.
So it's
Notably,
fire.
no, because it cannot target the same thing.
Oh, I see.
That's why it's worded. It's templated very weirdly to make sure you can't do
So
that.
You can't. I see.
You
see.
can't shock anything.
So
but you
it's
can
like cast into the fire.
I think Cast on Fire can target 1 thing for 2 damage.
Can it? Oh, okay.
I don't remember offhand, but basically, it's supposed to be a catch-all. Like, having Unsummon in your Delver deck is nice.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
it-
what was that? Like historically the old Brazen Borrower spot?
Probably, yeah.
Brazen Borrower is a magic card. All right, so we are going to make another construct. The boys are back in town, as they say.
So they're 5/5 constructs.
Yes.
You can block 1. Obviously, Roland's creatures are not big enough, so I think that just means Roland is dead to actual Construct Beatdown.
Oh, that's right. That's full lethal on the next turn, right? It's 2.
Well,
There's a
yeah.
blocker.
You just get Skateboard and tapped on the blocker.
Oh, yeah. And there's a mox.
That's assuming Skateboard isn't boarded out, but I think there's like almost no chance of that. Kemper trying to figure out what could Roland have.
I can just get Skateboard, make another construct, hit you for 12.
Yeah.
Exactly, actually. 1, 2. Yeah, it'd be exactly. No, it'd be more than that.
It's overkill by a little bit.
Yeah, 2.
Because this is 12. He's going to play another Opal out, but that will let him roll the previous Opal.
Skateboard. Tap down your Delver Secrets.
Yeah, and there's no 0 mana Shadowstorm everything. I think it's an attack for like 8. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 22.
Quadratic expansion.
Do you know what A plus B quantity squared is?
A plus B quant E. What's quant E squared?
The entire quantity, that's squared.
Oh, quantity squared.
Well, you said quadratic expansion.
I don't actually know what a quadratic expansion is, Jarvis.
That's what a quadratic
I
expansion is.
use Excel for my math, okay? I don't do math anymore.
What everyone's actually saying is he failed high school algebra.
I did fail high school algebra. I actually almost failed out of college, too.
So a dominating performance by the Welder Cam decks this round. The deck has just looked super, super good to me. I'm excited to try that one out sometime soon.
It's a fun deck to play. It's really annoying to play on Moto when your opponent doesn't want to concede. Listen, public service announcement. If you're on Moto and your
MTGO.
opponent has a infinite combo and or a Lurin out and you do not scoop, you are not smart or the good guy. You are the bad guy.
PSA ended. Thank you for your time.
Okay, so if you're in the finals of MOCS and you're down on time and you're comboing and your opponent doesn't scoop, are
Yeah.
you mad at them?
Okay, that's real money though.
Yeah,
There's a big
I'm
difference
asking
between
you.
leagues.
I'm asking
Okay,
you.
if you're playing in a anything challenge and lower, bad guy. Anything higher than a challenge, you've earned your right to be able to win on time. But challenges and lower, man, these are casual FNMs. Would you at a casual FNM sit there and BM your opponent? No.
Well, I think there's a huge differential in paper play that if you don't agree to a loop, you need a good reason not to agree to a loop.
Yeah, that's true. Paper's very different.
Otherwise, a judge would be like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
Like it's because it's literally not something you're allowed to do.
Yeah. Once you displayed a loop, right, you can just tell the judge I make infinite mana and it's a legal play.
Well, if the opponent has a good reason to not allow this infinite loop and tells the judge away from the table, then the judge can cancel it. But you need to like show that at some point, you know.
Yeah. What would be a reason why you wouldn't be able to show that?
So if the loop is weird and changes the board state slightly every turn,
Like
or
full
like
horseman?
every action, that's not technically a loop, you know. So like the Mesmeric Orb Emrakul thing with Grim Monolith,
Yeah.
or Basalt Monolith, wasn't actually a loop that you could shortcut because the game state kept changing.
Right.
You had to do it over and over and over again until you got to the correct board state, which is why this deck wasn't really ever functional.
4 horsemen?
Yeah.
Also, if you play 4 horsemen. Anyway, we're getting kicked out of the booth. Amen. That means we did our job here. Jarvis, I think we pass it on to our fellow commentators. Chat, we appreciate you being here. We appreciate you being with us. That was a lot of magic. Stay tuned for even more magic. We have our last round, I believe, before our top 8 coming up. Then after that, we have our top 8. So let's wish our competitors good luck. Godspeed.
And welcome back to the Classic at CubeCon DMV, brought to you by the DMV Legacy League, our mid-season Classic event for charity here, part of the CubeCon celebration with 3 major events, all supporting different charities. And so we are going to bring you now into the final round of Swiss. And with the size of the field, we did get 7 rounds of Swiss, but just over. So some interesting breaker math and points math here that the players are jockeying for. We've seen a couple of folks I've heard of. So Chris Cornwell, who we watched earlier, was playing his blue-white Phelia deck. He was able to draw in round 6, so he will be into the top 8. Paul Lynch, also we mentioned earlier, Paul is into the top 8. He drew with Chris. So we've seen some folks clinch spots already, and so now we're going to see the top tables that aren't drawing into the top 8. We'll have them on stream, and so whoever wins the matches that we watch now, they're going to be moving on into the top 8 and trying to compete for some invitations to the DMV Legacy League Invitational later this year. So some good legacy today, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like that 7th round just over is creating a little bit of a bottleneck. Production has said there are 9 people who can still make top 8 in this tournament right now.
Oh,
so there's going to be one match playing for the goods right now, and I'm sure that's the one they're going to give us.
Yeah, this is one of those where we might see it might go down to those like 2nd and 3rd level, maybe even the 3rd level of tiebreakers, which is it never feels all that great because that's your opponent's. It's like it gets into game win percentages, but you gotta break the ties somehow. And hey, if you're knocking them dead most of the time, then you're gonna have pretty good game breakers. So I think I've heard tell that one of the decks that we have on camera this round is Mono Red Eldrazi. No, okay. There's somebody up here with Mono Red Eldrazi.
Yep, we've been lied to. What do we got? What are we looking at?
Okay. Production's working on that right now, letting us know who we're going to see on the table. But maybe we'll see some cars coming in. I know that the only 2 that I know of for sure are Paul and Chris, and neither of them are playing cars right now, but they're both playing decks that can can race the cars pretty effectively.
That's
or
the thing cars do.
or make them crash. And so we have Paul, who's playing Reanimator, as we've heard, and Chris, of course, on Blue-White Phelia, that we saw dominate Game 3 against Bobby. So,
and when the tournament math gets this tight, there's a lot of people standing around before the round with Melee open on their phone, like, can we draw? Can we draw? And then friends are like, I don't think you could draw. Are you sure? I want to draw. Like, don't draw. Oh, that might be contributing to a little bit of the lag of finding the one match that still matters for top 8 to put them on camera right now.
usually Jarvis has to hide in a hole somewhere because people want Jarvis to do their tiebreaker math for them.
Yes.
He's like, no, go away. I don't know. Figure it out for yourself. But, yeah, and so, I mean, ultimately you can always just play it out and let the cards fall as they may and see if it works out for you to see if it's in the cards for you to make it into the knockout rounds. So the top 8 today, we have 4 invitations up for the DMV Legacy League Invitational, just like we had last year for the Classic. And so we have some out-of-towners coming in. I know we've seen Roland Chang has been playing at the top tables, so, yeah, he might be earning an invitation today. Those invitations should trickle down to players who don't have them. And so we know with Paul and Chris as DMV regulars, they probably already have invites. As far as I know, they both do. So, that's 2 slots that at the very least those will trickle down. So a chance here for some folks from out of town to come in. And this is why we wanted to put on the Classic is to give folks a chance to come in a nice big event with high stakes. To come in, compete, try to qualify for the Invitational. Roland, of course, infamously last season came into town and steamrolled some local DMV Legacy League players to assert his dominance over the DMV region, and is here once again to try to prove his superiority. And doing quite well, but I believe he needs to, if he's still alive for top 8, he needs to win to make it in this round.
Yeah, we just saw him lose a pair down. That might have been 2 rounds ago. He was XO and lost to an X1. So there's a good chance it's him riding the bubble right now, where he may have been paired down again, or he might have paired into someone with the same record with him, but paired into the 9th place person when the 8th place could draw. Somebody gets the short end of the stick when it breaks down like this, and it looks like that person today is Roland, and he's going to have to earn his dinner.
All right, so we're ready to head down the table, so we're going to take you all down there and see who can make it into the top 8. So it is Roland, and he's matched up against Harry Hackett. We've seen both of these players on camera already. And Roland in the same matchup that he just played against Kemper Pogue.
Yep, just played this one, just lost this one. Let's see if he's learned any lessons.
So, wow, okay, Harry, turn 1, just hardcast skateboard.
Yeah, tap your Polluted Delta, sucker.
Yeah.
Tap the skateboard. It'd be a boss.
That's pretty wild.
All
right, so we'll sacrifice in response. And, so no counterspell from Roland here. He's like, I'm not terribly worried about that skateboard.
And this is interesting sequencing, because tap Polluted Delta, if the follow-up here is Mox Opal Welder, Roland has just lost tempo, not being able to cast Lightning Bolt in his hand. However, if this is just a setup for the future, he wanted to surveil this turn anyway, and really nothing just happened.
Yeah.
And this could go either way.
So, and it is just a setup for the future, so just a pass of the turn. So rolling with Surveil and keeping on top into Volcanic Island. I see Delver, I see a Corey Steelcutter. I think I see 2 Corey Steelcutters.
Oh, yeah, he's cutting some steel.
All right, so we have a Mishra's Bauble here to trigger this cutter. And we'll make a Monk and Bash face. So we Brainstorm, Bolt, and so Delver, Brainstorm, Bolt, and Cutter. That's Roland's hand right now.
Yeah, it seems like the fact that a Mox Opal didn't follow up last turn means it's probably not there. I haven't gotten a good look at Harry's hand. I think I saw Loki kicking around, Goblin Engineer. But there is a world
on top for Harry there.
With the Haste Enabler already online where Harry goes Welder, Equip Welder, Opal, Surveillance Cam.
Right.
GG.
Yep.
Like that. It's in the range of what the deck can do.
Okay, so here we have, what is this card? I forget which card this is.
This is Loki, God of Mischief.
Oh, that's Loki, right, yeah.
Yep. Getting an extra card off that Urza's Bauble. So draw engine online, and it's Roland's job here to kill Harry. Because Harry, like we've been talking about, oh wow, that Opal definitely just came off the Loki draw.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's Goblin Engineer in Harry's hand. So Skateboard's going to go on to Loki here. So Loki,
Yeah,
Loki
attack for
riding a
3, why
skateboard.
not? Yeah, we're out here. I'm not blocking with that.
Okay, here we go. Is that Agatha's Soul Cauldron?
That was Soul Cauldron.
All right.
Oh, a Bauble. So Roland will
Oh.
definitely be able to trigger Quarry Steel again here. His decision now is second Quarry Steel Bauble, double Monk, Smush, hope I don't die.
Right.
Or hold up this Lightning Bolt, play Brainstorm, maybe find a land drop, get a Delver. Like he's got choices here, and he has taken the disciplined route.
Yeah. All right, so Bolt Loki is the first spell played, and then I believe we're going to see... Oh, okay, I think we're going to see Delver here, and then Mishra's Bauble.
Well, the temptation here is to Brainstorm, try to hit your land drop, and play Delver anyway.
Yeah. So we're
I
gonna get a
actually
little greedy.
like developing here more than necessarily adding pressure. Yeah, and he got rewarded.
We got there. He's also got Wasteland, so he can do that as well if he would like. And that actually, well, no, it doesn't take him off of Metalcraft because he's got 2 artifact lands, Mox Opal, and Skateboard. But still can take Harry off of a color. Well, no, he can't because Mox Opal.
Right.
So never mind.
Yep. Mox Opal is messed up. Glee Mox.
Yeah.
Legal in formats. Most expensive card in Modern, I think.
Is it?
I believe so, and
Wow,
probably
okay.
by a large margin.
It's hard to reprint.
Yeah, it's a weird one. You need a master set, and sets are designed 2 or 3 years in advance. And if it came up in a meeting 3 months or 6 months before the big Modern unban that freed Mox Opal, then you don't have time to design a whole master set around your unban cadence.
Yeah.
So even if they're like 6 months before the update, is Mox Opal okay? Start the presses. It'll still be 2 years before you could get a new Mox Opal.
Yeah. And it's also might be in that territory where it's too expensive to put it into a secret lair, where they're just like, yeah, we can't put a triple-digit value card in the secret lair.
I think it's already in a secret lair, like
Yeah.
one of the Dan Fraser Boxa Moxes or something. I think Opal is one of them. Or
There's an old border Chrome Mox. I think that's the one. that they
Chrome
put in
Mox,
there.
I think came from one of the, like the advent calendar.
Oh, right.
Okay,
It was a
yeah,
MagicCon
MagicCon
box.
Festival in a box exclusive secret lair. Yeah, so like that didn't add a lot to
Yeah,
the,
you could
the
just
world.
you could just do it in one of those psychedelic secret layers, and people would put it in their decks
Right.
because they don't want to spend $1 million on a Mox Opal. But yeah, all right. So Wasteland is Roland's angle. He's going to go after the Great Furnace and crash in with Monks. So Harry is not taken off of red, but he only does have the Mox Opal for his red source, so he can't cast multiple red spells potentially.
Yeah, I think I might see the full art treatment of Arena of Glory in Harry's hand, which there's no
Yeah.
mountain. That just enters sad and tapped.
Yeah. Oh, there's a fetch land.
All right, there's fetch
That'll
land.
set
So
it up.
mana is not Harry's problem right now. Action is, but mana directly converts to action
Right.
with Skateboard in play. Any creature can suit up.
But he's down to 12. Roland has 2 monks. He has another cutter in his hand, and I believe he drew another bauble, right? So we can double
Yes.
trigger cutters next turn. So this is going to become a lot of damage very quickly. So Harry's got to get some action going. I think here comes Loki again, and Mope will suit up with Skateboard.
Yep. Cards that we definitely know Roland has are the second Quarry Steel Cutter, which triggers prowess on the 2 monks he has. That's 4 damage. And then he plays Opal, or not Opal, Bauble, which triggers the 2 cutters. So that's 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 coming in. I don't think he can have another spell, though, because we know he has...
His hand is 2 delvers and a fetch.
Yeah, we know... Yeah, if he had literally any spell here,
Yeah.
it would be lethal with the prowess, but he doesn't have that. But he might be able to walk Harry into a block, but I don't think a block would save... Like, blocking one of the monks that doesn't currently have trample might save him in the event of a spell. Though this is actually a position where Harry might want to block to save 3 damage,
Yeah.
or might just say, we ball.
Yeah. There's an interesting choice there. So Roland could have bobbled himself to set up Delver triggers on the next turn, but that also kind of telegraphs that he's got a Delver in his hand, and I think he might want to represent that he can trigger prowess here to try to get Harry to get into a block.
Yep. And if Roland just draws Lightning Bolt, he's good. Okay, so Harry Snap Block is one of these ones that doesn't trample. I'm not dying to brainstorm here.
Right. Okay. So Harry down to 5.
Yep. And I did see Harry pick up Goblin Welder off of his Bauble draw. A hasty Goblin Welder represents a lot of messed up stuff.
Yeah.
And I think he has it here, actually. So we know he has Engineer that's been kicking around. Welder, suit up Welder with Skateboard, then play Engineer, Entomb, Surveillance Cam, off you go, flip your deck.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's all here.
All right, so here's Arena of Glory. We're going to use one of that red, and we're going to cast Goblin Welder. This has haste. So Arena of Glory makes 2 red, and if you spend that mana, you can spend that mana on different creature spells, and they both gain haste.
Right, and that saves a mana having to equip the Skateboard from the line I just described. So Harry can actually just go all the way in here without even doing all the things I said.
Yeah. So Roland is considering his options here. I think he drew Brainstorm off of the Bauble draw.
Yes.
So, yeah. Pretty good one. So he's got some options. And so if he's got Delvers, so he's got blue cards to pitch. So if he can get a Force of Will, he can counter this spell.
Yes, this is it, Roland. Well, this or the follow-up Engineer that would dump the Surveillance Cam, but Roland needs a Force right now.
Oh, he found one.
Oh, my goodness.
Corey Steelcutter, fetch land, Force of Will.
Somebody stop this guy.
Oh, my goodness.
And
right.
Goblin Engineer with haste can still do some stuff, but it doesn't do stuff the way Goblin Welder does stuff.
Yeah. So Roland's hand is now Force of Will, Delver, and he is considering his options as far as whether or not he wants to force this, but yeah, I think he just...
Yep.
I think
And
he
this
just pulls that
triggers
trigger.
the cutters.
Oh, yeah. So Harry already was facing lethal, but this just makes it extra. Makes it so that he can't really like block and stop lethal.
Yep.
All right, using the other red from the arena here, making a Goblin Engineer.
All right, Goblin Engineer with haste.
Yep.
What can we find? Does Harry have prison tools like Ensnaring Bridge? All right, going for the Surveillance Cam. That could tap a monk during combat, and then Roland's still attacking for 5.
He can...
Oh, there's more. Soul Cauldron. Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yep.
There it is. Give Welder the ability.
So exile Goblin Welder, put the counter on Goblin Engineer. It now has Welder's ability, and now we can Sewer Cam Welder.
Yep. So Roland here actually needed to counter the Goblin Engineer
Yeah.
to stop the Surveillance Cam from getting involved. Like he could have fought this off with the tools that he had, but it was, I mean, when Goblin Welder with haste hits the stack with lethal on board, like, you know, what are you going to do?
Right.
It would take some serious discipline or serious awareness of what your opponent's capable of to recognize that that's not actually killing you.
Yeah. So Chromatic Star here, entering the battlefield, and we've got Surveillance Cam working, and Harry's just going to show off the kill with the Legion Extruder, demonstrating that he can deal lethal damage to Roland, so that we're going to be all good here and scoop it up and go to game 2. So very close game 1 there. Very expertly navigated by Harry to be able to find it there, although he, the draw steps were helpful. Roland's were not. The extra Delver there was the Delvers were not looking too too powerful in that specific instance.
Yeah, and when I'm in a game, when I find myself in Roland's seat in a game like that, where it's like, you're dead on board, Miracle Brainstorm finds Miracle Force of Will, I fend off your scary combo piece, and then you combo me anyway, you have to think really hard did I blow it or was I just beat?
Yeah.
And the Goblin Welder without a cam doesn't kill you, but you can't, if the follow-up play is cam, forcing it doesn't matter because Welder is already there to bring it back. So it has to be the specific sequence of let Welder resolve, fight over the thing that would dump the cam that does not, like Agatha's Soul Cauldron, is not a buyout on it. You'd
Right.
have to predict all those things, and without knowing the deck list, are there 4 cams in this deck, or are there like 1 or 2 that you tutor for? If there's 1 or 2 that you tutor for, then maybe saving it for the engineer, they play 4 of, is the mathematically better call there. And just some players wouldn't be like, I got beat, my opponent got lucky. And maybe your opponent didn't get lucky. Maybe you got pushy on that force of will in a spot where you were just wrong. But without knowing the full deck lists and everything, it's really hard to digest that. But that is a spot where does a player who has played 50 playtest games against their friend on Surveillance Cam, force of will, save the force there, recognizing that Welder's not actually the kill.
Now, there's an interesting question here so we've talked a lot about over-sideboarding today, but I feel like you could make a case for all 15 cards in roll-in sideboarding. Maybe not Cage, but I think they all could have some measure of utility, and obviously you don't want to bring in all 15.
Right. Yeah, something like a Price of Progress. I'm ruling that out because that might deal 4 damage, 6 if you're lucky, but if your deck's functioning at all, it's not like Roland had 2 extra mana to spend on any spell. He did as much damage as he could. He spent all his mana every turn and still just came up 1 short. Price of Progress is not what we're looking for here. The
Pyroclasm is also probably not where you want to be in this matchup, even though you can sweep up Welders and Engineers and potentially, Constructs. Constructs can also are you probably going to be a lot larger than that, and also that's not probably the axis you want to be winning on. They're not beating you with Welder beatdown. They just need one of those guys.
Right, and killing your own monks, killing your Delver of Secrets, that's probably not. And and it's less, and this is a conversation we've had every time sideboards hit the screen today. It's not that Pyroclasm has no application. If I were playing like Jeskai Control, I would probably bring in anything I had that could take out a Goblin Welder. If I had Pyroclasm in my sideboard, it's coming in. But we know Roland's deck, it's a Lightning Bolt deck. We see in his sideboard Unholy Heat, 2 Hydroblasts, a Meltdown, and 2 Surgical Extractions, all of which I would bring in before I think about Pyroclasm.
Yeah.
And then the question is not, does Pyroclasm do something sometimes? It's, do I have 7 worse cards to cut? Because I already need 6 that you definitely want in.
And this is one where I'm curious, like Pyroblast, it probably doesn't come in because they don't have like Force of Wills, and you already, Hydroblast is countering the far more important cards. Like you're not really,
right.
Like Surveillance Cam isn't really going to be cast a whole lot. It's often, put into the graveyard or weldered back into play. And even if you counter it, it's not, or destroy it, it's not necessarily gone. It's still a threat while it's in the graveyard.
Yes, there is technically a blue card involved in this combo, but I would not be bringing in my Pyroblast in this matchup.
Yeah, and there are some others in the deck, but yeah, it's probably not the card that you want. It's really more of a red deck than it is a blue one.
Yes.
All right, so Roland on the play here, opening with Volcanic Island, so he's going to have a turn 1 play. It looks like Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Though Harry's build has Emrys, though, right? Does Roland know that? I assume he does, and Pyroblast could kill Emry. But again, do you bring in Pyroblast just for the 4 copies of Emry when you already have 4 Bolt, 2 Unholy Heat, all of these other things that could help contain an Emry?
Yeah.
Sideboarding's hard, man.
It's very hard. Okay, so Harry with Volcanic Island, Bauble, Petal, 2 non-creature spells already this turn.
Yep. Searching his soul right now.
There is an Emry.
Flipped the Emry and the Goblin Welder in his hand back and forth. He's thinking, because he has Sewer Valence Cam also. He could just send it on turn 2 if he plays Welder right now and it sticks.
All right, so we have Bolt and Force in Roland's hand, but I think the rest of his hand is all lands, so it's not. He doesn't have a pitch card for the Force of Will.
Right. Oh, that's so grody. This is
Petal into Welder.
Yep.
And what did we flip for Emry? It looks like
it's Skateboard, Agatha Soul Cauldron, Urza Saga, and a Welder.
Well, who needs Goblin Engineer when you can just Emery flip all
Right.
of the cards that you need?
Yeah, I mean, the Surveillance Cam already there. So Harry is representing infinite mana next turn, which once you generate infinite... No, it's not infinite mana because you have to sack the Lotus Petal. You'd need Opal to make infinite mana. So he's representing infinite taps and untaps next turn, but not actually forward movement.
Okay, so he
rolling with
did bring in the
Pyroblast.
Pyroblast.
Let's go, my guy.
And he got the Emery with it. Okay.
Showing me what's what.
So, all right, let's take care of Emery. Surveilling and considering. It looks like he is not sure if he wants to go, but I believe Delver Secrets land. Or so that Pyroblast also gives him Delirium. So this Dragon's Rage Channeler is now a 3/3. We also have Bolt, which can take care of the Goblin Welder. So Force of Will. Okay, we're going to flip that Force of Will.
Yep.
Here, Bolt on the Welder. Yep. Surveil again. I think that looked like a red card.
I
It
saw
might
a
have
red
been
card for
Bolt.
sure.
I
Red
think it
cards
was
are
Bolt.
secretly the good cards here because this is a creature combo deck. This deck needs a 1/1 in play or a different creature that copied that particular 1/1's abilities in the case of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. But this, it's kind of strange, but I don't even know how many Force of Wills I'd want in. Like if I have 7 or 8 cards to sideboard in, I might go down to 3 or even 2 Force of Will. I'm certainly not bringing in my Force of Negations. And it's do you want to side grade something like your 4th Force of Will into your first Pyroblast, or do you just want more interaction overall and you start cutting threats?
Yeah. So we see Arena of Glory coming back in, and I didn't see if Harry exerted it. I don't think he did because I don't think he has mana to activate.
I can't imagine.
All right, so Goblin Engineer is going to come in and put Phyrexian Dragon Engine into the graveyard. Okay, that's a fun one.
Yeah, that's a powerful engine, but it is a sign if you play against these decks. If they're dumping the Dragon Engine, they're looking for a reload. They're not doing what they want to do. That's not plan A. They are absolutely just trying to do more.
So Bauble sees Lightning Bolt. So that was a Lightning Bolt
Yep.
on top of Roland's library. And that's probably a very unfortunate reaction from Harry. Maybe a slump of the shoulders because, gosh, darn it, I'm trying to resolve these damn things.
Son of a biscuit. That's your best card in the whole matchup. We all know it. Whatever, man.
You already killed my other 2 creatures. Now this is my 3rd one and probably his last one. And, yeah, it's going to bite up Bolt too.
Yep. Right now, Harry's hand is Surveillance Cam and whatever was just drawn off that bauble. He's got a draw step and a bonus bauble that can be cracked here.
Oh, boy. Okay. So waste your Volcanic Island. Take you off of blue. And then we're going to bolt the Engineer. Surveil 1. Take a look. We got Fetch and Force in hand. Considering whether to keep. It looks like he's going to keep. And then we're going to crash in for 3.
Yeah, we'll see if not taking out Arena of Glory comes back to bite Roland, because Welder with haste from the top rope is a way this game falls apart. And like, are you more worried about Emery showing up than you are about Welder with haste killing you instantly? It's certainly a decision.
All right, so Urza Bauble for Harry here. So he has Lotus Petal in hand. We're going to Bauble Roland, and we'll see if he sees the fetch land or the Force. He sees the fetch land. So, I mean, so he doesn't know for a fact that Roland has Force of Will, but he does know that Roland does not have Force Pitch card.
Yes, he knows
At
Force
least
of Will is
not
not
now.
available.
Yeah, and he saw Cutter on top of the library as well, so he knows Roland did not just draw a blue card. So here comes Surveillance Cam. We're going to tap that in the beginning of combat, so we're going to avoid the 3 damage. So Surveillance Cam, a.k.a. Fog. And then here comes Cutter.
All right, Roland's just investing. Cutter on the board. That means Cutter's not there to be a spell for Cutter next turn. I think I just saw Goblin Welder drawn, and that's game, right? Does the graveyard have the necessary items to keep going?
Well,
Dragon Engine's
yeah,
in
we
there.
should, right? Yeah, because we have Surveillance Cam in play, and we have Skateboard, we have Agatha's, we have Dragon
Yeah, you just
Engine.
need a way to draw a card,
Yeah.
or make a mana, and he does have that. And here's that Arena of Glory that was not wastelanded last
Yep.
turn.
We still
GG.
have red floating off of the arena. And Roland going,
Yep, laughing. just
knowing that he should have wasted the Arena of Glory, probably.
Yep. I mean, that was a pretty fortunate top deck. There's only 3 of those goblins in the deck. The Soul Cauldron's already milled. There's no way to backdoor the goblin. And this is a deck that doesn't really manipulate its draws, doesn't have a draw engine online. It was lucky to find this, but that luck was set up and made possible by leaving the haste enabler in play. Like, the option was there, and it wasn't taken.
Absolutely. All right, so Dragon Engine coming back in and drawing some cards. And now we can juggle the camera and the Dragon Engine. And we have demonstrated the loop. We can make infinite mana.
Oh, right. He had the artifact land in play
Right.
or available 2 turns ago when I said he can't go infinite, but the artifact land was there. So the infinite has been available.
He has infinite blue at least. We still have a red floating from Arena of Glory, and that's going to cast this Goblin Engineer, which now is going to have haste. That's going to help us. So that should get us the last piece we need to demonstrate. Yeah.
Yep, that was not necessary because the Dragon Engine can already flip your deck until you find that.
Right.
But, might as well
Save some time.
smoke him if you got him. Oh, Roland. Tough beats hitting this matchup 2 in a row. I don't think this matchup is a good one.
Yeah.
And also just needles threaded, forcing the Welder game 1, wasting the Volcanic Island game 2. These legacy games, they really do hinge on one little decision here or there.
Absolutely, and especially Delver decks, because you start having decision trees from turn 0. And Roland, of course, no stranger to Delver decks
Right.
at all. But even the masters, even the people with decades of experience playing these decks, can make decisions that harm them. And maybe it wasn't even the wrong decision. Maybe it was just he chose to commit to a path and
Right.
it didn't work out for him. It certainly could have, certainly very, very much punished Harry, depriving him of blue mana. But it did not. So Harry takes this one down. Looks like he's going to be locked for top 8 here at 6-1. Roland, unfortunately, missing out most likely at X-2. I believe that will not make it out. But he is graciously signing a Monarch token for Harry so that Harry gets a little souvenir of taking down Roland Chang. So Roland Chang, drives all the way down here from New York to demonstrate his mastery of the Legacy format, and back-to-back DMV bastions of the community, making sure that he doesn't do it again.
Yep,
Run it
5-0,
back.
ready to start shaking hands, gets paired down, takes an L, has to play, takes an L. This is basically the most frustrating tournament path imaginable, but this is also exactly what happened to Roland at Eternal
I was
Weekend
gonna
last
say.
year. He was the last undefeated in the tournament, and then lost 2 or 3 consecutive win innings, and just fell to 9th or 10th.
And he was
at
on
the end of
camera
the-
every time. Because
course
it was like,
he
we're
was,
going to
yeah.
watch Roland lock up his top 8 spot. And he just couldn't quite manage it. So, great showing from Roland, though. Again, he's probably the only person in the room on Izzet Delver these days. Izzet Delver these days. Maybe not Blue Red Tempo. And definitely demonstrating that, for some folks at least, Legacy is still the format where if you know a deck much better than your opponents, you can get that rogue deck advantage. You can get that format knowledge advantage, deck knowledge advantage.
Right, and Harry showing him the opposite of, you can know your deck really well, but how well do you know my deck?
Yeah.
Do you know that Goblin Welder doesn't kill you here? Because I know it's a scary card. He even got those beautiful Urza's Legacy foils.
Oh, yeah.
Making it look extra scary, but it's on the stack. It has haste. It doesn't actually win.
All right. Okay, so we are going to kick over to our backup match here since we're only about halfway through the total time in the round. We're going over to our backup match, which is in Game 2, I believe. And, okay, we're starting at the start of Game 2. So,
Oh, thank goodness. I was worried I wouldn't get to see this 4-color Legends deck. I'm so happy. Let's go. Let's go.
So Scott with the 4-color Legends against Lyle on Azorious Phelia, which was Chris's deck, which is the matchup that we promised earlier that we weren't unfortunately able to get to. But here it is, folks. We made it back. So Lyle is up a game, and Scott is on the play here, opening with Carpet of Flowers, but it meets a Force of Will, followed by Tamiyo. And Tamiyo is going to meet Swords to Plowshares. So both players, and that was Tamiyo pitched to Force of Will. So that's 2 Tamiyos off the board here for Scott.
Yep. Here's the sad Caracas right after losing your Tamiyo to a removal spell. Womp womp.
Okay, and that's Delighted Halfling there.
Delighted Halfling. One of my friends has been showing his wife pictures of Magic cards, like with the name covered, and asking, what would you call this card? And this particular art, that full art treatment of Delighted Halfling, she called Olive Garden. It's a great series on Instagram.
Unlimited breadsticks.
Yep, the unlimited breadsticks. That guy is crushing that pasta fajoule in that mug. He's having a good time. Yep, when you're here, you're here. That's how I feel at the Olive Garden.
So, all right, so Phelia cracking in here, dealing some damage to Scott, and Lyle's going to also crack his fetch, and it looks like, oh, I saw some, oh my gosh, and I'm completely blanking on her name. The 2-mana legend from Ravnica.
Lavinia?
Lavinia, yeah. I saw a couple Lavinias in Lyle's deck as he was rifling through it, so. All right, so, and then Swords of Plowshares on Halfling. Yep, we don't want you to, first of all, have the 5-color mana source for your legends and also make them uncounterable. You want to be able to potentially interact with them on the stack.
Yep, and I called out Caracas when we were talking about this matchup theoretically that we didn't get to see 4 rounds ago. Caracas, Delighted Halfling, the things that cast necessarily get bounced by Caracas, as long as they're creatures. I mean, Planeswalkers, One Rings, there are legends that are not creatures, but Caracas might be a tough foil.
Yeah, and it looks like Scott is, he's stumbling on mana now. Missed a land drop. Here comes Phelia to attack. Scott does not. Okay, we've got an end step play. Look, maybe Phelia for his. No, it's Beseju.
Beseju, your Caracas. Yeah, break it up.
Yeah, we can't abide a Caracas with our 4-color legends deck, mono legends, Universes Beyond Tribal.
And this is the Caracas cutting both ways. Like my good friend and legacy brewer Pokemoki, he loves a Caracas even in just Sultai control. Board in a Caracas because some decks have a Tameo or an Atrax or whatever. Like you could play Caracas like that, but when Caracas is also defending your Tameos and your Phelias, your Kaitos, your Uros from removal from your opponent, it's double duty. And this is the full double duty Caracas here. That's a good card to get rid of if you can.
Now, Lyle does get some good value off of this, though, because Beseju gets a land with a basic land type, which includes Meticulous Archive, which is what Lyle decides to go get. Surveils the Swords to Plowshares into the graveyard, not respecting the deck that's full of creatures.
Well, that tells me one of two things. Either I already have Swords to Plowshares,
which he does,
which it seems he does, or I want Quantum Riddler. Those are the two universes here.
Yeah. All right. So swords in hand for Lyle, and there is that swords. His last card in hand is Phelia, so unfortunately, not able to join the party here due to the legend rule. But this endurance is going to be taken care of so that Phelia can not die.
Yeah, and Scott targeting himself with that endurance. He's here for a good time and a long time. I want those 4 cards back in my deck. Let's go. I'm going to need them.
Yeah, Lyle has been handling what Scott has been able to do, but he doesn't have a whole lot of pressure on him. Both players at 18. And here's Scott with the Swords to Plowshares. So he's stumbled on mana, but Lyle is kind of out of action.
I saw the last card in his hand was that Phelia when he drew it. So this is like the full dope experience. Hellbent, both players on low resources. I kill your Phelia, you got another one. I mill a plow, you flash in a creature, but your last card was plow.
Right.
If Lyle finds something like Quantum Riddler is the nuts, of course.
Yeah, that'd be insane.
But even like a Teferi or anything that draws a card in any capacity while this Phelia does anything other than be a Grizzly Bear, it'll quickly snowball. But if he doesn't, it's a Grizzly Bear.
Yep. So a Brainstorm from Scott in response to Phelia did not find an answer to it on the stack, did not find a fetch land either. So Scott is Brainstorm locked right now. Not demonstrating any ability to proactively advance his game plan, but that might just be because his hand is full of like removal spells and reactive magic. Let's see, Lyle has...
And that 4th color just appeared, Underground Sea. That changes all of the things that Lyle has to think about.
All right, so Lyle has a Brainstorm, and and it looks like another land. I can't quite tell what the other card in his hand is right now.
Right, and the black mana could represent Orcish Bowmaster, something like that. And that could be why Lyle didn't rip off that Brainstorm. It turned out it was actually King T'Challa. We seem to have lost our feed.
Yeah,
we're back. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, so it was King T'Challa, which draws a card if any player draws their 2nd card in a turn. So holding back this Brainstorm did just cost Scott some card advantage. That was smart play around that.
Yeah. All right. So So King T'Challa, for those who aren't familiar with the Marvel superheroes cards, one generic, a white and a blue, 3/2 flash. Whenever a player draws their second card each turn, you draw a card, and then for 6 mana you can transform it, and then it turns into like this giant tank, double striking 3/3, can't be dealt damage, etc. But
I think the
Lyle's like,
etc.
I
is
don't wanna read all
also
that.
super relevant. Isn't it something like when you gain life, draw a card, and it's a double strike with lifelink?
No,
Like,
it's a double strike whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card.
Okay,
but
so,
then prevent all damage that would be dealt to it. So,
Right, yeah. Undamageable double strike. If it hits, you draw 2 cards. This is a card draw machine all around.
Yeah.
And
Worth noting that if you flip it to the other side, the name changes so that you can have the front side and the back side
Right.
and play at the same time, and then that just snowballs really quickly. So
yep. And this is one of the cards that just have 2 faces. You can cast the back directly. You don't have to play it then flip it.
all right, so Lyle. In meantime, Lyle drew a Quantum Riddler and was able to warp that into play, and is now about to make Scott's life pretty miserable. Here's Leyline Binding, though, trying to take care of Phelia. All right, and it succeeds in doing that. So Riddler drawing 2 cards, and that's Pyroblast? Interesting.
Oh, yeah. We haven't seen
So
the
there's a
ability
red
to
splash
cast
in
that
here.
yet.
Yeah.
But the clutch 5th mana, Lyle brainstormed last turn and stacked Riddler Island on top. So he knew that was there, but that 5th mana matters a lot. Oh, Aang.
Oh, and then here comes Aang to deal with this warped, or the Riddler coming off of warp.
Yeah, it's not a good deal. Riddler just costs 2 mana now for the rest of the game.
All right, so yeah, and it's just going to be a full-up Riddler. So we're going to get to pay the warp cost on Riddler, but get to keep it around, which is basically like, the Phelia trick without the Phelia. All right, so Aang is going to attack in here, and that is that also
Lavinia.
Oh, that's Lavinia?
It sure is. Yep.
Oh, wow.
It's a promo
Haven't seen
printing
that
version
printing
of
of
that
it.
one. Oh, everyone's Lavinia.
Everybody's got Lavinias. All right.
And more importantly, that Lavinia puts Lyle to 1 card in hand where Riddler gets to cook.
All right, and Phelia and Fetch Land.
Phelia and Red Source. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So Lyle just turned his entire hand on full force with that, with the Riddler re-entering the battlefield, and so this is both players just trading haymakers right now. They just keep beating each other across the face with these large impact spells.
Yeah, this was certainly one of those Magic games where us being able to see Lyle's hand throughout, where it's like draws the Phelia, the turn Phelia gets plowed. Brainstorms into force to find the answer to T'Challa before it becomes a draw engine. The brainstorm also found Quantum Riddler, but an extra blue card, so we get to keep Riddler. And then just the one thing, next thing, finds the land, and now we see that Quantum Riddler drew another Phelia. We see the Pyroblast. Like this is a lot going on, and it's by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, so Scott drawing a Delighted Halfling here. This is one of the downsides of playing the Mana Dorks. They can lead to very explosive draws, but when you draw them late in the game, you feel like, oh man, why did I put these cards in my deck? So, that's all that Scott can muster, and here's a Phelia for Lyle. That's going to start churning out a lot of value. So Riddler drawing 2 cards. Looks like Fetch Consign.
I think that's Ponder, which means play the land. Ponder draws 2.
Ponder. Oh yeah.
Just in the full shredder at this point.
Yeah. So Scott was lamenting to me just before we came onto the mics that every time he goes onto the feature matches at these tournaments, he seems to lose. And it sure seems like he is absolutely cursed by the camera. So it's not looking good for Scott here.
Is a get good out of order here?
Is that Prismatic Ending? Looks like Prismatic Ending
Prismatic
there.
Ending, Force of Will, which can hard cast.
Just stocked up on interactive magic. And Lyle can also kind of... Casting these is also highly beneficial to Lyle here because he can get his hand back down to where Riddler is also drawing him extra cards while he is advancing his plan or at least preventing it, completely demolishing his opponent's board state.
Yep. Yeah. Generally, in a game of Magic, you want to hold on to your cards as long as you can until you really need them. In this case, I want to dump every one of these cards out of my hand and get it won.
Yeah. So here we go. So Phelia is going to blink out Lavinia. Everybody else is crashing in. Here comes another Ang.
There's a Force of Will for that.
Force of Will just paying the iron price. Full price Force of Will. And with that, Scott has accepted that the curse persists and unfortunately drops this match, which will eliminate him from top 8 contention. But it looks like Lyle will be through the top 8, which puts us at, that's another Phelia deck that has locked in a top 8 spot. So as we kind of mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, we thought, like, okay, well, we do expect to see a lot of cars today. You and I still haven't seen anything on camera. Haven't seen any cars on camera, but we speculated that it could potentially create a metagame where if you have a deck that can really attack those cards, you could have a lot of success, and that seems to be what's being borne out today.
Right, and I haven't seen the standings. Are we sure that was a win and in? Or, because we saw Roland and Roland's opponent, Harry, playing at X1. Mm-hmm. And X11 is worse than X1.
It is. So it might be playing for outside shot at top 8.
Right, and with that, just barely limping into 7 rounds, round turnover, it might be a clean cut at X1. I don't know.
It could be.
But I haven't seen the standings. That might have been just for fun.
Either way, going 5-1-1 is an excellent record, and so we do have Lyle in the studio here to do an interview with Jordan. So we're going to cut over to them in a second. But yeah, an incredible run from Lyle here with an excellent Phelia deck. Some very interesting twists to it. I really thought the Pyroblast was. I was like, oh, hey, there's a little bit of spice here, literally.
Yep.
A little bit of pepper there. So let's kick over to Jordan and Lyle, and we'll talk about the match and Lyle's day today.
Hey, I got Lyle here with me, and you went X1-1. Why don't you tell me a little bit about how you picked up that draw?
Yeah, so actually it was an intentional draw, round 4. I came up with my buddy. We drove up a couple hours and got paired against each other round 4, and we decided we'll get lunch instead. Could have bit me on that one, but it worked out, I guess.
Now, if that isn't Magic the Gathering, I don't know. If I have one thing to say about Legacy, that is the type of stuff that you get at a Legacy tournament that I don't know if you get that sort of thing at a modern tournament. I don't know, but you get people who drove up together, just let's see how it goes.
It seems to happen all the time. And in my defense, it's kind of a tough matchup for me, so I was happy with the result.
So I mean, but you were happy. How did your friend do?
So he ended up losing the round before the penultimate round. So I guess he might have made top 16 if he won that last one. I didn't catch up with him after the round there.
Well, it's worked out for you today. So why don't you tell me a little bit about the deck you're playing? How did you land on this deck today?
Yeah, so it's I call it Stifle Pup. Just the blue-white Phelia deck with I'm splashing red just for a couple blasts. I feel like they're powerful. I started playing the deck before the car meta for a while, but then I felt like it kind of got into a bad spot and I just hopped different decks. But of course, when car came around, it felt like a pretty well positioned. It has some pretty good tools, and I've been getting a lot of success with it since then.
In your opinion, what makes it so well positioned against the car meta?
Yeah, all right, so you're playing some cards that aren't always going to be impactful, like Stifle or Consign to Memory, and this current meta just happens to have a lot of good targets for that. It's like a good tempo deck. It feels like probably the best Tameo deck right now, even though you don't get to buy back Flow State. I mean, you're kind of making a concession where you're playing Riddler as your card advantage, but it just seems to do well, and even like be pretty good against like the little creature decks, like the Boros Energy or like the green-black that a lot of the other blue decks I've played kind of struggle against.
Yeah, as I was watching the deck play throughout the day, every time it would go behind, it would just play a few cards, draw 12 cards, and then be back in the game. So it just, the amount of cards you get to draw off Riddler and off Pup, and like every single card, it feels like you have to answer, as we saw in that game there against Dan, and you know he answered your cards. He answered them, but there was still a Riddler left.
Right.
So and you know we saw what that Riddler did at the end there. So you like the deck? Gonna keep playing it?
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely through the rest of this metagame, see how I do in top 8, and it's a great deck. I'm happy with it. I don't want to play Car, and I think it's the next best thing to do.
Yeah, we'll see how the standings shake out, and good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you in the booth.
All right, thank you to Jordan and Lyle, and yeah, so a great showing for Lyle today. I got to be honest, I love the intentional draw to go get lunch with the buddy in the middle of the tournament.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to judge anyone for how they choose to spend their time and money, but if your goal is to win the tournament, you got to come in. I have no friends on the dance floor kind of thing. But if you're here on vacation with your homie, it's like midday, we get paired, let's go grab lunch. Maybe it's fine. But we were just talking that X1-1 in this tight thing, that might be the difference between 7th and 10th place.
Yeah.
And we'll see if Lyle makes it in or if that lunch costs him a top 8 berth. But, I mean, it is a fun story.
Hey,
Sure.
you never know. Maybe, refueling in the middle of the tournament gave him a competitive advantage, and so he would, he may not have ever made it to X1-1 if
For that, I have no doubt. Yeah, I mean, keeping yourself physically alive is something that a lot of Magic players or gamers in general are not good at doing.
Yeah.
And remember to eat food with, like, protein and things that will keep your body moving, not chips out of your backpack. Like an apple or an orange, like that's the kind of snack you should be pulling out of your bag. But yeah, the midday refuel might keep you sharp compared to people who didn't get that, but also voluntarily giving away 2 match points in the middle of the day.
It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather have 2 match points than
Definitely
lunch
a real
if
cost.
it's up to me.
For sure. Well, hopefully it doesn't cost him, but maybe it did. So either way, in addition to sort of the field size, introducing some complications into the tiebreaker math, there's also the scoop to a friend or draw with a friend, go to lunch, adding another layer of complication to the tiebreaker math. So It's going to be really interesting to see how all of these tiebreakers shake out and who actually winds up making top 8 and who doesn't. So we are going to come back after a break. We'll come back and we'll let you guys know who the top 8 is. We're going to go into depth with all of them. I'm sure it'll be familiar faces to y'all because they've been probably have been on coverage at some point today. Maybe not necessarily. So we're going to go do that. We're going to take a quick break. While we're on break, don't go anywhere. Go check out, please check out the DMVLegacyLeague.com website. You can check out the charity raffles that we have going on. So Legacy League is raising money for World Central Kitchen. CubeCon is raising for National Immigration Law Center, and Pauper League is raising for American Society for Suicide Prevention, I think it was. I can't remember the exact wording of it, but 3 excellent causes, and we're doing great and raising money for them. We're really excited to raise money for these folks, and we have some really awesome stuff on hand, and I'm still deciding what I want to put my tickets in on, but definitely will be something. And as I mentioned before, our merch store is now live, so please go check that out as well. Pick up some merch. We got some cool first edition stuff. The snapback looks really cool, and rep the best legacy crew in best legacy region in the world, at least as far as I'm concerned. So, so we're gonna go on a quick break. Hopefully the lights won't go out like they just did. So we're gonna go on break, and we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere.
Hello, and welcome back to the DMV Legacy Classic. We are in the final stretch. We have our top 8 coming to you. And we have a bit of a special treat. In Magic the Gathering, there's a thing called the Brothers' War. It's between Eugene and Nicol Bolas.
That's wrong. It's between Mishra and Urza.
Wait, what? Really?
Yes. What do you... Oh, my God. They build war machines and ravage an entire plane.
It's between Mishra and Urza.
I'm
Wait, was the
livid.
Brothers War set about Mishra and Urza?
Yes.
Oh,
Why do you
that's
think there's
why
so many
Urza's-
Mishras
yeah,
and
that's-
Urzas?
okay, that makes a lot of sense. Fantastic. So, and by that we mean we have Kemper Pogue versus James Pogue. Brothers about to fight to death in the arena
Of ideas.
of ideas
Nice.
in cardboard. Really, really expensive cardboard. Can we see what these deck lists look like between them? I believe Kemper is on
Welder
Sewer
cam.
Cam, ready to take some nasty pictures. And James, I believe, is on.
Dimir car with the Tamios and Dothy Voidwalkers.
So we do have a car. We are back at the dealership, and we're going to see what happens.
So I imagine since they're brothers, they probably play each other all the time.
Yeah, that's
at
true.
the kitchen table. So this will be interesting. And I have to think the Voidwalkers are sort of with this matchup in mind, because if you cut off the graveyard
right.
completely, the Goblin Welders and the Goblin Engineers don't do much.
Because I really don't know if Welder has the ability to answer a main deck Dothy Voidwalker.
Legion Extruder is the card that
It's
comes
the
to
only
mind.
one, right?
Yeah, I think it might be just the one, and it has to like resolve or get into play somehow
Yeah,
versus the Voidwalker. Although, yeah.
And also notably, we are a car deck, and the Welder Cam deck can fight back against cars, but it is one of those things where it's like you can if it's a little delayed, but if you just have a turn one car, like Welder Cam's not running Force of Will, like that is getting through, and that is a problem. So we're going to see what happens. These are both very strong, fast combo decks. There's a lot of play to both of them. I'd be curious to see what happens here. But ultimately, I think the Welder Cam's going to take it in 3.
We'll see what happens. Who was on the play? Do you remember? Was it Kemper or James?
That's a good question. I believe
So it was Kemper,
It's
which
Kemper.
I think there's a slight edge there for sure.
for sure.
The Harry Hackett had to play a win in because his tiebreakers were too low last round versus Roland Jang and won. So Harry's in first place playing against Lyle. I can't pronounce the last
Lyle
name.
Rolfs, I believe.
Playing Azorious Phelia.
Yes.
So that's interesting. Harry being on the play there, obviously huge. Chris Cornwell Shield also playing Azorious Phelia.
Yep, 2
versus
Blink Dogs.
Bobby Westcott, I think, is playing Signature Dreadnought.
Yep.
What's our iteration? Stifle?
I believe he's got like Esper with Sagas.
So no Stifles.
No, I don't believe so, but
Okay.
there might be like 1 or 2.
And the last match is Paul Lynch playing Reanimator versus Colin Lugo, also playing Welder Cam. So
we have
three
three Welder Cam.
Yeah. I mean, this area, Harry's been crushing everyone. People are like, I want to win too.
Harry, the Trailblazer. Are there any Clarion Conquerors in this top 8?
If I had to guess, the Phelia decks might have access to it, and maybe Bobby's deck as well, but it's unclear to me.
I'll be curious to see because that is truly a slam dunk in this matchup. The curious to see what will happen now. And I believe we are gearing up soon to go to our game, but we have Kemper Pogue versus James Pogue, and on backup, we have Harry versus Lyle. So we're going to see a lot of Welder Cam. Who do you think is going to bring it home based on just the matchup spread alone?
Let's just go for the quarterfinal matches. I think Harry's going to win in 3 over Lyle. I think Kemper's going to win in 3 over James. I think Chris Cornwell Shield is going to win in 3 over Bobby. And I think Paul is going to win in 2 over Colin.
I think the Reanimator is really going to...
I think the play draw differential in that matchup matters a lot.
I agree.
Otherwise, if the game goes long for the Welder Cam deck and the Reanimator matchup, it's very easy to set up something like Tormod's Crypt Recursion, which is a huge problem.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. But obviously, like that does require a few turns. The Reanimator notoriously will not give you a few turns. And I believe our players in top 8 are still doing their picture, right? So we've got a little bit of time. All right, so it looks like we just got a word from our production. They are in deck checks, they are doing production, and they are kind of getting their entry steps before going into these final rounds. So, Jarvis, what did you think about today? What did you think about the meta? What did you think about kind of like how everything shaked out? Is this kind of what you would expect out of a paper meta?
I expected the Fantastic card decks to do slightly better, so it's interesting to me that they didn't. it did seem to me that the Welder Cam deck was a little bit better than the other decks in this specific tournament.
The Welder Cam deck definitely surprised. I wonder, I don't know if we can get this right now, but if we can get a metagame breakdown at some point, I think that would be very nice. I'd be curious to kind of see like what win rates looked like. I obviously think like it's a medium-sized tournament, right? So there is going to be, I would say there's going to be a lot of people that are here just to jam. But there's also quite a few people that are here to try their best to win. And it's kind of the beauty of Legacy in a way is that it's one of the few formats where you can truly make an impact with even like a homebrew. I don't know if you can say the same for something like Standard or Modern today, but Legacy really does feel wide open right now. Albeit the card does put a wrench in that, but I'll be curious to see what happens to the car coming up in this BNR.
I think it's hard to play like a slow controlling strategy that doesn't have a plan for the construct tokens from the car or a plan for the Welder Cam deck. I think between those two ends, especially in this tournament, there's a huge pincher. You have to be like in a very precise spot, and I think the Azorious Phelia deck sort of occupies that spot.
Right, right. What do you think is the best car show?
Prior today, I had thought Vroomsday would be the best, but it looked like it kind of didn't do great here. I suspect part of that is the difficulty of playing Doomsday itself. Like, it's kind of a difficult deck to play. The card does make it easier for sure, but still inherently some of the issue with the Doomsday deck is you get into these situations where you basically have to predict what's going to happen next turn and try to play your pile around that. Of course, if you have the nuts with like an extra cycler and extra mana, then it's like a lot easier.
Right.
But a lot of the time you don't have those resources, so you're forced to predict like 1 or 2 turns in advance. And we know in the like current setup of Legacy or any other, you know, format really, it's just so hard to predict what's going to happen. Yeah.
And one deck that I was really high on for coming to this event, and I still kind of am high on it, is the Storm card deck. I do think Storm is a fantastic shell for Car, but Storm is one of those decks where I think a lot of people are kind of scared by how complex it can be, especially TES. TES notoriously is like a very difficult deck to play. Like, obviously you have the lines where you just win the game, but when you have as much interaction and selection as you do in a Storm deck like Test, like there is a lot of play to it, and I can imagine that's not a deck that many people are willing to kind of pick up and jam at a relatively important event.
So it's interesting you bring that up because I have played a reasonable amount of TS recently. I actually think the deck is maybe easier than ever to play because it cut off the blue cantrips.
Yeah, because they cut Brainstorm for Car, right? That was the
yeah,
thing.
pretty much. So basically your deck is just a send deck almost all the time, or wait a turn or two to play your Sculpture, or wait maybe like Thoughtseize, and I don't know. When all of the 3-mana engine cards just kill your opponent, it seems easier to me.
Yeah, yeah. I do think like Storm in general kind of has a reputation, especially Test's reputation for being hard. But to your point, right, when you cut the cantrips for more jam factor, it definitely does make the lines a lot more like digestible for someone who may not have spent the last 10 years just jamming Storm.
And I think we have a match we're ready to go down to, so I'm looking forward to see what happens.
Beautiful. Let's do it.
All right. So it looks like... No, they're still shuffling. I'm sure these brothers have played so many times at the kitchen table. It's nice. A nice friendly conversation.
You know, when I was in college, one of my I met who would eventually be the best man at my wedding at a card shop in Chicago called Dice Dojo, and we used to go to parties, and basically after every party we'd go back to his dorm, and we would just play the Geist of St. Traft versus Affinity Mirror, because those were the only 2 decks we had, and the only decks we could afford.
How is that a mirror?
Not the mirror, the matchup.
Okay.
We played this matchup.
I have a real question if you have Arcbound Ravager and Geist of St. Traft in the same deck.
No. It would be pretty sick if that was a thing. But it looks like we are drawing our... are we on mulligans, or is this our opening 7?
I think they both kept 7.
Okay.
It looked like they just spent a reasonable amount of time shuffling. James is mulliganing. Kemper is kept. Volk, Emery, Goblin Engineer, Skateboard, Ratchet Bomb, and another land.
I wonder if.
Mishra's Bobble.
So I obviously I imagine Kemper has decided to be on the play. I'd be very shocked if he wasn't. But do we have the one Fillery Silex in Kemper's deck, right?
It's Ratchet Bomb in his deck, but same thing. It's in fact even in his opening hand.
Oh, that's very nice
Well,
for Kemper. But it's still a turn 2 play.
Yes. What can happen is if James cracks the car in 1, which is obviously possible,
Yeah.
Kemper can take 16, go to 4. And if James's last card is Daze for the Ratchet Bomb, then it's just lethal. So we'll see if that happens on 6 cards. I don't think it's very likely, but it is possible.
You're on the draw, so you have an effective 7 to work with.
Yeah.
And the London Mulligan really coming in clutch.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that in general? I like, obviously in Standard, Modern, or whatever, it's not as relevant, I would argue.
Well,
but in Legacy, when combo decks are so much more powerful, the London Mulligan is just so much better, right?
I think you might be simplifying a little bit. Even in Standard, the games are really fast now because of it. Basically,
Really?
the nut draw just happens more often because of it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it looks like we have a pretty reactive hand on the side of James. I see a Force, I see a Brainstorm, which, you know, it's not bad. I think you'd rather be proactive in this matchup, but I don't think you're too upset about this hand either way. All right, Volcanic Island, Skateboard, and Mishra's Bauble, go. Tap itself, beautiful. Needs to have a target.
Well, it can tap the Volk as well, but
True,
really irrelevant.
All right, so it looks like I imagine we'll see Underground Sea Thoughtseize here, but I could see an argument for Ponder as well.
No, I think it's actually better to the Thoughtseize because then you have information what you need to ponder for as well.
For sure.
So there are 2 engine cards for Kemper and 1 card that deals with the car if it were to happen. Interesting. So it depends on the makeup of James's hand.
I kind of want to take this Emery.
I would also lean towards Emery. I think it's the most powerful card in Kemper's hand. I think the Ratchet Bomb is not a big deal if you're not going all in on car, which it doesn't look like this game.
And does James have a threat in hand right now?
Hard to tell. I saw a Force in blue card.
Yeah,
and he has
Force, Brainstorm, Ponder.
So yeah, Emery is indeed the take. I think if you expect the game to go long, you just have to take that Emery, essentially.
Yeah.
Question is, do you crack the bauble now? The reason Kemper didn't crack it before was he wanted to be able to play Emery through days.
Yeah, for sure. And now, obviously, we see some information. We get our draw.
Another Emery.
That's very nice.
It's huge.
And we can play it, right? Because we have 2 lands and
yeah.
Infinity.
The question is if you're, well, the days is always going to get you no matter what, but you might run the engineer and do it first.
Yeah. There's Goblin Engineer. Now, do we force this? It looks like we do. And I understand why the engineer can just kind of pop off out of nowhere without any removal. The last thing you want is them to just start ripping through their deck with Dragon Engines. And currently we have no other way to stop that from happening. So I think you do have to force here.
So
the fetch.
Let's see if James has the Voidwalker.
Ooh.
That's really the differential between his deck and a lot of the other Dimir card decks.
So the Voidwalker, it will be a massive problem for Kemper, but notably he does have the 1 of Bauble to get some value out of this Emery starting off. But again, I don't know if that's going to make up for the fact that the graveyard will be more or less gone for Kemper if it is a Voidwalker here.
Yeah, I think what you need to have happen there is, it's just flow state.
Flow state.
But
Very
it's
nice.
turned on, so it's nice.
Turn 2 flow state is very nice. So we double Tamiya Brainstorm. Looks like I imagine we'll keep Tamiya Brainstorm. I don't think we need the 3rd Brainstorm.
That's a hidden combo side. Ratchet Bomb can take out the flip side of Tamiya, though.
Yes. It's 0, right?
No, I believe it's 1.
Is it still 1?
It's 1. This was a recent change. Delvers used to be 0 on the flip side, but it's 1 now.
Okay. And did you know notably that when you have flip Tamiya, it doesn't count as devotion for something like
Yes,
Oracle?
because it doesn't have the actual mana symbol.
Yeah, the blue pip.
Yeah.
What is that middle card? in between Brainstorm and Tamiyo.
Let's see. We'll find out if we can see the hand again. Didn't get a good look at it, but yeah, I would say James is sort of in a Splinter Twin situation of his own. Tamiyo plus Brainstorm.
Tamiyo plus Brainstorm. Now, to be fair, when you get to draw 3 cards every turn, it is a lot worse.
So it's Brainstorm,
Flow State.
Tamiyo, Flow State, Polluted Delta.
That was the card. And the
Yeah.
Polluted Delta. Which is like, you really don't want to be looking at a handful of cantrips against what's about to happen.
Yeah. James still might fire it off because it is of the utmost importance that you get it going sooner.
Yep. So we're going to see Brainstorm.
He chooses not to, so he's valuing Dothy Voidwalker higher. Or maybe the potential to crack a car or something like that, you know. You have to get very lucky to be able to crack a car here, though, so.
Yeah. Notably, is there a third land in Kemper's hand if we were to just go for car here? There is
No,
not.
in Kemper's hand there wasn't, because
Okay.
Kemper was on the play.
Yes.
So on his turn 3, he just played another 2-drop. It didn't get countered and said go.
So this means, though, that if he does decide to Ratchet Bomb, he can't use the Engineer currently. Which is
Correct.
actually pretty relevant if we do jam car here.
All right. Let's see. Ritual car, fetch, Brainstorm.
So car fetch Brainstorm will do it.
No, so this is the sad Tamiyo because
Sad Tamiyo.
I don't know. I understand the logic for going the other way because if you find Voidwalker first, it works out so much better for you. But
There's Bomb.
it didn't work out great for James here because obviously we'd rather have a flip Tamiyo, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you get to flip it next turn. This Ratchet Bomb does put a wrench in the plan. Sorry, puts a ratchet in the plan.
Yeah, so versus the Ratchet Bomb, if the Tamiyo were on 4, you would be able to get value out of it by just picking up the flow state.
Yeah. And notably, I don't think Kemper wants to take up this Ratchet Bomb to 1 either.
I think it's okay to do it because you have the Engineer turn Skateboard into Ratchet Bomb if you want to crack it from 1.
That's true. That's true. And just buy it back. I don't know. We'll see what happens. So we're going to get the Surveillant. I imagine we shipped a few of the Brainstorms with that Burst Brainstorm just to kind of clean up the hand from all the cantrips we have.
I think we probably kept 1, if I had to guess.
I agree. Just for the Tamiyo purposes.
I think we probably kept the Flow State and Brainstorm, and whatever else was left, probably not great, probably got shipped.
Yeah. So what are we drawing here? Wish we could see the hand. Come on. Lean in just a little bit, Mr. James. There we go. Brainstorm, Flow State, Force of Will, and I believe it's a bauble or a land.
Hard to tell. He was still close to the chest.
Keeping your cards close to the chest. True Magic player. It was a bauble.
It was a bauble. Okay. So now the question is, do you want to keep one of your blue cards for Force? Do you just want to lead on Flow State? Do you want to just lead on Brainstorm? There's a lot of ways you could play this.
I would like to Brainstorm here because it's technically the same amount of looks, and I think what you're really looking for here is a Voidwalker. Now, notably, this Ratchet Bomb could go to 2 and kill a Voidwalker.
Yeah, that's a little bit slow, and James would be able to get value out of the Tamiyo if that happened.
Yeah.
Like, you would be able to return a card. There's the Voidwalker and land.
There's a Voidwalker and land. So that's really what he was looking for here. Notably, the Dragon Engine is available to cycle. I don't know if cycle's the word, but, you know.
It's like rummage away a bunch of cards, I think.
Yeah. Mega rummage.
Windfall.
Windfall. There we go. There's Mr. Voidwalker himself. Dothy Voidwalker, one of the most textful cards.
It is hard to remember that one.
Because it's what? Shadow, Leyline of the Void, and also whatever I don't know what the last one was
Yeah,
called.
that's like a unique effect. So
Yeah, it's like a unique. Okay. Yeah. Thief of Sanity.
But that costs mana.
I mean, we're trying to get close here. We don't need to get perfect. There it is. So there's a Scalding Tarn in hand. There is a Loki, God of Mischief, and a Pinnacle Emissary, as well as I believe the leftmost card is that Emery. That was our first draw of the game.
So Kemper still left the bomb on 0. That's interesting to me. I think in the face of the Voidwalker, that's fascinating, right?
Yeah. Because I do think you need to answer this Dothy Voidwalker somehow, because right now
Yeah.
you can't really win. Like, obviously, if you hit a Saga, you can, kind of. But I don't think you want to put yourself in a position when you don't have to of Saga or bust. So we'll see what they do here. I think we're probably going to see Tammy come down, or not Tammy, Emery come down, give it haste. But the problem is, if you Emery and you mill 4, it does fuel the Dothy. I don't think James is in the market of activating this Dothy. Okay, so we are going to go for the Loki, which does make sense.
So advantage for going for the Loki is equipping Skateboard draws you a card.
Yes.
So I think this is why this line is being pursued here.
The
Wait, but
Emissary-
we didn't go for it. So that means we're going to transform, or sorry, we're going to turn some card into Dragon Engine end step. Interesting.
I have to imagine that's the line, but I don't think you really want to get rid of your Ratchet Bomb permanently either. So I think it had to be the Skateboard, which makes sense if you're not valuing the Emery very much.
So one issue is even if Ratchet Bomb answers Voidwalker, it will still be exiled.
Yes.
Because the sacrifice happens before the
Yes.
effect.
So chat, the way that works is in order for you to put it on the stack, the sacrifice is part of the cost, and Dothy Voidwalker is still in play while the Ratchet Bomb activation is on the stack.
So we're transforming Tamio the long way around, cracking 2 clues.
The old-fashioned way, if you will.
How many Tamio Planeswalkers do you think there are?
I remember the first one, which was in Avacyn Restored, I believe.
Correct.
Right? And that was the one that could tap down a creature. It was 5 mana. I played
Yeah.
that standard, you know. I don't know any of the ones after that, to be honest with you.
Have you heard of Tamio Field Researcher?
No.
How about Tamio Tiller of Tales?
Have not heard about that one either, Jarvis.
Well, it is what it is.
How many more Tamios do we got?
I believe that's it.
Oh. Wasn't there like a Tamio
Oh,
that
no,
people
there's-
played in Pioneer that like untapped your Gaia's Cradle or
That's Kiora.
whatever? Oh, okay. And it wasn't Gaia's Cradle, right? That's not.
No, it's Nykthos Shrine of
Nick.
Nyx.
Yeah, effectively Gaia's Cradle.
Yeah, it is Guy's Grail for that format. All right.
Yeah.
So we do see the Dragon Engine.
Trigger on the stack. Are we doing anything? I don't think we will.
No.
Putting Emery and Emissary under the Dothy. Draw 3. Bauble land Urza Saga. Urza Saga is kind of what you're looking for here.
Yeah,
But I also think
kind
it's
of.
kind of slow right now.
It is a little bit slow, especially since we sacrificed our Skateboard.
Right.
Another Emissary. That's interesting. I think that's actually good. We might just end up casting Emissary, casting Bauble. And then we have enough to turn the drone into Mishra's Bauble as well if we want to.
Yep. So there's Emissary,
Ooh, we're going for the Warp.
which notably, do you know what Tamio Uptick does?
Yeah.
Do you know what Pinnacle Emissary does?
Yeah. It makes creatures that don't attack very well into Tamio.
Exactly.
But you can convert them into cards sort of via the Engineer, but only the
Yeah.
ones in the graveyard, of course.
So right now we have a Bauble as the only legal target. There is Mopal. So we do have a lot of mana. We haven't played a lot. There's the Urza Saga. So that does put a clock on this game, honestly. Now, it's kind of slow, but it is a clock. And it is a very fast clock, actually, as well, because there are going to be so many artifacts from the Emissary. Last card in hand being Basic Mountain. Not really what you want to see. This Ratchet Bomb not going to 2 is interesting, but at this point it would also be pretty deadly for Temper as well. So there's... Wait, what are we tapping?
So we're attacking with a 1/2 double strike and a 1/1 Loki because of the Tamio trigger. And we're
Wait,
attacking
Loki is
Tamio.
what's
It's
the power top zone?
2/1.
It's a 2. I thought it was a 1/2. Okay.
No, 1/2 would actually be a lot better versus it for it in Legacy because of Orcish Bowmasters. But it is a 2/1. But there aren't a lot of Bowmasters being played right now.
That's true. Bowmaster pretty weak when people are jamming 16 power on turn 1.
Yeah, it's like, that's cute. You want a bowmastery? Yeah, I'll just shove.
Yeah, you want 2 1/1s, big dog? Here's 16 power. Look at our official warp token, Jarvis. Do you like that?
I would say it's a warped counter. Maybe it's even a warped tour.
I mean, my fantastic car is definitely a van.
By the way, Kemper drew the Legion extruder.
Oh!
So, if there's no force, things could get really messy in a pinch.
Really messy in a pinch. This Dothy Voidwalker definitely has a clock on it now.
So now James is considering if he should cast the Dothy Voidwalker, or cast something off the Dothy Voidwalker, rather.
I don't think so, because it does put such a stranglehold on the game. I do wonder, though, because this needs to be cast, it is obviously susceptible to a Force of Will. I see a Brainstorm, a Daze, a Flow State, a Tameo. Daze, Flow State, Tameo, Land, Brainstorm, Car. I don't know what the card between Car and Brainstorm is. It was blue, but I don't think it was Force of Will because there was no red coloring.
James could go for cracking the car. I don't think it's very effective in the face of the Ratchet Bomb.
Right.
But it does take out the Mox Opal and the drones. So that's a bunch to think about. I think ultimately that probably won't happen.
I think. Yeah, because you also have the Dothy too, right? That would be the 4th spell.
No, you can just daze your last Brainstorm. Right?
Oh, yeah.
You go Car, Brainstorm, Daze, Brainstorm, or Car. Oh, so there is a Force of Will now. That's actually an excellent draw, which makes me more inclined not to crack the Voidwalker, right?
I almost don't know if you're supposed to go for Car here if you have to sacrifice that many resources, especially because you're not really in danger of dying with this
it actually, you don't have to sacrifice that many resources, right? Brainstorm's cast.
Yes.
Car's 2. Bobble's 3. Brainstorm's 4.
But Car, so 3 mana for Car. We only have 4 mana.
Yes, there's a Mishra's Bauble in hand.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Car, Bobble, Brainstorm.
Yeah.
And we already casted a Brainstorm, right?
Yeah.
So Car, Bobble, Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Car, yeah, that does it.
I think James is going to do this to force the Ratchet Bomb activation.
Yeah.
Is my guess.
That does. All right. So
Nope.
so there's
Okay.
Brainstorm.
Never mind. We're not doing that. We can still go. Oh no, we can still go Car,
Car,
Bobble.
Bobble, yeah.
So it's actually better to do it this way first. This makes perfect sense.
We don't have like a 1 mana bounce effect, like a Boomerang Basics in this list. I don't believe, right?
I don't think James does. I think a lot of the lists do
Yes.
have access to it somewhere, especially the builds with Storm Chaser's talent makes a lot more sense. I'm a fan of it. It's just more sorceries for your flow state.
Yeah.
Also, bouncing your 0 is kind of free real estate. And
Yeah.
honestly, bounce fills are just kind of broken.
Car.
Car.
Beep beep
Beep, beep.
beep beep.
Are you Jeep?
Today, I'm a Dacia Sendero.
What does that mean?
You did not grow up with British television, Jarvis.
Not that part of British television, I guess.
Here we go. Beep beep. We are indeed a Jeep, and here becomes the Ratchet Bomb as it wipes the board.
Oh, it's
D.
forced to, yeah.
Yep. I mean, you have to. You just die.
Yep. So, beginning of combat, surveillance cam?
Is this a sewer cam? What are we welding out?
No, we're welding the
Or
opal
engineering,
into Bobble. Bobble, the Bobble goes back there. We draw a card from
W, trigger
Loki,
Loki.
and we get to see the card. This just gives you more information. If you draw a cam, you might play it in response.
Yeah. Move to attacks.
So now you're forced to use the Ratchet Bomb.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no, the drones can block because they're flying.
Oh, that's right.
So
But they don't
actually,
have-
that's
yeah.
probably what we're going to see. Actually, I'm surprised we didn't block with a drone and sacrifice it to get our bobble
Yeah.
back that way.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Fascinating.
Because there's no trample. It's just flying haste.
Correct.
Why didn't they add trample?
Flample.
Yeah, why didn't I feel like these cars should have trample too. It just kind
No,
of
I-
fits the theme.
Superheroes are not in the market of trampling most often, except for the Hulk.
Fair enough. Wait, isn't the Thing a trampler kind of guy? And I believe
Yes,
the Thing is the one on the art.
Ben Grimm actually does have trample the Thing,
Oh, see?
but
Flavor fail.
but not when they're riding these. Those are the escape pods from the Fantastic Car.
Oh, is
So-
that what those are?
I think so.
Are there 4 of the Things?
What?
Well, there's, like, canonically, are there 4 of the Things?
No, it's Reed Richards, Sue, Johnny Rocket, and the Thing.
Interesting. Okay, because the tokens, there's just 1 token.
Yeah, that is sort of a flavor fail that they didn't make 4 arts.
Yeah.
Anyways, Ratchet Bomb not cracked. So what's our plan? Probably to cast his extruder, watch it get
Fusion
forced.
extruder.
I think this is going to eat a force.
I think it needs to. I think this Dothy Voidwalker is too precious.
Wow, James really turned this game around. Remember when he spent all of his turns casting Do Nothing Ponders, as you would say? We were just searching for this Voidwalker the entire
To be fair, I
time.
believe it was Brainstorms.
Are those Do Nothing too?
No, Brainstorm's a good card. Brainstorm's actually a good card.
I think. Oh, it was Thoughtseize.
It was Thoughtseize Force
Brain-
Flow State.
Nice.
Flow State's a good card. So what are we...
So we're trying to kill
The
the
Tamio.
Tamio, but Tamio has really done his job
Yeah,
this
100%.
game.
And there is a Ratchet Bomb. Now, notably, this Dothy is on a 2-turn clock here, but these constructs are kind of big.
Wait,
Right?
where did this bauble come from? Oh, because Ratchet Bomb wasn't cracked. Never mind.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait, how big are the constructs going to be? There's going to be 1,
2.
5? There are going to be 5 5s? Oh, but the skateboard is gone.
Yeah.
Skateboard is gone. I forgot because it was exiled under the Dothy. Like, it is perma gone. Unless they have a Karn, which I don't believe they do.
So we have Brainstorm, Bauble. No, maybe there's not two. Maybe one of them is a Dark Ritual instead.
Looks like James is in the flow state right now. Lotus Petal Days, most likely the takes here. I don't believe we need another land. In fact, do we even have another land in the deck?
There
to
might be an
fetch?
island in the swamp.
Yeah.
It's sort of free for these decks to play those.
Yeah.
I think, interestingly, the card that got trimmed from D's style of Dimir deck is Wasteland.
From D's what?
This style of Dimir deck.
D style? Oh, okay. Just wanted to confirm.
So if we Brainstorm into Fantastic Car, we can cast it off of our land. And then cast Petal Bauble.
Yeah. But I
Wait, yeah, it works. Yeah.
yeah.
So
we
I think that-
brainstorm-
Well, except we want to force the crack first, right?
Yes.
Another Voidwalker, another Fantastic card. That's huge.
That is huge. And we can even trigger it next turn very easily. Lotus, Dark Grip, Bauble. We can even play Dothy here. Go to attacks, trigger the Ratchet Bomb. Do we have to respect constructs killing us? Is there any world? I don't
So
believe
what we
so.
can do is we can attack with everything.
Oh, but they also-
Fetch, play the car, and then play Bauble, Petal, trigger the car.
How many? We've casted Flow State.
Brainstorm. So we wouldn't even have to play all of the spells out. We only have to play one more after the car, right?
So we would need to have another land, though.
There was a Delta in hand.
There is an outside hand. Okay.
Yeah. I think these conditional counterspells aren't doing much for us.
I don't believe Days is of any value at this point. I believe
Right.
we're just trying to win.
Or set it up so that we're winning in two.
Yeah, because I
blockers
think
back.
the only way we lose is Construct Beatdown.
Hmm.
And they are, and also this Phyrexian Dragon Engine coming in for, they have 6 damage right now. So they would just need to get 7 artifacts, which isn't unheard of.
All right, the bomb is cracked.
Yep, Bomb is cracked.
3 damage arrives.
Yep, and the constructs are coming in for, there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts minimum. 5 if they want to bring in the Pinnacle Emissary, and if they have another spell. They could win next turn if there is no follow-up here.
Wait,
Oh my goodness. This is, so currently I believe Kemper has aligned to lethal.
was there not another fetchable left?
I don't know if James is aware that there is a lethal opportunity here.
I'm sure
Because
he
the
can
card was
just count.
definitely how you protect from this happening. Because
Maybe
right
there's
now,
not a fetchable left then, huh?
Because if they get Mox Opal here and then cast Pinnacle Emissary and then cast a 0-drop, that's actually exactly lethal.
I think Kemper's counting. Very important to count first before you do anything.
Yeah.
So another construct's being made. Interesting. And in our other match, Harry Hackett got game 1 over Lilo.
Harry on Welder Cam, Lilo on Blink Dogs.
Weird.
So there is a line for Kemper to win here, and that is off the back of getting 2 more artifacts in play, which is very possible with this Pinnacle Emissary.
I think what this means is James kept days in hand, probably.
Hopefully.
Well, not a lot of other things would make sense here, right?
Yeah.
But now the days doesn't even look good.
There's the Emissary, and if we have an artifact, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, that's lethal. Because that's 4 damage from the Dragon Engine. Yeah, that's Xaxes. That's more than Xaxes.
It's more than Xaxes, it looks like to me. Huh.
That is a big boy construct. All right. I don't know if there was another fetch bull on James's side, but there was an avenue for protecting against that.
Interesting. Maybe I missaw the hand. I don't know what happened there.
There was the opportunity to car there, right? Because they could have.
I thought so, but
there is basics in this deck. There was an opportunity to reactivate.
So we could have
Car and make
gotten
4 make
Island
4
or
buffers.
Swamp because there's
Yep.
no way we're keeping all those lands in our hand off Brainstorm.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Anyways, in this matchup, I saw earlier that James had Barragoyf in this matchup, which is interesting to me. But when I think what James is going to do is become more mid-rangey.
Yep.
Board in the Barragoyfs and the Bowmasters.
And the pushes, the EEs even.
Well, probably not EE.
I could see EE as a Saga hedge.
Well, I guess the question is, do you want to cut the Fantastic Art business from your deck, right? That's the real question.
This is interesting, right? Because these players are brothers, and they probably played against each other a ton.
Yeah.
Is this one of those situations where you know something isn't correct, but you try to
Well,
mind game?
it's not even about correct or not. The notion is if you play an iterated game with someone over and over, it eventually becomes correct to sort of balance your range and change things up.
Yes.
So it's not like there's not a strict notion of correctness. So I wonder which direction James is going to go. It's too hard to predict, but personally for me, intuitively, I think the Bowmasters make sense because they take out the Welder basically for
I
free.
agree.
And I saw him have Barragoyf in before. I think if you think Dothi Voidwalker is one of the most important cards, it does make sense to have Barragoyf in your deck.
I agree. And notably, right, the deck is pretty removal light, so if you just have this board state, especially like kind of these hate berry-esque creatures in the form of Bowmaster and Dothi, things can get auto-controlled very quickly. Jarvis, can you tell me the Oracle text on Rip Apart?
White, red. Choose one. It deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker.
Okay.
Or destroy target enchantment or artifact.
So Rip Apart in this case is just a really expensive lightning bolt, most likely.
It's a sorcery speed of braid.
Sorcery Speed of Braid. And then Portable Hole, I imagine, comes in as an answer to Dothi.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Also Tameo.
So this is what's interesting, right? If his brother keeps cars in, then consign is very valuable. But if he doesn't, it's quite literally dead.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing. Like, when you know someone so well and you play probably like dozens of matches with them per week, what do you end up doing? And I know both of them also go to Curio Cavern, one of the stores in the Northern Virginia area, and play a reasonable amount on Wednesday nights, I think, there. So it will be interesting to see what happens. For my money, I don't know what comes out. Again, like I said, it's a matter of, like, what do you think you can shave? To me, the less cards I can cut from a deck, the better. I want to do, like, the bare minimum. So we'll see what happens.
Lokis if you're expecting Bowmasters?
So that's an interesting question. If I didn't know that my opponent had Bowmaster in their deck, I'd be more likely to cut the Loki.
Yes.
Or to keep the Loki, rather. If I know that the Bowmasters are coming in, then a Loki is more appealing to cut.
Yeah. And then I don't really know what else. Because now you play the mind game of if they keep Car, my Ratchet Bomb is good. If they don't, it's pretty bad. And then obviously, like, I think the number one thing you can usually cut is some number of baubles, usually like 1 or 2 if you're bringing better cards.
I understand where you're going for there,
Yeah.
but when you cut zeros from a deck like this, it makes your Emery significantly worse.
That's true.
So I've tried to don't cut zeros for no reason. You have to have a really good reason to cut those, because those cards almost act like Moxen in your deck for the affinity cards. Or with the Loki, it's kind of broken as well.
Yes.
So
But
just
but that's like if you take out the Loki, you take out some number of bauble. Like I could see cutting a 1 or 2 Ursus baubles for sure.
I think you would win more if you just didn't cut those cards.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, because sometimes if you're cutting Loki, right, like baubles go to the Emery, and if they're bringing in removal, I could see it going both ways. I kind of think you can cut a bit of that package. Like, I don't know if Pinnacle Emissary is doing much, but also when you're a Saga deck, it's also like an overwhelming board presence. It's kind of like, it's weird, man. It's weird.
To me, looking at James's sideboard, the Pinnacle Emissary looked a lot better than I thought it would, because there's not actually really a clean answer to it.
Yeah.
One thing is the lineup for Sparaglyph isn't great there because the drones can only block creatures with flying.
Yeah. Looks like so we have an update on the top 8 standings thus far. Bobby Westcott on Stiflenought going into the semifinals. And then Paul on Reanimator, who is our 2nd seed, is currently up a game going into their game 2. And we are back now with game 2 of the Brothers' War. James versus Kemper. Kemper on the James on the play this time. Let's see what happens here. So we see I see a Lotus Petal, Brainstorm, Ponder,
Echoing
Fetchland,
Truth.
Echoing Truth, and I believe in
So
EE, right?
I think the Echoing Truth came in, but not the engineered explosives. Then is my guess.
I
So
think
that
that's
might
right.
indicate that the card was left in the deck, right?
Yes.
Because
yes.
or it's possible that both are in and no cards are in as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus Petal 2 kind of indicates it, but also Lotus
Yeah.
Petal is generically powerful anyway.
Well, if you're playing as Baraglyph, it's sort of hard to cut the Lotus Petals, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Because they let you just go a lot faster.
Ramp and power. So we see.
They both have Echoing Truth in their sideboard. That's so funny.
My goodness.
Well, again, brothers, they probably came to similar conclusions about like what's the best card.
Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen a cheeky little Force of Despair out of some of these decks.
Well, not that many decks can play Force of Despair, right? You have to have a lot of black cards in your deck.
Yeah.
So on a mulligan, it's a lot more difficult. This is like a reasonable good 7. Going to... Huh.
I think I would probably cut the Echoing Truth here, but I can see why you wouldn't want to cut your one.
So the Emery was put on the bottom, which is also interesting. There's a lot of ways you could play this hand.
Yeah, yeah. So starting off the Pluto Delta fetch, likely seeing Underground Sea, since I think both players know there is no hate on lands from either side. Just want to give a shout out to the DMV. Those DMV pens you see in the corner. I got one at the last class a year ago, and it's still holding strong for me today.
Yeah, those pens are nice.
Those pens are nice.
I've seen a lot of people steal those pens because they're so nice.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't ask me where I got mine from. I got 3. Don't tell Free Bird.
So Fatal Push came in, it looks like.
I think that makes sense, right? It's a creature combo deck.
It's a clean answer to Engineer and Welder. You have to do work to make it kill Emery, but it's probably still worth.
I think this early on, you probably have an abundance of fetch lands that the Revolt is relatively trivial.
I always think it's harder than people say it is because you have to use your fetches to get lands and for your brainstorms.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's true. I mean, we also have Lotus Petal, which can do it in a pinch, but obviously not really what you want to be primarily using your Lotus Petal. So, and we do see the Engineered Explosives, by the way.
Interesting.
So there's Volcanic Island Welder. And Mox Opal currently just a 0-drop artifact. No Metalcraft online.
All right, are we going to see Goblin Orcish Bowmasters, not Goblin Bowmasters?
So there's Underground Sea Tap, Fatal Push your Welder.
So much better for you to that James has to use Fatal
Yes.
Push than a Bowmasters.
Yes, 100%. I think I think the last thing Kemper wanted to see there was a Bowmaster on the Welder. So we have Echoing Truth. I believe that's a Spell Pierce.
Yep.
Zendikar. Or the World Wake art for it, right?
It's Zendikar, I believe.
And then Echoing Truth, and then Emery. I imagine we'll see Emery here, and especially with them using the Fatal Push. And I imagine Kemper knows that there's only 2 Fatal Push, so this Emery sounds really nice right now.
So the reason to hold off on the Emery is if you think you can play around Days later, but maybe you can't, or you just offer up a different thing to Days.
Do I get my Engineer, dearest brother?
Kind of surprising how good that card has looked, especially in conjunction with Phyrexian Dragon Engine.
Yeah.
Obviously, technology borrowed from Mono Red Painter. James is surveilling with the trigger on the stack, or with the spell on the stack, to decide whether or not to counterspell it, I guess.
Yeah. 'cause
Might as well get all of your information if you know you're going to surveil anyways, right?
This could also be the Moto lazy play if your opponent tapped out and you just want to F6.
Who would do that?
Listen, my time is precious for this.
Huh.
All right, we're going to surveil away. Oh, there is the Force of Will.
Yeah.
Yep. Force of Will pitching Echoing Truth. with the
Well,
Goblin
Echoing Truth is not particularly good right now, so
No.
that makes a lot of
Yep,
sense.
I agree. I think that's basically the best use of this Echoing Truth for a while.
Maybe people should just play Dress Down again.
Now you're speaking my language, Mr.
I that's why I said it. It was
Dress Down
bait.
is one of my favorite cards in Magic the Gathering. It is so much fun to play with. There's so much cool stuff you can do with Dress Down. But it looks like we see the Brazen Bar or Mishra's Ball, but I don't remember the third. The first
It was
one.
an island, I think.
Was that a
So
basic
there's
island?
no fetch for this brainstorm. So
Yes.
we will be so-called brainstorm locked. Bobble can accelerate through that pile, though.
Yes. So currently we are in James' main phase. Haven't made our third land drop yet. We do have the island. There is an EE. Oh wait, is that a flooded strand?
I guess there is a fetch. It looks like a. Is it a black fetch?
I thought it was a flooded strand. Oh, it's a polluted Delta.
Okay. Delta, obviously the best fetch in this deck with
Yep.
both the basic island and swamp.
And in hand we have Brazen Borrower, Engineered Explosives, and I believe it was
So that was a consigned to memory.
on top.
On top.
Ooh,
So interesting. There's maybe a bit of a leveling game going on here.
Is this the matchup where you bring in all 15 cards and then you take them out
Well,
afterwards?
if this stuff is going to happen, I think you probably should do that so you're less
Yeah.
exploitable. So like they don't know exactly what level you're on.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to, otherwise it's kind of obvious if you only
Yes.
take 6 cards in, 6 cards out, like immediately.
Interesting. So I wonder if that consign from Kemper is saying, I believe I'm favored going long as I handle your Voidwalkers and your cars.
Yeah.
That could be a statement of it. And
Interesting.
now
Pass,
some
go,
draw,
pass,
go.
Pass, go, pass.
Oh.
Oh, Flash and Brazen Borrower.
All right.
Getting to work with our 3-1 here.
I have a question for you. Do you know what 3/1 flying can only block fires is called? There's
Brazen
multiple.
Borrower?
No, that.
I know.
I mean,
I know,
yes.
I know.
Yes, Brazen Bar.
I actually don't know what the original card is.
Depends on how old you are. I would say Cloud Spirit from Tempest Block.
Okay.
There's also Rashad and Airship from Mercadian Masks Block.
They had 3 mana, 3/1 flyers back then? It's a very on-rate creature.
That can only block fires. That's a pretty severe drawback, if you ask me. Anyways,
So this
things are
Tameo
happening.
does threaten a clock in kind of an obscure way, which is interesting. Now, notably, this Emery is going to start pumping gas. And as a result, I can't imagine this Tameo is going to outrace Emery just because the mana requirements on Tameo are so much higher. But it is
Fatal
notable.
Push?
And we know that this consign is there. So unless we can get Kemper to tap out, I do not believe a car is going to be hitting the battlefield anytime soon. The dealership is out of sight.
Interesting. So, wow. So really, it's Emery Bobble versus Tameo Borrower,
Yep.
and now we have Metalcraft for the The Moxopole, yeah. It's interesting.
3-1 can go the distance. 3 power and a flyer is Tails' oldest time, but I don't know how much is going the distance against drawing 2 cards.
Well, one welder as well from Kemper, and the game breaks wide open as well.
Yeah.
So it's just there's so many scary things that can happen.
Notably, we do have a Brazen Borrower in hand. Oh no, we don't. That's right. We casted it.
I just think James thought too little was going on and doesn't really favor him unless if he has a giant pile of cantrips, right?
Right. So Spell Pierce, Dragon Engine, Echoing Deeps, and Consignment. So very reactive hand, although this Emery does kind of break this open. Interesting, we're going for the Lotus Petal here. What does that mean?
It means we're casting Dragon Engine.
Oh, baby. Here's our
2/2 double strike.
Yeah. Do you like using the Lotus Petal over the Volcanic Island here?
Well, I think you want to be able to leave up Consign reliably. That's what it's indicating to me.
Yeah. Okay, there's a Scalding Tarn in hand.
Well, also I think the worry is days as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would still be able to pay through days because you would just have the Mox Opal untapped.
The Mopal was floated mana because we had to crack our Bauble.
Oh, I see.
So
I see.
you would, the way Kemper does it indicates a fear of days to me.
Right. No, it makes sense.
Even though I think it's interesting, I think Days really, after watching all these games, is not very good versus this deck.
No,
and I wouldn't
don't
be.
think so either. Because it's like you're a deck that hits your land drop, but you curve out at like 2 on average. I'm
Yeah,
sure
your
you got
spells,
some 3
like I
drops,
said, all
but-
of your spells cost 0, 1, or 2. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Dragon Engine's the most expensive spell in your deck.
Yeah, actually. Actually, I believe that is true. I don't think there is something any more expensive than Dragon Engine, right?
Yeah, it's very interesting to look at. And I mean, I think that's part of the power of the deck. Low curve, combo kill built in, does scale into the late game. Ooh, are we going for the car?
Dark Ritual.
Car?
Boom, boom.
Vroom,
Beep,
vroom.
beep.
We
Pay
have
the line,
Days.
Jarvis.
What's the line?
Pay the line, Jarvis.
Beep, beep on my Jeep.
Good enough, King. So, Kemper is probably all systems go on. He knows I have Consign. I know he knows I have Consign. So why the hell is there a car on the stack?
Probably Days now. Like, you played around Days before, but now it's like, well, you kind of have to play into the Days.
Yeah, you have no choice. Like, you lose the game or you almost lose the game.
Well, it is lethal, right?
Yeah. This is 100% lethal right now, so you have to consign this.
Remember when James...
it resolved?
So he's going to try to
He's
consign the
gonna
trigger?
Yeah, there we go. That makes more sense.
Wait, it worked? That's crazy.
I almost don't know if you're supposed to wait for the trigger because that's also 4 damage a turn. And this Brazen Borrower is getting in there very quickly.
Crazy. What's going on?
It was kind of like a crazy next level on that.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't matter. I do you still agree with this play of waiting for the trigger to consign?
Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. So, I think Kemper, thinks there's probably not a Daze in the deck, but now it really smells like a Daze, but I really don't have a choice. So, it's weird. I don't know.
In my eyes, Kemper thought that the car was bait. That was why he didn't consign it.
Sure.
Because now 4 damage a turn is a lot of damage a turn. It is actually a 2-turn clock at 13.
Yeah. By the way, updates from the other tables. Paul wins the match as Reanimator 2-1 over Welder Cam, and Harry wins 2-0 as Welder Cam over
Blink Dogs?
Azorious Phelia. Yeah. Wow, so the Welder Cam deck really... Sorry, Reanimator beat Welder Cam, but the other Welder Cam deck won. So we'll see if another Welder Cam deck advances to top 4.
How does the Welder Cam mirror go when you have 2 online welders?
Very messy is what I would say. Yeah. And also, if they both have Soul Cauldrons, the game gets really, really, really messy.
Oh, yeah.
I guess you probably never played Deathrite Shaman Mirrors?
I did, actually. I was I played a lot of the early Deathrite Shaman Mirrors when I first got printed. Because Return to Ravnica was my first, that was the first set where I really try-harded to, get good at the game, like really play, was the Return to Ravnica block. So I played a lot of Deathray Shaman. Do you remember Omnidor Thragfire back in that day?
Yeah, I recorded a video with that once.
Did you really?
Yeah.
That deck was awesome.
It was okay. I think it
I
was
mean,
like
it sucked.
one of the worst Farseek Thraktos decks you could play, but
100%, but
there
it's
were a
fun as
ton
hell.
of
It was
ton
fun
of
as hell.
those.
You got to play for vibes sometimes, Jarvis. Oh, Ratchet
Ratchet Bomb.
Bomb is interesting here because now it kind of keeps the the splitting in check.
Well, so now I think James's plan is to just swing with the borrower and the car itself, not trying to split it up, you know?
Yes.
And I would just use Tamio as a distraction from everything else.
100 I mean, that's exactly where this game is going right now. So you have a backup Tamio to protect the first Tamio. I don't know how relevant that's going to be.
Might be more relevant as a blocker.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
But it also does expose them both to Ratchet Bomb, because in theory, Kemper could uptick here and then crack for one, and then just ignore the Tamios completely by killing them. But then that also opens yourself up to car. But is opening yourself up to car really that relevant?
Well,
when you're at
it won't
7
because
health?
you just wait until end step to do all of that, right?
Engineered explosives trigger 1.
Interesting.
On 1 is interesting. So what does that mean if we put it to 1?
Well, I guess we'll see exactly what happens, but
I guess this is just welder insurance.
yeah. It looks like a Spell Pierce is being cast just to burn 2 mana.
I don't hate it. I don't know. Depending on obviously what's in James's hand, you might not even pay for this. 'Cause I don't know how much you actually care about this at this point. Yeah. So Car is a creature as of now.
Yeah. He pointed toward it, which I assume means that I want to make this as a creature.
Yep.
We have a 5th mana source, so it makes the Spell Pierce look worse.
Getting there for 7.
7 is
A lot.
A lot.
We are now at 5, which means 2 hits from either is lethal, and a hit from both is lethal.
What's our out? Not Urza Saga.
Echoing Truth does buy us a turn in the
Correct.
Urza Saga. Can we... You could, in theory, if they ticked up the Ratchet Bomb, is tick up the Ratchet Bomb, blow up the Ratchet Bomb, and then buy back Sewer Cam with Emery to buy another turn. But that's kind of a... And you would also wipe out the Tamio. I don't know how good that is, but that is how I
Well,
could foresee this.
It's too late for that, right? Because
Yeah, it's
the
too late for that
bomb
now,
is on
yeah.
0.
Yeah. So get in for 2 on the Tamio. Tamio goes to 2. Emery buy back a bauble, I'd imagine.
The pile of artifacts in the graveyard.
Yep. So there's the bauble. Look at the top. We have Echoing Truth to buy another turn. So I don't know if... Okay. Did we pass? Yeah, we pass. Upkeep, bauble trigger, draw a card, CLO key.
So, we don't necessarily have to use the Echoing Truth. We could just crack the Surveillance Cam to tap one
yes,
creature
we
down.
do have exactly 4 mana now. Actually, we have 5. The Mox Opal is online. There are 4
Yeah.
artifacts in play.
So we'll see exactly what route Kemper wants to go.
Flow state, trigger.
Is it on? Ponder.
Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual, yeah,
Yep.
so it's on. He pointed towards the car, so I assume it's online.
The sacrifice is a May, right? Notably.
Yes,
Okay.
but you won't even get there unless you cast that many spells, which I think James is not going to end up doing because there's no real reason to.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting. The game is getting kind of like close. So we sack Cam, tap car, take 3, go to 2.
This Dothy does put a wrench in this plan because now all of a sudden, I believe you want a Dothy now, which is going to force the action from Kemper to get
To use the Cam.
to use the cam.
Yeah, the thing is the car is already online, so he will get to tap what he wants to tap, but then he'll... So Echoing Truth is interesting because the Echoing Truth does get you a turn versus the Dothy.
Yep.
That might be the turn you need to actually win the game.
This will require a welder. Mr. Voidwalker himself.
Okay, so
So this does put a weird spot because you could Echoing Truth here, but that would mean you cannot.
No, I think you
Yeah.
have to sack the
Yeah,
cam
I
because
agree.
it uses your mana too well.
And notably, if we draw another cam here, we can cast it. There's Engineer Mopal.
Oh, he sacrificed to draw 2. Yes, you sack to draw 2. When
Yeah.
it leaves play, it taps it. So, yep.
Yep.
This works like you wanted to. Take
Sweet.
3, go to 2. That's an Engineer, a Loki. Huh.
And an Echoing Truth. So we really need. I don't know what Kemper could draw here to get out of this bind.
Interesting. So,
because there's no way you could draw a hasted Welder.
I
here.
think the actual answer is you need to cast Echoing Truth on Voidwalker, draw Emery this turn, mill Agatha's Soul Cauldron, Goblin Welder, something else, and then you use the Emery to cast the Soul Cauldron onto the Phyrexian Dragon Engine, and present lethal that way.
Yeah, that would do
but
it.
he
Actually.
drew the
So
drew
there's
the
Mopal,
Emery.
1 blue floating.
He drew the Emery.
So we drew the Emery. So we need to hit Welder.
So
Welder
what,
goes Soul Cauldron.
but you have to lead with the Echoing Truth here.
Yes.
I think maybe we should have done that before. And I think Kemper sees the line. I mean, there's not much you can do here.
Yep. Bounce your Dothy.
Well, when this happens, you know there are shenanigans afoot.
The main
because
phase
you're dead
back.
on board and
Yeah.
like
All right, let's see.
so Echoing Truth should not go into exile because the Dothy is no longer on the
yes.
board. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's only damage. As a
Well,
state.
that's because the state-based actions aren't
exactly.
checked during the resolution of the spell.
So here is.
Oh wait, does Engineer do it by itself? No.
No. Well, okay, so the Engineer can put Cauldron in the yard.
Okay,
then
but
you
we
can't
don't have the
cast.
Welder, right?
Yeah, but then you can't cast, exactly.
No, you can cast the... Oh, no, there is a Welder all the way buried down.
Is there a Welder? Oh, you got Fatal pushed.
Yeah, that's sick. Okay, so my line that I made up wasn't even necessary because all of the pieces were there.
Because the Welder was the very first
Yeah.
thing pushed on turn
Obviously,
1.
Kemper saw it. And there you go. Welder underneath Soul Cauldron.
And the game ends.
That's sick. This deck is really, really powerful.
It is really, really powerful. Exactly enough mana. Exactly enough with the backup opal. Granted, any lane would have done it, but
yeah.
and then infinite draw here.
Yep.
Untap-
Wait!
Dark,
Dark
Ritual.
Ritual. Into what?
Into what?
Is there something here? What could we have? Ritual. It doesn't. No.
There's nothing.
No. It looks like a bunch of Voidwalkers and stuff
Cameo.
that it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Yep, make infinite
Just trying to
draws.
put the fear into his brother, huh? Or True
Fear.
Brothers War.
True Brothers. I mean, here, what? You make infinite mana with the Mox Opal.
Yeah. And then you can.
So you weld out the Ratchet Bomb for the Sewer Cam. Sewer Cam comes in, untaps. Use
Yeah.
that to swap out the Cam and the Opal. Make infinite mana, draw infinite cards. Make infinite colored mana with infinite. We don't even need the Seat of the Synod, right? Because we just have the Opal in the bin already.
Yeah. What's the advantage of doing seat, I guess? Oh, maybe there wasn't actually an.
No, we just lost an Opal, right?
Okay.
Because we sacked
Huh.
it.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no, because the first Opal went to the exile because we casted the Echoing
Yeah.
Truth after the Opal.
So we can do this. Make
Infinite,
infinite blue if you
mana.
want. Okay, now what? I don't think it's infinite draws. I think you're gated by the number of artifacts you have, right?
No, because you make infinite mana, right?
How are we getting the cam back every time in between?
We tap the Seat of the Synod for blue, and then we weld out. Because if we weld it out,
Oh, I see.
if
Yeah.
we welded out
Okay.
the Ratchet Bomb for,
Well, in that case, why isn't he drawing his deck then?
I'm not sure.
Are you sure it works?
Oh, there is the Opal. Yeah, why wouldn't it work, right? You make infinite mana, you weld out the Mox Opal for the Cam, and then you crack it here, and then you weld out the Ratchet Bomb.
But you go down an artifact every time, right?
If infinite mana, yes.
So you're gated by your board, so you can draw 2 X cards, where X is a number of artifacts. And any more artifacts you draw is going to do a lot. So yeah, he's demonstrating that it does require you to have artifacts to continue chaining. It's not just infinite.
So right now we do have infinite mana. Okay.
Yes, we have infinite blue.
Oh, but now we have another welder, an engineer.
We probably
and then the engineer gets
we probably
the,
have infinite blue, infinite red.
Yes.
Yeah, impressive win for Kemper. Wow. The Ratchet Bomb really just came up both games, preventing Kemper from getting killed.
Yeah.
And we saw if the game went long enough, the engine of the Welder Cam
Yeah.
deck just overtook everything. Great stuff.
That was I mean, these lines that you can just kind of, as soon as you have Sewer Cam and Welder, if you ever play this deck, just really look at what's going on, because there's some crazy stuff you can do that you might not realize at first glance.
This reminds me of the moral of the story. Do you remember playing Hardened Scales in Modern at all?
I played against it. I played on
So
math during that meta.
What the question was, if you think it might be lethal, it probably is. Just look for it. It's probably like 36 damage or some nonsensical amount, you know?
Yeah. It's. I mean, the hardened scales math gets pretty crazy.
Yeah. So Welder Cam advances. Reanimator advances. What was the last match?
Welder Cam, Reanimator, Dreadnought.
So did this Dreadnought deck actually have Stifles in it? Because I think that's a big difference maker.
I don't know. I never actually got to see the list. I know Bobby has been playing some iteration of this type of Esper list for a while. And he's he posts in the Dreadnought Discord quite a bit too, and kind of talks through a lot of his lines. It's a very unique list. I remember at one point, he's actually the reason I was so high on Retrofitter Foundry a while ago.
He does love that card.
He does love Retro, and it is good, especially in these types of decks where you can grind it out. Like,
it requires you to have a lot the real issue with the card.
Yeah.
I think it might have gotten worse recently because the metagame's so fast now, right?
Right.
I'm less interested in a card like Retrofitter Foundry, more interested in a card like Aether Spellbomb now.
Right.
So there are no Stifles in this deck. But there are sideboard Doorkeeper Thralls and a main deck consign.
And Doorkeeper Thrall notably stops the ETB of artifacts, which would stop the entry of both Legion Extruder and Sewer Cam.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Also comes up versus the One Ring, because the protection, I think, is very relevant versus Dreadnought.
Yes, I actually I talked about this. Actually, part of the reason Doorkeeper Thrall and Dreadnought was so good in the Forge meta was because, one, you had Stifles for... You guys, I won a lot of games against Forge, stifling the trigger on Vexing Bauble.
That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Jamming Dreadnoughts through rings because of no protection.
Yep. One other thing, he's going to play against Paul in that matchup. Having a lot of consigns and the Thralls is key. Ralph and Mikey Troublemakers does have an attack trigger, but all of the other creatures in the deck, they're just big monsters. They don't actually have other text besides that if you shut off the enter the battlefield
Only
trigger.
Grizzlebrand is really the
well,
one.
no, Archon of Cruelty, if it gets to attack, does matter.
Yes. But notably, both Archon and Ralph and Mikey are weak to Plow, while Grizzlebrand and Attrax historically would not be.
Not that we're going to cover that match, but that will be a key thing to look out for.
100%. 100%.
Jameson and Brian will be back in a moment when they have time.
Perfect. So going in now, we have Dreadnought Reanimator, and then we have the Welder Cam Mirror. Well, Welder Cam Mirror, who do you think? So Welder Cam versus Dreadnought, Welder Cam versus Reanimator. Notably, Welder Cam, I believe, is going to be on the play either way, right, in the finals? Because they're both the higher seed, or am I wrong about that? Because I believe both Bobby and Paul were towards the bottom of the
that sounds right.
bracket, right?
I think Harry is probably going to win.
Oh, Paul was second seed. Never mind.
Okay. I think Harry's going to win over Kemper. I do think that match is going to be a mess. There will just be permanents everywhere.
Oh,
I think Paul will lose in 3 to Bobby. That's my prediction.
I really think that matchup, the Reanimator versus Dreadnought matchup, is so opening hand dependent.
Okay.
If you can because Paul is on the play, that's a huge problem. Not being able to have access to your dazes is a big deal. Not being able to have access to your Thoughtseize is a big deal. Game 3 is going to... I think this is going to go down to Game 3.
That's why I think Paul is going to win in 3.
Oh, you think Paul? I thought you meant Bobby's doing. Okay, yeah.
No.
I think Paul wouldn't just by nature of
Yeah.
being on the play as
Yes.
Reanimator. It is a deck that kind of the original Oops, if you will, and that it's just a turn 0 deck. There is not really a ton that's going on beyond you're either dead or I'm either dead by turn 2.
Anyways, let's see what happens with Brian and Jamison. We'll be back for the finals, though.
Chat, I'll see you guys in the finals. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more games of Magic for you.
All right, folks, welcome back to the semifinals of the Classic at CubeCon DMV. Rejoining you for the last time today is myself, Jamison Helfrich, and Brian Koval. Brian, we are geared up to watch a couple of great matchups here, but something we noticed is, we have an Izzet Supercam mirror, and that there were 3 of those decks in the top 8, and one of them, well, I think there was also a mirror match in the quarterfinals. So that deck has performed very well today.
Yeah, that one has been, it's a known quantity. It's not a surprise. Ninja Turtles is not the newest set.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's any new technology from Superheroes or from Strixhaven. This deck has existed in its entirety for a couple sets now, and it's one of those decks that's really cool, really fiddly. If we're in a situation where you can get an engine or 2 running, it's going to run, and it's very hard to disrupt through traditional means. And if it doesn't get clowned by combo decks, it is a nightmare for fair decks.
Yeah.
And the combo decks, I don't know if these decks had good paths or if they flipped some combo matches along the way to get where they are, but 3 in the top 8. If you gave me the MTG Goldfish Legacy meta grid before today, I probably would not have ranked it at all. And
Yeah.
Here I am, eating my non-words that I didn't say.
I wonder if it helps at all. Goblin Welder has always been one of those cards with a secret mode on it, where if you're playing any kind of artifact strategy, Welder can just disrupt it by just swapping that artifact out with something in the graveyard. I wonder if that has a... I'm sure it's played some kind of small role. Maybe it has played some kind of small role today. But I believe our top 4 is completely devoid of cards.
Yeah, the last card deck fell in the Brothers' War. The artifact brother fell to the other artifact. Or no, they're both artifact brothers, aren't they?
I'm not sure.
I was trying to
actually.
make an Urza Mishra reference. Mishra the artificer, Urza the wizard. They're both artificers, but the blue artificer beat the black artificer.
Right,
I
yeah,
guess that's fair to say. That did happen.
Yeah. And I watched Paul win Game 3 against Colin off camera. So that was another Sewer Cam deck. So Paul is, if he is able to beat Bobby here, will advance into another one of those matchups. It's 2 Sewer Cam matchups for him in this top 8. But we're going to see, so I believe we're going to start here with Paul and Bobby. Paul is playing Reanimator, of course. I don't think he's been on camera yet today, so we're going to get to see his deck doing its thing for the first time, and we'll also see Bobby again, check in with him, and we'll see how his sort of Thrall control deck interacts with it, and he did. So Bobby did wind up making top 8, and so did Chris. Actually, Bobby took Chris down in the top 8, and so those blue-white decks also wound up making it all the way as well. So these blue decks have held their ground quite well against the car menace.
They really have, yeah. And this matchup's going to be interesting because Doorkeeper Thrall, if Atraxa is just a 7/7 and Archon's just a 6/6, and Raph and Mikey attacks for 13 or 14, but nothing else happens.
Yeah.
These are all situations where a Swords to Plowshares or a Caracas or just a damage race could win. A Phyrexian Dreadnought. 12/12 is bigger than all those things I just said.
That's true.
And again, it's that test of can this deck that's going to be really good on turns 3, 4, and beyond survive turn 1 and 2.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that. Paul wants this game to go fast, and Bobby does not. So the longer this game goes, probably the more that needle goes towards Bobby. So let's head down to the table and watch these players battle it out for a spot in the finals and see who can prevail in the top 4. All right, looks like they are just about ready to go. I got to admit, I'm kind of really digging the angle on Paul's face cam. It's sort of like a Dutch angle. Like he's got like a action shot.
Yep. Yeah. Classic Paul with multiple pairs of glasses on his head.
Yep.
A sleeveless throwback hardcore band shirt. I mean, this is the guy we know and love around here.
Yeah. 0 sleeves and 2 pairs of glasses. That's Paul Lynch for you. All right. So these players are shuffling up. These players, of course, know each other quite well. They are both DMV regulars. They've played each other many times at weeklies and at BCQs throughout the region. Paul certainly knows what Bobby is playing. Bobby's always playing a deck like this. Is probably quite familiar with what Bobby has been playing recently as well. Probably not a stranger to Bobby's current Esper configuration. Bobby may or may not know what Paul is. I'm sure he's figured it out by now because these players have been playing at the top tables most of the day. But that might be somewhat to Paul's advantage if Bobby is not sure what Paul is playing today.
Right. And based on this conversation, we did not do open deck lists for top 8.
Okay.
I mean, based on what you're saying, I don't know. I wasn't on that part of the planning committee.
Yeah.
I assume they have not exchanged deck lists, and they are actually playing it straight up here.
Yeah, all right. So, all right, Paul's hand is a couple of Dark Rituals, a Cabal Therapy, Reanimate, and Faithless Looting with a Swamp and Lotus Petal for mana.
What is Paul made of is the question being asked of that hand. Because what this hand does is it goes Dark Ritual, Therapy U, Name Force, Lotus Petal, Faithless Looting, hope one of my top 2 cards is a monster, 2 black floating, Reanimate in my hand.
Yeah.
We ball.
And Paul is the high seed here, so he kept that hand.
He
so
did keep the
thinks
hand.
This hand can get him there. Bobby on a mulligan here to at least 6. We're gonna figure out if he has to take another or not.
This is exciting from Paul, and I am the type of player who leans towards, I want to know what my hand's going to do. I want to know what my spells do before I cast them. And this hand is putting the full belief in the top of the deck. And that's up to the deck list, too. Are there 7 Reanimate targets in this deck? Are there 15? I don't know. Paul does.
Right. And he doesn't even have the benefit of, like, really taking more of a slow line and just casting Faithless Looting and seeing what he gets.
Yep.
His red source is Lotus Petal. So if he wants to loot, which he does, he's gonna have to just do it now.
Oh, interesting sequencing. Yeah, because your Faithless Looting getting countered here is a beating.
Yeah.
That's a 2 for 2 even. Like the Force went card neutral because Lotus Petal is what cast it.
Yeah.
The line I described of Therapy U first, check for the Force, then do my thing. That's what I thought was going to happen, and Paul fully punished for it.
Yeah, absolutely. But he does draw on Mask for the turn, and he'll go ahead and fire that off on Bobby to see what Bobby is working with. And the answer is Swords to Plowshares, Prismatic Ending, Tameo, and Urza's Saga. So after the Force, not a whole lot of action for Bobby here. He does have Tameo, but chose not to run it out there.
Right, and Paul has a couple options here. There is take the thing that draws cards, which we see him do. Take the thing that answers my thing if I ever find a thing, which is Swords to Plowshares.
Yep.
Or follow up, Cabal Therapy, take both.
Yeah.
And I think he needs to hold that Therapy in case he draws one of his monsters. Dark Ritual Therapy, myself, Reanimate the monster is a line that his hand is still capable of. And I'm sure what he was hoping for was one of Bobby's Barrogoyfs in that hand that he could just nab it with his Reanimate right now.
Yeah. So does not find that, unfortunately for him. He could Reanimate the Stamina, which would be an interesting line.
Yeah, that's funny because that only does anything if you have 2 mana to crack clues with, and if you ever do draw 3 cards at a turn, Tameo flips back to your opponent. It leaves the battlefield and returns under its owner's control, which comes up in Tempo Reanimator because that's a Brainstorm deck. That's a Careful Study deck. That's a huge cost of doing business, but Paul doesn't have those cards. I guess
he does have Faithless Looting.
Yeah, so you can't faithlessly loot.
Yeah.
If you reanimate that Tameo.
Okay, and Paul draws a second land, so I wonder if it looks like he's thinking about it.
Oh, he's going for it. Oh, maybe.
The thing about Bobby's Swords is with the way Reanimator creatures are now. Paul's got Atraxas and Grizzlebrands and Archons, and So even getting swords is like, well, I might have just drawn 6 cards off of Atraxa anyway.
Right.
So
Yeah, it's not ideal, but also if those 4 to 6 cards Atraxa flips aren't another send, or your life total is too low to reanimate again, if the thing is out of play, Paul is back to 0. Okay, going for Badlands here. I'm sure the deck has Surveil lands. There is probably high roll potential, Surveil, spike my free Entomb, dump a monster. But Paul is settling into casting spells for normal mana here.
Yeah, an interesting line choice from Paul. So I wonder if he cracked fetch there to play around Stifle, and now he's playing this Reanimator around Daze. Oh no, Dark Ritual. Okay.
Oh, he's flashing back Faithless Looting with a black floating.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Makes sense.
That's
Give it to
fine.
him.
Black
That works.
floating. Still have Therapy in hand. And Reanimate. And oh boy, there's a Grizzlebrand.
Yep.
Okay. That's pretty good.
That's the hit.
And a Shallow Grave, I think? Yep, Shallow Grave as well. So he's got another reanimation spell. So this Grizzlebrand can come in. If he goes for this, Grizzlebrand can come in, draw 7 cards in response to Swords to Plowshares, for example. Maybe draw 14 cards or even more.
You lose 7 off the reanimate, so you only get to draw 7.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, it will immediately give those 7 life back, and Paul knows it's there. What Paul could do is discard Grizzlebrand and Shallow Grave, Cabal Therapy, Swords to Plowshares, pass, untap, reanimate, and try to keep it. I think drawing 7 for basically free. I mean, you get to draw the 7 cards, you get the 7 life right back, new hand, I'll figure it out from here. I think that's where I would put this.
Okay, and it looks like he is going to keep Reanimate and Shallow Grave in play.
Yeah,
or in hand, rather, not in play.
Yeah, knowing that he has to, the Grizzlebrand's gonna disappear, and he's gonna have to reanimate another thing to keep it going. He will have 8 cards in hand, so he gets 1 for free. If there's a monster in this 8-card hand, he gets to dump it in the cleanup step, and I pay 7, I gain 7, and we're back where we started.
Yep. All right. So swords on Grizzlebrand, and in response, draw 7 cards, as expected. Paul going 7 cards up. All right. I believe this was end stepped, so we still do have a cleanup. Oh, yep. There's an Atraxa. That's a pretty good hit.
Is there a discard? There's not. There's not a way to check Bobby's hand here.
Yeah.
In that 7 cards, but there is. There's also Archon. So Atraxa and Archon both available here.
All right.
Okay, this was main phase.
Oh, it was main phase. Okay.
Oh, he's casting Faithless Looting now. Paul is not done. We have consistently played this game 1 click slower in our brains than Paul is playing it in real life. He came to party.
Lotus Petal, Faithless Looting. Drawing some more cards here.
And the order of this discard matters because of Shallow Grave.
Yeah, so that's an Archon of Cruelty
Yes.
with the horror movie treatment, which is a pretty cool treatment. So Atraxa and Archon going into the grave. Archon notably on top for Shallow Grave.
And a Dark Ritual was in that pile. So Dark Ritual, Shallow Grave, that's all live. It seemed like Paul was just like, hold on, did I play a land? And yes, you did, Paul.
Yep. All right. So
hold on. Is this right?
I don't think Paul has not played a land yet because he was on the play in this game.
But he
So
missed
got
a
a third
land drop one turn, didn't he? I mean, that Badlands came into play this turn. Was it from a fetch land that was already there, or did he play the fetch and do it this turn?
I can't remember. It's been a long turn.
I don't know if we have access to the table spotter to double check this before it's too far gone, but I mean, this is moving forward right now.
Yeah, all right, so here comes Shallow Grave with Archon of Cruelty coming back.
Yeah, our
one
production
black
team
floating.
is reaching out to the table to make sure that everything's okay here. Maybe I'm confused, but once cards start getting discarded and drawn and moved out of zones, this is going to become very hard to back up, I think. Okay, he did have a land drop. It's being confirmed to me. So the fetch land must have been in play at the start of the turn.
Yeah. All right, so players doing math now. Paul is disappointed because, as we all know, math is for blockers. Not that Bobby has any.
Yep. You take 12 when this happens, is the answer.
Not quite that many. All right, so Bobby's left at 6. Paul's back up to 17. Burns a black mana. Shallow Grave exiles the Archon. And we carry on. So Urza Saga takes up to
He's
2.
got a triple
Bobby
send.
is good to
had
go.
enough.
Yep.
Yeah, Paul playing that aggressively at every turn. I don't know that I would have kept the hand that he kept. I don't know that I would have sequenced the hand that he kept in the way that he sequenced it. I don't know that I would have played that last turn the way he did, but boy, did he win that game.
Yeah, he's gripping it and ripping it right now.
Yeah, he sure is.
He's running hot and just keeping that going. All right, so as we take a look at these player sideboards, Paul also with a Coma World Eater, a Braid, Collective Brutality, 4X Leyline of the Void, 4 Show and Tell, and 4 Stronghold Gambit. Do we see the Show and Tell and Stronghold Gambit come in here?
Show and Tell, definitely. And this deck, Bobby's deck, I think it's a lot harder to gambit than Delver, because Delver, like we talked about earlier when we saw Reanimator versus Delver, all the way back in round 1, where Stronghold Gambit into a deck with Delver of Secrets and Dragon's Rage Channeler in it, kind of embarrassing.
Yeah.
But if the player has those cards, they're likely to deploy them. Phyrexian Dreadnought's a 1-drop that can just sit in your hand the whole game.
The whole game, yeah.
Whether it's strategic or you just don't have a consign to scam it out. That could just end up there.
There's also Thrall. Thrall can
yes,
sit in your hand for a
Thrall,
long time.
Barrow
It's got
Goyf.
flash.
Yes.
So it could just sit there and wait until a timely moment to be deployed. So yeah, Stronghold Gambit would be a real gambit to bring in.
Yep. If shredding the hand with discard and resolving a spell is the plan anyway, if you don't have a force, I'll take your 3-drop and then I'll gambit out a 7.
Yeah. All right. So on Bobby's side, Bobby has extolled the virtues of Silent Gravestone. He said he's had a lot of success using that as his graveyard hate card. It's a 1-mana artifact, so you can get it with Urza Saga. Cards in graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities, but unfortunately, Paul has, I think, 4 copies of Shallow Grave in his main deck, which does not target. It's just the top card of your creature, top creature card of your graveyard. And you can also pay 4 mana, tap and exile Silent Gravestone and all cards from graveyards and draw a card. But so I expect to see definitely Silent Gravestone comes in, but it doesn't actually lock Paul out of Reanimation. So he may just stay the course and keep his Reanimation package in. Do you think he might bring in some shows and tells just to kind of hedge a little bit?
Almost certainly. I would estimate that the amount of times show and tell comes in the sideboard is close to 100%.
Yeah.
When you're playing this build of this deck, all decks have graveyard hate, and the show and tell is there to juke graveyard hate. So if all decks have graveyard hate, why would you not bring in show and tell versus all decks? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe like a mirror match where show and tell, they could put in something badder than your baddie and kill you with it. There might be a sub game there, but I would say versus all the kind of normal range of decks, show and tell will be in.
Gotcha. Okay. So, Bobby also has a Graph Digger's Cage, so that's also definitely coming in.
Yeah, Bobby's got a lot here.
Anything else? So what else sticks out to him? Well, Containment Priest, of course. Is
Yeah,
another one.
Containment Priest is the slam dunk. That one covers the show and tell and the reanimate. That's the best card in Bobby 75 right now. The Forces of Negation. This is a turbo version of Reanimator, not a tempo version. I would want as many forces as I have access to. We've talked about Cage and Gravestone. Those are coming in. That's 5. I'd want that extra Thoughtseize for sure, especially on the play. That's where it's most potent. And I'm not looking at Consign. Deafening Silence is an interesting one because, like we talked about this earlier versus the Vroomsday deck. We saw Bobby bring in Deafening Silence. This is also a Dark Ritual deck.
Right.
In Paul's winning turn, it was like, Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal, Faithless Looting, Reanimate, draw 7, Dark Ritual, Reanimate again.
Yeah.
Like that. That's more than one spell
Yeah.
if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah. Probably could have popped 2 fantastic cards with how many spells Paul cast in that.
Yeah,
that
attack
fatal
for
turn.
32.
Yeah. So, I agree. I think that is a really strong card. Yeah, Dark Ritual is functionally blank, almost entirely blank in the face of a Deafening Silence, because you can cast creatures, but Paul could stock up Dark Rituals and hard cast an Archon or a Grizzlebrand, but the utility
only
of Dark
one
Ritual
Dark Ritual.
narrows.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you need the first 6 mana naturally.
So you just have to have 6 mana and then Dark Ritual, and then you can cast your Archonic Royalty.
Right, and we jest, but if the game gets sloppy, that does turn on at some point, and it does become part of it.
Just one by one, add Lotus Petals to the board in the face of Deafening Silence.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like the players are shuffling up and getting ready for finalizing their sideboard decisions and getting ready for game 2. So let's go back to the overhead cam. And, all right, so...
they're scrolling phones. This might be open list.
It might be
Unless
open
Paul's
list.
looking at his own list.
It's definitely possible that Paul's looking at his own list.
Yep.
What is... All right. Consulting some form or fashion of notes. Probably not just scrolling Reddit.
Yeah, generally the rules in Magic tournaments is if you're going to look at your phone, your opponent has to be able to look too. Like it has to be face up. And the notable exception to that is an open deck list situation where you both know what you're looking at already, and it's your opponent's deck list.
Okay, so. Yeah.
I did see a funny judge interaction in Paul's round 2 when I was walking around. Paul was playing against Kevin King on Omni Show, and Paul had a coma that was not in English.
Okay.
And Kevin saw it from like some peak effect, or maybe it was looted away. And Kevin was like, "What does that do?" And Paul was like, "It's 8/12, trample, ward 4, and when it hits you, I get 3/3 tokens." And Kevin's hand was already in the air calling a touch for the Oracle text. It's like, whatever this is, you're not going to explain it to me thoroughly.
It's like combat damage dealt by creatures I control can't be prevented.
Oh yeah, the questing beast challenge. Good luck.
Okay, so our other match here in the semifinals is going to game 3. So Harry took game 1 is the update that we had, and then game 2 went pretty quickly because I believe we were discussing sideboarding choices for these players when we got the update that Harry was up a game. So that game 2 must have gone very quickly.
Yeah, must have been a quick combo in the mirror. That's probably how it ends.
Yeah. So so that match will be we'll figure out the results of that match maybe in short order potentially. But these players have drawn their opening hands, and looks like a good one for Paul. I see Show and Tell, Shallow Grave, Petal, Faithless Looting. There's at least one land.
Yeah, Paul's hand looks really solid. I think I see Deafening Silence. The corner of a white card from Throne of Eldraine is right there.
Yeah, but I don't know if Bobby has a white source.
No, there's Force of Will, and then there's the Deafening Silence to just start squeezing, but it's kind of already too late.
Paul with Unmask here.
Yeah,
This is a really
Unmasked
good
Lotus Petal, Faithless
There's an
Looting.
Archon in hand. I think that's Collective Brutality.
It is Brutality. So if Paul pitches Brutality to Unmask, sees the coast is clear, and then the Faithless Looting goes mana positive in any way, a Dark Ritual, a Lotus Petal, this is an Archon in play right now, and attacking.
All right, so Paul leading with Badlands and Lotus Petal. Looks like he's probably playing around Daze. So Unmask, pitching Collective Brutality. Yep. And he's going to see here. Potentially, I don't know. We'll see what Bobby has in hand. Yeah, Brainstorm, not surprised that that's in there. And it looks like Bobby just drew a Force of Will with that
finding the
Brainstorm.
second force is clutch there, because hiding the force is the same as not having a force.
Yeah.
But finding a second one to pad up against a single discard spell, that is exactly what Bobby needed.
And then looks like fetch landed an island as well, so he should have access to white mana after this is done resolving.
Yep.
So he's going to he's thinking about Deafening Silence and Basic Island on top. Presumably Deafening Silence will wind up on top of the library one way or the other, because he will be, he'll be drawing the top card of the library, and then he can shuffle the second one away. So, okay, here's my hand. Marsh Flats. Oh, Phyrexian Dreadnought is in the opener.
All right.
And Doorkeeper Thrall.
Here we go.
And Abhorrent Oculus, Force of Will, and Force of Will.
Oh, the slow roll reveal. Did you see that? He laid out the first 5 cards and then gave it a little extra sauce, a little
juice.
showmanship on revealing the second force. We love to see a little good beats between friends.
Okay. Paul considering his options. So he might see... Yeah, if this Faithless Looting... Bobby indicated his willingness to counter Faithless Looting with Force of Will in the last game. So if Paul chooses to pursue that line, he has to suspect that Bobby may be willing to do that again.
Yep. Yeah, and Paul has a decision now, which is start working through these counter spells or take that Doorkeeper Thrall and try to make the game last longer.
Mm-hmm.
And working through the Force of Wills here probably looks like taking a Abhorrent Oculus, because Force is going to have to pitch the other Force anyway, and Abhorrent Oculus is a tasty little Reanimate target that's probably good enough to eat a Force if Paul finds a Reanimate or an Animate dead. Shallow Grave obviously doesn't help there, and that's what he has right now.
Yeah, so... All right, but Paul's going to go...
Force of Will.
Yep,
okay.
Just Force of Will. Going to work through the shields the hard way.
Yep, and because of that Brainstorm, Paul can reasonably deduce the best non-Force of Will card Bobby has access to is about to come off the top of the deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Faithless Looting here. And this might be because Paul saw Bobby was willing to counter Faithless Looting in the last game. So he's like, okay, this Abhorrent Oculus is going to be solved because it's going to get pitched to this Force of Will when Bobby counters my Faithless Looting. So not too worried about that. So Bobby now out of Force of Wills. Here's Deafening Silence. But if Paul can, get some extra mana going and get a nice juicy target in the graveyard for the Shallow Grave, he could start pulling ahead. Although Archon of Cruelty is not the greatest card to Shallow Grave because you only get the one hit with it, and Bobby does not have any creatures that are in play for Archon to pick off.
Right. The other card in Paul's hand is Show and Tell, and just a mana source here, as long as it's not a petal, like a spell, a petal, or a dark ritual.
Mm-hmm.
A petal gets time walked. A dark ritual just doesn't function. But a land puts Show and Tell on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
Paul puts in Archon. Bobby puts in Thrall. Archon does not get an Enters trigger, but it can start attacking shortly after that.
Absolutely. Paul's draw for the turn was a second Archon of Cruelty, so he's all stacked up with those, but needs to find a way to get him into play. Bobby with a Brainstorm to back up the Deafening Silence. Looks like he's found a fetch land.
Yep.
And a Tamiyo.
Yeah, that's Tamiyo and a land that he's gonna fetch away, and it's time for Bobby to put the gears on. Get that Doorkeeper Thrall into play. Get that Dreadnought into play. The first hit turns off a bunch of Reanimate targets. The 8-drops can't be reanimated anymore.
Mm-hmm.
The 7s are still alive, but this is what we're doing.
Absolutely. So here comes Thrall on the end step. Bobby fetching down. Paul with a second Show and Tell as his draw for the turn, so he's not getting what he needs to get this game moving back in his direction. Meanwhile, Bobby is about to put a giant shrimp into play.
Yep. And that Deafening Silence, we are seeing the squeeze it has on the game. So many of Paul's good outs are not there. Like a Dark Ritual off the top can't Ritual, Faithless Looting, Mana Floating, pop off the way he did last game.
All right, so in comes Thrall. Getting that chip damage in, but then here comes the real threat. All right. There's Dark Ritual.
Yep, it is.
That's
the
a tough one
Deafening
to draw.
Silence.
You see Paul's head drooping. And I believe he is calling it a game here.
Yep.
Yeah, he's scooping him up. All right, so we're going to go ahead to game 3 here for all the marbles. Well, not quite all of the marbles, at least half of the marbles.
Yes, the next step on the way to the marbles.
Yeah.
Yeah, the deafening silence thing is really interesting, and that's something you have to think about from the strategic level of, like, I like to prompt people when they think about what is my strategy in the game. Like, we can look at the sideboard and just say, like, deafening silence, the merits are this and the cons are this, but without the context of what someone's trying to strategize. Like, picture the last turn of the game where you're winning. What does the board look like? And one of the board states where Bobby is winning is Paul has a handful of Dark Rituals and Lotus Petals he can't deploy fast enough.
Right.
And if your vision for the end of the game is your opponent has a handful of cards they can't use, or your opponent has no cards in their hand because you've answered them all. Like, those are the two ways a control deck can beat a combo deck. And if you have that vision of you've got 6 cards in your hand and you can't use them fast enough, then the Deafening Silence is a useful object. If you don't have that vision and you are committed to grinding through every single card your opponent plays in the game, then it's not that useful of an object. Because we talked about this earlier too. If it's like turn 1 Deafening Silence, I Force of Will your Faithless Looting, now I can't ponder and sculpt a really good hand either.
Right.
I have to do it one at a time too. And as the cantrip deck versus the non-cantrip deck, that's one of your strategic and tactical advantages. That's you build your deck with Ponder and Brainstorm in it, so when everyone's out of gas, you have a higher density of good draws. And Deafening Silence, in a way, takes your good draws away, but it also completely blanks some percentage of draws from your opponent, and it is a gamble.
Yeah, it makes it harder for anybody to for either deck to kind of come back from a really disadvantageous board state. And so that can be a double-edged sword. If you've got Deafening Silence out and your opponent's just beating your face in with an Arcana Cruelty, you can't just cantrip into. It's much harder to cantrip into an answer for that. The clock ticks down a lot faster. But as you mentioned, this deck, the winning board state for Bobby looks like he's applying pressure and the clock is ticking down quickly.
Right. Yeah, I just keep coming back in my head. I am imagining that feeling of you survive the first 1 or 2 sends even. You have 4 mana, but you're empty, and then you draw Ponder, and you're like, hell yeah. And it's like, Ponder finds another Ponder, which finds the Grafdigger's Cage, and now you're totally clear. Yeah. You're safe. Your life is good. But you can't do that. Even if you find Cage on the first Ponder, you have to sit with it and just hope you don't die that turn. Stresses me out, man. Yeah. But on the other side, we just saw Paul unable to cast that Dark Ritual, which probably would have won him the game.
Yeah, and that's something worth noting too. Is like Dark Ritual is just like almost entirely blank, except in some very niche circumstances. So just from that advantage alone, it can be worth a Deafening Silence.
Old D-Silence in the opening grip on the draw, though.
Yeah, it does have White Source. I think the shields are fully down though. He's got Flow State and
they are. There is.
Thrall?
Is that an artifact or a Thrall?
It's a Thrall
on the left.
So it's
okay.
Thrall, Flow State, Saga, Island, Sea, Tundra, and Silence.
This is a bold keep.
Ooh.
Well, has he kept? Are they both thinking?
I think they're both thinking. Paul's on the play, so he gets to make the call first. I think he has decided to keep.
I would not keep this hand. This does not look remotely like what you need to be doing against this Turbo Reanimator deck. Bobby agrees.
Yeah. Okay, so we're getting an update now. Harry has defeated. Was it Kemperpogue that advanced from? Okay, whichever Pogue it was.
Mishra?
So Harry Hackett is through to the finals of the Classic on Izzet Welder Cam, and the sky is blue and water is wet. Well, I mean, arguably, depends on your point of view. Okay, so here's Bobby's. Oh, still Deafening Silence in the 6-carder.
We love a Deafening Silence.
I don't know if we have a mana source.
There is no mana, but there is Force Blue card, and then there is, I think, Grafdigger's Cage on the far left.
Yeah.
Oh, we're rolling these dice.
Yeah, we're gonna keep the Force Shield up and hope that carries us through to drawing some mana sources. Bobby keeping the 6 here up against the wall. Paul fetching for bad lands. I believe his first turn is going to be Faithless Looting.
Yep, and hands like this are fine, especially in high land count, like 20, 21 land, mid-range and control decks. I won a Star City Classic once keeping a 0-lander in Game 3 of the finals exactly like this. Certain decks, in this Reanimator decks, creates an extreme situation, and sometimes extreme measures are required to match it.
Okay, so Bobby choosing to Force of Negation Faithless Looting. He really does not want Faithless Looting to resolve, so his experiences against Reanimator have told him to stop the Faithless Looting. And Force of Negation, of course, exiles that looting, so Paul's not even going to have an option to flash it back later. So that Faithless Looting is well and truly taken care of, but Bobby draws for turn. It looks like his draw for turn was Brainstorm and still has no mana source. Paul saying, oh, okay, it's going to be that kind of a game. But Paul he doesn't have a fatty to put into play. He has no creatures, doesn't have a way to dig to them. So Bobby's able to, and here we go. So Bobby gets Urza's Saga as his first mana source. That's good enough to cast Grafdigger's Cage, and now Paul's under Grafdigger's Cage. Now he does have Gambit.
Yeah, Paul has
and
Gambit
Show and Tell.
and Show and Tell in his hand. He has both of the answers to Grafdigger's Cage. Look at this boss, this absolute legend.
And here's
land off the top, always had it, never worried.
Here's Brainstorm. Does that resolve? Sure does. Cool. Thank you. Here's some more mana. Here's a fetch land even.
Yeah, Bobby's just over there like, magic's easy. What are we even worried about
what
here?
What are we doing here? So we can put this Pithing Needle back, and we can go get it with Urza Saga if we really want it.
Yep. Yeah, and Bobby has 2 creatures in hand, a 1-drop and a 2-drop, which means this Gambit is bad. Paul should not cast that card ever if he expects to win. However, there are 2 Show and Tells in the hand as well.
2 Show and Tells. Again, Paul's drawing all of the A cards and none of the B cards. So, so that's not going to work out for him. So we're floating a colorless here. We're going to do the Saga Search. And we're going to see what we want to find. Bobby knows what the Pithing Needle is, so he must not want that card.
Yeah, and he has double B with protection, and it only takes 1 A. There's not... It's not like Show and Tell asks you to expend the creature somehow if the first Show and Tell doesn't work. So I think Paul is still way ahead in this game at this moment. Until Containment Priest shows up, that's really the card that can make this stop.
Yeah. So Bobby choosing to double up on Graveyard Hate cards with Silent Gravestone.
Oh yeah.
And now we have Deafening Silence coming to play once more. So that's going to take Paul's multiple spell turns out of play, but he's got 4 sources of mana in play, and he's got Show and Tell. He really just needs to get a creature into play, and if he does, I don't know that Bobby has a removal spell to answer the first creature on the battlefield.
Yeah, there's not currently a removal spell, but Bobby is developing, or has the ability to. Oh, there's Atraxa. Bobby could have developed Tameo here and didn't, but yeah, it was just Show and Tell.
Show and Tell.
Put in Thrall, I hope. And Atraxa's just a 7/7.
This creature, and it's Thrall, and it's Atraxa. So it's just,
All right, just a 7/7. We could take 2 hits from that and then chump it once.
We've got Swords
looking
of
for
Plowshares in our
answers.
deck. There's a Ponder. That can help us find one.
Yep.
And I don't think that has found it, so that's going to be a
we're
snap off the
past
shuffle there.
that early phase where he was like, land. The mojo's still cooking from there, and that Ponder showed him 3 lands.
Yeah, so
like
quick
Dreadnought
shuffle on
can
Ponder.
not quite race here. 7's a lot of lifelink.
Yeah. And fetch land pass. So Atraxa's going to start to chew away at Bobby's life total. So take 7, I'll gain 7.
Yeah, this means so little. Like, Bobby's going to get control and win from any life total, or he's going to lose to this Atraxa. And that's kind of what's going on here. He could have played out the Tameo to chump, but you can also do that next turn. Playing out Tameo also opens you up to Stronghold Gambit on a second monster. Fetching an untapped blue source means you don't get your Meticulous Archive here, and he just wants to see any extra card he can. It's so close here.
Yeah, this could turn on the top of the library one way or the other. Paul does have more ways of putting large creatures into play, so if Paul gets more large creatures, he can just put more of them into play. It's a matter of whether or not Bobby can draw enough removal, and then whether or not Paul can draw more threats, if that even happens.
All right, we got
So-
a cheeky Cabal Therapy.
Just to see what we're working with.
Yep. Yeah, this is the hard mode. It's
Yep.
and
Totally in the blind. Soul read your opponent. He hasn't swords your Atraxa. You dealt combat damage with Atraxa. It probably would have come out by now.
yeah, it's not Plow. It's not Dreadnought. Those two things would have been cast already. Containment Priest would be in play unless you just drew it. But you shuffle to Ponder. Like naming Ponder, I guess, would make some sense. Like thinking about a card that you could have that I would care about that you wouldn't have cast yet. It's pretty slim. And normally, a sign of someone who doesn't quite have a plan is they put their spell on the stack, like a spell that requires a decision, and then they're like,
And they tank on the decision.
then they tank on the decision. It's like, why didn't you think about this before you cast it? But Cabal Therapy has so much table gaming on it too. Like the way it's cast, does your opponent show any movement? Do they flick their hand? Do they roll their eyes? Do they quickly say yes? Do they think for it, like even a split second, and then let it resolve? So there is actually some small argument of
Oh, for sure.
why Paul didn't know what he was doing with that right away.
Yeah, especially against a brainstorm deck, right? Because the brainstorm deck can always brainstorm
Right.
a response, and if they do, then you have a fun shell game to play. One of my favorite interactions in
Oh,
Magic.
that was a
is
Surveil to
brainstorm
the
and Cabal
top.
Therapy. Surveil to the top, and then just here it is, flow
Flow
state.
state. Yep, I would keep that one too.
Oh,
So that's a full-powered flow state. There's Phyrexian Dreadnought. Force
and
of
Swords
Will,
to
and
Plowshares.
Swords to
Holy
Plowshares.
moly!
What a flow state. What a flow state. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, this is the player who kept a 0 lander, by the way.
Yeah.
Look at this game.
This is incredible. So here's Source of Plowshares in your upkeep. Yeah. And Paul's like, wow.
Yep, shut the front
Just
door.
got all of it, man.
Well, Paul has a wide open window now to draw another Big O and be right back in it. A lot of the things in his deck do race Dreadnought.
Yeah. And here's Faithless Looting. That can help. That's some redraws to
Yep.
see if he can get there.
Use it or lose it.
Thoughtseize Atraxa.
Atraxa. There she is.
All right. Now, what do we keep here? I don't think we want to keep this Thoughtseize at all. And the
Yeah, Dark Ritual's
looks
definitely
pretty
going.
bad.
Much has been said about Dark
Yeah.
Ritual into Deafening Silence. And the Reanimates are double off because of Cage. Does Paul think... I mean, there's no time to Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
You have to spend a whole turn casting it. I guess, like, Dreadnought hits you 3 times.
Yeah, Paul is at a very healthy life total from Atraxa attacks and Swords to Plowshares. So yeah, he's only down to 20 life now after taking a full Dreadnought hit to the face.
Yeah, plus a little help from Doorgate Thrall. I believe that's hit twice this game.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Okay, so here comes Show and Tell number 2.
Another one.
And Bobby is going to look at his hand. I don't think we know what Bobby has in his hand right now.
Well, he's
examining
fanning out his
graveyard.
graveyard for some reason.
It might be he's considering popping,
popping the
Silent
gravestone for
yeah,
the draw.
and seeing what he's about to lose if he does that.
Does Bobby use his graveyard? He has Barrowglyphs
Flow
that are
state.
affected by the size. Yeah, Flow State, Barrowglyph. Okay, so
Yeah.
there's some passive graveyard stuff,
Yeah.
but he's not, like, reanimating or anything. Or, like, Savine's Wreck.
Yeah, and he's already resolved 1 flow state, so there's not that many more in the deck. I think there's probably 2 more.
Right. But with Grafdigger's Cage in play, the Deafening Silence stuffing a lot of things that could happen, Show and Tell on the stack, I don't think Silent Gravestone's helping here. If you want a card, get your card.
Yeah. Yeah, so that happens after. So Silent Gravestone only. The way it's worded, like Relic of Progenitus, exiling Relic is part of the cost, right? But Silent Gravestone actually only exiles itself and all graveyards when the ability resolves. So in theory, if it got stifled, you can just pay 4 and activate it again.
Yeah, fun.
So it's a fun little factoid about that one. But yeah, Show and Tell putting Atraxa back into play.
Yep. 7/7 lifelink flying. That's what's going on. So
I
Bobby
think
nets
yeah.
5 damage a turn while losing 7 life a turn.
I think
He's
he's
not winning the
losing
race.
the race because, I mean, there are constructs that can join the fight here, but there's only a Graph Digger's Cage to support them. So I don't think he has quite enough to get lethal on the crackback, but he might.
And
Let's see. So it would be a 4 construct that he could attack with next turn.
yes, and
That would be
if
16, and that would be more than Paul's life total.
we know the list. Well, Atraxa has Vig.
Yeah.
We know Bobby's list has 2 Dreadnoughts. We don't know if he boarded one out. Though
Right.
this could be the second Dreadnought arriving.
Oh,
Chump
boy.
block with Tameo that he's been sitting on this whole game in his hand. The Atraxa for 1 turn. And then 24 Truckin,
Yeah.
plus the 2 constructs.
Very well could be. So Paul is fetching for a Surveil land, taking a look at the top card, seeing if he's got some redraws available here to really put the screws on. It's Unmask. He can pay the full mana price for that, or he can exile his Thoughtseize.
Right.
I think he's going to, yeah.
His
he's
hand
gonna
is
bin
already
this.
Thoughtseize.
Yeah. It doesn't add any value to what he's got going on.
Right. It saves you 2 life to look at the hand,
Yeah.
if looking at the hand is what you want to do. And 2 life might matter a lot here.
So just a Polluted Delta is the draw for Paul. Atraxa attacking in is going to take him back up to 14. And then, of course, Vigilant Atraxa makes the crackback much more difficult. But just to pass at the turn, Bobby with a Construct token and a fetch land, I believe. Yeah, it looks like he's going to fetch here.
And Bobby with
Down to
incredible
3.
patience on this Tameo. That's been in play in hand most of the game. And having it out there to block this Atraxa, like there's a lot more discard spells in Paul's deck than there are removal spells. And you're going to have to block this Atraxa once somewhere along this road. The Tameo clues could help with an Alpha Strike with your constructs maybe. He's just really respecting Stronghold Gambit. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I think his draw for turn was Basic Island. So, all right. So Saga Chapter 3, we're going to make another construct. And then we're
Show
gonna
me
search
that
for a
second
1.
Dreadnought. Or they can't get Dreadnought with Graph Digger's Cage. Disappointing. Okay,
Yeah,
this is going to have to be
So
something
it's
else.
got to be Pithing Needle.
Oh,
No.
Judge.
Yeah, we can't do that.
Disappointing. I was excited too, Bobby, but my man. Yeah, the production team is flagging down the table. This will be fixed. Don't worry. Oh, here's Abe.
Yep,
Head
here's
Judge
Abe.
Abe.
Abe stopping play. You have a Graph Diggers in play, sir. Yeah.
And this is actually a really interesting ruling because we'll see how they handle this, because the decision to put Dreadnought into play off of Saga is a legal one. It just won't enter play. So
Right.
this is not a make a legal choice. This is you get nothing. You said
Right.
Dreadnought, that was legal up to that point, and now shuffle your deck, you get nothing.
Yeah.
Is what the ruling should be here, which makes the construct smaller. That means the Pithing Needle or the Retrofitter Foundry is not going to come into play. That might matter.
Yeah, I think it's also it can also matter what the players have actually said at the table. So there is a provision in the Magic Tournament rules called reversing decisions, which has created some very controversial calls at the Pro Tour in recent years. But if the player has not if Bobby has not gained any additional information that could be relevant to his decision here on what to get with Urza Saga, he may be allowed to reverse the decision on what to get. Like the judge coming and saying, "Hey, that's not how that works," it does not count as new information. Generally, it depends on the judge's interpretation sometimes. So I'm not sure what Abe is doing, but it looks like Abe has not allowed Bobby to get anything. It looks like he did exactly what you said, which is you've picked Dreadnought, but Graph Digger's Cage prevents it from entering.
You made a legal choice,
And
but
so-
then took an illegal action
Yeah.
after that legal choice, and we're going to back up to the legal choice.
Yeah.
The point where the game became illegal, which is after the choice, before the action.
Right.
And yeah, and that is an interesting part of the reversing decisions, because clearly Bobby just became aware of the interaction between Graph Digger's Cage and Dreadnought, but that doesn't mean he didn't know that all those cards were in play already,
Yeah.
and how that is interpreted by the judge.
There's also an element of, like, so for example, what I meant earlier about what players have actually said to each other is if Paul said, like, yeah, Phyrexian Dreadnought, it goes into play, or said something about, indicated his ability or lack thereof to interact with it or do something about Phyrexian Dreadnought, it could be considered information that Bobby has gained and therefore preventing Bobby from reversing his decision.
Right.
So this is one of those things that comes down to what has happened actually at the table, and it's impossible to say without bringing Abe in here himself to talk about it.
Right.
Which is why that's not generally something that we do. It's very complicated. So Paul is fetching here. We're going to go get a surveil land and see what he's got.
One life.
Yeah, he definitely has only one of those lives.
And so
We do have a Tameo in play for Bobby, so he does finally deploy that as a block to prevent lethal damage from Atraxa.
right, and now Bobby's in a bit of a squeeze, or is he? Because Paul's at 1, and we said a Dreadnought attack nets 5 damage, 12 minus 7. So Paul will have to block and
Yeah.
trade with Dreadnought next turn and go to 3 life. Does attacking with a construct push the 3 damage over, or can
Oh
I
boy.
guess trample makes it irrelevant? So
Okay, so I think Paul just drew Collective Brutality, which does have a creature removal mode on it. Now, Bobby has Thrall and Tameo, but unfortunately Tameo's a 0/3, which
yeah,
is
-2, -2
makes it hard for that to
lose
multi-kicker
2
to
life.
come in here.
Bobby at 3 with an 0/3 blocker. Though gaining 2 life, does that so Paul goes to 10 instead of 8 this turn. Still has to block the Dreadnought though,
Right.
and take 5 trample, and then we'll lose to the constructs and shorter after there.
Yeah.
I think Bobby is still going to be okay here, but
Yeah.
not as okay as when he thought he was going to be attacking for
Right.
24.
The Thrall also can block, I believe. So
Yes.
the Thrall can also chump here. You just want to keep that around to keep disrupting Paul's Atraxas and
Right.
Archons and
The
things, but-
2 Atraxas that came into play this game and produced 0 cards between them, that was a big deal.
Yeah. So Paul is just going to crack in with Atraxa first, and then Tameo gets the chump block in. Paul gains his 7 life and is going to Collective Brutality here.
Doing
See what
discard
modes he
mode, so it's
chooses.
probably kill Thrall, drain you for 2, you're a 1. Doing what you can.
Drain you for 2, but okay, he's at 10. So can Paul block a construct?
So constructs are 4s.
It's just so Bobby's just going to come in with Dreadnought. So yeah, we have to block there. We can't let Dreadnought hit
Yeah,
us.
12 plus 4 is 16. Paul would conveniently go to exactly 17. So Bobby was 1 artifact short, and had he been allowed or had proactively chosen Pithing Needle or Retrofitter Foundry off that Saga last turn, he would have a lethal attack now. And Paul can do very little from this spot.
Yeah.
But it is... I mean, obviously it sucks when your card just doesn't do anything when you think it's going to do something.
All right, so Paul's going to go to 12 here. Dreadnought trampling over for 5, and then Traxa gaining 7. It means net +2 for Paul. Bobby's still at 1. Here come the constructs. They're only 3/3s now. They're down to being 3/3s, so that's 6. That's half of Paul's life. It's now lethal damage. There's Baragoyf. That's a pretty good one. And Paul with Dark Ritual Thoughtseize, and that's going to do it. So Bobby Westcott takes down Paul Lynch and advances into the finals. So an excellent run from those 2 guys, and I believe they are about to hug each other.
Yeah, they just excitedly jumped off camera to hug each other. Good vibes.
Yeah, nothing but love here from these 2. They've played against each other a lot, and a very tense match with a lot on the line, but never let that get in the way of a good friendship.
And they both got over the hurdle. They're top 4. That's the invite for the league. If they didn't both already have them.
I believe they both already have invites. I know Bobby does. I'm almost certain Paul does. I know Bobby won a BCQ with this deck a few months ago, but
I know last season when I was here, Paul was qualified 4 different ways, I think.
Right, yeah. I think 4 or 5. Yeah, it was some crazy.
Yeah,
amount
whatever
of
the
different-
maximum number of ways you could qualify was, Paul was there.
Yeah.
He's active in the community, we
Yeah.
could say.
Paul plays a lot of Legacy. He also plays a lot of pre-modern. So Paul's also
Nice.
a fixture of the local pre-modern community as well. It does a lot of work promoting that format, and we have monthly pre-modern events at Game Haven, one of the Legacy League stores, and Paul takes it upon himself to upload the deck lists for the top 8 every month.
Cool.
So yeah, a longtime fixture of the Eternal community here. So that sets our finals matchup. It's going to be Harry Hackett against Bobby Westcott for all the marbles, finally all the marbles. And we are going to hand things over back to Harain and Jarvis, who are going to take y'all home and cover the finals matchup here. So we will see y'all on the flip side. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a pleasure as always. And Brian, it's always been a pleasure to broadcast this with you.
Of course, yep. A delight to share the booth.
Absolutely. All right, so don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to come right back with the finals, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, everyone. It is 7:32, July 11th, in the year of our Lord and Savior, 2026. We are entering the ultimate round of the DMV Legacy Classic. We have two finalists who have braved the Baltimore
Highway.
Our night comes to a close, and with the final cards to be drawn, a champion will finally be crowned. We begin with Harry Hackett, the boy wonder, taking pictures in the sewer with his goblins. And across from him sits Bobby Westcott, the Dreadnought King, the Master, the Shrimp Chef, the creator of the shrimp fillet, a mixture of shrimp and souffle, if you will,
I see.
himself.
So we actually haven't taken a look at this deck list.
We just did, and now we did not.
That was a little bit fast for even me.
Here we are, baby. The Esper Stiflenought, the Dreadnought, the Crown, the King.
Calling the Stiflenought feels sort of egregious to me because there are literally no stifles.
Okay, listen. It's more of a vibes-based name at this point, Jarvis. It's 2026, bro. It's a vibes-based name, okay? It's Stiflenought. We've got Phyrexian Dreadnought. We've got Doorkeeper Thrall. We can consign to memory. We can fetch it with an Urza's Saga. This is 2026 Esper Stiflenought in the prime, in the flesh. Notably, we have 3 Doorkeeper Thralls, very powerful in this matchup, turning off Cam, Goblin Engineer, Emery. There's a lot going on here, actually, with this Doorkeeper Thrall. Being able to stop artifacts, very relevant. Obviously, Consign, very good. Pithing Needle, very good. This Retrofitter Foundry, not great, as any artifact can be a liability in your graveyard if you have a Dreadnought in play and the opponent has a Welder. Notably, we have that 5th removal spell in Erode and the 6th in Prismatic Ending. I think this deck is very geared for this matchup, whether he meant for it to be or not.
Well, I think generally this looks like it's geared for this matchup. The Oculus and Baraglyph are interesting to look at. Those are really something you don't see very often. Because Oculus is good in grindy games where you trade a lot of resources. The Baraglyphs also are kind of good in grindy games as well.
You clearly didn't see the top 8 list from Eternal Weekend 2024, Jarvis. This was the Harain special right here, the Oculus and the Baraglyph split. I'm a fan. I'm a big fan.
Wasn't that 2 years ago and there's been a bunch of power creep?
Listen, we pretend the last 2 years of Magic printings didn't happen, okay? All right, let's go take a look at this Welder Cam deck, although I believe we've seen it quite a bit already. We'll take a quick peek. Nothing changed here. We've all seen this deck. Harry Hackett won the showcase with it, might even win the Classic with it. Jarvis, who do you got?
I got Harry Hackett.
In 3 or 2?
Probably in 3.
Listen, Harry Hackett, I am a big fan, but Bobby Westcott is on my beloved Stiflenought. I don't know who to cheer for. I do think on a purely statistics matchup-wise, I do think Bobby is favored, but Harry has pulled out crazy wins out of his hat, so we'll see what happens today. And here we start. Harry is on the play, is that #1 seed, is that 1st seed. I don't know who is on Bobby's sleeves, but he's had these sleeves for a minute now.
Isn't that Bobby?
Is that is?
Yeah, it's just Bobby with sunglasses and a suit.
Huh.
All right, Harry doing some quick thinking.
Quick maths. Wooded Foothills, Volcanic Island, Goblin Welder.
Those foil Goblin Welders, those are nice.
Those are nice. What set is that? That's
Urza's Destiny.
Urza's Destiny.
That's one of the first few sets that were in foil.
It was that block. It was that block, right? That started foils.
It was for Saga. I think it was like a little bit inconsistent, and I think Destiny is where a lot more foils showed up.
And that makes sense because the first test foils were in the City of Traders set, right?
That's Exodus, yeah.
Yeah. If you guys can ever find a foil City of Traders, they are a thing of beauty.
All right, so Urza's Bauble Sol Brainstorm.
Yes.
Is there?
Oh, this Welder gets to untap.
Well, there's no white source for the pending, I guess, right?
That has to be. This is one of the problems with running effectively a 4-color mana base.
Because Urza Saga is like
Yeah.
the fourth
yeah,
color.
Yeah. All right, Engineer. If this
Wow.
resolves, this could be backbreaking for. Oh, okay. What do we see? We have a Brainstorm.
So we're looking for a Force of Will in response, probably. Uh-oh.
There is no Force of Will.
This is looking awfully like Harry's going to get to do what he wants very quickly.
So we're getting Cam here almost assuredly.
Yeah.
Can we pop off here, though?
So we can get Cam. Is there a way we can sneak the skateboard into play as well? Because there is a skateboard in hand.
So we get the Cam. The problem is we crack Urza's Saga. We crack Lotus Petal. We can't. Okay, we have another Lotus Petal. We crack Lotus Petal, make a blue.
Wait, so we can, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think how this. Oh, and this also locks down mana for the rest
Correct.
of the game.
It's just
too.
it's like opposition for all of the lands every upkeep,
Yeah.
which is kind of sick.
Travail, yep. Sewer. Untap. Okay.
And then
Yep.
do it again.
Tap your land. Notably, though, we have the ability to pending because we can.
Yeah.
We have a. Oh wait, what?
Wait, so is there no pending in hand? I thought that was a pending, that last card. In the middle, right?
Yeah, I
Isn't
think
that
I
a
thought that was a pending. Am I going crazy? I don't think you're allowed to let this Goblin Welder. Wait, what's? Oh, is that a plow? Oh, it's
Oh,
in a
it's the
road.
road.
Oh, okay,
Interesting.
okay. That makes more sense.
Well, is it better to pending? It's better to pending, right? Because that cuts off Soul Cauldron
yeah,
as an
'cause
out.
it's Soul Cauldron.
Huh.
I also
Interesting.
like using my sorcery speed removal before my instant speed removal generally.
Yeah. and Also, I think giving him the mountain is something that is a meaningful cost as well.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting. I mean, I could see. I mean, I see holding the pending because it is artifact-based hate when Erode isn't. But I do think with this Engineer in play, you already have a very premium target for the follow-up removal spell. And notably, it's going to cost 2 mana for Engineer when Erode was always going to be 1 mana.
Yeah. That was interesting to think about. All right, what does Harry have here? I think I saw a Legion Extruder. No, a Loki. So Urza's Bauble converts cards.
Yes.
So we're playing the grindy game because we're forced to now. Flow state was seen.
Okay.
Another Engineer. There's the Soul Cauldron.
There's a Soul Cauldron. There is a Prismatic getting, but it's not going to matter.
Well, currently Harry doesn't have another artifact to convert
Yeah.
into the Soul Cauldron, but the deck is mostly artifacts, so I
No,
think
but also if we do get it online, there's never going to be a world where Bobby will have 2 mana again.
Yep.
Because we can just tap down everything. The only land that could ever exist for Bobby is the one that he would play that turn. So I don't think the pending essentially just sits there. At least in terms of the Engineers. Obviously you could kill a Welder, but once you copy the Engineer, exile the Welder under a Cauldron and put it under Engineer, then the Engineer is still 2 mana, and pending you'll never get to 2 mana anymore.
I wonder if that means if you have to pending the Loki here instead, just to try to stop the velocity at all costs.
I mean, oh, a Pithing Needle.
Okay, so that is an out to name Goblin Engineer, which
Do you name Engineer or do you name Cauldron?
No, you name the Engineer, so
Yeah,
the Cauldron can't enter play.
Yeah. Name engineer.
Problem with this is if Harry keeps drawing artifacts at target, incidentally, he can get a lot of velocity going.
Is there another engineer in hand?
Yeah. And this one, I think, should just get Dragon Engine.
Yeah.
So you can unearth it next turn with the 5th mana source that's already in Harry's hand.
And not only we've got a Delver now. We got a DIY Delver.
Where's the DIY Delver?
We have 3 power. It's about to start attacking.
Don't we have 4 power that's attacking
Oh,
right
that's
now?
right. It's a 2/1. We have a DIY Siege Rhino.
That is not what that is.
Listen, it's 4 power.
It's more like a Darkwood Boris.
No one knows what that card is, Jarvis.
Well, let's see how much of Twitch chat knows what that card is.
All right, chat. Prove me right, please, that none of you know what this card is.
Flow
All right,
State, it's
enter the
online.
flow state. Yep, we have Ponder and Erode.
Plains hits below
We see
deck.
Flooded Strand plus card. No, I can see the other one. Oh, Brainstorm.
That's a pretty good set of cards.
There is a Dreadnought in hand. No way to enable it currently. The Prismatic Ending is online. I do think we probably just want to get rid of this Loki here.
Yeah, like, here's the issue if you ignore it. I think Harry's very likely to play 5th land. Okay, yes, it's going. Harry's very likely going to play 5th land, unearth the Dragon Engine, discard whatever remaining card, and if there's any 0, most of the 0s do cycle with the Loki out for an extra card.
Yeah. Okay, Volcanic Island.
Okay.
We can...
So, interesting, because he drew
Welder.
Welder, he's waiting a turn on that,
Yep.
which obviously makes sense, because the Welder puts him in check again as well.
Yes, but we do have the Prismatic Ending in hand currently.
No, the ending...
Oh,
took
we
out the
used the
Loki.
Prismatic Ending. Sorry. Like, oh, okay, we have a Plow, though, this time.
Sure.
Sure.
But look at this. Like, Harry's kind of grinding out all of Bobby's removal.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Bobby having this much removal, like, this early is also pretty, like, he needed all of this.
Yes, and there's only 6, and he's had 3 so far.
Yep, and this is now going to be an uncounterable draw 3.
Yep. Stifle would be good here.
Or Consign, even. If you stifle the Unearth trigger, they can just Unearth again, right? You stifle the Enter trigger?
Well, Stifle, I think Unearth is actually an activated ability, but you can stifle that. I'm not sure what happens. I thought it exiles as... I would have to go look at the exact wording
Like,
on
does it
the...
stay in the graveyard if you stifle the Unearth, basically?
I don't remember right now. I'm sure someone in Twitch chat remembers.
All right, so we drew 2 lands, I believe, and I don't know what the last card is on Harry's side.
So Bobby down to 7, but the problem is the constructs halt all attacks now.
Yeah.
We don't have a great way of removing Engineer in game 1, I think, for Harry, right?
You mean removing constructs?
The Pithing Needle on Engineer is what I'm looking at.
No. I mean, your best bet is getting a Dreadnought, for them to get a Dreadnought in the yard, and then you just weld it out, but...
Well, if a Welder's in play, we're already dead anyways, so that's why.
Yeah, that's
why
true,
I'm
that's
not...
true.
I don't count that.
Retrofitter Foundry, you start pumping up these constructs. We do have 3 blockers and 19 health, so I don't think Harry is too scared about these constructs just yet. There is quite a bit of outs. Although Harry definitely did not want to see 2 lands off of the Straw 3.
Yeah, this is a matchup where a Braid's going to be pretty valuable post-board for Harry.
Oh, backup construct does speed up this clock quite a bit.
Bobby's going to go on the warpath soon with these creatures.
Oh, yeah. Tap 3 flow state, or tap 2 flow state. Thrall, Plow, oh my goodness.
That's close to the nuts right there. That's
close to the nuts
He's
right
seen
there.
2/3 of his removal spells
Yep.
very quickly. And we have a clock, and the Thrall is basically lights out, I think, right?
Yeah. It stops the Welder Camp combo pretty efficiently.
And you can't remove it with Legion Extruder, so
cannot.
there's not much to do there.
What is a Pinnacle Emissary? So hardcast Pinnacle Emissary.
Okay, so maybe we can lethal with drones, but actually we could theoretically pump out enough Thopters to trade with those.
Filigree Silex.
That is an out to the Pithing Needle, actually.
That is indeed an out to the Pithing Needle. Okay, exile the...
Huh. So this might be the long way around to comboing again.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And now, notably, though, there is going to be the Dreadnought shenanigans that are about to happen. I don't believe there's an artifact in Bobby's graveyard currently for there to be like a Welder thing, right? But I do imagine we're going to see 2 Dreadnoughts next turn. This turn we'll probably see 1. Actually, I don't even know if we'll see
So
one.
the thing is, if we get rid of the Needle on Engineer, we can start recurring the Silex to wipe out Bobby's board.
Right.
So I think we're just going the long way around here to try to stabilize the board, because it is clear that I don't think we can realistically kill our opponent with damage very easily anymore.
Yeah. Especially without the 1/1 beaters. So how big are these constructs? They're 4/4s currently. So we can take this 8 damage and be pretty okay with it.
Yeah. I think with the Silex out, you're incentivized to not block with anything.
Yes.
And just start using your things to trade for Bobby's board.
Yep, take it up to 1.
Note the Silex will also take out the Retrofitter Foundry
Yes.
as well, which is a big deal here.
Blow up the Silex. Kill the 1-drops.
Do we want to make a servo in response?
Yeah, why not, right? I mean, it depends on what else is in hand. Oh, play a Doorkeeper Thrall? Sure.
So that stops...
That stops the entry of Cam.
Sure.
So... Notably, though, we have enough mana where we could actually just manually swap the Cam for things. To kind of... Because once we get a Legion Extruder...
But I think our plan is to just wipe out this entire board.
Yes.
So that looks so much better. Like, Harry has access to so many Ratchet Bombs this game. Or Filigree Alex is this game. Whatever.
Yeah.
Same card. Here.
And this will stop the aggression pretty quickly, too. Notably, there are going to be 2 Dreadnoughts next turn, but also they do die to a Ratchet Bomb on 1.
You know what would be good? Stifle. Just to buy 1 turn attacking
That
with
is
Dreadnoughts.
all you need. You only need
Yeah,
1
yeah.
turn with a Dreadnought to win the game, huh?
What? In this board state, it's close to that. But if you have 2 Dreadnoughts, you really only need 1 turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is,
I don't know. This is a really close game. This could, like, it's really going to depend on what they draw.
the needle is gone, so Bobby can't even fetch that to shut off the Filigree Silex.
Oh, you could even weld out a Dreadnought
Yeah.
with the, so you buy back the
Well, but there's not a welder out yet.
no, but you buy back the Cauldron.
Yeah. So
buy
I think
back the Cauldron
I think a
turn.
flurry of game actions is definitely going to happen here,
Yep.
right? And really, it was all unlocked by Harry having that Silex that 1 turn. Because the needle was keeping down the engineers, but now with 3 engineers and the artifact lands and the drone from the emissary, everything's really working out.
Yep.
That is a very lethal force of attackers.
That is indeed. Blow up, destroy all the constructs. Constructs are dead.
We take 1.
Take 1.
If you're Bobby, do you even play another Dreadnought out? Knowing that it will just die to the Silex?
Because they buy it back. Because Harry buys it back now, taps it.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we're definitely sacrificing 1 of these artifact lands. We're getting Soul Cauldron. We're getting Welder, because Welder is more efficient at doing all of this.
Yep. Turn this into a welder. Weld out the Dreadnought for the thing, maybe?
Harry might also be thinking about welding out Seed of the Synod for Silex, just to
Wait.
get the Silex up to 2.
We could weld out. We can weld in the. We could tap the Seat of the Synod, weld in the
the card, the cam, draw from the cam by sacrificing it, draw 2 cards, tap down the Dreadnought.
It won't trigger, correct, from the Doorkeeper Thrall?
No. But when you, not right now it won't, but when it leaves,
when it
will.
leaves.
So you sacrifice it,
I
it
see.
leaves. You tap
Okay.
down the Dreadnought, and that's actually 2, 3, 4. That is lethal damage.
Interesting. I think Harry definitely sees this. I guess when you play a bunch with this deck, you probably all
Yeah,
of this
I'm kind
stuff
of
comes
impressed
up.
I saw
Yeah.
this, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie.
You finally did the math.
Listen, okay? Like, I don't always do math.
The
But when
question
I
is,
do,
does this leave you soft to like?
I think
a
if there's
plow?
a removal spell, he would have used it by now. I
Yeah,
think
that's true.
you can get the read that there is no removal.
Sure.
And I think this is just a lethal attack.
Every time I watch this Welder Cam deck, it looks so good to me.
Oh, wait. We lost the 1/1 guy.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, but we can still weld out the Dreadnought for something irrelevant. Probably don't want to give Pithing Needle back. That's the one I wouldn't choose. But
Yeah, you just give him back the Retrofitter.
I think that might cause you to have to. Interesting. I'm not sure what I would do here. It's a little bit complicated.
Do we
Loki makes things. Mox
Wait,
Opal, that's good too.
Is that, what is that top? That's Legion Extruder, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything because of the.
Yes. Because of
Well,
the,
you can start pumping out golems, which
Right.
actually might matter.
But notably, did we have lethal, though, if we just attacked here and we just pumped up the token? Because if we just tap down and we sack...
Yeah, I think maybe Harry changed his mind a little bit in between.
Yeah, so we're just using the Welder here. Sack the Mox Opal.
So
Or
we're
sewer
targeting both
camp.
of those things. Since it targets, you can draw from Loki.
Yes. Draw a card. Urza Saga, trigger.
Yeah, I think this game was basically decided by the fact that
The Filigree
that
Silex.
Filigree Silex, that I think it arrived just in time. If it had arrived any later, I think Harry would have died
For
to an
sure.
onslaught of trampling creatures.
Is there another creature in the bin for Harry to make another token?
I think there's a Dreadnought on the other side, right? In the graveyard, maybe?
Oh, I think there was a world where maybe you weld out the Dreadnought, and then when there's a creature, you can exile the Dreadnought, put a counter on one of the other engineers, and then make that another welder, and then do this line, right?
But so what Harry's doing is just using the Leaves Battlefield play trigger of Surveillance Camp to tap down the Dreadnought, drawing 2 every time.
Yeah. Okay, this is a Ponder. It's another Dreadnought, sure. And
Okay,
now we
let's-
can buy back the Filigree Silex, take
Yeah.
it up to 1.
So if you do that, what artifact are you going to sacrifice? The only thing... you would have to sacrifice your Agatha's Soul Cauldron, but maybe it's worth it because you're so far ahead now.
I mean, you just have a lethal attack, do you not, on the way back?
1, 2, 3, 4. So you kill both Dreadnoughts.
Because then you get a counter, 2.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you wouldn't get a counter because there's no creature to exile currently. Sack this. Yep. Buy back the Filigree Silex. Oh, buy back Sewer Cam. What is Sewer Cam tapping? Untap?
It doesn't
Oh,
tap
right,
anything
because
because
the
of the
Doorkeeper
Doorkeeper Thrall, but this might be sufficient.
All right. So now we can weld out the Sewer Cam.
Well, Welder's no longer active.
Or engineer out the Sewer Cam.
Sure.
Engineer out the Sewer Cam. And then trigger, tap down a Dreadnought.
Get back Skateboard, but
that's
that
not
has
gonna-
no trigger.
That has no trigger. Oh no.
Oh, that should not happen.
No, so this is from the cam we
Oh, this
play,
from the
I
cam.
believe,
Yeah. You're right.
which is fine. If there was
Oh, and then
another,
we can also make a big construct. No, it wouldn't be that big. That'd be a 2/2.
it'd be a 2/2. Yes, not the biggest contract you've ever seen.
And we could even. No, we don't. Oh, we have a Mox Opal in hand. So we can even weld out the Mox Opal, tap down the Doorkeeper Thrall, and then when we make a construct, we'll have Metalcraft, and then that's, I believe,
Okay.
lethal.
I don't think that works because where's the tap trigger coming from?
No, we weld back in the, and then we weld it out. Oh, we have 2 welders. Yeah, we have 2 welders. We weld in, weld out, or engineer in, engineer out.
Contract is being made. Let's see if Harry actually does this. Technically, there's enough mana to do all this, I think, if you want to. So you equip Skateboard. I feel like this is a lot less safe than just making the Filigree Silex that one turn and just wiping the board.
Yeah, I agree.
And because you did it this way, you had to sacrifice your Soul Cauldron Welder
And now
as well.
you open yourself up to a lot here too.
I think I would have been satisfied with just recurring the Silex a bunch of times. Of course, like, there's risk associated with that as well. I think the risk might be lower, though.
And also, like, I do think we had lethal like 3 turns ago with the attacks. Right? Because we would have had 2 2-power creatures and then 2 engineers, and we would have had it. They would have had a tap-down board. Anyway, it doesn't matter now.
So
Okay,
it does
Sewer
look
Camp.
like he
They're
is
doing
going
this
for
play,
this.
yeah, of tap down that guy,
Mhm.
the Doorkeeper Thrall, and then we come in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exactly.
Yep.
All right, long-winded way of getting there. Harry does get their crazy set of game actions to take. I mean, honestly, I don't know if I did the math wrong, but also I don't fault the players. This is Harry's 10th round today?
Yeah.
I mean,
Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yes. He had to play a win in because he was the lowest of the 5-1, so he couldn't draw. Defeating Rowan Chang for top 8. Then he won 2 matches in top 8. So, yes, this is his 10th match today. So he's had no breaks.
well, crazy game. But it looks like, what are we going to bring in here? This portable hole seems pretty awkward when your opponent is on 3 Doorkeeper Thralls.
Yeah, I don't think that's the route I would go. I think I would go with a Braid, maybe Consign, Lightning Bolt because of the throw, and maybe Haywire Might because that takes out the thing.
Do you like
could also
Blast?
justify... I'm lower in the Blast. I think I might just be interested in trying to play an all-removal game. Like, so the Ratchet Bomb, maybe our own Needle to combat Retrofitter Foundry. Haywire Might is probably a must. Disruptor Flute could be useful. Again, that's like in the Pithing Needle category for me. But I think a Braid and Bolt must come in because you know your opponent has a bunch of Doorkeeper Thralls.
Yeah, I mean, a Braid and Bolt for sure. I don't know about Pithing Needle. I don't know about Haywire Might. I don't, like,
Yeah.
like they're all, like, I could maybe, especially if you're expecting some kind of hate piece.
So the question is, what are we boarding out?
I mean, I don't think we really want these. I don't know if the Pinnacle Emissary is very good in this matchup in general. Like, they're usually swinging at you with 12-power Trample on the ground, so it's not like you're stonewalling a Murktide or anything.
So, yeah, I guess the thing is, if you don't think you have a lot of cards you can shave, I would probably just sideboard very lightly.
Yeah.
On Bobby's side, let's take a look at that and see what we can sideboard in. Okay, so Clarion Conqueror seems quite good.
Oh, I mean, if Clarion Conqueror resolves, I believe the game more or less ends if Harry doesn't
So,
have an answer.
Interestingly enough, Silent Gravestone is actually decent versus Harry's deck because it
Cards
shuts off
and
all of the
graveyards can't be targeted, right?
exactly. So it cuts off the Engineer and the Goblin Welder
Yep.
and the Soul Cauldron.
Toxic Deluge, another banger.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, I think that should actually come in. But again, the question is, what do you sideboard out here?
I don't like this Retrofitter in this matchup. I don't like these Thought Seizes in this matchup.
Yeah,
I mean, I
it's
think that's
interesting.
4 cuts, in my opinion, right there. I don't think you need your basic island.
Oh yeah, they don't attack your mana.
Yeah.
I don't think you need your basic island. I don't think you need this retrofitter. I don't think you need the thought seizes. Because frankly, like you'll thought seize them and you're just kind of helping them some of the time. And other times they're just hellbent anyway with a board full of 17 things. And it's like,
So I think it's interesting because there's a lot of ways you could sideboard depending on how you play the matchup. It is worth noting that I think maybe one of these 3-drops can go. If I had to guess, probably the Oculus, because it's not really a 3-drop. It's like a 6-drop that you can play for 3 mana.
can also
on, like, turn
brief
6.
you a little bit if you've been an artifact. Because all of a sudden you open your dreadnoughts
Well,
up to
it's
getting
not
bolted
even
out.
that. I just think you can't cast the Oculus that quickly, which
Yeah,
is kind
yeah,
of a
yeah,
liability.
Yeah, I mean, it's also. I also think like there's also a liability in addition, right? Although it's not very, it's unlikely to be relevant, but you know, there's corner 8 cases where it could very much lose you the game. Barraglyph also, it's kind of, it's just there, like it'll help you stabilize against the construct plan
Yeah.
pretty easily.
So maybe the Barraglyphs are good. Also, for the fact that they sort of like act as a pseudo tutor for the Clarion Conqueror, if you're allowed to hit your opponent.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I mean-
so maybe for that reason, Barraglyph is actually good. We saw that with James Pogue doing that versus other Welder Cam decks as well from the Dimir card deck.
Right.
Harry really just on a tear. That game one was something. I think the turning point was Filigrease Hylix blowing up the Pithing Needle, which unlocked like an avalanche of game actions from Harry.
Yeah, being able to blow up the Pithing Needle, because that's honestly, I forgot there was a way to even answer that. Like honestly, like I thought the way to
I
answer
think that was the only answer in Harry's deck for it in game one.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
And he'd already used 3 engineers too. So the chance of him being able to get it and try to weld it in or something was very low.
But instead he drew it, and it was great. Sometimes you draw with the cards you put in your deck. you know?
That's crazy. Because sometimes I put Guy's Will in my deck and I draw it every time.
Oh, well. It's like Progenitus, right?
Yeah.
The Elves players know. Pour one
Oh,
out
yeah.
for the what is it? The Avatar of the World? The Soul of the World? Progenitus? I don't remember the flavor text on Progenitus anymore.
Protection from everything?
No, that's the rules text.
Oh.
It was the Soul of the World has returned.
What world?
Alara. Bruh.
Even production's getting mad at me for not knowing that. Listen. Look, I played Magic since 2003. Okay. I only remember. I remember some flavor text.
Okay, name your flavor text.
I mean, Bob is cheating because everyone knows Bob's.
Okay.
Greatness at any cost.
Shoot. That I don't think that's flavor text.
I'm sure it is. Outlaws of Thunder Junction. I bet that's a flavor text in one card in Outlaw of Thunder Junction.
Just shoot.
Yeah. It's called Shoot the Sheriff. Anyway, fetch Scalding Tarn.
Bobby was bluffing the stifle. I think by this point it's clear that there's no stifles.
I mean, I will say, whenever I play on Moto, I took a 6-month hiatus not too long ago, and I queue up a game on Moto, and my opponent just goes turn 1, fetch, island, pass. And I'm just like, really? I did have Stifle in my deck, so it was very annoying.
So both of you had stifle in your deck?
Oh, I don't know if they had Stifle.
Oh, they played around your stifle.
Yeah, they
that's
played around
why
my
you're-
Stifle after not playing for months. I was
So
like,
you
really,
were
guys?
livid.
Really? Really?
You were mad?
I was mad.
You mad, bro?
I was mad, bro.
Hi, mad, bro.
Oh, my.
Anyways, Welder.
There is a Welder. on
Welder's
the
met
battlefield.
by Fetch Surveil.
I imagine we're going to see a Daze.
I don't think I saw a Daze on Bobby's deck list. I think we're just surveilling Doorkeeper Thrall.
Oh, there's a Pithing Needle and a Doorkeeper Thrall. That's very good for Bobby.
So we don't have to force a will with this Welder.
Yes. Scrubland, Pithing Needle, resolves, name Goblin Welder, pass the turn.
Foil Japanese Goblin Welder from Destiny. That is a
Listen,
hard one to find.
Harry and I will frequently talk about foreign foils. Okay, we are both very cultured in that regard. Anywho,
Tap 2. What are we playing? Goblin Engineer. We do have. I don't know if we have a blue card in hand.
There was an Emery Lurker of the Lock. Or are you talking about for Bobby?
For Bobby, because I know there's
I
a
see.
force. But we also do have Toxic Deluge, which will answer both of these. But I don't know if you send the Deluge
No,
now.
I don't think you should because of the Ursa Saga, right? I mean, you might be too low to use it by that point, but it seems to me that if you do that, if you just use it here, what's your plan for the construct tokens?
It's true. But I also don't know if you're allowed to let this
actually,
Engineer untap.
I think here's what might happen.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby might go Saga. He goes to 1. You Deluge for 2. Next turn, at the end step, you just make Doorkeeper Thrall. Then,
Dreadnought.
well,
Then we have a
Dreadnought
hand,
make
right?
construct and see whatever's in your hand by that point.
Yeah. So here's our plateau, which is the correct plateau art.
Correct plateau art.
Yeah. Doesn't plateau have 2 different arts?
Yeah, but what makes that one correct?
It's cooler.
That doesn't seem very objective of you.
Actually, my opinions are always correct, Jarvis.
All right, so we're going for the Thrall.
All right. So
So
this.
that means we're probably not going to Deluge for 2 then.
No, definitely not, because we definitely want to keep this Thrall. I am a little surprised about this aggressive Thrall here. I mean, obviously, it was like, I think that's the plan was when we decided to just play nothing that turn, but also it does turn off our Deluge. Now, I don't know how much this Welder Engineer matters at this point, but...
It doesn't actually turn off our Deluge because what you can
Oh.
do... Are you sure it was Deluge and not Barrowglyph?
It may have been Barrowglyph now. I thought it was Deluge, but maybe it was
If it's Barrowglyph, this makes
yeah,
a
this
lot more
makes a ton of
sense.
sense. 100% I
Yeah.
agree. So we are going to make constructs. We do have another Saga to kind of keep the beats down, to keep the Saga beats going. Unsure, though, how much that's going to be able to compete once this Barrow, because this is now about to get enchantment in the yard, too.
Yeah. I think Harry has a cam in hand, so he's plotting or planning what's going to happen. Can I afford to make a contract? If I do, can I get Opal and cam the Barrowglyph on Bobby's turn and set up a lot of damage? I think that's what's going through the mind.
Yeah.
There's also an Emery Lurker of the Lock, so you could go that route as well. A lot of these are soft to Toxic Deluge, but it might have to kill the Barrowglyph as well.
Right. This is kind of a crazy game, honestly. Like, we went from a very combo-heavy game action, so now this is going to look like a very clogged-up board state here in a minute.
Well, Phyrexian Dreadnought plus Toxic Deluge might be what's going on here.
I agree.
If Bobby can sneak in a second Dreadnought, that plan looks very appealing to me, actually.
I don't even know if Harry can answer double Dreadnought, especially tapping out here. Like, there's the... I mean, I appreciate having the dice.
The
Very much so.
Tarmo die?
The Tarmo die.
The real ones know about the Tarmo die.
Hey, Jarvis, what happens if you bolt a 2-3 lightning bolt, a 2-3 Tarmogoyf lightning bolt, no instants in the yard? In either yard.
Have you done this?
No, I actually never have. But I
Wow.
did get to get someone with it recently, which was fun.
Okay, I will fess up. There is a screenshot of me tribal flamesing a 3/4 Tarmogoyf when I only have 4 land types out in the domain Zoomir in old extended. And
Oh.
my friend took a screenshot of it because it was just back then you could just go view any match in an MTGO event, and he just took a screenshot of it and made fun of me for it.
Understandable. I once altered a Eugene with a painter in play, and I didn't realize what
Which
happened.
Eugen?
The new Eugene.
Oh, well then you got to cast no spells from your
I
deck.
got to catch 0 spells. I did still win that game, though.
So a Ratchet Bomb was put in your... Wait. No. I'm confused. Why was he pulling the Ratchet Bomb up? I guess he's thinking about what's going to happen. He's searching with Saga. Okay. I don't know what's happening. It's all very confusing. Maybe we're getting...
I imagine a Mopal makes sense here, just to kind of keep the mana going.
That would make sense.
But I could also see that it's not going to do much here.
Skateboard. Mox Opal.
There is the Mopal. Okay.
So constructs are 3/3s. Let's see what happens. Damn,
Urza's
this
Saga.
Urza Saga card, pretty good, huh?
Who would have thought? Hey, is Urza's Saga a manland?
A creature land?
Is it a manland?
Well,
If I put a manland in my deck and I put Urza's Saga, does that count? If I say I
why
put
do
a
you keep saying manland?
What do you mean?
They're creature lands.
Who is? It's always been man.
Treetop Village turns into an ape.
Oh my god.
And Urza Saga pumps out constructs. Are you going to say those are all men?
Oh my god. I can't tell if I'm getting mogged right now or not.
You're always mogged by me.
Oh my. All right. Ape lands. Oh my. Production hit me with someone might say a Mog fanatic.
Mog Fanatic is a sick magic card. All right, so I think maybe the Toxic Deluge is coming now, but we'll see. So there was a deluge the entire time.
There was a deluge the entire time. So
In fact, I think the Barragoyf survives this deluge, which is kind of a big deal.
oh, we scoop it up.
Toxic Deluge doesn't just kill all of the creatures, it also removes the opponent from the game.
Apparently so. All right, so we are going into a thrilling game 3. Izzet Welder Camp, Esper Stiflenought.
Would you register 2 in a black sorcery, pay 3 life, win the game?
Yes, I have played Barragoyf before.
No, pay 3 life, win the game.
Oh,
I'm referring to Toxic Deluge.
Oh, I know. I'm trying to keep the bit going, man. I'm trying to think
You're
of.
getting Toxic Deluge mogged.
If I use Dark Ritual and I play Necropotence and I pay 3 life and draw 3 cards, is that Ancestral Recall?
No.
Why not? Because I paid 3 life.
Yeah, it's Ambition's cost.
What does Ambitions cost?
3 in a B, lose 3 life, draw 3 cards.
I'm never playing Mental Magic.
Well, that's not even a good Mental Magic card.
It doesn't matter what the good ones are. The fact that you know these cards means you'll know better Mental Magic cards.
The real ones know about Turf Wound on your upkeep, return Squee, then play the other one, which is Solfa Tara from Mirage Block. Both of these say target player can't play lands this turn. One of them is a real cantrip and the other is a slow trip, but they're instants for some unknown reason.
You need Jesus, Jarvis.
Well, I'm born December 24th, so some could say I'm actually Jesus.
Listen.
Are you getting birthday mogged too?
I was born on May 21st on a Sunday, okay? My birthday was on Lions football day, okay? That's what I got for my birthday.
Anyways, I don't think much will change in the sideboard.
No, I don't think much is changing at all. Especially because I can't remember if Bobby had
I
daisies or
think
not.
maybe seeing the Toxic Deluge, Harry's a little bit more likely to bring in Spell Pierce, but I kind of hate the Spell Pierce besides that.
Yeah. Oh, chat brings up a good question. Is Mutavault a manland?
No.
Oh
Have you looked at the art? Hold on. Have you looked at the art of Mutavault?
It depends which art. The GP art? Yes.
The original one from Eventide.
Listen, I know what it looks like. I couldn't tell you what it is.
There's a giant changeling on it. You're not going to claim that that's a human.
It could be a human.
There were no humans on the Lorwyn plane.
Weren't the Planeswalkers in Lorwyn?
Those aren't humans. Those are Planeswalkers.
Is Jace not a human? Jace was on Lorwyn. Chandra was on Lorwyn. Wasn't a Johnny once a human? Garrick Wildspeaker, human. Jace, Vryn's Prodigy, creature type, human wizard.
You sure about that?
Checkmate.
Saying checkmate doesn't actually mean you get checkmate.
Listen.
Anyways, Harry has taken a mulligan. I think Bobby's keeping on 7.
So you're not too upset with mulling with this deck because you do mull quite well. But Bobby's hand is looking pretty juiced. But also a turn 1 Welder is pretty juiced as well. And Misha, and another bauble. This is 2 baubles.
Baubles for days.
What do you call 2 baubles?
Both are baubles.
Both of what, Jarvis?
Both of baubles.
Oh, both of baubles. Okay.
Got
Good
it.
to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right, Flooded Strand.
Wait, you saw Bobby's hand was juice? I don't see any removal spells, which is sort of problematic.
I saw Tamio Brainstorm Urza Saga land Doorkeeper Patrol, I think was the hand, but maybe.
Okay, if there's a Doorkeeper Toll, that's pretty good, yeah. But there's certainly some risk here for Bobby.
Yeah,
if he doesn't
untapping
draw.
with the Welder is never where you want to be. Because land Cam is infinite mana.
Yeah, so then if you have anything to do.
Yeah. There's a Mopal.
It doesn't look like we have that. Looks like we have a welder, a skateboard, and something else.
Little red.
Engineer? Okay.
Wait, this is game over.
No. Well, it depends on what's in Harry's hand. If he doesn't actually have anything that does anything besides that, it doesn't do much, right?
Well, he draws I guess he draws 6 cards here.
Okay. So we've made a ton of blue and red.
We have infinite mana, all colors.
Skateboard. Okay.
Tap
Tap that down. Okay. Now what? Okay. Okay, so we're going the route of drawing 2 per artifact we draw,
Yep.
which is, not a bad place to be. Will this find a kill, or will this generate enough that...
So we get to draw 8 cards. That's game over.
Okay, so that's Legion Extruder.
That's Legion Extruder and the game ends.
So, I think in general with the London Mulligan, and you can see that in this, that's actually Twin Shot Sniper.
Okay,
I
twin
guess-
shot sniper.
No, why did the sniper come in?
Harry Hackett.
So the sniper came in for Doorkeeper Throw because you can just
Yes.
channel it to kill.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
very smart, actually.
But all that to say, Harry wins the showcase, wins the DMV Classic, welds his way to a victory. This man went to trade school since Nadu got banned, became a professional welder, and just welded his way to a career in welding, Jarvis. This is impressive stuff from the boy wonder, Harry. He has
that
earned
was nice.
his
Yeah.
keep for sure.
I like-
Harry Hackett. Can we get an interview with Mr. Hackett?
Yeah, so I think a lot of this just indicates that, especially with combo that looks like that sort of combo, you probably should mulligan a little bit more aggressively than you currently are doing.
Yes.
Because it can produce a lot of hands that look like that. And I think Harry won a bunch of games on a mold to 5, and it didn't even look like he mold to 5 because
No.
there's just a bunch of stuff everywhere. Game actions were flying afoot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel so bad about going 0-4 in money matches against Harry now. I will say my moto record against him is very positive. He tries to snipe me all the time. And,
What?
it doesn't feel good to punish that.
He tries to snipe you?
No,
Why?
he doesn't try. He actually does. Because it is funny. I will say I do appreciate when people snipe me and they're having a good time with it. I think it's a lot of fun. Because I know they're not ghosting. There's a difference between sniping and ghosting.
You mean try to meet you in the queue and not watch your stream?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah.
There's
Sniping is that.
ghost.
Ghosting is playing
Well,
against me and then looking at my hand the whole
I
time. That's
think
messed up.
some people use sniping to mean that as well.
Oh, I think that's fair. I use sniping
Because
as-
they say stream sniping.
Yeah, like stream sniping.
Yeah.
I think that's different. I use that. I say ghosting. Because sniping is just for instance, if I see a friend queuing a game or something, we're both high rated, and I'll try to queue in with them to troll. But yeah. Anyway, when I say sniping, I don't mean they're cheating or anything. Anyway, all that to say, Mr. Hackett, boy wonder, showcase winner, DMV Classic winner, true welder.
He's just exerting his dominance.
He is and the current points winner too, for the DMV League.
Are you aware of the card Exert Influence?
I'm never playing Mental Magic. with you, Jarvis.
This card's also not good in Mental Magic. I
It
don't know why you
doesn't
keep
matter,
saying
Jarvis.
that.
What matters is that you know it. How good are you at MTG Art Game?
I'm okay. I'm not great at arts, actually, believe it or not. But I'm okay at it.
But if you've played that much limited, you probably
Yeah,
you'll
but
remember
I just forget. Once a limited set goes, I'll forget the arts.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
And you saw how many sets they're coming out with nowadays? I go through all of the limit sets, so I just keep forgetting the
Standard
arts.
today is as big as Extended was,
Which extended?
like when it first came out.
In
when
like
Extended
1997?
When wasn't Extended a format? I thought when Modern came out in 2011.
Yes. Well, let's not go into that. That's really a deep well that we don't have time for.
Anywho, chat, we appreciate you guys being here. We had a great time casting. We saw some excellent magic, excellent vibes. If you guys ever have a chance to come out to the DMV events, it is a fun time. It is a truly awesome time. The events are run super well. The production is out of control impressive. Like, I wish I could turn this webcam around just so you guys can see the operation that they have here. Mm-hmm. But it's honestly like, here, I actually can't. I was going to figure out if I can turn on the webcam from my end of the stream, but that wasn't going to work. But anyway, it's too much effort. But I just want to highlight that the production quality of these events is out of control. Like, the production quality here is, like, not to, like, say anything negative of Eternal Weekend, but it's objectively more, like, there's more pieces than Eternal Weekend. Like, it is better than Eternal Weekend in terms of what the amenities that are available to us and the things we can do in the setup surrounding it. Like, it is truly the most well-produced Legacy event that currently exists. And I don't actually think that's an opinion. I actually do think from raw production quality and value involved, I think the DMV events are the best in class, by far. So, all that to say, if you're ever on the East Coast, or even if you're not, take a flight out. It's not that expensive to fly to Baltimore. At least it's not from Chicago. I don't know where it is for most cities, but it's a good time.
Yeah. I just happen to live close-ish, depending on who you ask.
The way I think about it is my ancestors definitely walked from Chicago to DMV.
What? Your aunt's sister?
My ancestors.
Oh, your ancestors.
I mean, my ancestor, I'm Turkish, so it's like kind of. Basically, if you were to take the equivalent distance from this part of the world to that part of the world, they probably walked more on a regular basis, which is why they weren't all overweight like I am, but you know. Amen.
Nice. Amen.
Oh, let's do it. All right, we've got a few other announcements before we get to our interview with the Boy Wonder himself. We have our charity raffle. I believe that's available to everyone online as well. So if you want to join in, there is going to be a link in the chat, so feel free to follow that. Honestly, great causes all around. A lot of these prizes are donated by the community members themselves. This is truly a grassroots organization done for the passion of the game, and honestly something that we should be celebrating and just really, really appreciative of, because frankly, Legacy in general is a grassroots format, and it's people like the DMV crowd that are keeping it alive. So definitely check it out. It's for a good cause. We have a lot going on. And it looks like and also merch. Definitely buy the merch. The DMV hat is nice. The hoodie is super comfy. And I think with that, we are going to our interview with the Boy Wonder himself, Mr. Harry Hackett.
Hello, we are here with the prize. Oh, here you go. For winning. Yes, that is in singles. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations.
Thank you.
So I feel like we did this interview already earlier today. Am I? It's been a long day, so I just was wondering. So we did. Okay. And what did you say when we did that interview?
The deck's good or something?
Yeah, the deck's good or something. Do you still feel that way?
I think so, yeah.
How could you possibly feel that way after winning an event?
I don't know. Like, most of my opponents lost when I won, so.
That is generally what happens, and what really impressed me with this deck was the way to just grind through the hate. I mean, we saw it in that last match, Doorkeeper Thrall. Artifacts and creatures, their ETBs, which is a lot of your deck, does not happen. But what about leaves the battlefield triggers? Those still happen, huh?
Yeah.
And I saw you navigate through those lines and tap down all the shrimps, and you only dropped one game to a fast shrimp and got through the rest of them. Do you have anyone you want to shout out?
shout out to all the people that have been helping me work on this deck. Tried a lot of stuff out, and it's been paying off.
What is the most fringe card that almost made the cut?
Oh, there's a lot of them. I think my favorite tech is Mass Hysteria against control decks. You just play a Mass Hysteria and then play a Goblin Welder, and they're like a removal spell. You're like, I want a response.
Yeah, that is some pretty sweet tech. Maybe if the meta gets more combo heavy, you can do that to soup it up a bit. All right, well, I will send it back to the booth now for the closing of the Classic. Look at this thing.
All right, we're back. That was Mr. Harry Hackett. Jarvis, what'd you think?
Well, I'm not mass hysterical, that's for sure.
I definitely am hysterical. You can call me a DRC the way I get delirious right now because I am starving.
Nice.
And I need 4 creature types in my graveyard. But all that to say, we had some excellent Magic today. The DMV, honestly, like I said, best in class. Everything they do is super professional, super fun, super just well produced, well thought out, and very, very fun events to come to. Everyone that I talk to here has a great time. I feel like, honestly, if I could ever get invited to more of these, I would consider it an honor. Jarvis, it was an honor to cast with you. I had a great time. I learned a lot. I will never, ever play Mental Magic with you. I want you to know that.
Nice.
Because I respect my ability to win games, and I don't think I will win against you. In that or limited, honestly. But thank you all for being here. We're going to be back tomorrow. Well, not us, but the Popper will be back tomorrow, so feel free to watch some comments just rip through the ages. And it will be on the New York City Popper channel, so definitely check them out. Beyond that, Jarvis, do you have any closing statements?
Legacy's great. DMV is great. Hope to see you all next time. And, you know, Popper will be great tomorrow, so check that out.
Check that out. Chat, it was a pleasure being here with all of you today. It was a pleasure casting. Everyone in chat, if we can give a shout out to the DMV crowd, the production, everyone involved, everyone from the helpers all the way up to Freeburger himself. Everyone was super involved in this event. They put on an excellent show, excellent production, best in class, hardware, software, people, all of it. So definitely give them a big shout out because it's because of people like these that we have the legacy that we do today, and they will absolutely be leaving a legacy onto all of us. So thank you. Have a good night, and we'll see you next time.